This is not a powerful female protagonist story. The heroine is relatively independent, but in the early stages her personality is one of utter resignation, so as long as the so-called supporting female hasn't provoked her, she can't even be bothered to interfere. The heroine is also quite self-interested, so, although she feels sympathy for the body's original owner, she will not risk her life for her. The world is structured as female noble, but not matriarchal. Only the strong are revered. Gu Qinyin's dagger pressed against Jiang Lijin's neck. The keen blade sliced open her skin, blood trickling down her pale throat, dripping onto the pristine white carpet in a shocking splash of red. She did not struggle. She merely gazed quietly at the man she had debased herself for and fawned over for 3 whole years. In those deep, handsome eyes of his there was not the slightest trace of pity, only disgust. Profound, unadulterated disgust. Jiang Li, right now you are not even qualified to be Wanwan's stand-in anymore. His voice was sharper than the edge of the blade. Su Wanwan nestled delicately in his arms, speaking in her usual affected sobbing tone, her voice sickly sweet, yet grating to the ear. Sister Lily, I'm so sorry, don't blame Qinyan. He just loves me too much, he can't stand to see me suffer, even the smallest grievance. But at that moment Jiang Lijin could no longer hear what Su Wanwan was saying. Because inside her mind the system was blaring the highest level death warning. Warning. The male lead's favorability has dropped completely to 0. The host is about to face forcible erasure by the system. Please take immediate survival measures. At once. Then came the anxious cry of Xiao Air, the system that had accompanied her for 3 years, its mechanical voice almost breaking into sobs. Host, don't just stand there stunned. Think of something. Cry. Drop to your knees and kowtow to him, beg for his forgiveness. After everything we've done these 3 years, taking knives for him, giving blood for him, he must still have feelings for you. Feelings? Jiang Lijin looked into Gu Qinyin's eyes so devoid of warmth and suddenly laughed. To hell with survival measures. To hell with the bootlicking mission. To hell with being a substitute heroine. She was done serving this rotten script for even one more day. As Gu Qinyin frowned, thinking she was about to grovel and wag her tail, as usual Jiang Lijin suddenly exploded into motion. She did not know from where she summoned such ruthless strength. Her hand shot out not to push away the fatal blade, but to clamp down hard on the wrist with which Gu Qinyin held the dagger. With a smile of pure resolve, she dragged it brutally across her own carotid artery. Blood spurted out with a wet hiss, splashing across half of Gu Qinyin's face. In that instant his perpetually indifferent eyes finally shattered into utter shock. As the searing pain detonated, the world fell into silence. Jiang Lijin thought, let it all end here. In this transmigration into a novel mission, she was a soul wearer. Once the body died, her soul would also be erased by the system. That was fine if this was the ultimate release she had long since chosen. And yet, she opened her eyes once more. The first thing she saw was the blue water ripple light patterns flowing across the ceiling, gaudy and ostentatious. Exactly the sort of thing a cold ascetic man like Gu Qinyin would loathe. She stared at it for a full 3 seconds before belatedly realizing this was definitely not a hospital, and even less the underworld. What was this supposed to mean? Had the system decided on some kind of waste recycling program and issued her a new masochistic mission? She did not even have the strength left to sigh. It would not even let her die cleanly. She tried calling out in her mind, Xiao Air. There was no response, only a deathly silence in her head that made her chest tighten. Hey, don't play dead. I know you can hear me. Didn't I fail the mission? Whether you erase me or whatever else you plan to do, I'll accept it. What is the point of pretending to be dead now? And where exactly is this place? Her shout echoed through the vacant corridors of her mind and then gradually dissipated. Xiao Air was gone. The mechanical voice that had accompanied her for 3 years, that would quietly play funny videos for her after Gu Qinyin humiliated her, that would clumsily comfort her with "Host, don't cry, we'll fight again next time," whenever Su Wanwan framed her. That voice had vanished completely. Once again in this world, she was utterly alone. Yet before she could swallow down that bitterness, an impatient voice crashed over her. If you're awake, stop pretending to be dead. Only then did Jiang Lijin slowly move her eyes. 3 men were standing by the bed. No, to be precise, they did not quite look like ordinary humans. Each of them was at least 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and long legs. Stranger still, they had hair and eye colors unlike any normal human, their faces strikingly handsome, more like top-tier cosplayers she had seen in her original world. Yet the aura radiating from them, that of apex predators, pressed down on her frail body so heavily that her chest felt tight and her very physiology recoiled in discomfort. On the left, a silver-haired man looked down at her as if she were trash. How do you even have the nerve to faint? He sneered, eyes brimming with contempt. Who are you putting on this act for? You think pretending to faint will buy you time. The blue-haired man in the middle seemed comparatively gentler. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, but his tone was equally devoid of warmth. Jiang Lijin, since you're awake, let us talk about the divorce. As soon as he spoke, Jiang Lijin froze. How did he know that name? The name Jiang Lijin was something she had only ever shared with Xiao. On Blue Star in the orphanage, she had been called Jiang Li. Before she died together with her bullies in a fire, she had been called Jiang Li. In the book's world, where she spent 3 years as a stand-in bootlicker, she had also been called Jiang Li. Only in those countless nights of torment, when pain made life unbearable, had she told Xiao once this mission was complete, she would change her name to Jiang Lijin. Like ashes to burn the past to cinders and be reborn anew. So how could this stranger before her possibly know? She forced her heavy eyelids open and looked at them. The red-haired man on the right did not spare her so much as half a glance. Head lowered, he was irritably manipulating the high-tech light brain on his wrist. Why waste words on her? He snapped. Just have her sign and get lost. As if finding one-handed operation insufficient, he yanked off the light brain, altogether long fingers flying across the virtual screen. Jiang Lijin frowned and did something that made the 3 arrogant men before her freeze in unison. She closed her eyes, pulled the blanket up, and lay back down on the bed as if in peaceful repose. Xiao, she called again in her heart, unwilling to give up. Still only dead silence. So it's really gone, she murmured, the corner of her mouth twisting into a mocking curve. All the better, at least she would have some peace. Just then a piercing pain ripped through her mind, a flash of white light, and the memories belonging to this world's original host surged into her head like shards of shattered glass. Interstellar era. Work empire. Class males, genetic matching, a useless class female with trash-tier spiritual power. She was still digesting the vast information, but the 3 noble class men before her clearly did not possess such patience. Are you deaf? The silver-haired orc completely lost his temper. His large hand shot out, about to grab her shoulder. From the memory fragments that had just flashed by, she knew this irritable silver-haired man was called Likisi, a silver wolf in his beast form, and one of her legal husbands. Before his hand could touch her, Jiang Lijin flung back the blanket and sprang upright from the bed. The movement was too abrupt, and paired with her naturally weak constitution, it sent a wave of dizziness over her. Her vision went dark for a moment. But she clenched her teeth and swallowed the weakness down, back ramrod straight, her dark eyes staring fixedly at the 3 men before her, her husbands. Just now, she began, her voice hoarse from dehydration. You said something. Likisi's hand froze midair, his brows knitting. What else? Of course we did. This woman usually hardly dared to breathe in their presence, yet today she had the gall to look him in the eye like this. What did you say? Repeated Jiang Lijin, said, digging a finger into her ear with great seriousness. I had a bout of tinnitus just now and didn't quite catch it. Jilin, who seemed the mildest of the 3, furrowed his brows, slightly suppressing the faint sense that something was off, and repeated, we hope you will agree to dissolve the marriage contract. The forced match between us was a system error from the very beginning. Continuing it will only be torment for both sides. The red-haired Aiden finally lifted his head. In his crimson eyes there was undisguised scorn. To put it plainly, you are not worthy of us. Spiritual power class, genetic leveled class. Aside from the fact that you possess a female body, what else do you have? 4 tops class males like us, only a pure-blood female like Firewind with spiritual power, also its class, is worthy. Your paltry spiritual power isn't even enough to qualify you to provide us with mental soothing. Stop. Jiang Lijin pressed her throbbing temple and lazily raised a hand. The 3 men, accustomed to standing on their lofty pedestal, all fell silent at once and looked at her. Jiang Lijin drew in a deep breath, feeling her whole body on the verge of collapse. But it did not matter, she was long accustomed to this kind of weakness. During those 3 years of being a bootlicker in the book's world, tormented by the male lead, she had already tempered an iron will. Let me sort this out, she said, extending her pale, slender fingers and counting them off one by one. First, the 3 of you are, in the eyes of the law, my legitimate husbands. Second, you want a divorce because I'm a class piece of trash, while each of you harbors an class white moonlight goddess in your hearts. Third, just now you were subjecting a patient who had only just awakened from a fainting spell, namely me, to 3 full minutes of utterly ungentlemanly personal insults and verbal attacks. Did I summarize anything incorrectly? She lifted her head. Her small, bloodless face was expressionless, yet her eyes shone with startling brightness. Likisi found her gaze inexplicably irritating. The beast's instinct within him sensed that this woman had become different somehow. Still, he snorted coldly. So what if you're right? Nothing at all, Jiang Lijin replied coolly. The next second, she suddenly broke into a grin, bright, unrestrained, edged with a hint of long-suppressed madness. I just wanted to make sure I understood the situation. Now that everything is clear, it's my turn. She stepped down, bare feet meeting the icy metal floor. Cold seeped up from her soles, but she could not have cared less. She advanced on the three of them step by step. Though she was a full head and a half shorter, the aura radiating from her, of a woman with nothing left to fear, forced the three glass orcs to instinctively retreat half a step. First, about the divorce. Divorce, of course. Absolutely, we're divorcing. Immediately, right now. Pointing straight at them, Jiang Lijin regarded them with the same disdain one might reserve for non-recyclable trash. With you lot, and those gaudy bird's nest hairstyles, total clowns. Whoever doesn't divorce is the grandson. Where's the divorce agreement? Bring it here, I'll sign it right now. The three of them were stunned into statues on the spot. Second, she continued, stepping even closer and tilting her head back, about me being a class piece of trash. You're right, I am trash. So what? Her gaze was cool. Does my class status mean I'm eating your rice, breathing your air? The main brain matched you three to me, a class. How is that my problem? Why don't you take a good hard look in the mirror and think about what exactly is wrong with you? Maybe it's because you haven't worked hard enough to improve yourselves all these years that the system decided you only deserve a class like me. Even Jilin, usually eloquent and articulate, found himself utterly choked for words. Lastly, and most importantly, Jiang Lijin rose onto her toes and jabbed a finger hard into Likisi's solid chest, her momentum at its peak. You three, prick up your ears and listen carefully. From today onward, I, Jiang Lijin, will no longer revolve around you self-important mutts. From this moment on, I quit serving you. Go grovel at the feet of whatever class goddess you like. It has nothing to do with me. She paused, letting her gaze sweep over their three utterly petrified, colorful, yet handsome faces, the corner of her lips curling into a wicked, icy smile. However, if any of you dare speak to me again in that lofty, condescending tone, I will immediately log into the Starnet and, under the Empire's Rare Female Protection Act, submit 3 real-name petitions to the Supreme Court, detailing exactly how you three have been mentally abusing and personally attacking a weak, legally wedded spouse. After all, you just admitted it yourselves. Jiang Lijin tilted her head, her smile both sweet and lethal. Oh, and I've already thought up the headline for the interstellar media. It'll be shocking. 3 class orc elites of the Empire join forces to bully a delicate female spouse for her low rank. What has become of their moralities? The spacious, lavish bedroom fell into the silence of the grave. Clack! Aiden's latest model light brain crashed solidly against the floor, finally shattering the silence. Jiang Lijin bent down, picked the device up, stuffed it back into Aiden's hand, and even patted his arm with feigned concern. Hold it tight, brother. Her tone was sincere, yet edged with biting mockery. How can your hands be shaking already when you're so young? You can't even keep a little thing like this steady. If it breaks, it has nothing to do with me. I can't afford to compensate you anyway. After all, I'm just a useless crade nobody. With that, she pulled open the door and walked out without so much as a backward glance. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving the 3 males staring at one another in stunned silence. Before any of them could open their mouths to say something, the door was suddenly flung open again. Jiang Lijin poked her head back in and shouted, "Oh right, once you've drafted the divorce agreement, just send it directly to my light brain." Having said that, she slammed the door shut once more. This time the 3 of them were completely petrified, standing there dazed. After a long while, Aiden finally muttered, "Did she just agree to divorce us?" "Yeah," Rex replied, dully, his voice heavy with the frustration of a defeated general. "And she called us, what was it? Shama. She also said she'd file a complaint against the 3 of us under the Female Protection Ordinance." Killen's voice was comparatively calmer than theirs. "And she said she'd title it, what again?" Aiden still could not quite believe it. Shocking. 3 scrayed beastmen, disgusted by their spouse's low rank, joined forces to launch a personal attack. Killen recited the line with utter seriousness. The faces of the other 2 males instantly darkened. Rex was the first to slam his fist into the wall, leaving a deep, distinct fist mark in the surface. "She's insane," he ground out between his teeth. "Maybe," Killen replied, raising a hand to press his throbbing temples. "But she agreed to the divorce. She insulted us. She even dared to threaten us." Aiden finally snapped out of it, his fiery red hair practically standing on end. A crade female actually dares to threaten 3 scrayed beastmen. Does she even know? She knows. Killen cut him off, his tone complicated. She even knows about the Female Protection Ordinance. And we cannot leave behind any record that could be interpreted as abusing a female, especially now while the military is reviewing my promotion qualifications. Besides, Philwin, or any scrayed female for that matter, would never accept a male with that kind of stain on his record. Aiden opened his mouth, 1,000 words choking in his throat, and finally forced out one hoarse curse. Fuck. After leaving the room, Jiang Lijin followed the trail of memory to find her own bedroom. As soon as she entered, she quickly locked the door, then slid down with her back against it, collapsing to the floor, her body trembling uncontrollably. But it was not fear, it was exhilaration. There was no damned system chime flashing, constant OOC warning, pop-ups, no countdown to a mission failure punishment, no forced prompts making her say, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please don't leave me." She had talked back. She had really talked back. She covered her face with both hands, laughter spilling out through her fingers louder and louder until tears were streaming from her eyes. Yet as she laughed, her tears gradually refused to stop. In that damned book world, she had played the doormat for 3 full years, fawning over Gu Qinyuan for 3 years, enduring Su Wanwan for 3 years, all for the sake of completing that bullshit mission and achieving the so-called perfect life the system promised. Unfortunately, even at the moment of her death, she had failed. She never learned whether a perfect life truly existed. When she opened her eyes again, she had landed in this even more absurd interstellar beastman world. She wiped her face, braced herself to stand, and walked over to the vanity mirror. The face in the glass resembled her original appearance by 8 or 9 parts out of 10, only with a small mole added at the corner of the eye. She carefully sorted through the fragmented memories of the body's original owner. This world was utterly different from her original one and from the book world she had traveled through before. This was an interstellar beastman world composed of 13 star systems. Due to environmental pollution and Zerg invasions, human genes had been forced to fuse with animal genes, giving rise to the beastmen. The degree of fusion determined one's rank, ranging from grade up to scrade. However, under genetic influence, females were extremely scarce, their ratio to males roughly 1 to 5,000. Thus, the Female Protection Ordinance came into being. In theory, females not only bore offspring, their spiritual power could also purify the mental contamination that males accumulated while fighting Zerg. With such scarce numbers, they ought to have been cherished wherever they went. Unfortunately, the 3 beast husbands matched to this body were no ordinary beastmen. All of them were scrayed, while the original owner possessed only Krade's spiritual power, truly insignificant in their eyes. Even though the original body was physically fragile, yet obedient and sensible, unlike other females who were willful and spoiled, her meager spiritual power still caused these 3 beast husbands to reject her completely. So she had always tiptoed around them, doing everything she could to win their favor. The situation was almost identical to how Jiang Lijin had once debased herself for Gu Qinyuan in the book world, giving without limit. Jiang Lijin could not help but let out a derisive snort. Of course, the lickspittle always ends up with nothing. In this world, partner matching was handled uniformly by the main brain of the Interstellar Empire, a super AI linked to beastmen across all star systems. The main brain would form contracts based on compatibility, and the higher the compatibility, the more efficiently a female could purify a male's contamination. Because females were so rare, one female was usually matched with multiple partners. Under normal matching logic, however, a Krade female could at most be paired with grade or a grade males. As for scrade males, even if an scrade female had 10 or 20 partners, it was almost impossible for an scrade male to be matched to a Krade female. Someone like her was truly a first. As her thoughts churned chaotically, her stomach suddenly growled. Only then did Jiang Lijin remember that this body probably had not eaten for a long time. She patted her pockets, completely empty. In the memories, the original owner had been so neglected by her 3 husbands that her allowance was pitifully small. Oh, she could barely afford even a few tubes of the cheapest nutrient solution. She recalled those 3 impeccably dressed males from earlier, and even that latest model light brain in Aiden's hand that cost a fortune, yet their wife could not even afford a proper meal. Castrate them, she spat, hurling out a curse. Finding that far from enough, she cycled through every swear word she could think of, in Chinese and English, and in the dialect she had learned in the last world, just to please Gu Qinyuan, cursing them all over again. When she finally exhausted her vocabulary, she felt much better. She flopped onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. After lying there for a while, she rolled over and sat up, then turned on the old-fashioned light brain on the desk. It was the only valuable item in the room, a relic left behind by the original owner's parents. The screen lit up, prompting for a password. Jiang Lijin searched through the memories for a while, but could not find anything definite. She entered the original owner's birthday. Wrong. She tried the wedding anniversary with the 3 beast husbands. Wrong. She typed in "I want a divorce." Still wrong. After a moment of silence, she typed in 1 2 3 4 5 6. The screen unlocked. Well then, Jiang Lijin's lips twitched. This password suited the original owner's character all too well. She began browsing the information stored in the Light Brain personal account balance. 32 interstellar credits. Yet a single tube of the lowest grade nutrient solution cost 5 credits. In other words, she could only survive 6 days if she limited herself to 1 tube of nutrient solution per day. She calmly calculated that if she had no other income within those 6 days, she might very well starve to death. Oh, and there was also the matter of divorce. She opened the marriage management system and sure enough saw 3 unread messages from Rex Killen and Aiden, each titled Draft Agreement on Dissolution of Marriage. Jiang Lijin opened their emails one by one, finding the content identical, each line laced with glaring humiliation. They were willing to pay a compensation of 50 interstellar coins on the condition that she voluntarily gave up all rights to property division after marriage and permanently left the main star, never to mention her marriage to the 3 in public. Jiang Lijin frowned. In the memories of the original host, her 3 husbands, being Shrank Beastmen, held certain social status and wealth. Only 5000 for each. And they demanded no division of marital property. Was this an attempt to send her away like a beggar? She immediately closed their emails and searched for relevant laws of this world on her light brain. After a while, she began to type a reply. Recipient Rex Kieran Arden. Subject: response to the draft of the marriage termination agreement. Your Excellencies, I have received your letter. Upon review, the compensation plan proposed by your side significantly deviates from the obligations required under the current interstellar legal framework. According to Article 47, Clause 3 of the Interstellar Marriage Law, females are entitled to 30 of the marital joint property upon divorce. Based on publicly available information, source link attached, the annual income of your Excellencies over the past 3 years is as follows. Rex Walker, heir of the Walker family, from the 4th star system, average annual income of about 1.2 million interstellar coins. Kieran Noah, heir of the Noah family, from the 7th star system, colonel of the Federal Military's 3rd Corps, average annual income and investment returns of approximately 3.5 million interstellar coins. Arden Yin, a level registered hunter of the Freelance Mercenary Guild, average annual commission income of about 8.0 interstellar coins. Based on this calculation, our minimum legal claim is as follows. Furthermore, according to the Special Protection Clause for females in divorce, the requirement for females to permanently leave the main star is an unreasonable restriction on female freedom of movement and must be specially approved by the Female Protection Association. According to the Personal Information Protection Law, the requirement to not mention the marital relationship may infringe upon the female's freedom of speech, and I suggest a revision. Jiang Lijin typed the final period, checked it once more, and then clicked send. The light brain emitted a soft whoosh indicating the email was sent successfully. She suddenly felt a sharp pain in her empty stomach, and when she got up, she found half a bottle of water left on the bedside table. She twisted off the cap and took a few sips of cool water. Just as she set the bottle down, hurried and heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by a rude banging on the door. Jiang Lijin, open the door. It was Arden's voice, and she could feel the anger even through the door. Jiang Lijin slowly walked back to the bedside and sat down, ignoring him. I know you're inside. The light brain has an online reminder. Arden banged the door a couple more times, making the metal frame shake. What the hell did you send? Arden. Kieran's calmer voice sounded from outside, sounding somewhat restraining. Don't bang on the door. Didn't you see that email? Arden's voice rose. She counts as our income. And she's quoting legal provisions. She's just a crank. Shut up. Kieran scolded in a low voice. After a pause, he said to the door, Jiang Lijin, we need to talk. Only then did Jiang Lijin get up and walk to the door, not opening it, but speaking through the door panel. What is there to talk about? The email made things clear. Where did you get those numbers? This time it was Rex, his voice low, barely hiding his anger. And the legal provisions, who taught you? Jiang Lijin laughed. Crank can also access the internet. As for the income data, you 3 are prominent figures. Oh, what can't be found online? That amount is impossible, Rex said in a stiff tone. Military allowances, family trusts, and commissions, most of them do not belong to the marital joint property. Then let it go to the Empire's Marriage Administration Bureau for them to judge. Jiang Lijin said lightly. After all, the Female Protection Association will provide free legal aid. I can apply to freeze part of your funds for preservation until the judgment comes down. As for me being a crank, a free agent, I can afford to wait. I just don't know if you 3 can afford to wait a year or so. Actually, Jiang Lijin felt uncertain as she said this. Dragging it out for a year or so, she wasn't sure if she would starve first. But she didn't care as she had made up her mind. Are you threatening us? Arden gritted his teeth. Just stating facts. Jiang Lijin leaned against the door panel somewhat bored, extending her slender fingers to look at them. You three were the ones who wanted to use 5000 to send me away. Suddenly Kiran spoke up, his voice closer to the door. Jiang Lijin, you weren't like this before. Jiang Lijin's movements paused. After 3 years of marriage, you barely knew how to use the light brain. Kiran's tone was calm. Yesterday, you were still asking me how to apply for an increase in monthly living allowance, and today, you can quote the marriage law precisely. Why? Hearing this, Jiang Lijin lowered her eyes. The original host was indeed soft and timid, thrown into this absurd marriage by the matchmaking of the main brain, afraid to resist living in fear for 3 years with memories filled with careful attempts to please them. Was this suspicion of her? People can change, she spoke, her voice a bit hoarse, especially when pushed to a dead end. The silence outside seemed to choke on her words, lingering for a while. In the end, it was Kiran who broke the silence. All right, we will draft a new agreement. The compensation amount can be negotiated. The requirement to leave the main star can be cancelled, but you must sign quickly. Sure. Jiang Lijin replied quickly, but I want to see sincerity first. What sincerity? Right now, transfer 100 interstellar coins to my account. There was silence outside. A few seconds later, the old light brain on the table vibrated. Jiang Lijin went over to check and saw her account balance jump to 1032 interstellar coins. Immediately afterward, the footsteps outside faded away. Jiang Lijin waited until there was no sound at all before she opened a crack in the door to look outside. The corridor was empty. Those 3 scoundrels had finally left. She closed the door and locked it, letting out a long breath, her legs a bit weak. Not daring to delay, she used the recently arrived money to place an order at the cheapest 24-hour convenience store on the Star Network community: 10 bottles of basic nutritional fluid, a bag of synthetic bread, and a bottle of the cheapest painkillers. She hadn't felt it earlier due to the tension, but now the sharp pain in her stomach was becoming more and more pronounced. She even set the delivery address to throw into the window of the 3rd room on the 2nd floor. She didn't dare spend too much money, as she was uncertain how long she would be entangled with these 3, and in case she was kicked out halfway, she needed some money for protection. Half an hour later, a small drone flew to the window and tossed in a package. She picked up the package, sat on the bed, and opened the painkillers first. Once the sharp pain in her stomach gradually eased, she opened the nutritional fluid and took a swig. She almost spat it out. It was horrid. It was simply spoiled bitter melon juice. She hurriedly tore off a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth to suppress the taste, only to find that the synthetic bread tasted like rehydrated cardboard. But she had no choice now. Not eating meant going hungry, so she had to swallow it down. She gazed out the window. The artificial moon of the main star rose, casting cold white light through the window onto the floor. The night was deep, and Jiang Lijin lay on the cold bed, her eyelids feeling heavily weighted. Just as she was about to drift off to sleep, she seemed to hear that voice again, faint and distant, as if coming from a faraway place. It was the voice of the little assistant. I hope this time you can find happiness. Jiang Lijin suddenly opened her eyes, springing upright from her bed. The room was silent, with only the faint sound of the main star's endless aerial traffic filtering in from outside the window. Nothing else. Was it an illusion? Or had she finally gone mad? She screamed in her heart, little assistant, is that you? Answer me. There was no response. Only the sound of her own heartbeat thudded in her ears. She lay back down, but this time sleep eluded her. She stared at the ceiling where a fine crack was visible. The room where the original inhabitant lived was starkly different from the rooms of the other 3. It bore no decoration, exuding an aura of decay. Just like her now. It doesn't matter, she spoke to the air. I don't care, I am free. Her words fell into the empty room and echoed back to her ears, light and airy, lacking conviction. Freedom meant no one binding her, but it also meant there was no one to rely on. She lay wide-eyed on the bed, watching as the artificial moon sank lower and lower, while the artificial sun rose higher and higher, until a rhythmic knocking sound interrupted from outside the door. She got up, patted her cheeks to wake herself up a little more, ruffled her hair, and walked over to open the door. Kiran stood at the door, dressed in an expensive-looking dark gray suit, holding a slim data pad in his hand. His expression was neutral, but the dark circles under his eyes revealed that he hadn't slept well the night before. Good morning. His voice was calm. We have discussed it, and this is the final number we can accept. He handed over the data pad. Jiang Lijin took it and quickly glanced over it. The compensation amount was much lower than what she calculated yesterday, but still better than 50,000. After the 3 of them estimated, she would receive approximately 1 million interstellar coins in compensation. The additional clauses had also been revised. She was no longer required to leave the main star. The confidentiality agreement was narrowed down to not maliciously fabricating and disseminating false information that damages the other party's reputation. Although this number was far from what she had anticipated for some reason at this moment, she suddenly felt too exhausted to argue. Her stomach ached slightly as the effects of the painkillers faded, and the lack of sleep made her temples throb. Fine. She handed the data pad back. Let it be this way. Kieran seemed momentarily stunned. His movement to take the data pad was slightly delayed. He looked at her, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. You agreed. What else could I do? Jiang Lijin replied with an exasperated expression. Do you really want me to continue dragging this out with you? Kieran was silent for a few seconds, his fingers tapping on the data pad. The compensation will be deposited into your account within 3 days. The modified version of the agreement has already been sent to your holographic computer. Once signed, our marital relationship will be officially dissolved. Also, this property is REX's premarital asset. Please vacate it soon after the divorce. Understood. Jiang Lijin in front of him walked over to her old holographic computer, opened the latest email, and without even reading it carefully, she signed her name at the end. The screen flickered and a pop-up appeared stating signing completed, submitted. Kieran stood behind her watching the notification on the holographic computer, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He thought she would cause a scene, negotiate, or complain about the neglect and grievances she suffered over the past 3 years. But she did not, as she was calm like an outsider. Please have the other 2 copies sent to my holographic computer as soon as possible. Jiang Lijin said, do you have any questions? Kieran withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to a formal, businesslike manner. Aiden insists on suing you. Oh. Jiang Lijin nodded. Let him go. Do you need me to provide some trending topic title ideas? For example, S-Class Beastman sues C-Class ex-wife suspected of disputing marriage compensation or former partners in court, which prevails, law or humanity. Kieran's lips seemed to twitch slightly. I don't mind if he trends. Jiang Lijin smiled. Really, after all, I have nothing to lose now. As a C-Class, I can't compete with US classes. If he wants to stir things up, I'm up for it. Kieran said nothing more, just took a deep look at her and turned to leave. Jiang Lijin immediately walked over and closed the door, leaning against the door panel for a moment. It was time to pack her things. Once the money arrived, she had to move out immediately. But where would she go? Jiang Lijin searched her mind. She vaguely remembered that the original inhabitant, like her, was an orphan, without family, not even friends. Perhaps this was also the reason why the original owner desperately wanted to maintain this marriage. The original owner's belongings were pitifully few. Apart from a few shabby clothes, there were only some scattered personal items. She pulled open the bottom drawer of the wardrobe, preparing to stuff everything into her suitcase, but her fingertips touched a hard object. She pushed aside the old clothes and found a dark green tin box hidden inside, small, about the width of 2 palms, with an old-fashioned physical lock hanging on it. Jiang Lijin dragged it out. It was heavy. Her memories of the original owner were somewhat fragmented, and she couldn't recall details like passwords or keys. She searched the room, scouring through drawer seams under the bed on top of the wardrobe, but found nothing. Tisk, she felt a bit irritated looking at the bothersome lock, muttering under her breath, useless. Ding. Self-deprecating tendencies detected in the host. According to Article 3, Clause 7 of the system's mental health care regulations, consolation points are awarded 0. 1. Upon realizing this voice was ringing in her mind, Jiang Lijin felt her blood run cold. But she quickly realized that this was not the voice of the little assistant. Who is it? Who are you? Hello, host. The gentle voice rang out again. I am your auxiliary system number 3001. What about the little assistant? Her heart raced in her chest. My original system number 332. Where is it? Number 3001 fell silent for 2 seconds. I'm sorry, host. Number 3001's voice remained gentle but carried a hint of programmed evasion. There are no records of any system named Little Assistant or number 332 in my database. I am the first and only auxiliary system activated for you in this world. Nonsense. Jiang Lijin shouted in her mind. I clearly had a system in the previous world. According to my core protocol, I cannot access or trace any experiences with other systems that may have existed before you bonded with me. My mission is to assist you in exploring and surviving in this world. The system's voice calmly interrupted her. Jiang Lijin understood. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She clenched her hands tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palms, the pain helping to steady her chaotic thoughts. All right, she said, then tell me, what tasks do I need to undertake in this world? She had already made up her mind that if this world required her to perform any servile tasks again, she would drag the male lead and female antagonist down with her. Mainline task for this world: explore. Number 3001 responded quickly, as long as the host maintains a state of survival, you will automatically earn 0.01 points every minute. Exploring new maps, acquiring new knowledge, achieving certain life milestones will trigger additional point rewards. This system has no mandatory plot lines, no OOC penalties, and no failure erasure mechanisms. Core objective: assist the host in living as long as possible in this world. Jiang Lijin listened, initially stunned, as if she couldn't quite believe it. After a long time, it seemed she finally received some information, the corners of her mouth curling up into a smile that was more pitiful than crying. What does that mean? What were the past 3 years of my life? Just a slight deviation from the female lead's character or showing any disdain towards the male lead, and I would receive electric shocks from the system. So now you're telling me that just living will earn me points? Yes, host. Number 3001's voice was gentle and affirming, exploring the world, experiencing life. That is the entirety of your purpose here. Points can be used to exchange for items or knowledge within the technological limits of this world, or to improve your physical condition. But most importantly, you possess complete freedom of will. Jiang Lijin raised her hand, wiping away the traces of tears on her face, gazing out at the cold and unfamiliar sky of this world. Free will. She softly repeated these 4 words. Then she dragged the heavy green box back to the bedside, staring at the bothersome lock. All right, just live for now. We'll talk later. Shaoyi, can you unlock this? Jiang Lijin casually named it. The system was quick to respond. I do not possess any physical operation capabilities, but I can attempt logical analysis. Wait, host, what are you doing? Physical unlocking. Jiang Lijin directly moved the chair in front of the desk and smashed it against the lock of the box. With a loud crash, the lock on the box finally broke, leaving a dent on the front edge of the lid. Shaoyi exclaimed, host is amazing. Jiang Lijin chuckled lightly, appreciating the emotional value it provided. She opened the lid of the box, revealing a few items: a faded plush toy, a diary, and a small iron box. She first picked up the diary and casually flipped a page. The handwriting was neat, even somewhat rigid. June 12, 337 of the new calendar. Today was the mental strength test, and the result was C grade, stable. My father said stability is good, but my mother cried. I don't understand why. March 3rd, 338 of the new calendar. The matching results are out, 3 grade adults. Everyone says I am very lucky. My father smiled, but my mother is still crying. September 15th, 338 of the new calendar. I met Lord Rex. He is very handsome, but it seems he doesn't like me much. And then there is Lord Kieran. He is very polite, but it feels like there is a great distance between us. Lord Arden didn't come at all. Oh, I really want to go home. Jiang Lijin quickly flipped through the diary. Most of the content was quite bland, recording the monotonous daily life of the original owner and her cautious feelings towards the 3 men. Until the last few pages, the handwriting suddenly became scrawled. Everyone says Miss Philwyn is wonderful. Grade mental strength, gentle and beautiful, even her genetic level is a grade. Lord Kieran went next door again. Lord Rex gave her a star emblem flower. Lord Arden got angry at me because I didn't reply to Miss Philwyn's greeting in time. But I have been trying my best. I fainted today. The medical department said it was due to excessive mental energy consumption. Fainted again. When I woke up in the medical pod, I heard the nurse say, so pitiful, such a high matching degree, yet the body can't withstand it. The last page contained only 1 line, written heavily, almost tearing through the paper. I want to go home. Jiang Lijin closed the diary, remaining silent for a long time. Although she already knew these things from the fragments of memory, seeing the diary written by the original owner still made her feel a moment of pity for this unfortunate girl. Shaoyi, she asked softly, what is the matching degree between the original owner and those 3 beast husbands? Retrieving data. Found it. The matching degree between the original owner Jiang Lijin and Lord Rex is 92. With Lord Kieran, it is 90, and with Lord Arden, it is 89. All rare high matching degrees. So high. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Then why? Why was she still disliked? Why was she still neglected? Why are they clearly the most suitable for each other, yet live like strangers? Shaoyi's voice sounded at an opportune moment, still gentle, but with a rare hint of caution. According to the research literature on mental strength in this world, a female is the optimal choice for purifying the mental strength of a male of the same level. If the male's level is higher than the female's, the greater the gap, the heavier the mental burden on the female during the soothing process. When the gap exceeds 1 rank, the soothing effect itself will significantly decrease. If the gap exceeds 2 ranks, the female's mental strength will suffer irreversible damage due to prolonged forced matching. In severe cases, it can even pose a threat to life. So it's not that the original owner didn't want it, but that she couldn't. It's not that she wasn't trying hard enough, but that this body couldn't bear it. And those three men, they were indifferent and took it for granted, never considering what a crazed female must endure to coexist with three scrayed beast men. They only saw Phil Wynn's scrayed brilliance, yet no one asked that crazed little girl if she felt pain every time she fainted alone in the medical pod after the purification ended. Indeed, although the original owner was only crazed as their female master, she had also provided them with quite a few instances of mental purification over the past 3 years. In this world, there are two ways for females to soothe and purify males. One is through mental purification, and the other is through physical contact. They were very resistant to physical contact with the original owner, perhaps wanting to preserve the purity for their goddess Phil Wynn. Thus, for all this time, the original owner had been performing mental purification for them. And mental purification was even more challenging for her Akraid. Although the three treated the original owner with indifference, their spiritual entities were particularly close to her, perhaps due to the high matching degree. Jiang Lijin snorted lightly and opened the small iron box. Inside there were no jewels, no secret documents, just two items. A bouquet of dried flowers tied with a ribbon. Jiang Lijin carefully picked it up for a glance. It was a star emblem flower. It's a star emblem flower, host, Xiaoyi said in her mind. Jiang Lijin nodded and put it back, picking up the other item, which was a holographic photo. Jiang Lijin activated the photo, and the image appeared before her eyes: a middle-aged man with a gentle smile and a tender-eyed woman with the young original owner standing between them. The three of them were dressed in simple home clothes, and the background was a small courtyard filled with star emblem flowers. In the lower left corner of the photo were small words, "Lily's 7th birthday at the old house on Blue Star." Blue Star? Jiang Lijin nearly sat up in shock. Blue Star, she murmured involuntarily. How could it be Blue Star? Was it just a coincidence? The place she lived before crossing over was also Blue Star. Xiaoyi sensed her emotional fluctuations and immediately began searching, quickly responding, "Host, in the interstellar encyclopedia of this world, it is a marginal agricultural planet that was destroyed in a war long ago, erased from the star map 10 years ago." What do you mean? Jiang Lijin was silent for a moment. Wasn't the original owner an orphan? Erased from the star map 10 years ago. Where are her parents? The diary still mentioned her parents 3 years ago. I'm sorry, host, this cannot be found in the database. Because the original owner was merely a cannon fodder female supporting character in the plot. In the book, Jiang Lijin caught the key phrase. This is also a book. Yes, the title is Interstellar Beast World. 3 handsome beast husbands pamper me to the sky. It's a very popular, sweet, and affectionate story. The female protagonist, Phil Wynn, is inscribed mental healing master, gentle and kind, capable of healing, but she encounters the wrong people, matching with 3 Akraid beast husbands who pua her due to their insecurities. In the end, the female protagonist and the 3 scrayed males with tarnished reputations save each other and achieve a 1v3 happy ending. Xiaoyi paused and added, "And you, host, are introduced as the cannon fodder ex-wife in the first chapter. Your role is to have the 3 fall into some public opinion crisis after divorcing you. They are maliciously framed by some bad people accused of bullying the female. Originally, you in the original book were to testify for them to prove their innocence. However, in the 3rd chapter, you died in an accident on the way to the marginal star, deepening their public opinion crisis." Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched at hearing this. This was not malicious framing, it was clearly the truth. Moreover, the female protagonist of the original book should take a look at her own eyes. Wasn't she just jumping from one tiger's den to another? Were these 3 males really good people? Accident? What kind of accident? Jiang Lijin asked. It was a spaceship encountering interstellar pirates or navigation failures. You don't need to worry, host, you already know the plot. Just avoid that spaceship. Fine. After all this, she was still in a book, changing from a tragic female lead to a cannon fodder supporting character. Whatever, Jiang Lijin was too lazy to get tangled up. As long as it didn't make her a doormat, it would be fine. She picked up the holographic photo again and stared at it for a long time. The original owner's memories of her parents were extremely vague, only 2 gentle shadows. She always thought the original owner was naturally an orphan, at least from the setup. She had grown up in an orphanage and was randomly thrown into this absurd marriage by the matching system. But now she felt there were many suspicious points. Xiaoyi, is there any way to find out where the original owner's parents are? She asked, holding onto a glimmer of hope. No. Xiaoyi answered quickly. The background information of the original owner before the plot line begins is only marked as orphan from the marginal star region, with no detailed history provided. This photo might be a hidden setting not designed in the plot. Host, according to the exploration principles of this system, discovering hidden plots also falls under the category of unlocking new knowledge and will award extra points. In the future, we can explore related clues. Jiang Lijin nodded. She was more interested in that place sharing the same name as her hometown, Blue Star. But the most important thing right now was to get divorced first. She carefully placed the photo back into the iron box. She looked again at the star emblem flower in the box, her mindset beginning to shift. At first, she thought this star emblem flower was given to her by those 3 beast husbands because the diary mentioned that Kieran had given Phil Wynn a star emblem flower. Maybe he had whimsically given her one too. Now it seemed this star emblem flower represented her hometown. Host. Xiao Yi's voice suddenly took on a somewhat cautious tone. Detected a significant fluctuation in your emotions. Would you like me to play a soothing piece of music or tell a joke? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. You can tell jokes. She remembered the little assistant who would secretly play funny videos for her. Yes. Xiao Yi became spirited. This is the system's basic principle. This system has 3,654 jokes in its database and can match different jokes based on the host's hometown. For example, the joke I match for you is, why did a blind man who couldn't read suddenly start reading while walking? Why? Because he reached the crossroads. Jiang Lijin fell silent, but her lips couldn't help but curl up. Indeed, people truly smile when they are at a loss for words. She closed the iron box and placed the plush toy and diary into her suitcase. These items were left by the original owner, and she had to take them. Xiao Yi, when you said to avoid that spaceship heading to the marginal star around, when was it? According to the original book, it is recorded to be 3 days after the original owner divorced the 3 beast husbands. 3 days after the divorce means in 3 days. Jiang Lijin thought for a moment, just in case, she wouldn't leave the main star for this month and would find a place to stay on the main star. Females are allocated housing. She had moved to REX's house after becoming a partner with the 3 beast husbands. Tomorrow she would go to the Female Protection Center to apply for a house. Although she knew the conditions for a crayed female wouldn't be too good. She looked around the room again, confirming there was nothing left behind, then sat on the edge of the bed preparing to rest. After a morning of fussing around and not sleeping all night, she was exhausted, her eyelids heavy. Lying on the bed, her mind was a jumble, and she couldn't fall asleep for a while. Xiao Yi, she suddenly spoke. You said the original owner, in a world where females are extremely scarce, has such a high matching degree with those 3 scrayed males yet lives. Cautiously. Xiao Yi was silent for a few seconds. This question involves emotions and sociology, though I cannot provide an accurate answer. But if one were to analyze it, perhaps the matching degree only represents physiological compatibility, not emotional appreciation. Host, although I am not human, we have been programmed with a lot of data since birth. Some partners with a 90 matching degree live like enemies, while some with only a matching degree of 70-something love each other for a lifetime. Matching degree is not love, it's merely an indicator. Jiang Lijin was taken aback for a few seconds, then smiled and praised. You are a bit smarter than the little assistant. Some things it just couldn't comprehend. She recalled how the little assistant had said before her death that Gu Qinyuan still had feelings for her. Thank you for the compliment. Xiao Yi seemed a bit proud. My emotional simulation module is of the highest configuration and can simulate 37 types of human emotional responses. Do you need me to simulate excitement? No need, Jiang Lijin laughed. Save it for later. She stared at the gap in the ceiling, feeling drowsiness slowly wash over her, her eyelids growing heavier. But just as she was about to fall asleep, Xiao Yi's voice suddenly rang out again, carrying a rare seriousness. Host, there is something I think I should tell you. Jiang Lijin's drowsiness faded halfway, feeling a bit helpless. Can you please say it all at once? I'm almost asleep. I just realized it too. Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of a spoiled tone. Go ahead, Jiang Lijin said helplessly. When I conducted a deep scan of your body data earlier, I had discovered a hidden piece of information. Within her genetic sequence, there lay an exquisitely intricate suppression layer. Xiao Yi intoned, as if it were an artificially imposed genetic lock. According to the scan analysis, the original host's true genes and spiritual power rank are both level. Jiang Lijin snapped, fully awake, and bolted upright from the bed. Say that again. The original Jiang Lijin herself possesses level genes and level spiritual power. Xiao Yi repeated, the level she has been displaying was concealed by some method, or it may be external suppression or perhaps a genetic seal. In short, this body has always harbored level potential. She cursed under her breath, and before the words had fully landed, another thought sprang to life. If the original host was level to begin with, why hide it? Xiao Yi, she said, voice taut, can you trace who set the suppression layer? Or when was it set? Why was it set? Sorry, host, that portion of the database is blank. This system can detect the existence of the suppression layer, but cannot trace its origin or the reason for its installation. It may involve the original host's personal privacy, or it might be restricted at a higher permission level. Jiang Lijin fell silent. Great. She had a system, but it felt almost useless. Every crucial detail was unknown. What she cared about now was why conceal it. Was it done with malice to make the original host suffer, or was it meant to protect her? But that did not make sense. On this world, being level should afford better protection. Host Xiao Yi's voice cut through her thoughts. This system can help you remove the genetic suppression layer and activate your level spiritual power, but it will consume 500 points. It can be activated. Jiang Lijin's interest flared. According to the system, it grants 0.01 points per minute, 4 points a day, 14.4 points. So in about a month, she could redeem. She laughed and could not help asking, "Can I borrow in advance?" She expected the same refusal as before, but to her surprise, Xiao Yi answered promptly, "Yes, host. You have an advance credit limit of 5,04500 remains. Shall I activate it for you now?" Jiang Lijin paused, then realized quickly that this was no longer the old system. She lay back down and said, "Since I'm given another chance, and this time I have my own, I will live with dignity, doing as I please, slapping the faces of whoever deserves it. They'll give it my all. Do it. Host, are you sure? The removal may involve pain and activation is not guaranteed." She only slightly frowned. "My life is already like this. Being clevel hasn't been anything. If it succeeds, I become slevel. If it fails, I remain clevel trash. How much worse can it get? I've thought it through. Activate it." Ding. Command received. Initiating genetic suppression layer removal. Estimated duration 3 minutes. You may experience mild to moderate pain. Please maintain steady breathing. Jiang Lijin inhaled deeply, adjusted her position, and said, "Begin." At the first second, she felt nothing. At the 10th second, a warm current surged up from deep within her spine. By the 30th second, that warmth had become scalding magma, spreading along every nerve and searing every limb and bone. 2 minutes remaining. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind, oddly laced with concern. At that moment, she suddenly remembered something and grinned. "Xiao Yi, once I'm activated, do you think those 3 bastards will regret it?" "Host, you still have the heart to think about that now." "Of course." She spoke in ragged gasps from the pain, but her eyes smiled. "They despised me as clevel trash for 3 years, and suddenly I turned slevel. Ha ha ha. Damn, just thinking about it feels good. You truly are not afraid of pain." "Pain?" Jiang Lijin laughed. "Did it hurt?" "Indeed. But compared with the days she had endured before, what was this?" Gu Qinyuan would over trifles, for example, arriving a few minutes late delivering childcare supplies for her, and Su Wanwan have someone's leg broken on her behalf. This pain was truly nothing. 1 minute remaining. The pain reached such an extreme, it became numb. She propped herself against the headboard, gasping, sweat soaking through the fabric on her back. Yet the corners of her mouth curved in a smile, for she felt that unfamiliar force rising from deep within her body, warm and comforting. Where that warmth flowed, the pain receded bit by bit, replaced by a lightness she had never experienced. 10-9-8-7. In the final seconds, she seemed to see something, not with her eyes, but with her spiritual power. A sphere of light rose from the depths of her being and illuminated every corner. 3-2-1. The genetic suppression layer has been lifted. Slevel spiritual power and Slevel genes are now formally activated. Jiang Lijin leaned against the headboard, breathing heavily. A sweat drenched her clothes and the sheets, as if she had been pulled from water. But her eyes shone with startling brightness. An unfamiliar power flowed through her body, as she could feel her hearing, sight, and smell becoming unusually acute. "This is Slevel," as she murmured. "Yes, host. We succeeded. Congratulations. You are now officially in Slevel spiritual power wielder." Xiao Yi cheered inside her mind. Jiang Lijin bared her teeth, about to speak. Then she heard movement downstairs. Someone rose, followed by muffled conversation, indistinct through the floor. But the atmosphere felt wrong. Footsteps approached from the stairwell, several people. "Host!" Xiao Yi shouted in her mind. "Your spiritual power has just activated. You haven't learned to restrain it. They have detected an anomaly. Hurry!" Jiang Lijin shot upright from the bed. "Restrain it? How do I restrain it?" She had been active less than a minute, and still had not grasped what the power truly was. "Come, host. Take deep breaths. Imagine your spiritual power as a ball of light. Try to push it deep into your body. Imagine it contracting." The footsteps had reached the second-floor corridor. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes and desperately followed Xiao Yi's instructions. She pictured a sphere of light at her chest, gritted her teeth, and used her will to push and compress it. The light trembled and began to shrink. Outside, a Deng's voice carried, tinged with uncertainty, "Is it this room?" Jilan replied calmly, "The source of the fluctuation should be here." Then came a knock. Jiang Lijin. Lei Cassis' voice was cold and terse. "Open the door." Jiang Lijin opened her eyes, sweat-soaked hair clung to her face, and her clothes were rumpled. She drew in a deep breath. The sphere of light had been pressed deep into her body, leaving only a faint trace. Surely they could not sense it now, right? "It's done, host. They cannot perceive it now, but they also cannot detect your original clevel." Jiang Lijin tugged at the corner of her mouth and replied inwardly to Xiao, "There's nothing to be done about that." She walked barefoot to the door and yanked it open. "Who knocks at this hour?" She leaned against the frame, too weary to lift her eyelids. "If there's business, speak quickly, if not, get out." 3 men stood at the doorway. Aiden frowned, scanning her face before glancing past her into the room. Rex wore a blank expression, but his gaze was also swiftly surveying the interior. Only Kieran stood a little further away, his calm eyes behind glasses fixed on her, revealing nothing of his thoughts. There was a fluctuation of spiritual energy just now. Kieran spoke first, his tone still that of official business. "The source is in your room." Jiang Lijun raised an eyebrow. "So what?" "So we came to take a look," Aiden continued, his nose twitching, as if confirming some scent. "That fluctuation doesn't seem like a clevel, at least a level or above." Seeing their expressions, Jiang Lijun felt relieved. No one seemed to sense her current spiritual energy. They only thought someone was hiding in her room. She almost laughed out loud. Leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, tilting her head to look at them, 3 esteemed gentlemen staying up late at night, just because there's a suspected level fluctuation in my room, came to knock on my door. She paused, a mocking smile tugging at her lips. "What? Afraid I might be hiding someone? Or are you worried I might have kidnapped your goddess of Filwyn?" Aiden's expression darkened. "You, what about me?" Jiang Lijun interrupted him. "Just a clevel waste. Your goddess of Filwyn could easily pin me down with just one finger, right? Kidnap her? What would I use to do that? Scare her unconscious with my stunningly beautiful face?" Aiden was left speechless. Rex, uninterested in her sarcasm, simply strode into the room. He glanced at the window, which was closed. Then he looked at the wardrobe, which was open and empty. "What are you doing?" he asked in an unfriendly tone. Jiang Lijun tugged at her sweat-soaked clothes. "Can't you tell, Lord Rex? I'm exercising, working out. It's not like I'm worried that the 3 esteemed gentlemen might die unreasonably somewhere on some corner of a planet after getting divorced." Rex immediately understood she was being sarcastic, and his anger flared up, his fists clenching. Just as he was about to speak, Kieran interrupted him. "Did you feel anything from the fluctuation earlier?" Kieran's tone was calm, as if they were just chatting. Jiang Lijun turned to look at him. Her attitude towards Kieran was relatively calm. After all, he was the only one among them who seemed human. "Feel what?" "Any anomalies like dizziness, tinnitus, or a momentary lapse of mental clarity?" Jiang Lijun's heart stirred as a strange thought crossed her mind. Was he trying to offer her a way out? But she kept her face impassive, frowning in thought. "Now that you mention it, it seems like my light brain beeped just now, and then my head buzzed, feeling a bit dizzy." "What happened?" Kieran didn't answer, only looked at Rex. Rex remained silent for a few seconds, then turned and walked outside without saying a word. Instead, Aiden was stunned. "So, just like that, you're leaving?" "The source of the fluctuation has been confirmed," Rex said over his shoulder. "The main star is currently upgrading its spiritual energy base station, causing fluctuations to overflow. As a clevel, you are sensitive to it, so you will be affected." Aiden opened his mouth, glancing at Rex's back, then at Jiang Lijun, and finally, he cursed under his breath and turned to follow. Kieran walked at the back, glancing back at Jiang Lijun as he exited. His gaze was very calm, but Jiang Lijun felt as if he was scrutinizing something. Does Lord Kieran have any other business? Although he had just seemed to offer her a way out, she really couldn't bring herself to like these beast husbands of the original owner. Kieran paused, then suddenly said, "You haven't signed the agreement yet." Jiang Lijun was taken aback. "What agreement?" "The divorce agreement." "You haven't signed the divorce agreement between the two of you." Kieran's tone was flat. Jiang Lijun blinked, and then hastily grabbed the light brain on her bedside and opened it. Sure enough, there were 2 little red dots in her emails, which were the amended agreements. At the time, she was too busy listening to Xiao Yi and later fussing with boxes and activating genes, completely forgetting about this matter. She rarely felt a bit embarrassed. "He'll sign it now." She quickly scanned the agreement, which was the same as Kieran's with no issues. She dragged it to the end and signed her name in the signature area. She turned the light brain screen towards Kieran, signed. "Did you see it?" Kieran glanced at it and nodded. "All right." Jiang Lijun tossed the light brain back onto the bed. "Once it's signed and the money arrives, it'll move out." "Is there anything else?" If not, I'm going to sleep. Kieran looked at her and suddenly asked, you seem quite anxious to move out. Jiang Lijin smiled, her expression sincere. Lord Kieran, if it were you, after 3 years of giving your heart, without any return, how long would you stay? Kieran said nothing. From down the hallway came Aiden's impatient voice, Kieran, let's go. Kieran took one last look at her and turned to leave. Jiang Lijin slammed the door shut with a bang and locked it. She leaned against the door, listening to the sounds outside for a while, footsteps going downstairs, then the faint sound of conversation in the living room, and finally complete silence. Host Xiao Yi's voice rang in her mind. You played that really well just now. What a load of nonsense. Jiang Lijun scoffed. That was just my true self performing. I wouldn't want to stay in this cursed place for another day. Xiao Yi suddenly spoke again. Host, aren't you curious why the fluctuations they sensed were above a level and not directly recognized as level? Jiang Lijun was taken aback. Right, why not? Because you just activated your spiritual energy, and it's not stable, yet the fluctuation characteristics are between a level and S-level. It will only show true S-level characteristics once it stabilizes completely. I see. Jiang Lijun nodded. That's quite good. It saves them from discovering too early. Xiao Yi was puzzled. Are you very afraid of them finding out? Jiang Lijun shook her head. No, I want them to know, but only after I have completely distanced myself from them following the divorce. But Xiao Yi, can everyone perceive my level of spiritual energy? No, host. Only males of S-level and above who have a higher level than you can perceive it when the fluctuation of spiritual energy is obvious. Right now, your spiritual energy is still unstable between a level and S-level, plus you've just unlocked it, causing violent fluctuations, which is why they could detect it so quickly. Once your spiritual energy stabilizes, they won't be able to perceive it. Jiang Lijun nodded. So after I completely awaken, will I be above them? Xiao Yi honestly said, I don't know, host. We'll have to wait until your spiritual energy stabilizes to find out. All right. Jiang Lijun didn't dwell on it. She simply flipped over and buried her head in the pillow. 3 days until the money arrives, and then we'll leave. By then the sky is high and the birds can fly freely. Where does the host plan to go? I don't know, she replied gloomily, just leaving the main star for now. Didn't you say the main storyline task is an exploration task that will earn extra points? Then we'll go wherever we end up. I've lived 2 lifetimes and never had the chance to travel around. All right, host, no matter where you go, Xiao Yi will be with you. As Xiao Yi said this, Jiang Lijun suddenly thought of Xiao Air and smiled. She lay on the bed, closed her eyes with a hint of a smile lingering at the corners of her lips. Early the next morning, Jiang Lijin was awakened by the alert sound of the light brain. The screen's brightness stung her eyelids. She opened her mailbox. Cinder Interstellar Marriage Management Bureau recipient Jiang Lijin, citizen number sequel 1030332J, subject notification regarding psychological counseling and rematching arrangements after divorce. She sat up in bed, her hair a mess, and stared at the email again. Psychological counseling. Rematching. She pointed at the screen, her tone filled with disbelief. I just got divorced, and they're already arranging another match for me. Xiao Yi's voice chimed in at the right moment. Female individuals are considered a scarce resource. To ensure population reproduction and social stability, divorced females will be promptly arranged for rematching. Promptly. Jiang Lijin laughed in anger. They can't arrange it within a month. According to the data I found, 30 days is already the longest grace period a female can apply for. Some females complete rematching just 7 days after divorce. Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. 7 days. To be handed off to the next one. Notice several next ones. She recalled the original owners ending in the book dying on a spaceship 7 days after the divorce. According to this logic, that spaceship was probably where she was headed to meet her new match on the edge of the star system. Xiao Yi, she spoke, her voice a bit distant. Is this how the world treats females? Yes, host. The core setting of this world is that females are scarce and thus protected. However, being protected also means they lose some of their rights to choose. You enjoy the rights brought by the Female Protection Ordinance, but you must also accept the arrangements of the matching mechanism. This is the operational rule of this world. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She recalled the original owners, 3 years matched with 3 class individuals, then left to fend for herself. What kind of protection is that? It was clearly tossing her into a place that didn't belong to her and expecting her to survive on her own. What if I don't want to be matched? She asked. In theory, you can apply for a delay, Xiao Yi replied. But you need a valid reason, such as unstable mental strength needing long-term treatment or a serious illness requiring rest. Moreover, during the delay period, your female subsidy will be significantly reduced, and life may become quite difficult. In short, either obey or suffer. She took a deep breath, about to speak when the light brain chimed again. The second email. Sender Central Hospital of the Main Star Department of Mental Strength Recipient Jiang Lijin Citizen Number Sequel 10303332J Subject Notification for Re-examination of Abnormal Mental Strength Fluctuations. The last sentence of the email stated the results of this re-examination will be synchronized with the Interstellar Marriage Management Bureau Citizen Information Center and Matching System database. Those who fail to arrive on time will have their female subsidies suspended until the re-examination is completed. Please report to the front desk of the Mental Strength Department in Building No. 3 of the hospital during working hours from 800 to 1800. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Xiao Yi. She flipped over and lay on the bed. How did the main brain detect my mental strength changes? Did it know right after I activated it for just one night? Xiao Yi answered seriously, Host, this is because every beast man in this world has a terminal implanted in their body. Terminal. Yes, the terminal is a type of microbiological chip that is implanted in the brain at the time of a beast man's birth. It monitors the host's mental fluctuations, genetic stability, and other data in real time, regularly synchronizing with the main brain system. Jiang Lijin was taken aback and instinctively touched the back of her head. Wait, she frowned. Are you saying there's a chip in my head that's always monitoring me? To be precise, it monitors this body. The original owner was implanted at birth. This is a setting from the original book. Isn't that monitoring? Jiang Lijin sat up, her tone clearly displeased. Real-time monitoring, data synchronization, and the main brain knows everything. How is this different from having a leash around my neck? A laugh echoed in her mind from Xiao Yi. Jiang Lijin was a bit surprised. This little thing could laugh too. But soon Xiao Yi returned to its usual tone. Host, although your metaphor is vivid, I must point out that the existence of the terminal is indeed necessary. Necessity? Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. What necessity? The beastmen in this world are different from ordinary humans you encountered before. Beastmen carry beast genes, and when subjected to extreme emotional stimuli, mental pollution, or external threats, they may undergo beastification and lose their rationality, becoming beasts that act solely on instinct. In such cases, they pose a significant danger to society. Jiang Lijin listened carefully without speaking. One of the terminal's functions is to monitor the mental stability of the beastmen continuously. Once it detects excessive pollution levels or signs of beastification, the main brain will immediately notify the nearest security or medical team for intervention. This is also to maintain social stability. So Jiang Lijin slowly spoke. This thing is essentially an alarm system. You can understand it that way. The terminal continues to scan the host's brain area and sea of mental strength. Once abnormal fluctuations are detected, such as your class mental strength activation last night, the main brain immediately receives a signal and automatically triggers the corresponding protocol. The re-examination email you received is part of this process. Jiang Lijin sneered. From what you say, it sounds quite useful. But why did it match the original owner with a beast husband who led her to such a tragic life? Xiao Yi paused for a moment before speaking. Host, did you forget? This is a book. All settings serve the male and female leads. Jiang Lijin fell silent. Xiao Yi detected her low mood and quickly added, Don't worry, host. Although we can't change the settings of this world, at least we can change our own lives. Xiao Yi will ensure you have a great time here. Xiao Yi, do you think this thing can detect your existence? No, it can't. Xiao Yi quickly replied. I am bound to your soul existing on a conscious level, which does not fall within the monitoring scope of biological chips. The terminal can only detect the physiological data of this body and cannot perceive my existence. That's good. Jiang Lijin sighed in relief. Otherwise, I'd worry about you being cleaned up as a virus. Don't worry, host. I hide very well. Xiao Yi. Jiang Lijin slowly opened her consciousness and asked, What do you think will happen when those 3 dogmen find out and shrank? I don't know either, Xiao Yi replied after a moment of contemplation, but I believe your list of potential matches will undergo significant changes, and there might even be higher quality candidates appearing. Higher quality candidates. Jiang Lijin repeated the phrase with a laugh. Xiao Yi, doesn't that sound like selecting breeding pigs? Xiao Yi fell silent for 2 seconds. Host, this metaphor might be crude, but it holds some truth. The matching mechanism in this world indeed centers around mental strength and genetics. All right then, she said, let's investigate. I want to see what expressions they will have when they discover their useless ex-wife is actually shrank. But if I go to the hospital now, won't I just run into them? Aren't they always running? They're bringing warmth to their goddess Fei air. You are correct, host. I suggest you avoid their regular visiting hours. Regular visiting hours? Yes. According to my analysis of the movements of the three wrecks, is usually at the military department from 9 to 10 in the morning and only goes to the hospital in the afternoon. Kieran has unpredictable work hours, but he has been showing up at the hospital library at 3 p.m. every day for the past week. Arden also lacks a fixed pattern, but for the last 3 days he has been dining at the hospital cafeteria at noon. Jiang Lijin paused surprised. How do you know this? Is it also a setting from the book? Not at all. Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of pride. I can access the public surveillance network of the main star. As long as it doesn't involve private areas, I can retrieve data. After all, the first step to exploring the world is to gather information. Jiang Lijin was silent for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. All right, Xiao Yi with you around, what do I have to fear in the future? Hearing Jiang Lijin's words, Xiao Yi became even prouder. I will do my utmost to assist you, host. She caught sight of the words psychological counseling in the email from the Marriage Management Bureau, squinting at it for a long time. Xiao Yi, what is this psychological counseling for? According to the description, it should help females adjust their emotions after divorce, preventing psychological issues from arising. Jiang Lijin scoffed, tugging at the corner of her mouth. Isn't matching with a new partner within 3 to 4 days more likely to cause psychological problems? All right, let's go, she said. After all, I have nothing to do right now. Let's see how they counsel me. Maybe you'll learn a couple of good retorts. Xiao Yi fell silent for a moment, speaking earnestly. Host, you are already quite adept at retorting. You really don't need to learn anymore. That's music to my ears, Jiang Lijin chuckled. Say it again. Host, you are already quite adept at retorting. You really don't need to learn anymore. Xiao Yi's voice was slightly louder. Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed in the room. The light from the artificial sun outside shone on her face, making her vibrant smile even more radiant. At 2:30 p.m., Jiang Lijin stood in front of the main star Central Hospital, looking up at the supermodern silver-white magnificent building, and couldn't help but be astonished. This interstellar beast world is vastly different from the world she originally lived in, as well as the world in the book. Fortunately, some fragments of the original owner's memories still linger in her mind, otherwise she wouldn't know how to get here. Wow, it's really big, she murmured. Host, the Psychological Counseling Center is on the 3rd floor of Building 7. You are currently at Building 3 and need to walk 300 meters east. Got it. She leisurely followed the signs. People came and went in the hospital, but whether it was patients' families or medical staff in white coats, they all appeared very tall. Only she, small and slender, seemed somewhat out of place as she wove through the crowd. Some beastmen even stared at her with puzzled expressions for a moment, but quickly looked away. Jiang Lijin estimated she had walked 300 meters and looked up, noticing there was no plaque on the building in front of her, nor did she know which building it was. But she thought that with Xiao Yi around, she would be reminded if she went the wrong way. The elevator doors opened and she peeked her head out to scan the door plates on either side of the corridor. Psychological consultation room, A, psychological consultation room, B group, therapy room. All marked only with numbers without any names. Which one is it? She frowned. It should be in area C, turn left, Xiao Yi replied. Jiang Lijin turned left, took a few steps, and saw a slightly ajar door with a plaque reading C07. Without thinking, she pushed the door open and froze. The room was large, with 3 walls made of floor-to-ceiling windows. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the light gray carpet. The furnishings inside were simple, with only a single sofa and a large desk. But what left Jiang Lijin stunned was the person sitting behind the desk. He leaned back in his chair holding a document and was looking down at something. Hearing the door open, he raised his head, casting a somewhat displeased glance in her direction. In that moment of eye contact, Jiang Lijin's breath hitched. It was a face she didn't know how to describe. His features were sculpted as if carved, with high brow bones, a straight nose, and thin lips pressed slightly together, exuding an air of indifferent aloofness. What was most striking were those eyes, alight, gray, seemingly shrouded in mist, yet impossible to look away from. He wore a black shirt that complemented his dark hair, with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing well-defined forearms. The collar of his shirt was unbuttoned, and from Jiang Lijin's angle, she could see a hint of collarbone exposed. Holy crap! Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind. It was the first time Jiang Lijin heard Xiao Yi curse. Host, this person's attractiveness data exceeds the standard. The aesthetic module of this system has lagged, and the world I see now is a mosaic. Jiang Lijin fell silent for a moment, suddenly feeling that this system wasn't as advanced as she had imagined. It lagged just like that. She ignored it, steadied herself, and walked in, pulling out the chair opposite the desk to sit down. Are you the psychological counselor? She asked straightforwardly. The man glanced at her, said nothing, and merely nodded slightly. All right. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. Let me make it clear first, I have no psychological disorders. I am perfectly healthy. In fact, I'm quite happy about divorcing those 3 dog men. Oh, I don't need any counseling for that. The man remained silent, merely looking at her, his initial displeasure evolving into a complex expression that was hard to articulate. Jiang Lijin felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, but continued. However, since there is this regulation, let's go through the process. They'll come here every day for an hour. When the time is up, you sign for me, and will not interfere with each other. How does that sound? The man finally showed some reaction. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his movement carrying a hint of subtle disdain. Jiang Lijin then felt an indescribable pressure, but it was light, like a breeze brushing past her hair, vanishing in an instant. She blinked. What's wrong? The man stared at her, and his gaze suddenly changed. That hint of disdain disappeared, replaced by confusion, curiosity, and something she couldn't understand. He didn't answer her question, merely leaning back slightly, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. You just said you divorced those 3. And are very happy. Yes, Jiang Lijin nodded. I'm absolutely thrilled. After 3 years, I'm finally liberated. 3 years? Yes. The man fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly asking, Are you crank? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes internally. Although this person in front of her was quite handsome, he was just like those dog men, always talking about crank. She suppressed her urge to retort, keeping a neutral expression. Yes, crank. Is there a problem? The man didn't speak again, just watching her. His gaze made Jiang Lijin feel somewhat uneasy, not from a sense of scrutinizing pressure, but as if he were looking at something particularly interesting. After a long pause, the man withdrew his gaze and resumed reading the file in his hands. Sit down, he said, his tone cool and detached. Jiang Lijin blinked, a flicker of uncertainty stirring within her. Was he really this accommodating? She didn't dwell on it, rising instead and walking to the room's sole sofa, where she leaned back with casual ease. Xiao Yi, she called inwardly, but received no reply no matter how many times she summoned him. Puzzlement rose in her chest. What on earth had happened? Had she truly been stunned into silence by his breathtaking appearance? Only after an extended silence did Xiao Yi's voice finally echo in her mind. Host, I'm back. I froze just now. Jiang Lijin stared wordlessly inward, then erupted in silent exasperation. What kind of shoddy system is this? It crashes at the slightest provocation. Is this even a trial version? Xiao Yi sounded plaintive. Host, I assure you, I am the latest iteration of the symbiotic support system. Are you angry with me? No. I've simply begun to suspect your so-called latest version may be a defective prototype. Host. Xiao Yi's voice stretched out thick with wounded sentiment, like a puppy shunned and whimpering in the corner. You've hurt my feelings. All right. Jiang Lijin relented, unbothered. Can you at least play me something amusing? This idle waiting is unbearable. Of course. Xiao Yi's voice instantly brightened, brimming with cheerful confidence. Entertainment delivery is a core system requirement. Jiang Lijin's thoughts paused midstream. She remembered Xiao Er. Back then, whenever he'd secretly played her humorous videos, he'd always acted like a thief, terrified of being caught by the main system and punished. Yet Xiao Yi now claimed it was a fundamental requirement. They couldn't possibly belong to the same organization. At the thought of Xiao Er, Jiang Lijin's eyes dimmed just for a moment. But she swiftly suppressed the fleeting sorrow, crossed her legs comfortably, and waited, serene, expectant, as if entitled to amusement. Yet minutes passed. Xiao Yi remained silent. Xiao Yi, she called inwardly once more. I'm here, host, came his voice, tinged with unmistakable guilt. Hurry up and play something. I'm bored out of my mind. Host, Xiao Yi murmured, voice even fainter now. This location has no public network access, and it's equipped with signal jammers. I cannot connect to the internal network. Their firewall is too advanced. I lack the capability to breach it. Connect to the network. Jiang Lijin frowned inwardly. Why would we even need that? Because video content must be streamed from external servers, Xiao Yi replied matter-of-factly. What? My previous system, Xiao Er, the one I mentioned, never needed network access to show me videos. He projected them directly into my mind. Footage from Blue Star, from other worlds, anything I desired. All without a single byte of external data. Xiao Yi fell silent for 2 full seconds. Host, he said, his tone subtly shifting. I possess no knowledge of your prior system. Before activation, my core database was indeed preloaded with vast archives from myriad realms, including Blue Star and others you referenced. However, I can only retrieve textual descriptions, analytical models, or simulated environments. I do not store or reproduce the actual visual recordings you describe. Those files lie beyond my memory banks. Jiang Lijin froze. Wait, What do you mean by before birth? Precisely what it sounds like before my activation, Xiao Yi answered cautiously. I am your symbiotic support system, officially awakened the moment you entered this world. Until then I existed only as dormant code within the main system's architecture. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin found herself utterly speechless. So, she began slowly, voice edged with disbelief. You've been alive for less than 3 days? To be exact, 2 days and 17 hours, Xiao Yi replied, almost bashfully. I am still very young. Much remains for me to learn. Please forgive any shortcomings, host. Jiang Lijin fell silent, recalling Xiao Yi's evasive answers about Xiao Air, his startling ignorance of this world, his limited permissions, his frequent air of innocent uncertainty. It wasn't because he was flawed, it was because he was newborn. Xiao Yi, she asked suddenly, if I die here, in this world, what becomes of you? Xiao Yi spoke softly, I will cease to exist alongside you. Jiang Lijin's breath caught. I am your symbiotic system, he continued, calm and unwavering. No fear, no protest, only quiet certainty. My existence is bound to yours. As long as you live, I endure. When you perish, I dissolve. That is the definition of a symbiotic support system. Singular, irrevocable, yours alone. Jiang Lijin remained mute. Not from anger, but from an unfamiliar warmth swelling quietly, deeply within her chest. Host, Xiao Yi's voice held a tremor of concern. Why are you silent? Are you upset? Because I'm still inadequate? No. Her voice emerged hoarse-strained. I'm not angry. That's good. Xiao Yi sighed, relief evident in his tone. I'll keep learning, host. With each passing day, each new experience, I'll grow more capable, more useful. Then I'll be able to source any video you wish to see. Jiang Lijin lifted her gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling window and asked almost absently, Xiao Yi, do you fear death? Xiao Yi paused, as if processing the question. This system lacks the emotional dataset required to define or simulate fear. But if given the choice, I wish to stay beside you for longer. This world is vast, and our exploration has barely begun, and you've just ascended to rank. You haven't yet confronted those 3 contemptible men. I want to witness every one of those moments. So host, please live long. Will you? Jiang Lijin stared into empty space for a long while, then laughed. Not the old self-mocking resigned laugh, but a soft, wry, almost tender one. All right, she said. I'll try. Yes. Xiao Yi's voice sparkled with unrestrained joy, like a puppy promised a lifetime of walks, tail spinning wildly. Jiang Lijin said nothing more. She sat quietly for a time, gathering the turbulent thoughts within her, then opened her eyes again, idly surveying the room. The man behind the desk remained motionless, still bent over his documents, his profile bathed in sunlight, sculpted with such ethereal precision it seemed unreal. Jiang Lijin watched him for a moment, then sighed inwardly. Sitting idle was intolerably dull. She ventured tentatively. My name is Chiron, the man replied, his fingers pausing mid-page as he lifted his head, gaze steady, serene. Right, Chiron, Jiang Lijin nodded readily. Do you have anything to pass the time? Books, magazines, and neural interface. Anything. If I sit here too long, I'll fall asleep and snore. And that might disturb your work. Chiron studied her, as though weighing a profound philosophical query. 2 seconds later, he answered no. Jiang Lijin sank deeper into the sofa, muttering under her breath. So you spend your entire day reading documents? The room lapsed once more into silence. Have you ever been divorced? She asked, lifting her eyes, only to find Chiron had set aside his papers and was watching her intently. Jiang Lijin faltered, confused. As her psychological counselor, shouldn't he already know why she'd been referred? Yes, she confirmed, nodding. Signed the papers yesterday, 3 divorces all at once. Efficient, right? Chiron said nothing, merely held her gaze. Jiang Lijin decided idle chatter was better than silence, and continued, the central AI matched me with 3 Shrank elites. But they deemed me beneath them, ignored me for 3 years. Now that I initiated the divorce, they act as though I overreached. A wry smile touched her lips. Truthfully, it's unsurprising. I'm a crank paired with 3 Shranks. Clearly the AI malfunctioned. You don't seem like a crank. Jiang Lijin's pulse skipped. What do you mean? Chiron regarded her, voice unruffled. Crank females rarely speak so freely before strangers. Jiang Lijin choked slightly. What strange logic was this? Did crank status inherently forbid vivacity or openness? Was this some archaic prejudice? Still a flicker of self-consciousness surfaced. Well, you're not here to court me, are you? Does it matter whether I talk much or little? Besides, you struck me as approachable, so I spoke more freely. Approachable? Chiron echoed the word, tone subtly layered with meaning. Yes, Jiang Lijin declared, nodding with unshakable conviction. Granted, you looked mildly impatient at first, but you didn't ask me to leave. Isn't that kindness enough? You haven't met those 3 contemptible men. Chiron raised a brow, silent. The room settled into stillness once more. Jiang Lijin stared at the carpet, then abruptly remembered something else. Are you married? She asked, tone as offhand, as if inquiring about lunch. Chiron looked at her, and did not answer. Yet in the pale gray depths of his eyes something flickered, brief, elusive, gone. Silence lingered for several seconds, long enough that Jiang Lijin began to wonder whether she had asked something she ought not to have. Oh, Jiang Lijin nodded. I guessed right. Chiron regarded her, and for a fleeting moment something stirred in his pale gray eyes, then vanished, leaving only calm. Because you simply don't look like someone who is. Jiang Lijin leaned deeper into the sofa, settling into a more comfortable posture. Chiron said nothing, only continued watching her. His gaze held no judgment, only quiet observation. Why haven't you married? The question slipped out before she could reconsider, and instantly struck her as intrusive. After all, they had known each other for less than half an hour. Her inquiry felt less like conversation and more like a census survey. She quickly added, no need to answer if you'd rather not. I only asked idly. Chiron paused for 2 seconds, then shifted his gaze from her face to some distant point beyond the window. There was no suitable match, he said, his tone so detached it might have concerned another person entirely. I see, Jiang Lijin nodded. Compatibility is dictated by the central mind. Finding a true match is genuinely difficult. Take me, for instance. The central mind, with its decidedly suboptimal cognition, assigned me 3 class matches. Yet each dismissed me outright, refusing even to glance my way for 3 full years. She paused, then added, though now that I'm divorced, perhaps next time it'll pair me with someone closer to my own level. Class with class. Neither party holds the other in disdain. Chiron's gaze returned from the window and settled upon her face. You wish for a class match. What else? Jiang Lijin spread her hands. Another class rejection and 3 more years of silence. I'm no masochist. Chiron remained silent, his eyes still fixed on her. His stare unsettled her slightly, but she refused to dwell on it. After all, he spoke so little, let him look if he wished. It wouldn't cost her a single ounce of flesh. And truth be told, being observed by someone so striking carried no real disadvantage. Silence settled over the room once more. Jiang Lijin glanced at the wall clock. Only 20 minutes had passed. She sighed, sinking further into the sofa. Chiron, moi, are you always this idle? She gestured toward the file in his hands. Is that all you do this entire afternoon? Chiron glanced down at the document, then lifted his eyes to hers. This is my work. I know, Jiang Lijin replied, her tone light and conversational. I meant, don't you have other patients to attend to? Am I really the only one sitting here wasting your time? Chiron hesitated a beat. You are the only appointment I have this afternoon. Jiang Lijin blinked, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. Surely a hospital this large couldn't have only one patient at its psychological counseling center. Yet she soon shrugged it off. Perhaps few females chose divorce in this world. After all, females were treasured here, cherished, pampered, elevated. Unlike her, who had been discarded without hesitation. Well, I suppose my luck's quite good, she mused aloud. A private session. Chiron offered no reply, but the corner of his mouth seemed to lift just slightly. She chatted with him in fits and starts, though most of the dialogue unfolded as a monologue delivered solely by her. At last Chiron set the file aside, glanced at the wall clock, and met her gaze. Time's up. Jiang Lijin sprang upright from the sofa. Right, I'll take my leave. Same time tomorrow. Chiron nodded. As Jiang Lijin reached the door, she paused and turned back. You won't be replaced tomorrow, will you? Chiron raised his eyes, calm and steady. I will be here waiting for you. Got it. Jiang Lijin gave him a breezy nod. See you tomorrow. She pushed the door open and walked away without looking back. Just outside, a middle-aged man in a white coat approached Hedon. Upon seeing her emerge from that room, he froze, then swiftly offered a polite nod and stepped aside. Jiang Lijin paid him no mind and continued onward. The man stood motionless for 2 seconds, confirming she had disappeared down the corridor, before turning to push open the door marked C07. He knocked first, then entered, his bearing respectful, his posture slightly bowed. Director, he murmured, the materials for this afternoon's meeting are prepared. Chiron reclined in his chair, his gaze lingering on the partially ajar doorway, as if lost in thought. Director, the man prompted again. Chiron withdrew his gaze and replied coolly, leave them there. As the man placed the documents on the desk and turned to depart, Chiron added, how many females scheduled for divorce counseling this afternoon? The man faltered. Counseling. Director, the Psychological Counseling Center is in Building 3. I'm aware. Chiron cut him off, faint impatience edging his voice. The man, bewildered but obedient, responded, only one female appears on today's counseling roster. Her surname is Jiang. Chiron nodded. Make a copy of her file. Deliver it to me later this evening. The man's confusion deepened, but he dared not inquire further. With a quiet murmur of assent, he withdrew silently. The door clicked shut. Alone in the room, Chiron gazed out the window, his fingers tapping twice against the desktop. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly, his lips curved upward. Class. He could not discern her exact rank. That meant either she wore an exceptionally advanced perception shielding device, or her rank lay beyond his own capacity to sense. Fascinating. He lowered his gaze back to the file, but his eyes traced no words. His mind remained elsewhere. Her irreverent entrance. Her casual, unguarded question, are you married? Chiron let out a soft laugh, low, unexpected, and rare. It had been a long time since he'd encountered anyone so intriguing. Jiang Lijin stretched luxuriously beneath the hospital's grand archway. Xiao-yi, she called inwardly, no response. Xiao-yi. Still nothing. Jiang Lijin frowned and halted mid-stride. What's wrong now? Had it frozen again? She began to suspect she hadn't activated a symbiotic system at all, but rather a trial version, one that would begin charging fees in precisely 72 hours. Xiao-yi. Weiag. A deafening shriek erupted inside her skull, making her flinch violently. What the hell was that? She clapped her hands over her ears, an instinctive, futile gesture. Master! 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 Xiao-yi's voice trembled with exhilaration. Do you have any idea who that person was? Who? Jiang Lijin blinked, perplexed. The counselor. Didn't he say his name was Chiron? Chiron. Yes, Chiron. Xiao-yi's tone sharpened with urgency. Master, do you know who Chiron is? How should I know? He's not family. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes and kept walking. He's the director of this hospital, the Central Star Hospital, one of the most powerful figures across the entire interstellar beast realm. Xiao-yi bombarded her mind with rapid-fire exposition. His background dossier is encrypted under maximum access protocols. When I tried retrieving it earlier, my interface froze completely. It's not because he's handsome. It's because his clearance level is that high. I literally cannot breach it. The moment I learned his name, I attempted retrieval again and crashed twice. But I did manage to scrape together some basic intel. Jiang Lijin stopped walking. Director. She paused for 2 seconds, then resumed her pace. Master, aren't you even slightly shocked? I am shocked, Jiang Lijin replied flatly. But what of it? Even directors conduct psychological counseling. Perhaps he's simply sampling life experiences. No, we took the wrong building. We entered Building 5, the administrative wing of Central Star Hospital, not the counseling center at all. No wonder I couldn't crack that firewall. That's director-level security. Wah, this isn't my fault. Xiao-yi sounded vindicated, nearly tearful. Jiang Lijin finally understood. That explained why Xiao-yi could effortlessly track the movements of those 3 contemptible men within the hospital, yet failed utterly to penetrate the network of a mere counseling room. It wasn't incompetence. She'd simply walked through the wrong door. Then their security system is truly abysmal, she remarked idly. Anyone can stroll into the director's office like it's a public market. No, master, you don't understand. Xiao-yi nearly screeched. He's no ordinary director. He's SS class. Do you comprehend what SS class means? Jiang Lijin halted again. SS class. She furrowed her brow, sifting rapidly through the host's memories. Isn't the highest tier for females class? That's females. Xiao-yi clarified urgently. Females cap its class, but males ascend further S-class, SS class. The absolute pinnacle is 3's class. Across the entire interstellar beast realm, fewer than 10 beings hold that rank, and Chiron is one of them. Jiang Lijin stood frozen in place. Fewer than 10. Then he was in every meaningful sense a titan. And moments ago she'd sauntered in utterly unimpressed and declared, I'll sit here with you for an hour daily, and when time's up you sign off on it. Suddenly she felt rather formidable. Also, master. Xiao-yi's voice softened, acquiring an unusual gravity. Why? Because females max out its class, whilst class females lack the capacity to purify the mental energy of 2S or 3's class males, nor can they withstand their raw power. The disparity in mental energy ranks renders forced bonding catastrophically harmful to the female, irreversible damage guaranteed. Xiao-yi paused, voice thick with rare solemnity. Thus, despite their overwhelming strength and supreme authority, their lifespans remain tragically short. Without purification, their mental energy spirals uncontrollably, until death claims them. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She recalled her blunt question, "Are you married?" And the follow-up, "Why aren't you married?" She cringed inwardly. Each word had landed like a blade driven straight into an open wound. Yet his temper remained remarkably composed. He hadn't ejected her, had answered her courteously and without condescension. She remembered activating her own glass mental energy. Remembered Xiao Yi's assertion of her extraordinary latent potential. Remembered the subtle shift in Chiron's gaze, from dismissive indifference to genuine, arresting curiosity. A sudden fleeting thought ignited what if her glass resilience could withstand 3's glass force. It lasted less than a second, then she ruthlessly extinguished it. What are you thinking, Jiang Lijin? Are you eager to repeat past suffering? Hoping to inherit your predecessor's legacy by foraging wild greens in the wilderness? When Jiang Lijin returned to that place she could somewhat call home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The moment she pushed open the door, she sensed that the atmosphere in the living room was off. At this hour, the 3 gentlemen would usually either be training new recruits at the military department, accompanying their goddess Fei Erwin at the hospital, or executing some mysterious tasks in some corner. In short, they would never be here. But today there were 4 people in the living room. Rex sat on a single sofa, his long legs crossed, holding a cup of something, his demeanor so elegant it seemed as though he were posing for a magazine cover. Kieran was seated on the other side, a book sprawled across his knees, yet his gaze was clearly drifting elsewhere. Arden stood by the window, turned slightly towards the living room, looking as if he were admiring the view outside, but the thoughts in his mind were clearly written all over his face. And in the center of the sofa sat a female. This female was petite, not in a frail way, but with a delicate sense that emanated from her very bones. Her skin was fair with slightly upturned apricot-shaped eyes, the corners naturally tinted with a hint of red, as if she had just been crying. She wore a light apricot-colored long dress, the fabric soft and perfectly outlining her figure, the neckline just low enough to reveal a slender neck and delicate collarbones. Her hair was loosely tied back with a few stray strands falling beside her face. At this moment, she was tilting her head towards the door, a smile playing on her lips, as if she had known all along that Jiang Lijin would return at this time, and she was simply waiting for her. Jiang Lijin stood at the entrance without moving. She subconsciously compared herself to the person in front of her. The original owner's face was not much different from hers except for a tear mole at the corner of her eye, adding a touch of charm. Her face was not bad, it could even be said to be quite beautiful. However, her bone structure was slightly larger than the female before her, lacking a bit of the delicate softness, and instead possessing a sharper edge. High brow bones, a straight nose, and thin lips that gave off a somewhat aloof expression when she wasn't smiling. Her naturally upturned eyes seemed to scrutinize those she looked at, carrying a hint of innate aggression. Yet this face had lost its luster over the past 3 years. Long-term malnutrition had left her complexion unhealthily pale, with faint dark circles under her eyes, and her lips were dry and peeling. Standing outside the door in that worn, faded coat, she formed a stark contrast to the radiant female in the living room. Host, a voice echoed in her mind. It has been detected that the female in front of you is the original book's female lead, Fei Erwin, and class mental healing master, currently matched with 3 A-class beastmen. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow silently. Fei Erwin spoke first, her voice soft and sweet, just the right amount. Sister Jiang Lijin, it's been a long time since we last met. You haven't moved or responded. Fei Erwin seemed unfazed, or perhaps she had anticipated such a reaction. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting around Jiang Lijin. I heard you just signed the divorce agreement, she continued, her tone tinged with a hint of regret. I felt particularly upset when I heard the news. Although we've never met as fellow females, I can imagine how difficult this time has been for you. It must be hard to be matched with an unsuitable partner by the mainframe, right? Just like me. She lowered her head, as if recalling some painful memory, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. The 3 men around her instantly changed their expressions upon seeing her. It was a complex mix of emotions: pain, anger, a desire to rush forward and embrace her, but also a struggle to hold back. Then Arden and Rex simultaneously turned their gazes to Jiang Lijin, their eyes seemingly ready to tear her apart. Only Kieran kept his eyes on Fei Erwin. Jiang Lijin looked at her innocent face, and as she felt the hostile gazes of the 2 males, another face suddenly flashed through her mind. It was also innocent, also gentle, and so understanding. Su Wanwan. Jiang Lijin suddenly felt a wave of nausea. Xiaoyi, she called out in her mind. Here, host. Is this what the female lead in this book looks like? Xiaoyi was silent for a second. Host, this book is originally a sweet pet novel, and the description of the female lead in the book is a delicate willow in the wind garnering sympathy. Sweet pet novel. Jiang Lijin nearly laughed out loud. The dialogue reads like an exemplary piece from a green tea training class. Listen to her tone, her rhythm, her expression management. Xiaoyi was rendered speechless by her comments. All right, I know you're a newborn and don't understand these things. Jiang Lijin withdrew her thoughts and looked back at Fei Erwin. So she said lazily, what exactly are you here for? Fei Erwin raised her head, her eyes sincere. I heard about your situation, and I can't let it go. Who told you? Fei Erwin's words faltered. Jiang Lijin's gaze slowly swept over the three males in the living room, finally landing back on Fei Erwin's face. Did they tell you? Fei Erwin's smile finally cracked. She instinctively glanced at Arden, then quickly withdrew her gaze softly, saying, Arden and the others are just concerned about your situation. They mentioned a few things to me. Please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Jiang Lijin tilted her head to look at her. Misunderstand their goodwill towards you. Misunderstand that as soon as they divorced me, they couldn't wait to be with you. Isn't that obvious? The atmosphere in the living room suddenly froze. Arden's face turned bright red. Rex's hand holding the cup froze, and Kieran's gaze shifted from Fei Erwin to Jiang Lijin's face. Fei Erwin's expression changed, but she quickly adjusted, gently sighing with a tone that carried a hint of helplessness and grievance. Sister, you misunderstood. I'm just friends with Arden and the others. I already have 3 beast husbands. How could I? She paused at this point, lowering her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering lightly, as if she had suffered a great injustice and was unwilling to argue. Jiang Lijin nearly laughed out loud. This statement denied the relationship while not completely shutting it down, and also subtly implied that she already had beast husbands, placing herself on a moral high ground. Textbook, truly textbook. Host Xiaoyi's voice rang out. It had just stealthily checked some information and was confident it could impress the host this time. The information density in her words is very high. First, she clarifies the relationship, and second, she implies that she has beast husbands, so it's impossible to. Impossible. Jiang Lijin completed the thought in her mind. She is telling those 3 idiots, it's not that I don't want to accept you, it's that I have difficulties. You need to work hard. I need to get a divorce. Xiaoyi was silent for a second. Host, your analysis is very thorough. Of course. Jiang Lijin chuckled inwardly. I've seen this kind of routine plenty of times in my past life. She withdrew her thoughts and looked at Fei Erwin. That face was still so innocent, so fragile, so pitiful. All right, friends are friends, she said lazily. Then you can take your time to be friends with them. I'll head upstairs now. She turned and walked upstairs, her steps leisurely, her back exuding a sense of detachment, as if to say, this matter has nothing to do with me. Sister. Fei Erwin's voice came from behind, tinged with urgency. Are you angry with me? I really have no other intentions. I just... Jiang Lijin stopped, turning back to look at her. Miss Fei Erwin, you don't need to explain. You came to see me. I thank you. Now that you've seen me, you can leave. She paused as if recalling something, adding, by the way, do your 3 beast husbands know you are here? Fei Erwin's face instantly changed color. Xiaoyi, what is that expression of hers? Jiang Lijin asked in her mind. Based on my analysis, her 3 beast husbands have a strong sense of possessiveness, and if they know she came to meet other males alone, especially 3's class, ones that may cause family conflicts. She must have come here secretly behind their backs. Jiang Lijin chuckled inwardly. Interesting. She didn't say anything further and turned to head upstairs. Faintly, she heard a suppressed sob from behind. Then came the sound of 3 males simultaneously getting up, the scraping of chairs against the floor, hurried footsteps, and low, overly gentle words of comfort. Jiang Lijin ascended the stairs without looking back, leaving all of that behind. Jiang Lijin walked into the room, closed the door behind her, and then approached the bed, pulling out the old light brain from beneath the pillow. As the screen lit up, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door, followed by a knocking that resembled someone trying to break it down. Jiang Lijun. Aden's voice had a hint of gritted teeth. Open the door. Jiang Lijun raised an eyebrow, leisurely placed the light brain on the bed, and walked over to open the door. Aiden stood at the doorway with Rex and Kieran not far behind him, while Philwyn stood a bit further back, her eyes red, looking like someone who had suffered a great injustice and was holding back tears. Jiang Lijun leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, chin slightly raised. What's the matter? What did you mean by that earlier? Aiden lowered his voice, saying those things in front of Philwyn. What do you intend to do? Jiang Lijun looked at him with a gaze that seemed to regard him as foolish, remaining silent. Apologize. Aiden said, go apologize to Miss Philwyn right now. This was something Aiden had told her countless times before. Whenever he spoke sternly, Jiang Lijun would obediently apologize. But the current Jiang Lijun was no longer the same. She almost laughed out loud. Why should I apologize? What do I have to apologize for? You. Adin's eyes turned red with anger and invisible pressure emanated from him. It was the oppressive aura of an class beastman aggressive enough to make an ordinary class female weak in the knees. Jiang Lijin only felt a faint disturbance with no other sensations. However, Xiao Yi in her mind was sounding an alarm frantically. Host, he is releasing class pressure towards you. Act fast. Pretend to be distressed. Pretend to be scared. Weaken the knees. Only then did Jiang Lijin realize, oh right, she was now a class useless ex-wife. She hurriedly pretended to look distressed and stepped back 2 paces, staggering toward the bed, her steps light, as if treading on cotton, and finally fell onto the bed, just reaching for the light brain that was still lit. A scream echoed from behind, clearly Philwin's voice. The scream was sharp and high-pitched like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Aiden instantly retracted his pressure, turning to look at Philwin, his rage replaced by panic. With her back to Aiden, Jiang Lijin quickly pressed a few buttons on the open light brain, calling out in her mind to Xiao Yi, what's the phone number for the Female Protection Association? Searching. Number found. The number is XXXXXXXXXXXX, available 24 hours a day, handling all complaints related to female rights. Jiang Lijin pressed the dial key and switched to speaker mode. The moment the call connected, a gentle yet professional female voice came from the light brain. Hello, this is the Female Protection Association of the main star. How may I assist you? The scene instantly fell silent. Even the sound of breathing could be heard. Jiang Lijin spoke to the light brain in a calm tone. Hello, I want to file a complaint. My 3 ex-husbands are subjecting me to mental pressure. Just now Aiden attempted to use class pressure to attack me. The female voice on the other end fell silent for a second, then a sound of data fluctuation came through, as if entering information. All right, Miss Jiang Lijin, your complaint has been accepted. Are you currently in any danger? Do you need me to contact the nearest security team? Jiang Lijin sat up from the bed and looked at Aiden. Aiden stood at the doorway. His face had changed from dark to pale. She spoke to the light brain. Not for now. But please make a note, if any of them attempt to harm me again in any way, I will report it immediately. Understood, noted. I would also like to confirm, are there any other females present at the scene? Jiang Lijin's gaze crossed Aiden, landing on Philwin in the distance. She stood behind Rex and Kieran, her eyes red like a small white flower battered by wind and rain. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and said to the light brain, yes. There is a female named Philwin's class married. She was also affected by Adin's class pressure just now. The voice on the other end fell silent for a second. Miss Jiang, according to regulations, if there is a higher-level female present, we need to prioritize confirming her safety. Have you observed any discomfort or danger to her? Jiang Lijin's lips curled slightly as she thought of something amusing. Yes. She just got affected by Adin's mental pressure and is now crying as if she has been rained upon by pear blossoms. I think you need to help me contact her 3 beast husbands to take her home. If anything happens, I as a class cannot bear the responsibility. Philwin's face turned pale in an instant. This time it was not an act. Rex and Kieran looked at her simultaneously, their expressions filled with complex emotions. Aiden stood frozen in place, as if paralyzed, his mouth open but unable to speak. The operator on the other end seemed to be taking notes, and then immediately spoke. All right, Miss Jiang, thank you for your reminder. We will contact Miss Philwin's matching beast husbands to confirm her safety. Is there anything else you need assistance with? No, thank you. You're welcome. Your complaint number is FT881030, and a specialist will contact you within 3 working days. Wishing you a pleasant day. The call ended. Jiang Lijin tucked away the light brain, placing it back beside the bed, and looked at the 4 people in the corridor. Philwin still stood there, her fingers tightly gripping her skirt. Her eyes were still red, but now it was not an act. It was true fear, anxiety, and sorrow. Jiang Lijin looked at her and suddenly smiled. That smile was light, even gentle. Miss Philwin, you just said you came to see me. Philwin instinctively nodded. So have you seen enough? Philwin seemed not to expect her to say this, looking up at her, opening her mouth, but unable to utter a word. Jiang Lijin walked to the door, preparing to close it, but saw Aiden standing there like a statue. She smiled again. By the way, Lord Aiden, the members of the Female Protection Association should contact Miss Philwin's beast husband soon. Do you want to step away? Adin's face turned completely dark, veins bulging on his forehead. Jiang Lijin ignored him and directly closed the door. At the moment the door closed, she heard Philwin's hurried and panicked voice from the hallway. I have to go right now. Then came Adin's voice. I'll see you off. No need, don't come out. Footsteps hurriedly retreated. Jiang Lijin leaned against the door panel and finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Host Xiao Yi's voice trembled with excitement. You were amazing just now. Xiao, what do you think her three beast husbands will react when they get the call? Most likely they will rush over to pick her up immediately, and they might have some questions about why she is at the home of three class males. That sounds interesting. Jiang Lijin walked to the bed and plopped down, let her explain slowly. But host Xiao Yi's voice suddenly turned a bit perplexed. Why was Philwin affected by Adin's pressure? Isn't she Sclass? The pressure from Sclass to Sclass shouldn't cause such a strong reaction unless... Unless what? Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Unless she is not Sclass at all. Xiao Yi's voice became serious. If she is just a class, then it makes sense. The next morning Jiang Lijin was awakened by the noisy service of Xiao Yi. Today we're going to meet that super incredibly handsome Karong. She muttered, what time is it? It's 7:30. Xiao Yi's voice was full of energy. Didn't you say yesterday that you were going for psychological counseling today? The earlier you go, the earlier you come back, so that those ex-husbands won't find trouble again. The early bird catches the worm, and the early host won't be angry. Jiang Lijin sighed and resignedly got up. She then pulled back the covers, extracting herself from the warm bed. While washing up, Xiao Yi didn't rest, either, continuously providing updates in her mind. Host Adang just left. He should be heading to the mercenary guild. Kulan went to the military department at 7:20, and Rex is still in his room. However, based on his usual routine, he generally leaves at 8:30. You won't run into them if you go downstairs now. Jiang Lijin brushed her teeth and mumbled, you even know this? Of course. Xiao Yi replied proudly, I set up monitoring alerts and hacked into all the surveillance systems in this villa. I will know the moment they leave. Rest assured, with me here they will never have the chance to approach you again. Jiang Lijin spat out the foam from her mouth, noticing that her complexion looked slightly better than yesterday, likely due to a good night's sleep. This system isn't completely useless. Having a little informant is quite nice. When she stepped out, the living room was indeed empty. Jiang Lijin walked out boldly and pushed the door open. Along the way, Xiao Yi kept chattering nonstop. Host, the weather is nice today with an artificial sunlight index of 7, perfect for going out. Are you hungry, host? Should we buy breakfast first? There's a well-rated breakfast shop at the hospital entrance that specializes in various nutritious breakfasts, much tastier than nutritional liquids. Host, you have over 8,000 interstellar coins in your account, more than enough for breakfast. Plus, today is the 3rd day, and the compensation from those 3 ex-husbands should be credited to your account today. I've set up a notification for when the money arrives. It'll let you know as soon as it does. Jiang Lijin found it amusing, realizing that Xiao Yi was deliberately saying so much to prove its usefulness. She complimented, how come you know everything? Xiao Yi immediately cheered up, of course. I'm your companion system. My task is to help you explore this world, and mastering information is the most important thing. Moreover, I also checked Karong's schedule for today. Jiang Lijin chuckled, continuing to walk. Did you not say that his file is top secret? How could you find out about his schedule? Hee. Xiao Yi giggled meaningfully. That file is indeed confidential, but the schedule is public information. You can find it online. Yesterday in the villa, I connected to the home's internet and found it instantly. He will be in the office handling documents from 9 to 11 in the morning, has a meeting at 2 in the afternoon, and a dinner event in the evening. If you go now, you'll run into him perfectly. Why are you checking his schedule? For some reason, Jiang Lijin felt that Xiao Yi's manner of speaking and tone were increasingly resembling that of a human. Because Xiao Yi's tone suddenly became a bit shy. I want to create opportunities for you, host. What opportunities? Is it that? Xiao Yi hesitated. Don't you find him quite interesting? Moreover, last night I detected that your mental power level continued to rise, and it has now surpassed level S, reaching between level S and 2S. This means that there is no female in this world whose rank exceeds yours now. The male compatible with you must be someone like Karong. What? Jiang Lijin halted, her steps, her voice raised as she unconsciously spoke, drawing the attention of those around her. She quickly lowered her head and quickened her pace to a relatively less crowded corner before speaking again in her mind. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Xiao Yi sounded like a child who had done something wrong, her voice dropping slightly. Because when I discovered it, you were already asleep. I couldn't possibly wake you up, could I? Jiang Lijin was amused by it. She suddenly remembered that she had to go to the hospital's psychiatric department for a mental power reevaluation. When was the appointment for that? It seems she can't go for the next couple of days. She has to wait until her mental power stabilizes completely. If it suddenly increases halfway through the evaluation, that scene would be quite spectacular. At the hospital entrance, Jiang Lijin indeed saw the breakfast shop that Xiao Yi highly recommended, claiming it to be the best breakfast shop in the entire main star. The shop wasn't large, but there was a long queue at the entrance. She waited in line for nearly 20 minutes before finally buying 4 steaming meat buns. Most importantly, the ingredients used by this breakfast shop were not the scientifically processed artificial flour and meat, but real lean meat and flour, which was a luxury in this era of scarce plants and livestock. Thus, these 4 meat buns were exorbitantly priced, costing Jiang Lijin a full 1,000 interstellar coins. That amount could buy 200 low-end nutritional liquids. When Jiang Lijin took her first bite, she nearly cried from the sensation. The familiar taste exploded on her tongue, and for a moment, she felt as if she had returned to her original world, sitting at a roadside stall eating buns that cost 5 coins for 2. Jiang Lijin shook the bag in her hand and said, "Would you like breakfast? I brought you some buns." In her heart, she was bleeding. Such expensive buns, she could only afford to eat 2 herself, yet she brought 2 for Karong. If it weren't for the fact that Karong was a 3-level big shot, and she was trying to get closer to him, she wouldn't have been so generous. Karong merely glanced at the oil paper bag and nodded. "Just put it on the table." Jiang Lijin walked over and placed the bag in the corner of his desk. As she set it down, her gaze unintentionally swept across the surface of the desk, and she froze. On the desk lay an open document with her name boldly printed on the cover, Jiang Lijin, Citizen, ID, sequel 1030332J. Next to it was a form filled with dense data that she couldn't quite understand, but one line of small text caught her eye: mental energy fluctuation. Her heart skipped a beat. Karong followed her gaze, his expression unchanged, even refraining from covering the document. Jiang Lijin blinked and suddenly smiled. She walked toward the sofa and plopped down, turning to look at him, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "What's this? Are you interested in me, Lord Karong?" Karong didn't even look up at her, as if he hadn't heard her teasing remark at all. Jiang Lijin clicked her tongue in her heart. This person was just too indifferent. She couldn't be bothered to speak further, directly pulling out her newly bought portable light brain, opening a video app, ready to kill the boring hour by watching videos. But unexpectedly, Karong picked up the document, glanced at it for a moment, then looked up at her and spoke. "A female I knew before experienced a sudden fluctuation in mental energy, jumping from clevel to slevel." Jiang Lijin's fingers paused, and she looked up. She felt puzzled. The terminal shouldn't have detected that her mental energy had already risen to slevel, right? At most, it should have only sensed the fluctuation. She felt a bit nervous as she noticed Karong's gaze resting on her face. In his light gray eyes, there seemed to be some emotions surging, but they were soon suppressed. She participated in an experiment aimed at forcibly enhancing mental energy using many banned substances. He paused. In the end, she died. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Her mind raced with thoughts: an experiment, banned substances, death. Was he warning her? Warning her not to use any underhanded methods to enhance her mental energy. Once she came to her senses, Jiang Lijin instantly became furious. "Lord Karong," she spoke, her tone chilling, "what do you mean by this?" Karong looked at her without speaking. Jiang Lijin straightened her posture, meeting his gaze directly. "Do you think I used any prohibited drugs, which is why I have fluctuations in my mental energy?" Karong opened his mouth as if to say something, but was quickly interrupted by Jiang Lijin. "What's this?" Her voice took on a sharp edge. "Are you afraid I'll die in front of you, dirtying your office?" Karong continued to look at her, his expression unchanged, as if her outburst was not directed at him at all. But his calm demeanor only fueled Jiang Lijin's anger. "Let me tell you." She stood up. "You can check as you please. I have never used any illegal drugs. Moreover, with my status as a clevel waste, I can't afford any banned substances. You don't need to remind me in such a sarcastic manner." "I didn't mean that." Karong's voice was soft. He remained seated, relaxed in posture, his gaze calm. In his eyes there was no argument, no anger, only a gentle warmth that Jiang Lijin couldn't comprehend. "I don't believe you used any banned substances." His tone remained light. "Those who use such drugs display specific chaotic characteristics in their mental energy fluctuations. But your fluctuations are stable, as if they are growing naturally." Jiang Lijin was speechless. Wasn't he just doubting that she had used some mental energy-enhancing drugs, which led him to examine her energy fluctuations? But why, after seeing that her mental energy fluctuations were naturally growing, would he say such things to her? She continued to watch him with cautious eyes, though her vigilance was tinged with confusion. Karong paused, his gaze drifting away from her face, looking out the window. "Wanted to share my thoughts." The room fell silent instantly. Jiang Lijin stood there, suddenly sensing a hint of loneliness in Karong's gaze. A powerful 3-level beast man like him stood at the pinnacle of power, possessing extraordinary combat strength and immense wealth. What could cause him to reveal such a lonely expression? Was it that clever female he had just mentioned? In an instant, Jiang Lijin conjured a tragic love story in her mind: a clever female, falling in love with a 3-level big shot willing to participate in dangerous experiments and use banned drugs to forcibly enhance her mental energy just to stand beside him. In the end, she died from the drugs, and this 3S big shot could never forget her each clever female he saw reminding him of her. Though Jiang Lijin's experiences in the book world were quite dismal, she always believed that true feelings still existed in the world. So she felt a bit of sympathy for Kurong at that moment. She slowly sat back on the sofa, her voice lowering. "I'm sorry, I thought you were warning me with that tone just now." Kurong withdrew his gaze, his expression regaining its calm. "The one who should apologize is me. I don't usually interact with outsiders, so my tone might be a bit cold." He paused, then added, "I am very interested in you." Jiang Lijin frowned, about to say something, when a voice burst in her mind. "Wow, wow, 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 wow." Xiaoyi exclaimed, "Host, he said he's interested in you." Oh my god, he's interested in you." Jiang Lijin cursed inwardly. "Can you be a little more composed?" Xiaoyi retorted, "I can't, host. I'm just a baby who was born a few days ago." Jiang Lijin pressed her forehead. She then saw Kurong pick up another document to glance at before saying, "I think there's no need to continue with your psychological counseling." Jiang Lijin was taken aback. "Why not?" "Because you don't need it." Kurong looked at her, his tone firm. "You are an optimistic and strong female. The divorce hasn't caused you any psychological trauma." Jiang Lijin blinked, then suddenly laughed. "Are you complimenting me?" Kurong didn't respond, merely placing the document back on the desk and saying, "You should go to the mental energy department for a test to confirm your real level." Jiang Lijin's smile froze on her face. "Testing?" Host Xiaoyi's voice chimed in. "Your mental energy is still unstable. It's best to wait a few more days until it stabilizes before going." Kurong looked at her, a slight frown on his face, raising an eyebrow. "Don't want to go?" Jiang Lijin came to her senses, giving a dry laugh. "It's not that I don't want to go, but it's just that I have things to do today." "What things, eh?" "Many things." She began counting on her fingers. "The divorce agreement process isn't finished. The compensation will arrive today, and I still need to confirm and find a place to move. By the way, do you know which area on the main star has a good rental cost-performance ratio? Not too expensive, but also not too remote." Kurong watched her, rambling, a slight movement at the corner of his mouth. "You don't need to rent a house," he said. "Aren't all females covered by placement policies? Once your mental energy test results are out, if you reach a level or above, you can be assigned to excellent housing. You can stay for free, only needing to pay basic utility and maintenance fees." "I know that," Jiang Lijin replied lazily. "Even if I have scheduled the mental power test for this afternoon, it won't yield immediate results, right? Even when the results come out, it still has to go through procedures, doesn't it? But I have to find a place to stay these days. Lord Kurong wouldn't think that my former beast husbands would be willing to take me in for a few days, would he?" Kurong looked at her, remaining silent, his eyes betraying no emotion. Seeing that he did not respond, Jiang Lijin began rambling. "Moreover, my 3 ex-husbands issued me an ultimatum yesterday, urging me to move out quickly, saying that if I stayed any longer it would affect their welcoming of a new life. Can you believe this? They just signed the divorce agreement, and they're already eager to welcome someone new. You wouldn't know Lord Kurong. They brought that slevel female home yesterday, and because I didn't properly greet her, they used mental pressure on me." Jiang Lijin continued her discourse endlessly. She did not expect this man to help her, as she simply wanted to tarnish the reputation of her 3 ex-husbands. They should have some connections among those high-ranking individuals. Kurong's eyebrows twitched slightly. He seemed surprised that there were males so rude to females, even if they were slevel. In this world where females are rare, even clever females deserve respect. At least it should be that way on the surface. So Jiang Lijin spread her hands. "I still need to find a place to stay before the test results come out. I can't exactly sleep on the streets, can I? It's said that the nights on the main star can be quite cold, and if my clever body gets frozen, wouldn't that be a hassle for your hospital?" She paused for a moment, suddenly struck with an idea. "Or would you be willing to let me borrow your office to sleep for a while? I find this sofa quite comfortable, much better than that broken bed at my ex-husband's place." The room fell silent for a second. "You can stay at my house." Jiang Lijin was stunned. She looked up at Kurong, whose expression remained calm, as if he had just said the weather is nice. "What did you say?" Kurong looked at her and repeated in a calm tone, "I said you can stay at my house." Jiang Lijin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. What does this mean? Although this world claims that the higher the rank, the more noble and powerful one is, males still inherently have less choice in marriage compared to females. If a male is ambiguous with other females before marriage, he will still be talked about. Even if he matches with a female, he may be looked down upon. Wow, 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 wow. Xiaoyi's voice exploded in her mind again. "Host, he invited you to live at his house. Oh my god. Is this going to be cohabitation?" Jiang Lijin ignored it, staring at Kurong. Lord Karong, she began slowly, her tone laced with disbelief. Do you know what you are saying? Karong raised an eyebrow, seemingly understanding her thoughts, and suddenly laughed, though it was a light laugh. Didn't you check my information after you went back yesterday? He asked. Jiang Lijin was momentarily taken aback. Check information? No. But it was Xiao Yi rambling in her mind. Karong's tone remained calm. With my rank, I will never find a female companion in this lifetime. So this kind of thing doesn't matter. Jiang Lijin fell silent. She recalled Karong's expression when he mentioned that clever female, a look of loneliness and distance. He has someone in his heart. That deceased clever female must have been someone very important to him. That's why it doesn't matter to him, and that's why he dares to casually invite a strange female to stay at his house. This is also good. His heart is occupied, which makes it safer, even though she has nothing to tempt him with. Moreover, living in the house of a three-level powerhouse must be the safest place in the entire main star, right? Who would dare to cause trouble in the territory of a three-level beast man? Host Xiao Yi's voice chimed in again. Hurry and agree. Free housing protection from a three-level powerhouse. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and agree. Hurry and agree. Hurry and agree. Shut up. She turned to Karong. Are you sure? Jiang Lijin asked, should I pay rent? I'll just stay for a few days. Once the mental power test results come out, I will move out immediately. Karong nodded, his tone flat. My house is very large with many rooms. It's empty, so I won't charge you. All right. Jiang Lijin slapped her thigh. Then I'll go back and pack my things today. An hour later, Jiang Lijin stood in the most central area of the main star with a shabby suitcase. Before her stood a standalone villa 3 stories high with a garden, a swimming pool, and even a helipad. Yes, that's right, a helipad on which a small aircraft was parked. Jiang Lijin looked up at the house, cursing inwardly. Host Xiao Yi's voice hinted with subtlety, do you know how much this house is worth? How much? I don't know, Xiao Yi replied honestly, or rather it's priceless. This house is located in the residential area allocated by the main star for level females. Just, Xiao Yi's words were cut off as Jiang Lijin's footsteps came to a halt. Just what? She had a bad premonition in her heart. Philwin also lives here. The next second, a familiar voice came from behind, as delicate and affected as ever, but with a hint of uncontainable surprise. Sister Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin turned around. Philwin stood not far away, dressed in a light purple dress, her hair still casually tied back, making her appear gentle like a painting. Beside her stood another female, slightly taller with striking features, looking at Jiang Lijin with a scrutinizing gaze. The tall female frowned slightly, her gaze landing on the shabby suitcase in Jiang Lijin's hand, then glanced at her old coat, her eyes flashing with undisguised disdain. Philwin, do you know her? Philwin nodded, her smile gentle. Yes, this is Sister Jiang Lijin I mentioned to you before. She paused and added, the one who divorced Rex and the others. The tall female's expression shifted subtly. Oh, she elongated her tone, her gaze sweeping over Jiang Lijin. That gaze was filled with unabashed contempt. So it's you. The tall female chuckled, her tone condescending. I've heard about you, clevel matched with 3 levels only to be kicked out in the end. What a pity. Philwin gently tugged at her sleeve, her tone reproachful. Yali, don't say that. Sister Jiang Lijin has had a hard time. She looked at Jiang Lijin, her eyes feigning concern. Sister, don't take it to heart, Yali. It's just straightforward. By the way, how come you are here? This doesn't seem like a place for a clever female to come. Jiang Lijin looked at her and suddenly smiled. What a cliched scenario this is. There is always a friend with a sharp tongue by the side of the green tea girl, responsible for charging ahead, pretending to be innocent, kind, and a peacemaker. Disgusting, truly disgusting. She shook the suitcase in her hand, smiling sincerely. I'm here to find a place to stay. Yali laughed out loud. Looking for a place to stay. Do you know where this is? This is the most expensive residential area on the main star, where only level females live. You a clevel come here looking for a place to stay. She turned to Philwin, laughing so hard that her shoulders shook. Philwin, is your sister a bit out of her mind? Philwin gently tugged at her sleeve, her tone filled with helplessness. Yali, don't be like this. She looked at Jiang Lijin, her eyes full of worry. Sister, don't take it to heart. Yali is just blunt. But she does have a point. This place really isn't suitable for a clever female. How about I help you find a few cheaper places? I know some friends who can help you. Ask around. Jiang Lijin regarded Fei Erwin's masterful command of her expression and found herself unexpectedly amused. In another life, Fei Erwin might have made a fine actress, such talent wasted in the wrong world. No need, she said in a languid tone. I've already found a place. Fei Erwin's eyes flickered subtly. Found it, she whispered, her gaze drifting toward the space behind Jiang Lijin with a hint of probing. Sister, you wouldn't be thinking of living here, would you? Yali laughed louder, that sound threaded with unblushing mockery. Live here? Do you even know whose house this is? Fei Erwin tugged at Yali's sleeve again, but did not stop her this time. She only sighed her tone, as if soothing an impertinent child. Sister, this is Lord Ka Rong's house. Lord Ka Rong is the director of the central hospital on the primary planet. He's a 3th-level elder. You must have heard of him, right? She stepped forward half a pace as she spoke, lowering her voice. Lord Ka Rong dislikes being disturbed. Even approaching this house, we must mind our manners. Sister, you're a clevel standing here. If he sees you, he might not be pleased. I'm genuinely worried for you. Yali chimed in. Indeed. Last time some foolish female and Slevel no less lingered at Lord Ka Rong's door for a while, and the guards escorted her away immediately. What a disgrace. Tisk tsk. Jiang Lijin said nothing. She wanted to see how far these two would carry on their little performance. Fei Erwin, seeing her silence and thinking she had begun to reflect, allowed a flash of satisfaction in her eyes, though her face remained the same gentle, concerned mask. Sister, Lord Ka Rong and I. Though we are somewhat acquainted, if you offend him, I truly won't be able to plead for you. Huh. Jiang Lijin paused for a beat. This innocent girl had some acquaintance with Ka Rong. A sudden worry rose, not about anything else, but about her choice to move into Ka Rong's house. If Ka Rong, like her 3 former husbands, were to be smitten by that fox innocent, would she not be a lamb before a tiger? After all, Ka Rong was a 3th-level beast man. A casual exertion of his pressure could send her away. She looked at Fei Erwin. Miss Fei Erwin, are you close to Lord Ka Rong? Fei Erwin's expression stiffened as if she had not expected the question, but she quickly recovered. I wouldn't say we're close. She waved her hand in a delicate, almost calculated gesture that suggested modesty. Just met a few times, exchanged a few words, that's all. Jiang Lijin frowned, uncertain whether to trust her. She suddenly recalled this world was also a book and hurriedly summoned Xiao Yi in her mind. Xiao Yi in the plot of that book. Do Ka Rong and Fei Erwin know each other? Or do they have any intersection? No host. The original book mainly centers on Fei Erwin and your 3 ex-husbands in a sweet romance. Ka Rong never appears and is a marginal character. The only 3th-level beastman who appears is Ji Lan's superior bear, but he was outmaneuvered by Ji Lan in the end and died miserably. His presence mainly served to highlight Ji Lan's cleverness. Ji Lan. I wouldn't have guessed. He seemed the most human of the 3. Host, you needn't be overly concerned with the book's plot. Now that you have come to this world with absolute free will, and me at your side, you are the protagonist of your own story. The plot cannot dictate us. Jiang Lijin could not help but laugh at that. But that smile struck Fei Erwin as particularly grating. What did it mean? How dare a clever nobody doubt me, mock me? Fei Erwin's gaze dimmed for an instant, and she was about to speak when a door opened behind them. The 3 turned at once. Ka Rong stood in the doorway. He had changed into loungewear of deep gray, more casual than a shirt, yet still strikingly handsome beyond belief. His pale gray eyes swept over the 3 at the door with calm reserve. Fei Erwin's eyes brightened in an instant. She stepped forward half a pace, lips parting as if to say something. Perhaps a greeting, perhaps polite small talk. But Ka Rong's gaze passed over her and settled on Jiang Lijin. Since you're here, why don't you come in? His tone was very even. In that moment, the air seemed to harden. Fei Erwin's smile froze on her face, her lips remained slightly parted, but no sound came. Yali gaped, frozen in place, eyes nearly popping from their sockets, her jaw almost unhinged. She looked from Ka Rong to Jiang Lijin, her expression like someone watching an astonishing fantasy unfold. Jiang Lijin shook the suitcase in her hand and, still languid with a faint, barely there smile, said, I ran into 2 helpful citizens and exchanged a few words. Ka Rong's gaze swept again over Fei Erwin and Yali, brief and indifferent, then returned to Jiang Lijin. Come inside. Jiang Lijin picked up her suitcase and walked between the 2. Her steps were unhurried. As she passed Fei Erwin, she paused and turned her head to look at the face that had gone utterly immobile. She passed Ka Rong and stepped through the door. Ka Rong did not glance at Fei Erwin again. He turned and gently closed the door. When the door shut, Fei Erwin stood rooted to the spot, motionless. Her lips trembled slightly, and her fingertips dug into her palm. Yali opened her mouth, words squeezed from her throat. She is living in Lord Ka Rong's house. Fei Erwin did not answer. She could not. Yali continued to mutter beside her, isn't she clever? How can a clever live in Lord Ka Rong's house? Why would he let her stay? What is their relationship? What right does she have? Fei Erwin tried hard to preserve that serene indifference, but her features still twisted with a fierce, ugly tension. She drew several deep breaths to suppress the humiliation and resentment in her chest. Looking at Yali, she forced a stiff smile. Perhaps Lord Ka Rong kindly took in a homeless clever female. Right, Yali said, as if suddenly remembering. I heard from the security here that Ka Rong's housekeeper resigned over personal matters, and lately Lord Ka Rong has been hiring a new housekeeper. Maybe your sister went there to be the housekeeper. The more she spoke, the surer she sounded, her voice growing louder. Yes, it must be that. She's a divorced clevel. What else can she do apart from being a housekeeper or nanny? They must be short-staffed and temporarily hired her to work. At those words, Fei Erwin's expression smoothed somewhat. Yali continued chattering with an air of superiority. Lord Ka Rong, really? How could he let a divorced clevel female serve as his housekeeper? Imagine how that would sound if it got out. Surely his housekeeper should be in a level female or above. Fei Erwin reverted to that gentle facade, stepped forward to tug Yali's hand, a faint smile on her face. Perhaps Sister Jiang Lijin is simply accustomed to serving others. After all, I heard Lord Likisi and the others say she is quite adept at such tasks. At that, Yali laughed along. Inside, Jiang Lijin carried her suitcase into the sitting room and paused. The decor was far more restrained than the exterior suggested, suffused with a quiet scholarly temperament. Several paintings by unknown masters hung on the walls. The bookshelves were filled with volumes whose titles she could hardly make out. But Jiang Lijin had no inclination to admire them. She turned to Ka Rong. Lord Ka Rong, she asked with a note of curiosity. I heard Miss Fei Erwin and you have some acquaintance. Ka Rong's brow knit slightly, a flicker of puzzlement in his eyes. He thought for a few seconds, then looked up. Miss Fei Erwin. Which one is she? Jiang Lijin was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. Xiao Yi's voice sounded in her mind. Wow, host. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her head. I have to admire Fei Erwin's nerve. Ka Rong doesn't even know her yet. She claimed they had a bit of acquaintance. Even after Ka Rong answered the door, she kept her composure. What nerve, what mental fortitude. Jiang Lijin ignored it and simply looked at Ka Rong. Never mind, I was just asking casually. Ka Rong regarded her with lingering puzzlement, but did not press further. He merely nodded. By the way, he said, there is something I should tell you. Jiang Lijin collected her thoughts and watched him. This house originally had a housekeeper who served me for many years, but he grew old and recently returned to his hometown to retire. Jiang Lijin nodded and waited for him to continue. The new housekeeper hasn't arrived yet, so for the time being. Ka Rong paused. There are only the two of us in this house. Wow. Xiao Yi's voice sounded in her head with a peculiar excitement. A solitary man and woman alone in one house. Jiang Lijin mentally snapped back. Shut up. She could not deny she was a little surprised by the news. Ka Rong continued to watch her, as if waiting for her reaction to see whether she minded the arrangement. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Then she teased, all right, I'll remember to lock the door when I sleep tonight. Kargon unexpectedly smiled as well. That smile was faint, with only the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, yet it instantly brought life to his usually expressionless face. However, Jiang Lijin had no time to appreciate it, as he turned and walked inside. She could only carry her luggage and follow him. They passed through the living room, then through a long corridor, twisting and turning for quite a while, before finally stopping in front of a door. Jiang Lijin thought they had finally arrived, but Kargon pushed the door open, revealing an even longer corridor lined with 4 or 5 closed doors on either side. This is the guest room area, he said, stepping aside so that Jiang Lijin could see the layout inside. These rooms are all empty. You can choose whichever one you like to stay in. Jiang Lijin was a bit dizzy from all the twists and turns and randomly pointed to the nearest room. Let's go with this one. Kargon took out a card from his pocket and handed it to her. This is the access card. All the permissions for the house are on this card, including the main door. Of course, except for my bedroom and study. Those 2 areas have separate permissions, so you won't wander into them by mistake. Jiang Lijin took the card and glanced down at it. It was black with a great texture and bore a symbol she couldn't understand. You can use the kitchen downstairs freely, Kargon continued. There should still be some ingredients in the fridge. I'm not quite sure what exactly, so you can take a look yourself. He added, if you need any daily necessities or ingredients, you can make a list, and I'll have my assistant help you with the shopping. Jiang Lijin looked up at him, a complex emotion surging within her. Why was this person so nice? Not only did he provide her with a place to stay, but he also took the initiative to offer to buy her groceries and daily supplies. What about you? What do you eat? I spend most of my time at the hospital, he replied, his tone still flat. I eat at the staff cafeteria. My time at home is very short in the evenings, so I hardly use the kitchen. Jiang Lijin nodded. In such a large house with such luxurious decor, the owner hardly stayed there. It was truly a waste. Kargon glanced at the light brain on his wrist and frowned slightly. I have an online meeting, I need to take care of it now. There's also a banquet tonight, so I might not be back until late. You don't have to wait for me. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. Not wait for him. That sounded so strange. Perhaps her gaze was too subtle. Kargong himself felt that his words were a bit odd, and he quickly added, "What I mean is you can do as you please." Jiang Lijin nodded, saying, "All right, you go ahead." "Thank you." "No need to thank me," he replied softly. "It was my intention to have you stay here." After he finished speaking, he turned to leave, his footsteps gradually fading away until they disappeared at the end of the corridor. Jiang Lijin stood still, watching his figure vanish around the corner, suddenly feeling an indescribable sense of emotion swell within her. Kargong not only provided her with a place to stay, but also actively offered to help her purchase necessities and informed her that she could freely use anything in the house. Although she knew Kargong's actions might stem from sympathy, curiosity, or perhaps because of the deceased class female, what did it matter? At least he treated her as a person, not a class waste. Host Xiao Yi's voice gently echoed, filled with a cautious tenderness. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Lijin finally came back to her senses, picked up her suitcase, and pushed open the door. "It's nothing, just feels quite nice." The room was very clean, featuring a large bed, a big window, a tidy desk, and even a private bathroom. She placed her suitcase in the corner and flopped down onto the bed. After lying there for a while, she got up, took out her newly bought light brain, and found an unread email as soon as she opened it. Upon opening it, she saw it was from the Psychological Counseling Center of the Central Hospital on the main star. The content stated, "Based on the assessment signed by your attending physician, Director Kargong, our hospital believes that your current psychological state is stable, your emotions are healthy, and there are no clinical indications for psychological counseling. Therefore, your divorce psychological counseling process has officially concluded." Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrows. Kargong was quite efficient. He had just said there was no need to continue in the morning, and by the afternoon, he had ended the process. "Host, does that mean we no longer need to go to the hospital?" "Right. Then we won't be able to see Kargong's handsome face every day?" Jiang Lijin was amused by its sorrowful tone. "We are living in his house now. Are you still worried about not seeing him?" Xiao Yi chuckled a couple of times and fell silent. Jiang Lijin took off the light brain and decided to go wash up in the bathroom. She hadn't had a proper wash in the past few days at the houses of her 3 ex-husbands. Although that house was large, the room she was given didn't have a private bathroom, and the original owner usually saved up some interstellar coins to go wash at the public bath near her home. Jiang Lijin couldn't quite accept that kind of public bath. Just the thought of being exposed to a bunch of strangers made her skin crawl. So for the past few nights, she had just done a simple cleanup before sleeping, not even managing to take a hot shower. However, as soon as she pushed open the bathroom door, she was stunned. This was no bathroom, it was clearly a small spa. With floor-to-ceiling windows, a massage tub, a shower room, and a wall-sized smart mirror. One that was a mirror when not powered but could function as a TV display when turned on. Jiang Lijin stood at the door, silent for 2 seconds. Host Xiao Yi's voice drifted into her mind. "I also want to live here." "Aren't you living in my head?" "Then I wanted to," Xiao Yi said. "Let me enjoy it as well. Plus, host, all the devices here are voice-controlled smart systems." Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and tentatively spoke. "Turn on the lights." The lights turned on. "Adjust the water temperature to 42 degrees. The water from the faucet began to flow with steaming heat. Jiang Lijin nodded in satisfaction, ready to take off her clothes. Just as her hand brushed the collar, she suddenly remembered something and called out in her mind, "Xiao Yi." "I'm here, host." Xiao Yi's voice immediately responded, sounding quite obedient. "Can you see me while I'm bathing?" Xiao Yi chuckled a couple of times, and Jiang Lijin's face darkened. In response, it said, "Don't worry, host. This system is a healthy green system, and anything that shouldn't be seen will be automatically blocked or blurred. We absolutely protect the host's privacy. Bathing scenes will be automatically recognized as private content and directly processed with a mosaic." Jiang Lijin then nodded in relief, undressed, and submerged herself in the comfortably warm bathtub. After finishing her bath, she felt considerably relaxed. She changed into the old pajamas she had dug out from her suitcase and threw herself onto the giant bed. Just then, the light brain sounded with a notification. She opened it and discovered it was a message about her balance being credited. Upon checking, her account balance showed 10,08432 interstellar coins. As soon as the money arrived, Jiang Lijin felt a surge of security. No matter how she looked at it, she could be considered a small, wealthy woman in this world, right? Moreover, at this moment, the mattress was perfectly soft, the pillow height was just right, and the quilt had a faint fragrance. Jiang Lijin stared at the ceiling, suddenly feeling that this might be the best sleep of her life. No, it was the most restful night of her 2 lives. Sleepiness gradually washed over her. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. Jiang Lijin abruptly opened her eyes. She stared at the ceiling in the darkness, her heart racing. A knock on the door. Who was knocking at this late hour? This was the home of a three-class big shot. Could it be Kargong? She instinctively clutched the quilt tighter, her mind racing with various thoughts. He wouldn't have changed his mind, would he? He wouldn't have come to kick her out in the middle of the night, would he? Or was there something he needed to explain? Xiaoyi, she shouted in her mind. Someone is knocking. Ooh, quickly check who it is. Xiaoyi was silent for a second, sounding a bit nervous. Host, I cannot access the monitoring system of this house. The firewall level is too high for me to break in. Jiang Lijin's heart sank. However, I can connect to the public network. According to Kargon's schedule for tonight, he should be at the banquet at this hour. The banquet starts at 9 and is expected to last until 11:30. It's only 10 o'clock now, he can't possibly be here. Jiang Lijin was momentarily stunned. Not Kargon. Then who could it be? Host, even though I can't see the surveillance, I can sense that the entity outside poses no hostility. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Entity? Yes, not a person. It's a very gentle energy wave. After a moment of silence, she called for the smart appliances to turn on the lights, and then lifted the quilt to get out of bed. Barefoot, she stepped onto the soft carpet, walked to the door, took a deep breath, and then turned the doorknob. The corridor outside the door was dimly lit, and at the entrance stood a round, plump robot. It was white, about as tall as her waist, with a soft blue light glowing on its head. Upon seeing her open the door, its round head tilted slightly, emitting a mechanical, yet gentle doll-like voice. Good evening, guest. I am the home service robot Xiaobai. May I assist you in cleaning your room? Jiang Lijin was momentarily stunned. She looked down at the robot, which was also looking up at her. Its electronic eyes blinked, and although it was just a robot, Jiang Lijin felt a sense of expectation in its gaze. She let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but laugh. Huh. Xiaoyi's laughter echoed in her mind. Host, have you been staying at your ex-husband's place for too long, and now you have a stress response? Hearing the knock made her feel it was someone coming to trouble her. Jiang Lijin paused for a moment. She thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. At those three ex-husbands' homes, every knock at the door meant trouble. Either Aiden came to scold her, or Rex came to issue orders, or Kieran brought her documents that required her signature. Never once did a knock at the door signify good news. She had gotten used to treating every knock as a threat. Good evening, guest, may I assist you in cleaning your room? Xiaobai repeated the question, its tone still gentle. Jiang Lijin looked down at it, feeling both amused and a bit bittersweet. No need, the room is quite clean. Xiaobai nodded slightly and turned its round head a bit, saying, all right. May I prepare a late-night snack for you? There are ingredients in the refrigerator, and I can do simple heating and cooking. This was a pleasant surprise. What can you make? Jiang Lijin asked. She suddenly felt a bit hungry, realizing she hadn't had dinner yet. The robot blinked its eyes. I can make hot milk, hot cocoa, or heat sandwiches and pizza, or I can help you cook simple noodles. Then let's have hot milk and sandwiches. All right, please wait a moment. I will deliver them to your room in 10 minutes. The robot turned around, its round body rolling away. Its silhouette appeared somewhat cute under the dim corridor lights. 10 minutes later, the robot appeared on time, carrying a steaming cup of hot milk and a warm sandwich. Jiang Lijin received the tray and said thank you. The robot Xiaobai tilted its head, its electronic eyes turning into two crescent shapes. You are welcome, guest. After you finish eating, please leave the dishes at your door. Good night. It turned, and its round figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. By the time Jiang Lijin lay back in bed, it was nearly midnight. She said, turn off the lights to the air, and the room darkened again. Host, go to sleep. I will keep watch for you, and I will call you if anything happens. Xiaoyi's voice softly echoed. Okay. She said, good night, Xiaoyi. Good night, host. In the darkness, she closed her eyes, finally feeling relaxed this time. Host, 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 host. Xiaoyi's voice echoed in her mind, urgent, as if calling for help. Jiang Lijin groggily opened her eyes only to find that it was bright outside. What's wrong? She asked hoarsely, her mind still not fully awake. Host, wake up quickly. I have something important to tell you. Jiang Lijin turned over, burying her face in the pillow. Speak. Your mental power level has broken through again. Jiang Lijin was stunned for a second, then sat up abruptly, all sleepiness gone. What? I just detected that your mental power fluctuations have stabilized above level 2S. Xiaoyi's voice carried a hint of urgency and excitement. According to this trend, once fully stabilized, you are very likely to become the first 3S female in this world. Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, her voice a bit dry. Then, what will happen? According to the matching rules of this world, all eligible 3S males may be matched with you. Xiaoyi paused, adding, including Sharon. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin's emotions became complex, but the most apparent feeling was still worry. If it were Sharon, then it would be fine. Even if he harbored feelings for another with his upbringing and temperament, even if they were truly matched, he would treat her with respect. At least it would be much more stable than her 3 ex-husbands. But what about the other 3 beast men? Host, are you worried? Jiang Lijin's mind was in a jumble as she slowly said, I was thinking if I really matched with other 3 beastmen and encountered someone as proud and arrogant as my ex-husbands, would I not be escaping from the tiger's den only to enter the wolf's lair? Host, you have forgotten one thing. What? Previously you were level C, which is considered low in the eyes of S-level beings and could be treated casually. But now it's different. You are the only 3S female in the world, and all 13 star systems in the universe will treat you as the most precious resource to protect. Jiang Lijin's eyes widened as if she had just realized something. Moreover, Xiaoyi paused but spoke seriously, I will stay with you until your last moment. Jiang Lijin remained silent, staring at the wall in front of her. After a long while, she finally pulled the corners of her mouth up. I understand. She said, her voice steadier than before. Thank you, Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi chuckled softly in her mind, not speaking further. The room fell silent. Suddenly the light brain on the bedside table lit up, emitting a short prompt sound. At that moment, the light brain on the bedside table began to vibrate, producing a series of short prompt sounds. Jiang Lijin was taken aback and reached out to grab the light brain. The screen lit up, displaying a new email. She clicked to open it, and her pupils contracted slightly. Send her main brain. Jiang Lijin's pupils contracted slightly. Host. Xiaoyi sensed her emotional fluctuation. What happened? The main brain sent me a message. Her voice was a bit dry. Xiaoyi paused for a moment, then spoke again, his tone unexpectedly serious. The main brain. The central main brain that controls all Beastman data in the 13 star systems. Yes. It has never sent emails to individual entities. Xiaoyi's speech quickened. It has never done so. It is only responsible for data processing and matching calculations, and all communications are relayed through various levels of institutions. How could it contact you directly? Jiang Lijin did not answer, her fingers sliding over the screen, opening the message. The content was very brief, consisting of only a few lines. Dear citizen, Jiang Lijin, your mental power fluctuation data has entered a key monitoring sequence. Jiang Lijin stared at the door, a thought flickering in her mind. Surely, it won't be Xiao by this time. Knock, knock, knock. 3 measured raps, neither too light nor too heavy. The door isn't locked. Please come in. For some reason, she felt unusually calm this time. The door swung open, and as expected, Chiron stood on the threshold. He wore a deep gray ensemble, impeccably tailored, poised with effortless elegance and undeniably striking. Is your accommodation satisfactory? He asked, voice level and unruffled. Jiang Lijin nodded. After all, he was still her rent-free landlord, so she offered a radiant smile. It's wonderful. The bed is exceptionally comfortable, and the bathroom is remarkably sophisticated. And your household robot Xiaobai, he's quite fascinating. If I ever own a home, I'd certainly commission one just like him. It's not for sale, Chiron replied, a faint curve lifting one corner of his lips. He's an experimental prototype from the Academy of Sciences. Jiang Lijin murmured, an indifferent, oh, untroubled by the revelation. If it couldn't be bought, then so be it. She'd savor every day of her stay here for as long as she could. They stood in silence for 2 seconds. Chiron broke the quiet first. You've received the central AI's email, haven't you? Jiang Lijin blinked, startled. How did you know? He lightly touched his jaw, gaze steady and earnest. It seems your research was incomplete. Didn't you know I hold a formal position at the Academy of Sciences? Jiang Lijin fell silent. She hadn't looked it up. Everything she knew had come from Xiaoyi. Hey, Xiaoyi chimed inwardly, its tone tinged with mischievous excitement. I was too stunned by his SS rank status to finish reading the rest. Jiang Lijin ignored it and lifted her eyes to Chiron. Yes, I received it. He nodded, his tone now cool and professional. I'm assigned to oversee your orientation. When would be convenient for you? Tomorrow at 9 a.m. She paused for a beat. Unexpected yet perhaps fitting, since he was in a sense already familiar. Is the assessment complicated? Chiron regarded her, his voice softening slightly. No need to worry. It's merely a routine evaluation. Your mental resonance pattern is highly atypical. The central AI requires precise verification. Jiang Lijin remained silent. Chiron added gently, in all documented history, across every verified record, no individual has ever manifested such a phenomenon. Hence both the central AI and the Empire regard this matter with exceptional gravity. Understood, she said, nodding. Tomorrow then. Very well, he replied. I'll await you in the living room tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Jiang Lijin nodded again. Thank you. Chiron studied her, one brow arching faintly. No need for thanks. Perhaps in due time I may become one of your bonded mates." With that he turned and walked away, the rhythm of his footsteps fading into the distance. Jiang Lijin stood rooted in place for several long seconds before the words truly registered. Was he joking? His expression hadn't shifted a single degree. "Host," Xiaoyi whispered into her mind, its voice humming with subtle intrigue. What did he mean by that? Jiang Lijin returned to the bed and sat down. No idea. Perhaps he's repaying last night's teasing. Mine was lighthearted, his evidently is dry. Then why are you smiling? Because he delivers jokes with the same impassivity he uses for weather reports. Jiang Lijin sighed, reclining backward onto the mattress. Do all SS rank elites speak like that? Xiaoyi paused for a beat. Don't you think he was implying something? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. Implying what? That he wants to marry me. Please. He was simply stating a possibility. Besides, even if he did, that doesn't mean I'd reciprocate. But earlier didn't you say it wouldn't be so bad if it were Chiron? That was choosing the tallest among dwarfs, Jiang Lijin murmured, staring blankly at the ceiling. Compared to strangers, yes, he's objectively superior. But does that mean I desire anything more? Not at all. Fair enough. She rolled onto her side. Enough speculation. I can't refuse anyway. Tomorrow I'll head to the academy. Tonight, though, I'll decide what to eat. She pushed open her bedroom door and stepped into the corridor heading toward the kitchen. The house was vast, its hallways winding and labyrinthine, lined with abstract paintings whose meanings eluded her. As she walked, she mused how exhausting it must be for cleaning staff to maintain such a residence. She wandered for ages, getting lost repeatedly, before finally locating the kitchen. It was even larger than she'd imagined, gleaming stovetop oven, microwave, dishwasher, all pristine, untouched by daily use. Jiang Lijin strode straight to the refrigerator and froze. Frozen pizza, frozen sandwiches, frozen pasta, frozen dumplings, and on the second shelf row upon row of premium nutrient solutions, each labeled with phrases like SSS rank exclusive and optimally balanced. She rummaged deeper, growing increasingly disheartened. Though she knew fresh produce was astronomically expensive in this world, she'd assumed an SS rank elite might keep at least a modest stock. Yet this refrigerator. At the very back, her fingers brushed something round and firm. Pushing aside the frozen meals, she uncovered a single head of bok choy, vibrant green, crisp, unmistakably alive. Her eyes lit up, and she reached for it. "Host," Xiaoyi interjected, its voice resonating inside her skull. "That bok choy is worth approximately 1,500 stellar credits in this world." Her hand halted midair, then snapped back. 1,500 stellar credits. For a single vegetable. Suddenly, her million-credit compensation package felt far less secure. "Guest?" Xiaobai's voice startled her from behind. She whirled around, only to find the spherical robot gliding silently beside her, its optical sensors blinking softly. Jiang Lijin tilted her head. Xiaobai mirrored the gesture, its tone warm and gentle. "Are you hungry, guest?" She nodded. "A little. Then Xiaobai will prepare you noodles." Without pause, the robot rolled to the fridge, nudged her aside, and extended a mechanical arm, retrieving the bok choy and peeling off 2 tender leaves. Jiang Lijin obediently moved to the dining area, settling at the table to watch Xiaobai maneuver fluidly across the open kitchen. The spherical robot pivoted and glided with surprising grace, utterly unlike any prototype she'd imagined. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of noodles appeared before her. Clear broth, fine noodles, 2 delicate bok choy leaves resting atop. Simple, elegant, lacking only garnish. Jiang Lijin picked up her chopsticks, twirled a strand, and ate, savoring the taste without a second thought for how many stellar credits those 2 leaves likely represented. After finishing, she placed the dishes in the dishwasher, thanked Xiaobai, and headed upstairs. Behind her, Xiaobai's optical sensors softened into 2 crescent moons. Unbeknownst to her, outside the house, Chiron had just opened the front gate, descending the steps toward the garage, when his peripheral vision caught movement near the flower bed. A female stood there, clad in a pale pink gown, someone he vaguely recalled from yesterday's gathering. She seemed neither accidental nor impatient, merely present, as if waiting. Spotting Chiron, her eyes brightened, and she hurried forward. "Lord Chiron," she breathed, her voice silken-edged with breathless warmth. She halted before him, tilting her chin upward, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Chiron paused, observing her calmly. "Madam, how may I assist you?" Filewin gently bit her lower lip, a natural unconscious gesture, then lowered her lashes, hesitating before lifting them again, her expression tenderly hesitant. "Lord Chiron, I've come to speak with you." Her voice dropped softer still. "Sister Jiang Lijin, if she's done anything amiss, please don't hold it against her." Chiron's brow furrowed, but he said nothing. Filewin shifted uneasy under his gaze yet pressed on, her eyes glistening. She's kind-hearted truly, though perhaps not skilled in words. If she's offended you in any way, please tell me. I'll gladly bear the consequence in her stead. Tears trembled at the edge of her lashes ready to fall. A sight designed to stir compassion in any heart. But Chiron was no ordinary man. His frown deepened. What is your name? Filewin faltered, her expression stiffening for an instant before smoothing into composure. Filewin, Lord Chiron. We met at the gala. Filewin, Chiron repeated as if verifying the name's authenticity. He recalled Jiang Lijin asking yesterday whether he knew someone named Filewin. This was her. Yet Jiang Lijin's expression then had been unmistakably disdainful. Is Jiang Lijin truly your elder sister? He asked. Filewin parted her lips, then hesitated, uncertain how to answer. Strictly speaking, they shared no relation. The title, elder sister, had been casual, assumed, never meant to be scrutinized. She stammered, she's someone I call elder sister. Chiron cut her off. If there's nothing further, I'll take my leave. Filewin opened her mouth to protest, but met his gaze cool and unyielding, and swallowed her words. That look held no malice, only absolute detachment, enough to freeze her in place. Chiron turned and walked away, his footsteps receding into silence. Filewin remained rooted where she stood, nails biting deep into her palms. Jiang Lijin returned to her room, closed the door, and took out her portable holographic computer to begin searching for female money-making methods. The search results popped up in an instant, filling dozens of pages. Jiang Lijin scrolled down line by line, her expression growing darker. What on earth are these things? What is this about marrying a powerful beast husband or picking up trash in the central area of the main star, making over 10,000 a day is not a dream, or entering a prestigious academy for further studies, graduating, and joining a research institution to reach the peak of life? As she read through them, she felt like she had stumbled onto a scam website. Host, you don't need to be so anxious. Isn't there still 1 million in your account? If you save a bit, it will last a long time. Jiang Lijin scoffed. A cabbage costs 1,500. Tell me how to save. She recalled the taste of that spoiled, bitter melon juice, and her stomach churned. She shook her head. If I have to live by drinking that every day, I'd rather be dead. I'd rather pick up trash, really. Host, how about you check the forums? Forums? Yes, the largest gossip forum in the star system, where orcs from 13 star systems discuss. There's a female section, maybe you can find some money-making methods there. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. How do you know this? Although I'm a new system, I have some basic information in my database. Forums are a standard feature in every world. I just tried searching a bit. To my surprise, there actually is one, and it's quite large. Jiang Lijin remained silent as she searched for forum on her holographic computer. The interface transitioned, and a clean forum appeared before her. At the top of the homepage were several pinned posts, and scrolling down revealed a variety of threads. Shocking. The major of the 9th Military Region met with a mysterious female last night. They were together for 3 hours, insiders revealed, not just once. Rational discussion is this year's top 10 outstanding orc selection fair. Help. My beast husband is experiencing a mental power outburst and has been captured by the Security Bureau. What should I do? Jiang Lijin casually scrolled through a few posts and found that the forum's vibe was quite similar to a certain platform from her original world, except the main characters were orcs instead of humans. Just as she was about to click into the female section, her peripheral vision caught a thread on the homepage. Lord Chiron looks even more handsome today. Jiang Lijin's fingers paused. She stared at the title for 3 seconds, then inexplicably clicked on it. The post's body contained just one sentence. I happened to run into Lord Chiron today at the entrance of the Central Hospital on the main star. Took a snapshot. Does anyone understand? Below it was an attached picture. Jiang Lijin clicked on the image, her mouth twitching. The Chiron in the photo indeed wore the same outfit she had seen today, walking toward the entrance of the main star hospital, captured from a side angle. The issue was Jiang Lijin remembered that spot. It was a flower bed. Was this person crouching in the bushes to take the picture? Or lying on the ground? She scrolled down to the comments. Wow, did you stake out? This angle, this clarity, amazing. Can I ask what time Lord Chiron started work today? I also want to run into him. This photography skill is so impressive. I suggest you directly apply to be a reporter for the Central Star Daily. Lord Chiron's profile kills me. This nose bridge, this jawline, I could die right here. Calm down. Upstairs, remember to call an ambulance from the Central Hospital on the main star. Jiang Lijin silently watched as the comment section erupted. Indeed, despite claims that females are precious, protected, and cared for, it was the high-ranking orcs who were truly coveted. She exited the thread only to find another post quickly rising in popularity beneath it. Our Lord Ball is the most handsome in the universe, okay? Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrow and clicked in again. The post's body also included a picture, and as she enlarged the image, she was stunned. In the photo, the man sat on a black leather sofa dressed in a well-tailored black and gray suit, casually crossing his legs, hands resting on his knees. The photo captured only a side profile, but it was still evident that his features were exceptionally defined, with a sharp, oppressive aura in his eyes, and one could feel his distant presence even through the photo. He slightly furrowed his brows as if deep in thought, or perhaps quite impatient. Jiang Lijin stared at that face for a few seconds, then objectively assessed in her mind, indeed handsome. Unlike Karen's gentle jade-like demeanor, this man exuded a sharpness that felt dangerous just from looking at the photo. Yet that handsome face irresistibly drew people in. She scrolled down to the comments, which were even more fervent than she had imagined. Lord Ball. This aura, these legs, these hands, I could ascend to heaven on the spot. It's such a pity for Lord Ball, a 3S male. There's no female in the entire star system who can match him. Don't say that upstairs, them about to cry. A 3S male can't have a happy ending, and our Lord Ball is so strong. Why is that? There's no way a 3S female even exists. Matching an S-level female with a 3S male won't take long before the mental power explodes. This isn't a match, it's murder. If I could be matched with Lord Ball, I would be willing to die. Wake up upstairs, you are a male. Jiang Lijin softly clicked her tongue. She recalled what Little One had mentioned earlier about Ball. The top superior of Kiran, he would die at Kiran's hands in the plot. And this plot was merely to highlight Kiran's intelligence and pave the way for him. But she hadn't expected that Ball was actually the highest commander of the Central Military District. How could such a person end up dying at Kiran's hands? She couldn't help but voice what a pity, such a handsome man. Host, but he is also a 3S. Jiang Lijin paused for a moment, then realized what Little One was hinting at. 3S. According to the matching rules of this world, once she confirmed her 3S mental power, it's very likely that his name would appear on her future partner list. Or rather, it would definitely appear. There are fewer than 10 3S males in the entire star system, and only a few would be suitable matches for her. She raised an eyebrow and lazily said, if I really get matched with him, I'll find a way to save him. You are just being opportunistic. I'm strategically utilizing resources. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. Besides, I can't refuse a match. Rather than someone I don't know, why not someone handsome? That's called strategic laziness. Oh, what do you know? Yes, you're right. Little One's voice was very obedient, but she could clearly hear the suppressed laughter in their tone. Jiang Lijin exited the post, her fingers gliding across the holographic screen, entering the female section. The page transitioned, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. At the very top of the homepage floated a pinned post, its title boldly written in red: attention, all females. Detailed explanation of interstellar female welfare subsidies latest revision. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and clicked on it. The post was lengthy, densely packed with various clauses, clearly the result of considerable effort by a well-meaning individual. She scrolled down, quickly finding the key information that piqued her interest. Female monthly subsidy standards: D level and below 300 interstellar coins month, C level 500 interstellar coins month, B level 2,000 interstellar coins month, A level 5,000 interstellar coins month, S level 20,000 interstellar coins month. Jiang Lijin stared at the C level 500 interstellar coins month for 3 seconds, then displayed an extremely disdainful expression. Who can survive on 500 interstellar coins? That amount barely sustains a living. She wondered how much it would increase when she reached 3S level. She continued scrolling through the post. It detailed the distribution rules for the subsidies. Females do not need to work, and the subsidies are automatically credited each month. This is the Empire's basic guarantee for females, aimed at ensuring that all females can sustain their lives without worry about their livelihood. Exiting this post, below the pinned one were the daily posts of the female section. Jiang Lijin casually glanced through, noticing that the tone of this section was entirely different from the homepage. B-level female, looking for a purification job, seeking guidance from seniors. Does anyone know the recruitment requirements for the hospital's purification department? Woo, I went to the hospital for purification today and was complimented by an A-level beastman. So happy. Jiang Lijin flipped through the posts one by one, gradually understanding the ecology of this section. In this world, females indeed do not need to work. But for C-level and below low-grade females, the monthly subsidy barely suffices for survival. Want to eat fresh vegetables? Want to buy new clothes? Or perhaps want to live in a better house? Very difficult. Thus, many low-grade females without a partner to support them, or whose partners are of low rank, still go out to find work. However, the jobs available to females are extremely limited, mostly related to purification. Purification is a unique ability of females. Their mental strength can soothe the violent emotions of male beastmen caused by battle and pollution, purifying the accumulated pollutants within them. Higher-ranked females can even actively release their mental strength to help beastmen enhance their combat power and prolong their lifespan. In a world where an invasion by the insect race could erupt at any moment, purification ability is the most scarce resource. Jiang Lijin scrolled down and soon saw a familiar name. Crying for Lord Filwyn again today. Lord Filwyn has gone to the hospital for purification this week for 3 days. A full 3 days. She is truly so kind. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but click on it. The post was eloquently written, accompanied by several pictures. Filwyn still wore those dresses that accentuated her figure, standing in the hospital's purification room, surrounded by several male beastmen. She slightly lowered her head, her face adorned with a gentle smile. The comments section was ablaze. Lord Filwyn is truly too kind. An S-level female could do nothing at all, yet she insists on going to the hospital to help. Yes, I've heard she goes at least 3 days a week purifying many male beastmen who haven't matched with any females. Without her help, those beastmen would have lost control of their mental strength long ago. What a pity Lord Filwyn has only matched with 3 A-level males. If you ask me, Lord Filwyn is more than enough to match with 3 S-level males. Take a moment to think, do you want Lord Filwyn to explode and die? Jiang Lijin scrolled through the screen, her lips twitching slightly. Host, what are you looking at? Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind. This little green TPR is doing pretty well. Going to the hospital 3 days a week and is praised as a saint. If this were in my original world, she would at best be an ordinary volunteer. But she is an S-level female. An S-level female does nothing and lays back to receive 20,000 in subsidies. If she is willing to lower herself to help at the hospital, of course, she deserves all the praise. Hearing Xiao Yi's sarcastic tone, Jiang Lijin couldn't help but chuckle. Where did this little system learn that? Once you determine your mental strength level, you will achieve far more than her. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. How so? Group purification. Xiao Yi replied, S-level females can only purify unknown, soothing one male at a time. Although their efficiency is slightly higher than that of lower-ranked females. But when you confirm that you are a 3S level female, purifying 10 at once will be no problem. Moreover, group purification is more efficient, and you can earn even more interstellar coins. Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up. How much for each? That depends on the specific pricing. But think about it right now, an S-level female charges at least 5,000 interstellar coins for a purification. If you can purify 10 at once, that would be 50,000. If you do not do 2 groups a day, that would be 100,000. Jiang Lijin fell silent. 100,000 a day. How many years would it take to save up to 100,000 with the original host's monthly subsidy of 500? Host, once your test results are out, your name will probably be all over this forum. By then, Filwyn's expression will likely be uglier than the day she saw you step into Lord Sharon's house. There was a hint of glee in Xiao Yi's voice. Jiang Lijin's lips slowly curved into a smile. She didn't particularly care about reputation, but the thought of making Filwyn unhappy made her very happy. But she quickly thought of another question. Xiao Yi, she began, what about the males? How do males generally sustain their lives? Those low-ranking males. Xiao Yi paused, seemingly caught off guard by Jiang Lijin's question. Males are generally fighting on the front lines. Do not be misled by the fact that you are now living in a safe zone thinking this world is safe. It is not. This world has powerful insect races, mental pollution, and rampaging beastmen wandering in the wild. Females, once they leave the safety of the city, could easily lose their lives. Jiang Lijin remained silent, waiting for it to continue. And do not be fooled by those high-ranking males sitting in the main seats of the safe zone. Once the insect race launches a large-scale invasion, they too will have to fight, including Sharon and Ball. Jiang Lijin was taken aback. Sharon. On the front lines. Yes, he is 3S level, one of the highest combat powers in the Empire. When the insect race invades, he cannot hide in the hospital reading documents. All high-ranking beastmen have the obligation to defend the Empire. That is why this world respects high-ranking beastmen. It is because their combat power contributes more to this world. So whether low-ranking males or high-ranking males, their main source of income is from killing insects on the front lines. Of course, there are also a small number of beastmen who, due to their own reasons, stay in the safe zone to do some logistical work. Jiang Lijin remained silent for a long time, suddenly asking, as a 3S female, can I also go to the battlefield? Xiao Yi was taken aback. After several seconds, it finally spoke, its voice carrying a rare stutter. Host, what are you saying? I said, Jiang Lijin repeated, I will go to the front lines, fight, and kill insects. But, Xiao Yi's voice began to stutter, you are A female, there has never been a precedent for females to go to the front lines. So what? So, it's too dangerous for females to go to the front lines. What if you get injured? What if you are attacked by insects? What if you Xiaoyi? Jiang Lijin interrupted. You said that 3S level females can purify males in groups, right? Yes. Then if I go to the front lines, Jiang Lijin said slowly, and purify them directly, while those males are fighting, wouldn't that be more effective than them coming back after the battle and waiting in line for purification? Xiaoyi fell silent again. This time the silence lasted longer. But it still answered Jiang Lijin in theory. Yes. The next morning at 7:55, Jiang Lijin was woken up on time by the alarm of her smart brain, and this time it was not Xiaoyi who woke her. She lay in bed for 3 seconds staring at the ceiling in a daze with only one thought in her mind: why get up so early? She was a slacker, had no job and no work to do. However, thinking about the test she had to do at the Academy of Sciences today and her appointment with Karen at 8:30, she still struggled to get up, wash, and change her clothes. At 8 o'clock, she opened the door on time. The corridor was quiet with only the faint sound of machines operating coming from afar. Jiang Lijin walked towards the living room following her memory, and this time, she didn't get lost. As she reached the entrance of the living room, she immediately spotted Xiao Bai. The chubby robot was standing by the dining table, its mechanical arm gently placing 2 plates onto the table. The plates contained freshly heated sandwiches and 2 cups of hot milk. And at the dining table, there was already a person sitting. Karen was wearing a light gray turtleneck sweater today, the texture looking soft and delicate, fitting the contours of his body, accentuating his broad shoulders and narrow waist. On his wrist was a simple silver smart brain gleaming with a subtle sheen. The morning sunlight streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a serene atmosphere. Jiang Lijin stood at the top of the stairs and looked at him for 2 seconds. He was really good-looking. Karen's attractiveness was a kind of non-threatening, gentle aesthetic and pleasing beauty. But she only looked for 2 seconds before her gaze shifted to the dining table. In front of Karen was a sandwich and a cup of milk, while the seat beside him also had a sandwich and a cup of milk, all neatly arranged. Jiang Lijin unceremoniously walked over and plopped down. "Morning," she said. Karen looked up at her, and the corner of his mouth seemed to curve slightly. "Morning. You're very punctual." Jiang Lijin took a bite of the sandwich, mumbling a vague "We agreed on 8:30, yet you came down at 8. Karen picked up his milk and took a sip, his tone still flat. Jiang Lijin's chewing of the sandwich paused momentarily. She looked up at Karen, trying to discern from his face whether this was a genuine compliment or a sarcastic remark. But his face remained expressionless, and there was no emotion in his eyes. Forget it, she didn't want to guess. She continued to focus on her sandwich, quickly finishing half of it. She also downed nearly half a cup of milk in one go. Karen glanced at her, but said nothing, continuing to eat his breakfast at a leisurely pace. He ate slowly, taking small bites, elegant and unhurried. After finishing her portion, Jiang Lijin rested her chin on her hand, watching him eat. After all, she wasn't in a hurry. Heavens, a beauty eating! Xiaoyi exaggeratedly exclaimed in her mind. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes internally. Can you be normal? Watching a beauty eat is also a kind of enjoyment, don't you think? Xiaoyi's tone was self-righteous. Jiang Lijin couldn't be bothered to respond. But she had to admit Karen did look good while eating. It was a kind of innate elegance, though he was a bit slow. Jiang Lijin was an impatient person. In her previous world, she disliked those who were orderly and did everything step by step, as they were the complete opposite of her. She was laid back and spontaneous, doing whatever she thought of, and hated being constrained. But now, looking at Karen, she found that she didn't dislike him that much. Perhaps it was because he was handsome, or because he took her in. In any case, she could tolerate him. Karen finally finished the last bite of his sandwich, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and his movements were still calm and unhurried. Jiang Lijin instinctively glanced at the clock in the living room, 8:28. She clicked her tongue in her mind. Karen stood up, looking at her. "Let's go." Jiang Lijin got up and followed him towards the door. Xiao Bai rolled over from somewhere, its round body stopping at the door, its electronic eyes curving into 2 crescent shapes. "Master, take care, guest, take care, be careful on the road, come back early." Karen nodded and opened the door. Jiang Lijin followed behind him. Stepping out, Karen stopped, turned to her, and said, "You wait here, I'll go get the car." Jiang Lijin nodded and obediently stood by the door. Karen turned and walked towards the garage, his pace still unhurried. Watching his figure disappear around the corner, Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, staring blankly at the flower bed not far away. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught something. A figure appeared at the nearby intersection, wearing a light pink long dress, with flowing long hair, walking gracefully. Jiang Lijin didn't need to look closely to know who it was. She focused on the increasingly closer figure and suddenly noticed something. Philwin's gaze was glaringly fixed on her with unabashed disgust, disdain, and a hint of undisguised hostility. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. Oh, is she not pretending anymore? Just as she thought this, she saw Philwin's expression rapidly switch to her original gentle, innocent demeanor the moment she got closer. Jiang Lijin looked at the face that changed in an instant and clicked her tongue. A dog can't change its habit of eating shit. She withdrew her gaze, too lazy to look any further. But Philwin clearly had no intention of letting her off. That light pink figure was getting closer, her steps quickening, almost jogging towards her. Jiang Lijin frowned slightly. She was really annoyed with Philwin. The early morning was already affecting her mood for the day. Fortunately, just as Philwin was about to reach her, a silver gray hover car drove out from the garage, steadily stopping in front of her, and the car door opened automatically. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat, turning to look at her, his tone calm. Get in the car. Jiang Lijin bent down and quickly slipped inside. Before the car door could close, Philwin's voice drifted over, dripping with sweetness. Sister Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin's lips twitched, and she forcefully slammed the car door shut. Karen looked outside through the car window, and then turned to Jiang Lijin, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Is she calling you? Jiang Lijin didn't even turn her head, stating firmly, I don't know her. Hurry up and go, hurry up and go, hurry up and go. Karen's gaze swept past the car window again, landing on that increasingly closer light pink figure. He frowned slightly, as if recognizing something. Then he closed the car door, and the hover car smoothly accelerated, leaving that figure still calling out behind. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her seat, letting out a long breath. So annoying, she muttered. Karen said nothing, focused solely on driving. The hover car departed from the residential area, gradually entering the course section of the main star. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her seat, watching the scenery outside retreat rapidly. One must admit, this world is far more advanced than her original one. There was not a speck of dust on the road, the buildings were arranged in an orderly manner, and there were intersecting flying lanes in the air. Various hover cars were traversing above, along with small flying devices resembling a three-dimensional traffic network. However, the entire world appeared cold and devoid of excess color. Although there were occasional small flower beds adding a hint of green, they were truly pitifully scarce. The closer they got to the central area, the more the architectural styles outside changed. The shapes of the buildings became increasingly peculiar. Some resembled gigantic crystal balls, others like interwoven rings, and there were even cubes that appeared to be suspended in midair. Jiang Lijin was transfixed by the sight. After a few more minutes, a magnificent structure emerged into view. Jiang Lijin knew instantly that this must be the Academy of Sciences. The exterior of this building was extraordinarily unique, taking on an irregular shape that was hard to define, yet it appeared perfectly harmonious, as if it had grown into this form without any sculpting. Most importantly, the surface of the building was covered in a layer of flowing luminescent membrane, as if it were consciously swirling around the structure. This was far more astonishing than any building she had seen on her journey. The Academy of Sciences. A voice echoed in her mind, stating that it was the highest research institution of the main star, housing the most advanced technology in the entire starry sky. Karen slowed the hover car as they approached the building. Only when nearing did Jiang Lijin notice an inconspicuous entrance at the bottom of the building resembling a garage. The hover car did not pause at all, driving straight in. The entrance was dark, but the moment they entered, lights illuminated the entire space, revealing a spacious underground parking lot. Even more astonishing was that a green light strip appeared on the ground, extending from the entrance ahead, ultimately pointing to a parking spot. Jiang Lijin exclaimed at the sight of the green light. How thoughtful. Karen said nothing, simply following the guidance of the green light and steadily parking the vehicle. As the car came to a stop, a mechanical voice sounded warm and respectful. Welcome, academician Karen. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow and looked at Karen. Academician. She teased slightly. So Karen Darren is doing quite well at the Academy of Sciences. Karen parked the car steadily, his tone still flat. It's just an honorary title. An honorary title can still come with such treatment. A dedicated parking space, exclusive access, and a personalized welcome message. Jiang Lijin pondered this internally, but was too lazy to press further. Regardless, asking would probably yield the same answer. It's nothing. She saw Karen open the car door and got out alongside him. Karen led Jiang Lijin towards the elevator. As they arrived at the elevator, Karen pressed a recessed area on the wall, and the elevator doors slid open, silently revealing a spacious cabin surrounded by silvery metal. Just as Jiang Lijin stepped into the elevator, a voice echoed in her mind, though it sounded a bit garbled and intermittent. Host from here. Should. Shield. Please. Be careful. The voice cut off mid-sentence. Jiang Lijin tried calling out Xiao Yi in her mind. Silence ensued. Although she had anticipated this, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious at this moment. Ms. Jiang. Karen's voice pulled her back to reality. She snapped out of her thoughts and found Karen looking at her, a rare hint of concern in his gaze. What's wrong? Jiang Lijin retrieved her thoughts, giving him a slight smile. Nothing. Karen said nothing, merely observing her. After a few seconds, he spoke again, his voice softer than before, nervous. Jiang Lijin was momentarily taken aback and did not respond. Karen continued, there's no need to be nervous. It's just a routine check, and the Academy of Sciences won't make things difficult for you. Jiang Lijin felt as though he was soothing a child and nearly laughed, but swallowed it down, nodding instead. Karen looked at her and suddenly added, I'll be with you throughout your check today. His tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Yet Jiang Lijin found his words rather strange. The elevator began to ascend. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath, suppressing all her chaotic thoughts. The elevator reached an unknown floor, and Jiang Lijin didn't even notice. The door slid open. Outside was an exceptionally long corridor with cold light reflecting off the silvery walls. The floor beneath her feet was made of an unknown material, making no sound as she walked. Following Karen, the corridor suddenly opened up to a large hall. It was filled with people. Having walked through a silent corridor without even a shadow in sight, she was surprised by the bustling activity here. She had thought the Academy of Sciences would be this quiet, but here the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. At least 20 or 30 individuals were moving about in this area. Some wore white research coats, others donned dark gray uniforms, and a few, like Karen, were in casual attire. They moved briskly, footsteps quick, holding either data pads or files, or whispering into the holographic devices on their wrists. No one engaged in idle chatter or walked leisurely. It seemed as though each person had a clear destination, moving swiftly and steadily. As she observed, a young male in a white research coat walked past her, pausing briefly by Karen to nod respectfully. Academician Karen. His tone was respectful but brief. After speaking, he hurried away, not even glancing at Jiang Lijin, standing beside Karen. Another person passed by, stopping to nod and exchange a quick greeting. Every passerby stopped to greet Karen, but no one said more than necessary. No one lingered, and not a single person cast a curious glance at her. Karen nodded slightly to each person who greeted him, his pace unwavering as he continued forward, and Jiang Lijin followed closely. She dared not fall behind. If she were alone, she would surely get lost in this place, and getting lost here was likely not something that could be fixed by simply asking for directions. It could lead to being apprehended as a suspicious individual. Passing through the hall, they entered another corridor. This one was narrower than the previous, and the walls were adorned with numerous symbols she could not comprehend. Karen arrived at a door, placing his hand on the sensor beside it, and a blue light flashed across his palm. Identity confirmed. Academician Karen, welcome. The door slid open silently, and Jiang Lijin followed inside, discovering yet another corridor behind it. This time Karen stood before a scanner, his light gray eyes fixed on the lens. Iris confirmation. Another corridor. Jiang Lijin felt as if she had entered some sort of loop, an endless series of corridors and doors. She knew the Academy of Sciences must have security measures, but she had not expected them to be so stringent. This felt less like a routine check of her mental energy and more like an intrusion into some national secret base. Unable to contain herself, she asked Karen. Karen continued walking, glancing at her. What is it? Are we going to meet the main brain? She frowned and asked. Karen chuckled lightly. No. Then what is this? Karen's tone softened further, perhaps out of concern that Jiang Lijin might become anxious. We're going to a place very close to the main brain. The testing equipment must be near the main brain to capture the most accurate mental wave data. Jiang Lijin fell silent. Just to get close to the main brain, they had to pass through so many doors. If they really were to meet the main brain, wouldn't they spend an entire day just trying to get in? She refrained from asking further and silently followed Karen onward. After an uncountable number of doors, her initial tension had faded away. She felt somewhat numb. Finally, Karen stopped before a door. This door was different from the others. There was no sensor, no scanner, nothing at all. It was an ordinary silver metal door without any markings, stark and bare, making it impossible to discern what kind of place this was. Karen reached out and pushed open the bare metal door, revealing a modest room that was far simpler than Jiang Lijin had imagined. There were several work tables, a few chairs, and a row of display screens hanging on the wall. Two staff members turned their heads simultaneously at the sound of the door opening. One was a middle-aged male dressed in a white lab coat, his hair slightly graying, wearing thin-framed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. The other was actually a middle-aged female, her hair tied back, clad in a deep gray uniform, holding a pen and jotting something down in a notebook. Hearing the noise, she turned her head, her gaze landing on Jiang Lijin. Her look was calm, devoid of curiosity or scrutiny, merely glancing at her before slightly nodding as a form of greeting. Jiang Lijin nodded in response, but inwardly, she wondered, are the people in this academy always so composed? The middle-aged female averted her gaze, continued writing a few strokes in her notebook, then looked up at Karen. Is this Lady Jiang? Karen nodded yes. The middle-aged female did not elaborate further, merely gesturing towards the other side of the room. Miss Jiang, please stand over there. Jiang Lijin followed her direction, and on the other side of the room was a huge transparent glass window, or rather a transparent wall with a small door. Behind the glass was a space resembling an examination room containing a machine. Jiang Lijin stared at the machine, momentarily at a loss for words to describe it. It was large, occupying almost half the room. The entire structure was grayish-white, its surface covered with dense pipes and circuits resembling some kind of intricate industrial equipment. In the center of the machine was a slightly raised platform small enough to accommodate just one person. As Jiang Lijin gazed at the machine, she suddenly recalled the CT scanner from her previous world, but this was far more complex, much larger, and considerably more intimidating. Karen walked over to her, following her gaze towards the machine, his tone calm, yet somewhat gentle. Just stand on that platform, I'll leave the rest to us. Jiang Lijin looked up at him. Karen also turned his head, a hint of reassurance present in his light gray eyes. Jiang Lijin diverted her gaze, taking a deep breath. Got it. She walked towards the glass door, approaching the machine, looking up at the dense array of pipes and metal rings, her heart racing. Earlier that morning, Xiao Yi had informed her that her mental strength had stabilized at a 3S level, indicating it should not increase any further. She had sighed with relief at the time, thinking that her trip to the academy was merely a formality, after which she could collect her test report, receive money, get a house, and enjoy a blissful life filled with fresh vegetables every day. But now, standing in front of the machine, she suddenly felt a bit nervous. What if something went wrong? Well, she had come this far. She stepped up onto the small platform. It was very stable, and she felt a warm sensation beneath her feet, as if it were heating her up. Outside the glass window, Karen and the two researchers had reached the control panel. The middle-aged female sat in front of a display screen, her fingers quickly tapping on a virtual keyboard. The bespectacled male researcher stood beside her, watching another screen and speaking quietly. Karen stood behind them, his hands hanging at his sides, his gaze passing through the glass window, landing on Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin met his gaze, pulling the corners of her mouth in a smile, unsure if he could see it. Please keep still, test subject. A gentle mechanical voice resonated in the room. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, standing straight and trying to appear as calm as possible, although she was already starting to curse inwardly. What kind of broken machine is this? Why are there so many tubes? It wouldn't electrocute me, would it? If it does, that's one thing, but it better not kill me. I just came back to life not long ago. The mental strength test is about to begin. Please relax and maintain normal breathing. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. Then nothing happened. The anticipated sense of oppression did not descend. No invisible force pressed down on her, no strange beams swept over her, not even a hint of sensation. She could only see the three people outside the glass window, discussing something with the middle-aged female, occasionally glancing at her before lowering her head again, while the male researcher's fingers danced rapidly across the virtual keyboard, and Karen remained standing behind them, his gaze fixed on her. After about 5 minutes, Karen approached and opened the door. It's done, he said. Testing complete. The mechanical voice sounded, thank you for your cooperation. Jiang Lijin stood in place, a bit dazed. Is that it? She hadn't felt anything at all. She had expected some sensation of spinning or her head being pried open, but this was it. Just 5 minutes standing. But she didn't dwell on it, jumping down from the platform and walking towards the door, returning to the modest room. Karen was waiting for her by the door. How do you feel? Jiang Lijin tugged at the corners of her mouth. Not bad, didn't get electrocuted. Karen paused for a moment, then smiled. It won't electrocute you. Or rather, that device isn't powered on. Jiang Lijin exclaimed with an "oh," then eagerly looked at the middle-aged female. Are the results out? The middle-aged female looked up, her gaze lingering on Jiang Lijin for 2 seconds before nodding. 3S level. Jiang Lijin remained silent for a second. Is that all? She had expected them to gasp, to erupt in excitement, or to exclaim, oh my, a 3S level female has been born, or some such exaggerated reaction. But no, the two researchers, including Karen, remained very composed. Jiang Lijin was starting to think that Xiao Yi's assessment might have been a mistake. Perhaps 3S level females were actually quite common. After saying that, the middle-aged female lowered her head and continued writing in her notebook. The male researcher returned to his workstation, beginning to organize the test data from earlier. Well, after all, they were from the academy and had seen grand occasions. She pulled her thoughts back and looked at the middle-aged female. She began. The middle-aged female looked up. Does Ms. Jiang have any questions? Jiang Lijin asked the question that was currently on her mind as a 3S. How much subsidy can I receive each month? The middle-aged female was momentarily taken aback. The male researcher beside her was also stunned, his actions pausing. Only Karen stood behind Jiang Lijin, his expression calm, seemingly thinking that this was indeed the kind of question Jiang Lijin would ask. However, the middle-aged female quickly regained her composure, her tone still professional. Currently, there is no established subsidy standard for 3S-level females. However, as per convention, your subsidy should reference the S-level female standard and be appropriately increased. Increased by how much? Jiang Lijin pressed. The middle-aged female pondered for a moment. The exact amount will need to be determined by the mainframe and the finance department. But conservatively estimated, it would be between 50,000 to 100,000. Jiang Lijin's eyes lit up. 50,000 to 100,000 a month. How many cabbages could she buy? Of course, the middle-aged female added, this is just the base subsidy. If you participate in purification work, there will also be additional income. Jiang Lijin nodded, trying hard to appear composed. But she had already begun calculating in her mind. 50,000 a month, that's 600,000 a year. With her 1 million in savings, she should be able to coast along, living a blissful life filled with cabbage every day, right? No, not just cabbage, she also needs meat, fruit, and… Okay, thank you, she said, trying to keep her tone as calm as possible. The middle-aged female nodded, lowering her head to continue writing. Jiang Lijin turned to Karen. Can we leave now? Karen's gaze lingered on her for a moment before retracting. Let's go. The two of them walked out of the room, retracing their steps through the layers of doors. Karang's action of opening the door was still as skilled as if he had done it 1,000 times. Jiang Lijin followed behind him, her mind still pondering over the number she had just encountered. Just as she was calculating, they had already walked out of the last door and returned to the underground parking lot. Karang's hovering vehicle stood quietly there. Jiang Lijin suddenly remembered something and spoke up. By the way, are you still going to the hospital? They'll go to the hospital with you, and once we arrive, I can just take a taxi back home. She thought that since he had specifically brought her to the Academy of Sciences, it was already considerate enough, and she shouldn't delay him from going to work. After all, Karang was the director of the Central Hospital of the main star, and he surely had many matters to attend to. However, Karang shook his head. There's not much going on at the hospital today. I'll just take you home. She nodded, not saying any more, and opened the car door to sit inside. Not much going on. Well, that's fine. After all, it saves her a taxi fare, so why not? Since he said so, it must indeed be true. Karang also got into the car. The hovering vehicle started smoothly driving out of the parking lot along the green light strip, quickly merging into the flow of traffic on the main road. The car was very quiet. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her seat, watching the scenery outside rapidly retreat. She stared blankly at the hovering vehicles flying by, her mind wandering off to various random thoughts. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Karang was focused on driving and hadn't said a word. Not knowing what to say, she simply continued to zone out. Just as she was lost in thought, while gazing at a building that resembled a giant crystal ball, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Host. I'm back. Jiang Lijin was startled, and then felt an indescribable sense of relaxation surge from her heart, as if a heart that was suspended finally returned to its rightful place. She also understood where the previous awkwardness had come from. In the past, Xiao Yi would always chatter in her mind, so in Jiang Lijin's perception, there were three of them together. But just now she was truly alone with Karang. Xiao Yi, I'm here, host. Xiao Yi's tone carried a bit of excitement. How was it? Was the test smooth? Did it hurt? I didn't feel anything. I just stood there in a daze for 5 minutes. How was it? Is the result 3S? Jiang Lijin responded with an in her mind. Wow. Xiao Yi exclaimed exaggeratedly. 3S female, the only one in the entire universe. Host, you are truly amazing. I can brag about you being 3S from now on. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but smile. The reaction she didn't get in the testing room was now received from Xiao Yi. But clearly Xiao Yi was the one who always knew she was 3S, yet still managed to act like a bystander hearing this news for the first time. Jiang Lijin recounted the situation from the test in her mind, including the calm reactions of those two researchers. After listening, Xiao Yi began to analyze. It's normal for them to be calm. After all, your mental strength is far beyond S level, and the main brain should have been prepared for it. Those researchers probably received the news beforehand. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. You mean they already knew I was 3S? Sort of Xiaoyi replied, even if they weren't sure about the exact level, they know you are at least above S level. So it was within their expectations to test out 3S today. There's nothing to be surprised about. Jiang Lijun nodded, feeling that made sense. So what's next? She asked, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Xiaoyi's tone became a bit more serious. Next, your test results should be emailed to your light brain this afternoon, including subsidy standards, housing policies, and so on will be explained in the email. Then there will be matching. Hearing the word matching, Jiang Lijun frowned. Xiaoyi continued, your information will be entered into the matching system, and eligible males will automatically enter the candidate pool. The matching process is likely to be expedited since you are the only 3S female, and those 3S males have been waiting for too long. Upon hearing Xiaoyi's words, Jiang Lijun fell silent. The more she listened, the more she felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Although she knew this was the rule of this world, the thought of being matched still made her feel a bit awkward and unclear. Moreover, once your level is officially announced, the Empire will issue a public announcement. By then, the entire star system will know that a 3S female has been born, and the forums are likely to explode. Those posts praising Fei Irwin will soon be drowned out by yours. Jiang Lijun smiled. This was indeed good news. But after smiling, a strange tension followed. It wasn't fear that made her tense, but an indescribable emotion. After being an unnoticed tool for so many years, growing up in an orphanage, being bullied in school, and being a sycophant in books, no one had ever paid attention to her. Now she was suddenly told that she would become the center of attention in the whole world, and that everyone would discuss her. She felt a bit unaccustomed. Host, what's wrong with you? Xiaoyi's voice sounded, carrying a hint of concern. Jiang Lijun withdrew her thoughts and said in her mind, it's nothing. Xiaoyi was silent for a second, then spoke, her voice softer than usual. Host, it's okay. No matter what happens, Xiaoyi will always be with you. Jiang Lijun was taken aback for a moment, then smiled inwardly, cursing, you always use this line to brush me off. Oh, I don't know how many times you've said it. But I really will always be with you. Xiaoyi's tone became earnest. This is not brushing off, it's a fact. Jiang Lijun didn't reply, but her lips still carried a smile. Just then Karong suddenly spoke up. Your test results should be notified to you by email this afternoon, he said in a calm tone. Jiang Lijun turned to look at him, unable to help but think, you're telling me this now? Xiaoyi has already briefed me. But she still politely replied with an mm. Karong continued to look ahead, his hands resting on the steering wheel, and said, including subsidy standards, housing policies, and so on will be explained in the email. Your level is unprecedented among females, so you shouldn't need to queue at the Female Protection Center to apply. Oh, someone will come to your home to help you with everything. Come to my home? Jiang Lijun questioned in confusion. Karong still stared at the road ahead. Yes. I've already reported your living situation at my home. Reported? To whom? The main brain. Jiang Lijun wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, she found it too tedious to inquire. After all, it's better for someone to come home and help her outright. It saved her from having to go to some protection center to queue and fill out forms. That would be a hassle. She nodded and didn't continue to ask. But Karong continued, you may be required to go to the Academy of Sciences a few more times. After all, such a situation of advancing from C level directly to 3S has never occurred before. The Academy wants to conduct some research and needs your cooperation. Jiang Lijun's brows furrowed slightly. Research? Don't worry, Karong seemed to see through her thoughts. There will definitely be compensation. And everything will prioritize your safety. No risky activities will be undertaken. Jiang Lijun raised an eyebrow. She felt that she had no choice in this matter. The Academy of Sciences wanted to study her. Could she refuse? But the prospect of compensation was a pleasant surprise. Got it, she nodded. Karong was silent for a second, then spoke again, as if weighing something. There's one more thing. Jiang Lijun looked at him. Karong continued to look ahead, his hands resting on the steering wheel. According to the main brain's matching mechanism, I am very likely to become one of your partners. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lijun was stunned. Although she had discussed this countless times with Xiao, she hadn't expected Karong to say it himself. I want to know, Karong continued, his tone still calm. What do you think about this? Jiang Lijin fell silent for a moment. What opinion? What could she possibly have to say? She hesitated, then replied with a hint of dismissive nonchalance. Perhaps not. I used to be class and could be matched to class. Maybe now I'm 3's class, and the final match might still be S. No one can predict the main brain's matching mechanism. Karong did not answer. He knew Jiang Lijin was speaking the truth. Their understanding of the matching mechanism came only from experience and statistics, and the main brain's decision logic had never been truly understood. Jiang Lijin assumed the conversation was over, but Ka Rong was silent for a few seconds and then spoke again with an unexpected insistence. What if? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. If, Lord Ka Rong, she said, playful and smiling slightly. You don't seem the sort to be so imprecise, yet you can say what if. Ka Rong raised an eyebrow and said nothing. She thought for a moment and then said, if it were you, I would be very happy. The sentence flowed smoothly from her lips. After all, she was living under someone else's roof now, staying in their home, eating their food. What harm was there in flattering them a little? Besides, Ka Rong was a three-class heavyweight and esteemed academic and director. Cultivating good relations with him could only benefit her life going forward. Jiang Lijin thought her reply was perfectly appropriate. Suddenly, Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind with a teasing note. Post how much of that was sincere and how much merely pretense. Jiang Lijin ignored it. Did such a question require an answer? She did not even know herself. Ka Rong listened, paused for a beat, then nodded, the corner of his mouth curving as he said, I understand. His tone remained calm, but Jiang Lijin felt as if his mood had brightened slightly. She did not dwell on it and leaned back in her seat, staring out the window. Not long after they set off, the light brain on Ka Rong's wrist flashed. He cast his eyes downward, his brow knitting faintly. Jiang Lijin noticed the change. Before she could speak, he said, I'm taking a call. He tapped the device and a virtual screen sprang up before him. No image, only sound. Director, a young male voice came through the light brain, edged with urgency. Sorry to trouble you, but there's been an incident at the hospital. We need you to come back. Ka Rong's tone remained even. What happened? The other side fell silent for a second, as if choosing words, then simply asked Ka Rong to come over and promised to explain the details in person. Understood. He'll be there right away, Ka Rong said calmly. When the call ended, he glanced at Jiang Lijin with a questioning look. There's something at the hospital. Would you mind coming with me? It won't be long, we'll send you home once I'm done. Jiang Lijin hesitated, then shrugged and nodded. Fine. I don't have anything else to do anyway. She was essentially idle, without a job, with time to spare. Going home meant nothing pressing, so it did not matter. Ka Rong nodded. The hovercar turned at the junction and headed in another direction. Juxing Central Hospital was not far from the Kexhuiyuan. After a 10-minute ride, the hovercar arrived at the same towering silver-white edifice that pierced the sky. This time they did not enter through the main entrance. Ka Rong drove straight into the underground parking. After parking, they stepped into the elevator. Ka Rong pressed the button and said to Jiang Lijin, wait in the office for me. He'll come up when I'm done. You still remember where my office is, right? Jiang Lijin replied with a hum of affirmation, thinking that her memory was not that bad. Unexpectedly, Ka Rong turned his head, and the usually expressionless face carried a trace of teasing. Just don't wander into the counseling room. With that, his floor arrived, the elevator doors opened, and he walked out, leaving Jiang Lijin standing stiffly alone inside. This man, why did he joke without ever changing his expression? It was oddly unnerving. Ka Rong's office was easy to find. Jiang Lijin followed her memory down the long corridor, pushed open the familiar door, and found it unlocked. The office looked the same as always, a desk, a sofa, and a vast floor-to-ceiling window. Jiang Lijin went to the window and watched the scene outside. From this vantage, she could see the entire central district of Juxing, the oddly shaped buildings, the hovercars weaving to and fro, the intersecting orderly flight lanes, all unfolding like a three-dimensional painting before her. Xiao Yi's voice sounded in her mind with a note of admiration. Ka Rong is surprisingly plain and unpretentious. How so? Jiang Lijin asked casually. Xiao Yi continued, look at this office, an owner of 3S status, yet not a single ostentatious decoration. Perhaps he simply does not care for such things, Jiang Lijin replied. Xiao Yi added, indeed, his home is similar, lavish on the outside, low-key within. What does that signify? It indicates he is pragmatic, not vain. A person who values substance over show. Jiang Lijin felt uneasy and remained silent. Xiao Yi pressed, so host, what do you think of him? Xiao Yi's tone carried a subtle implication. Jiang Lijin knew Xiao Yi likely had mischief in mind and rolled her eyes, about to answer when a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Lijin paused and looked toward the door. It was ajar, but from her angle, she could not see who stood outside. Who would be visiting Ka Rong's office at this hour? She hesitated and stayed silent, thinking perhaps the visitor would knock a few times and leave if no one answered. Knock, knock, knock. 3 more blows, a little louder this time. Jiang Lijin's brow creased slightly. Why would they keep knocking? Of course, Ka Rong's office had a signal jammer, so Xiao Yi could not see who was outside. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew more insistent. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. All right, she thought, I'll open it. After all, Ka Rong had asked her to wait here, it couldn't be anything shameful. She walked to the door and pulled it open, then froze. Two people stood in the doorway. One was Faye Irwin, wearing a pale pink dress, her smooth hair cascading over her shoulders, and that familiar gentle expression on her face. The other bore flamboyant red hair and a tall frame. Who else could it be but a Deng? At the sight of them both, contempt could not be hidden on Jiang Lijin's face. How could it be these two? What were they doing here? Faye Irwin's eyes widened for a moment. That gentle face showed a flash of disbelief before she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze swept across Jiang Lijin and then into the office behind her, as if seeking confirmation. A Deng's reaction was far more obvious. He froze, then knitted his brow tightly, an open look of disgust flooding his eyes. Jiang Lijin, he said incredulously. What are you doing here? Jiang Lijin looked at him, her mouth twitching as she meant to ask, but before she could, a Deng went on. Now I remember. His tone turned mocking as his eyes appraised Jiang Lijin like something filthy. Miss Faye Irwin told me you clean at Lord Ka Rong's residence. So today you're here cleaning the hospital too. Cleaning? Jiang Lijin was speechless. She looked at Faye Irwin, whose face remained innocently sweet, eyes curved, and smiled gentle, as if to say, I am only stating the facts. Seeing Jiang Lijin's silence and assuming guilt, a Deng's derision only grew. What did I hit the mark? He stepped forward and looked down at her. I really underestimated you before. Divorced, no job, nowhere to live, yet you managed to cling to Lord Ka Rong. Of course, you divorced class females like you can only do cleaning, can they? You wouldn't be here performing purification like Miss Faye Irwin, would you? His voice echoed down the corridor with deliberate showmanship. Jiang Lijin watched him and suddenly found the scene somewhat amusing. The man only seemed to grow more animated as he spoke. A Deng pressed on as if unable to stop himself. You're really shameless. How could you even be allowed in Lord Ka Rong's office? What if something goes missing? How would you pay for it? You class trash, can you afford it? Jiang Lijin still did not answer, as she only looked at him with a calm that treated him like a ridiculous clown. But inside her a small voice erupted. Host! Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind, loud as a blast. He's insulting you. He says you're a cleaner. He calls you class trash. Calm down. Jiang Lijin calmly told Xiao Yi in his heart. Xiao Yi's voice was a bit pouting. But he's insulting you, host. If I rush up to argue with him now, that would just be playing into his hands, Jiang Lijin patiently explained, as if teaching a child. Can't you see Philwyn's standing by watching the show? She would love for me to cause a scene. Xiao Yi seemed to be stunned for a moment. That seems to be the case. Then Xiao Yi shut up and didn't say anything more. Jiang Lijin retracted his thoughts and looked at the two people at the door. Aiden was still standing there looking at her with disdain. Philwyn stood behind him, her expression still that of gentle innocence, but her eyes clearly sparkled with anticipation. What is she looking forward to? Is she hoping Jiang Lijin loses control? That he gets into a fight with Aiden in Kargan's office? Although this was the administrative area of the hospital, and there weren't many orcs passing by, a few had already heard Aiden's voice and were peeking over. Jiang Lijin tilted her head slightly, a small smile playing on her lips. She reached out to fully push the door open, and then turned to walk to the sofa, sitting down with a thud. The sofa faced the doorway perfectly. After sitting down, Jiang Lijin adjusted her posture, crossing her legs, folding her arms, and leaning back against the sofa. She just watched the two people at the door, her gaze calm and a smile on her lips. Aiden was stunned. He had originally thought that based on Jiang Lijin's recent behavior, she would come out to argue with him, or at least throw a few sarcastic remarks, or use that kind of sarcastic tone to infuriate him. But instead, she just sat there. What does this mean? Aiden's anger flared up again. You. He lifted his foot and was about to storm into the office as if he wanted to pull Jiang Lijin up from the sofa. Jiang Lijin didn't move, lazily saying, Lord Aiden, think it through before you come in. Aiden paused in his footsteps. Jiang Lijin continued to speak slowly. This is Lord Kargan's office. Without his permission, if you barge in, what if Lord Kargan comes back later and finds something missing in his office? She paused, the curve of her lips becoming more pronounced. I believe Lord Aiden would find it difficult to clear his name right. Aiden's complexion changed. After all, there aren't any cameras in this office or anything. What I said could be that Lord Kargan asked me to wait for him here. After all, I'm his. Cleaner, right? But your words can't be explained clearly. Aiden stood at the door, one foot already lifted but unable to set it down. His face turned red with anger, his eyes filled with rage but mixed with a hint of unease. Jiang Lijin was right. After all, Kargan was a 3th-level orc, and his office was considered his private territory. Entering without permission was already disrespectful. If Jiang Lijin wanted to maliciously frame him, it would indeed be difficult for him to explain himself. Aiden gritted his teeth and withdrew that foot. But he was unwilling to let it go so easily. He stood at the door, his chest heaving violently. Philwin saw this and hurriedly stepped forward, tugging on Aiden's sleeve, speaking softly. Aiden, why don't we come back another day? It seems that Lord Kargan isn't here right now. It would be the same if we came back another day. Her voice was soft and sweet, carrying just the right amount of gentleness. But upon hearing this, Aiden's expression turned even uglier. Come back another day. Wouldn't that mean he was admitting defeat in front of Philwin? Stopped at the door by a clever waste he had rejected, then left in disgrace. If this gets out, would he still have any face left? When has Aiden ever endured such humiliation? We're not leaving. Aiden gritted his teeth. We're waiting here for Lord Kargan to return. I want to ask him. He looked at Jiang Lijin, his voice filled with menace. When has his cleaner had the right to stop guests from entering? And she, a cleaner, not only does nothing but dares to sit on the sofa openly and slack off. Did Lord Kargan hire you to enjoy life? As he spoke, he grew more and more convinced of his reasoning. You should be grateful to have a cleaning job. How dare you slack off? His voice echoed in the corridor, growing louder and more righteous. A few orcs glanced over, but upon realizing it was Lord Kargan's office, quickly scurried away. Jiang Lijin sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, watching him without any change in expression, her gaze calm, as if watching a clown's performance. She even felt a bit like laughing. As Kargan walked down the corridor towards his office, he turned the corner and saw two people standing at the door of his office. One was a male with red hair, tall and muscular, glaring at the open door with an expression as if he wanted to eat someone. Beside him stood a female in a light pink long dress, slightly bowing her head, looking delicate and dependent. Kargan's footsteps paused slightly. He scanned the female and remembered that she was the one he had seen in the past few days, Philwin. But why was she at the hospital, appearing at the door of his office? It dawned on him that Philwin was the Slevel female who often came to the hospital for purification and had a good reputation on the forums. He recalled that he had a decent impression of her before. A willingness from a Slevel female to help purify those males without partners every week was indeed rare. Whenever she came to the hospital, Kargan would occasionally hear his subordinates mention how many purifications she had done that day, how many people she had helped. At that time, he thought she was probably a good female. But now Kargan's mind was filled with the expression Jiang Lijin had when she mentioned Philwin's name. It was filled with disdain, unable to hide it, as if she had mentioned something dirty. Suddenly, he felt a sense of dislike towards this female at the door, even a kind of inexplicable alienation. Kargan felt a bit bewildered, but it didn't matter. His gaze shifted back to the red-haired male, who also looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. Kargan searched his mind and quickly found the answer. Jiang Lijin's information had 3 photos of her past beast husbands, Rex, Kieran, and Aiden. The red-haired one was Aiden, and Slevel male, and in a level registered hunter with the Freelance Mercenary Guild. How did these two end up together? He continued walking forward, the sound of his leather shoes making a slight noise on the floor. Philwin noticed him first. Her originally bowed head suddenly lifted, her almond-shaped eyes instantly shining with light, as if a long-awaited person had finally appeared. She stepped forward half a step. Lord Kargan. Kargan glanced at her, nodded, said nothing, and continued walking straight past her into the office. Philwin's smile froze for a moment. Even Aiden was stunned. He hadn't expected Kargan to be so cold, not saying a word, and just walking past him directly. But then he thought about it, and felt it was quite normal. After all, Kargan was a 3-level big shot, the top existence in the entire star domain. It was normal that he didn't know him. Once Kargan was seated, he could go in and introduce himself. He stood at the door, holding his breath, waiting to see the drama unfold. From his angle, he could clearly see Jiang Lijin sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, her posture utterly relaxed. A cleaner sitting lazily on the sofa in the master's office, caught red-handed by the master. Wouldn't she deserve to be scolded? Aiden couldn't help but smile. Philwin also stood beside him, wearing a subtle smile. They were waiting for Kargan to speak and scold someone. Kargan did indeed speak, but his tone was calm and even a bit polite. You'll need to wait a little longer. He walked up to Jiang Lijin. There's a document that needs processing. You can sit here a bit longer. This statement fell into the ears of the two at the door like a bomb exploding beside them. Their expressions instantly froze. Aiden's mouth hung agape, his Adam's apple bobbed twice, yet not a single sound escaped. Though Aiden knew this woman before him had inexplicably changed his mind, still conjured the image of her hovering around him at home, serving tea, fetching water, bowed in abject humility. The moment he raised his voice even slightly, she would tremble uncontrollably, scarcely daring to draw breath. She was nothing more than a useless ornament. so frail that even a simple purification ritual left her unconscious. And yet this very ornament now sat brazenly upon Chiron's sofa, while Chiron himself treated her with marked courtesy. It defied all logic. Aiden's fingers cracked audibly as they clenched. Something had gone terribly awry. He lunged forward a step and jabbed a finger toward Jiang Lijin seated on the sofa, his voice erupting like thunder. Master Chiron, is this how your cleaning staff behaves? Utterly impolite. A guest stands at your threshold, yet she doesn't stir an inch. Frankly, you shouldn't have hired someone so incompetent. A freeloading wretch, daring to posture herself in the office of a Tier 3S sovereign. Today Master Chiron would see her true face unveiled. Chiron paused mid-motion, his hands stilled over the documents. His gaze lifted across the desk, settling upon the crimson-haired male standing rigidly in the doorway. He had no intention of engaging in such trivial squabbles. Yet Jiang Lijin was now his guest, and this foolish Tier's male dared accuse her on his own territory. You've made one grave error, Chiron said, his brow furrowing. Ms. Jiang is not my cleaning staff. Aiden froze, stunned. Not cleaning staff? Then perhaps not even that. Merely a temporary hire. Before he could resume his mockery, Chiron's next word struck like a hammer blow. Ms. Jiang is my guest. Silence crashed upon the corridor like a vacuum. Aiden's mind short-circuited, utterly blank. Across the entire galaxy, fewer than 10 individuals merited personal reception by a Tier 3S sovereign. Each was either a commanding legion general or a peerless alchemist. And she, a divorced Tier C female, wasn't even worthy to polish Chiron's boots. How could this be? Chiron must have been deceived. Beside him, Philwyn stood petrified. A guest? How? Her mind raced. She'd spent immense effort volunteering weekly for free purification at the hospital, just to earn a fleeting nod of recognition from Master Chiron. Jiang Lijin had done nothing yet reaped such favor. But revealing her resentment here before Chiron was unthinkable. Philwyn ground her teeth in silent fury, yet forced a faint deferential smile and took a small humble step forward, lowering her head slightly. I saw Ms. Jiang Lijin heading toward your residence earlier, and heard rumors you dismissed your steward recently, so I assumed she'd come to apply for the position. Her tone was perfectly measured, plausible, courteous, and subtly damning. It excused her earlier silence while insinuating Jiang Lijin's lowly status, fit only for menial employment. She was certain a sovereign of Chiron's stature would never tolerate an unvetted civilian. Then soft, unmistakable laughter drifted from the sofa. Jiang Lijin shifted languidly, propping her chin upon one hand as she studied the female in the doorway with amused curiosity. In just 3 sentences, she'd wrapped condescension in the velvet glove of reasonable misunderstanding. Was she attempting to build a pristine, guileless persona by stepping on Jiang Lijin's back? So Jiang Lijin drawled, her voice smooth as aged wine. In Ms. Philwyn's estimation, I am fit only for janitorial work. Is that correct? Philwyn's face drained of all color. How dare this woman defy every script? A proper female would either flush with shame or explode in indignant protest. To admit it would brand her contemptuous of commoners, to deny it would expose her prior words as deliberate provocation. Philwyn bit her lower lip until it whitened. Her eyes glistened, tears welling instantly. She retreated half a step, shoulders trembling, radiating wounded innocence. Aiden watched, and fury erupted like wildfire in his chest. He yanked Philwyn behind him and pointed directly at Jiang Lijin's nose, roaring, what cryptic nonsense is this? Philwyn graciously offered you an excuse, and you dare bully her. Ms. Philwyn, a Tier's female, saves lives weekly at the hospital. And you, a worthless Tier C parasite. What do you contribute besides clinging desperately to men? Aiden had utterly forgotten where he stood, only consumed by the urge to crush Jiang Lijin beneath his heel and force her to acknowledge her place. Jiang Lijin lounged on the sofa, finding Aiden's hair-triggered temper profoundly tedious. Were he aware that the worthless Tier C he scorned was now the galaxy's sole Tier 3S female? Would his crimson face spontaneously detonate? Still watching such a spectacle held its own perverse charm. Chiron pressed 2 fingers to his temple. In that instant, he fully grasped why Jiang Lijin had once declared her divorce a source of genuine joy. Enduring males whose intellect resided solely in their biceps, and who couldn't parse basic speech, was sheer torment. Day after day subjected to a logical vitriol, even the most patient soul would fracture. That Jiang Lijin had endured this long spoke volumes about her restraint. Sir Chiron said, rising from behind his desk. His polished shoes clicked against the floor as he advanced, the latent spiritual pressure of a Tier 3S male rippling through the air, pressing down upon the doorway like an invisible tide. This was unlike the gentle probe he'd used earlier on Jiang Lijin. Now gravity itself seemed to multiply tenfold. Corridor sensors flickered erratically, emitting sharp, sputtering static. Aiden's breath seized. Cold sweat drenched his back. His vaunted tears' spiritual energy dissolved before Chiron's presence, like a droplet vanishing into an ocean, leaving no trace of resistance. His legs turned leaden, his knees buckled instinctively. An invisible vice clamped upon his chest, making each inhalation a desperate, agonizing struggle. He clenched his jaw, barely holding himself upright. Article 12, Chapter 3 of the Interstellar Public Order Management Regulations. Chiron halted 3 paces from Aiden, gazing down with icy detachment. Unfounded verbal abuse or intimidation directed at any female in public spaces grants security teams immediate authority to detain the offender. Minimum detention 48 hours. He paused, then added with quiet finality, even for a tier's individual. Aiden shuddered violently. His throat tightened, his bravado evaporated like mist. Would Master Chiron truly summon security for a Tier C nobody? Absurd. Yet retreating now would shatter his dignity before Philwyn forever. He was a Tier's mercenary. How could he yield before a Tier C pariah? Jaw set, neck rigid, he blurted, Master Chiron. You have no idea what kind of person she is. She's a fraud, clinging shamelessly to 3 Tiers beastmates, refusing to leave no matter how we repelled her. Now that we've cast her off, she slithered here to ensnare you. His conviction swelled. He believed himself Chiron's savior. You must not receive her as your guest. What right does she possess? Chiron regarded the scarlet-faced male with utter indifference. Not even a flicker of rebuttal stirred within him. To argue with such a being was simply a waste of breath. Without granting them further audience, Chiron raised a hand and tapped the comms panel on his desk. Security Division. 2 individuals are disrupting operations outside my office. Escort them out immediately. A crisp reply crackled through the speaker. Acknowledged, Master Chiron. Team 3 en route. The channel severed. Chiron didn't glance toward the doorway again. He simply resumed his seat and reopened the document before him. This absolute dismissal cut deeper than any physical blow. Aiden stood frozen, stunned. Chiron hadn't deigned to hear a single word, had summoned security outright. For a Tier C, heavy synchronized footfalls echoed from the corridor's far end. Philwyn panicked. If security ejected them publicly, her painstakingly cultivated image of gentle virtue would shatter irreparably. Tomorrow's galactic forums would drown in ridicule. How would her admirers perceive her then? Abandoning pretense, she shoved past Aiden and bolted for the elevator, only to collide headlong with the arriving security team at the turn. Their squad leader raised a high-voltage, stun-batten individuals ahead. Hands on your heads. Immediately vacate Master Chiron's administrative zone. Failure to comply will result in forcible removal. The deputy captain responsible for security in the administrative district recognized Faye Irwin, hesitated for a moment, then stepped aside to allow passage. Faye Irwin came to the hospital every week for purification, as she had become a familiar face to the doctors and nurses in the purification department, and the security personnel knew her more or less. An S-level female who came regularly to help. There was no need to make a scene over such a trivial matter. Faye Irwin clutched her skirt and slipped into the elevator without looking back, but Adang was not so fortunate. Adang was escorted out of the administrative district, his arms held on either side by 2 security officers, half pushed and half prodded along. He still wore an air of indignation, but dared not make another sound. After all, when Ka Rong had released that burst of spiritual power a moment ago, he had nearly fallen to his knees before Jiang Lijin. The security captain reported at the door, Lord Ka Rong, it has been handled. Ka Rong did not lift his head. Well done. As they prepared to leave, the security captain noticed Jiang Lijin lounging lazily on the sofa. He paused for a heartbeat, and seeing Ka Rong say nothing, obediently closed the door. The office fell into silence again. Jiang Lijin sat on the sofa staring at the closed door for 2 seconds before turning her gaze away. To be honest, she was a little surprised. It was not surprising that Ka Rong would help her. She was after all his guest. With Adang making a scene before him, he could scarcely remain unmoved. But Ka Rong's way of dealing with it was even more decisive than she had imagined. No explanations, no mediation, no calls for calm. He had summoned security straight away, which was very much his manner. Host, did you see that? Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind. Jiang Lijin rubbed her temple and replied inwardly, I saw it. Lord Ka Rong is so powerful. Did you feel that suppression of spiritual power? Even the lights in the corridor trembled. Adang's legs went weak. He nearly knelt. Laughter burst from Xiao Yi. And he stood by your side the whole time. Not a single needless word to Adang. He didn't even pay Faye Irwin any heed. What does that prove? Jiang Lijin sighed inwardly that he is reasonable. No, it means he is protective. He is protecting you. Xiao Yi grew more and more excited, its tone rising. Him telling you, with such a beastly guardian by your side, no one will ever stop. Jiang Lijin decisively cut it off. If you keep going, you'll think I'm listening to a matchmaking show. But, Xiao Yi, could you quiet down? My ears are buzzing. Xiao Yi muttered a couple of reluctant grumbles, and at last fell silent. Jiang Lijin leaned back on the sofa and watched Ka Rong behind his desk as he rifled through papers. He kept his eyes lowered, reading page by page, his fingers turning the sheets with a feather-light motion as if nothing had happened a moment ago. While she sat dazed, the light brain on her wrist vibrated. Jiang Lijin looked down. The interface had popped up, an email from the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Spiritual Power Detection Center. She opened it. The body of the email was in standard official format. Jiang Lijin skimmed past the labyrinth of clauses and zeroed in on what mattered most. Per the Imperial mainframe's verification, your spiritual power level is officially confirmed as 3S. You are the first, and currently the only, 3S level female in the Empire. The result was as she had expected. She scrolled on. Given your special circumstances, the Empire will dispatch personnel tomorrow, stellar calendar 341-0319, to assist you with relevant affairs including, but not limited to, housing allocation, identity documentation updates, and security level adjustments. Jiang Lijin's finger lingered over housing allocation, and she felt a small regret. The thought of the ultra-luxurious bathroom, the exquisitely comfortable bed, the ultra-smart little white robot, and an absurdly handsome, all of it made her a bit reluctant to let go. But no matter how fond she was, the apartment belonged to Ka Rong. She did not want to be beholden to anyone. She scrolled further. Monthly subsidy standard 600 interstellar credits per month. Her pupils dilated. 60,000. She read the number 3 times to make sure she had neither added nor omitted a zero. 60,000 interstellar credits a month. And S-level female received only 20,000. Hers was triple that. A cabbage cost 1,500. 60,000 could buy 40 cabbages. She could not eat one a day. She sprang up from the sofa. Ka Rong, still bent over his documents, noticed in his peripheral vision Jiang Lijin's sudden, rather emphatic movement. She clutched the light brain as if electrocuted. He looked up and met her gaze. What is it? Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, then shut it again. Her expression flickered between excitement and restraint. Ka Rong's eyes slid to the light brain on her wrist and paused. The subsidy amount came through. His tone was even, and when he looked back down at the papers, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth without concealment. Jiang Lijin thought his guess was uncannily accurate and abandoned all pretense, grinning broadly. Her laughter was unguarded, a world away from the composed calm she had shown before. A dang. 60,000. Converted into mid-grade nutrient solution, she could drink 10 bottles a day, maybe 100. Although she never wanted to drink that stuff again in her life. Besides annoying, a dang had been hauled away by security. Faye Irwin had slunk off, and now the subsidy had arrived. Could her luck be any better today? She looked at Ka Rong opposite her, smiling faintly, and blurted, "You look especially handsome when you smile." Ka Rong raised an eyebrow. He did not answer. When he lowered his head to the documents, the movement of his fingers turning the page had clearly paused. Jiang Lijin felt no embarrassment. She had spoken the truth. She sat back down and began to read the email carefully from beginning to end. The housing policy was detailed. 3S-level females were entitled to the Empire's highest standard of housing. The specific layout and location would be determined by a designated officer after an in-person consultation. Host Xiao Yi's voice sounded again, this time, without flattering Ka Rong. It was unusually earnest. Do you remember our main objective? Jiang Lijin was taken aback. To explore this world, Xiao Yi reminded her. Now that we have money and leisure, shouldn't we consider when to set off? This matter indeed needed to be scheduled. She was about to speak when the light brain on her wrist vibrated again. Another email. She looked down. The sender left her stunned. Mainframe. The email consisted of only 3 terse paragraphs. Ms. Jiang Lijin, greetings. Based on your spiritual power level 3S and physiological data, the Empire's matching system has completed an initial calculation. Your list of match candidates comprises 5 males. Candidate information will be issued tomorrow. Each male candidate will be notified simultaneously. Please prepare. The smile on Jiang Lijin's face faded little by little. How many? 5. She could not name the emotion, not fear but a tightness in her chest. The good mood brought by the 60,000 subsidy was instantly diluted. Host. Xiao Yi had seen the email too. It fell silent for several seconds, then sighed with a note of helplessness. When can we ever go explore the world? It brightened quickly and asked host, do you think Caron might be among them? There were fewer than 10 3S males across the entire star system, and fewer still of suitable age. The odds favored his presence. Jiang Lijin said nothing. From behind the desk came the sound of a chair being moved. Caron closed the file and stood. We may go. Jiang Lijin met his eyes. You don't look well, Caron said as he came over and stopped by the sofa looking down at her. Jiang Lijin drew back a little. She was not avoiding him merely because he stood so close that she had to tilt her head back to see his face, which made her neck ache. It's nothing, I just received an email. She shook the light brain. Caron did not ask what the email was. He nodded and turned toward the door. Jiang Lijin rose from the sofa and followed him out. When Jiang Lijin opened her eyes, the bedroom was still dark. She lay there for a few seconds, reaching out to touch the bedside, and the light of the holographic screen lit up, showing 6:12 in the morning. There was no alarm clock. She woke up on her own. In fact, she hadn't slept well the previous night. After lying down, her mind kept turning over that email. 5 3S male matches. If any of the 3S matches this time are fiery-tempered, controlling, or have a small brain like Aiden. Host, you are anxious again. The voice of Xiao Yi was light and airy. I am not. Your heart rate has increased by 18%. Shut up. Among the 5 candidates, aside from possibly Sharon and Ball, the rest are all unknown. Well, let it be. Oh, she has seen all sorts of situations in her life. Having crossed over twice already, how could she be scared off by a few names? She sighed, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Xiao Yi, where is the plot currently? At this time in the original story, what were Philwyn and her 3 ex-husbands doing? I know this. Xiao Yi became excited. In the original plot, it is about this time that Rex, Kieran, and Aiden were secretly helping Philwyn deal with her 3 previous marriages. Deal with? How? Rex and the others used some not very clean methods to get Philwyn's 3 A-grade beast husbands imprisoned. Jiang Lijin's brows furrowed. Wait, isn't it legal to have multiple beast husbands in this world? Why do this? The reason in the original work is that the 3 A-grade males obstructed Rex and Philwyn's relationship in every possible way, but it seems that Philwyn probably wanted to divorce those 3 A-grades long ago. But the little green tea doesn't want to stick her neck out and instead wants Rex to handle it. Jiang Lijin was amused by Xiao Yi's analysis. Xiao Yi, you are quite clever now, aren't you? Hee, of course. That little green tea doesn't look like a good person. She leaves all the dirty work to the males and pretends to be a pure little flower. Moreover, Rex and the others' methods are quite vicious, fabricating evidence and framing the 3 A-grade males who knew nothing, sending them to prison. Jiang Lijin fell silent. A phrase suddenly flashed through her mind, the words of Aiden scolding her in the hallway yesterday. You waste who only knows how to cling to men. Aiden is really interesting. She scoffed. He said yesterday that I only rely on men, but now as soon as Philwyn opens her mouth, they do all the dirty and tiring work for her. Host, what you said seems to be true. What do you mean seems to be? It is. Jiang Lijin turned over, not wanting to think about Philwyn's troubles anymore. She reached out to turn on the holographic device, refreshed her email, and found no new emails. The list hadn't come down yet. She glanced at the time. It was 7 o'clock. Might as well look for something to eat. After washing up and changing clothes, she opened the bedroom door and walked down the stairs. To her surprise, the living room lights were already on. When Jiang Lijin reached the middle of the stairs, her footsteps paused. Sharon was sitting at the dining table, a cup of black drink in front of him, unsure if it was tea or coffee, and he was looking down at his holographic device. At this hour, he was actually home. Based on her observations over the past few days, Sharon usually left before 7, sometimes even earlier. It was already 7, and not only had he not left, but he was also sitting at the dining table looking unhurried. Jiang Lijin walked down the stairs, and Sharon raised his head at the sound. You woke up early too. He put down the holographic device. Didn't sleep well. Jiang Lijin walked to the side of the table, pulled out a chair, and casually asked, Aren't you going to work today? I am. Sharon picked up the drink and took a sip, but there's no rush. Jiang Lijin replied with an oh, and didn't think much of it, lowering her head to browse her holographic device, but her inbox was still empty. She closed her inbox and intended to go to the kitchen to find Xiaobai. Just as she stood up, Sharon's voice came from behind her, still very calm. What email are you waiting for? Jiang Lijin turned back, noticing that Sharon wasn't looking at her. He was focused on swiping something on his holographic device, asking casually. The follow-up notice from the testing center. Jiang Lijin was vague and didn't elaborate. Sharon nodded. She waited for 2 seconds, unable to suppress her curiosity. What about you? Why aren't you in a hurry to leave today? Sharon's fingers paused on the holographic screen. Just like you. He looked up at her, waiting for an email. Jiang Lijin was stunned. Waiting for an email? Waiting for what email? A thought popped into her mind, and she instinctively pushed it back. Impossible, just a coincidence. Sharon is a 3-level big shot, the president of the Academy of Sciences. He has countless emails to handle every day. Who says waiting for an email must be waiting for that one? It just so happens that today is the day the main brain issues her matching list right. Host. Xiaoyi exploded in her mind. He said he is waiting for you. He is anticipating, he is praying, he loves you. Shut up. That's quite a coincidence. She expressionlessly threw out those 3 words and turned to enter the kitchen. In the kitchen, Xiao, by noticing her footsteps, turned around, revealing its signature crescent-shaped eyes, and Jiang Lijin ordered a bowl of noodles, then sat back at the dining table to wait. After 10 minutes, Sharon still showed no sign of leaving. Xiao Bai placed a steaming bowl of noodles in front of Jiang Lijin on the table, and Jiang Lijin habitually said, "Thank you." "You are welcome, guest." Xiao Bai replied in a gentle, mechanical voice, and then turned its round body to pour coffee for Sharon. Sharon sat opposite, occasionally swiping the holographic screen. The two sat across from each other, each looking at their holographic devices, waiting for their respective emails, and the atmosphere felt a bit subtle. Jiang Lijin slurped a noodle while stealing a glance at Sharon. He was wearing a dark shirt today, the collar neatly buttoned, his hair meticulously styled, looking much the same as usual, showing no signs of tension or anxiety, as if he was really just waiting for an ordinary work email. But if it was just an ordinary work email, why would he specially wait at home? Host stopped staring at him. He looked up. Jiang Lijin quickly diverted her gaze back to her plate. "Is the breakfast to your taste?" Sharon's voice rang out. "It's fine." She didn't even look up. After a moment of silence, Jiang Lijin organized her words in her mind for a long time, finally speaking up, trying to keep her tone casual. "Lord Sharon, about the email you are waiting for. Is it convenient to ask what it is about?" Sharon set down the cup in his hand. He didn't answer immediately, remaining silent for a few seconds. "Guess." Jiang Lijin nearly dropped her chopsticks on the table. When did he learn to be coy? She looked up at him. Wait, did she see it wrong? Is he smiling? As Jiang Lijin was about to ask further, her holographic device on her wrist suddenly vibrated with a buzz. At the same moment, Sharon's holographic device lit up. Jiang Lijin opened the email, and within less than half a second, a table popped up. At the top, a bold black line read, 3S level female, Jiang Lijin's spiritual power matching list, followed by 5 numbered entries from 1 to 5, each accompanied by brief personal information. Jiang Lijin's finger hovered above the screen, not immediately swiping down, her heartbeat loud enough for her to hear. She took a deep breath and scrolled down. First match, Ball Waranxius. Spiritual power level 3S. Affiliation, Federal Military Department. Position, Supreme Commander of the Federal Military Department. Source, Star System Main Star. Xiao Yi, is this Ball from the Federal Military Department? Jiang Lijin chewed on the term in her mind. What is the relationship between the Empire and the Federation? Oh, I know this. In simple terms, the Empire is responsible for technology and people's livelihoods, while the Federation handles military and security. The main brain is affiliated with the Empire and developed by the Imperial Academy of Sciences. The Federation has its own military system, but weaponry and technical support must rely on the Empire. Both sides depend on each other with clear divisions of labor. So these two forces are actually in a cooperative relationship. Yes, they have coexisted peacefully for hundreds of years, at least publicly. There have been no major conflicts. If Ball can become the Supreme Commander of the Federal Military Department, it means he is essentially the head of the entire Federation's armed forces. Jiang Lijin processed this information, understanding that this big shot was formidable, but she wasn't sure how easy he would be to get along with. She continued to scroll down. Second match, Sharon Kylos. Spiritual power level 3S. Affiliation, Imperial Academy of Sciences. Position, Academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Director of the Main Star Central Hospital. Source, Star System Main Star. Seeing the name Sharon, Jiang Lijin's breath hitched, instinctively covering her ears. "Ah!" Xiaoyi screamed in her mind like a siren. "I told you. I told you. He really is on the list." Host, look. He must be waiting for this email too. Jiang Lijin. She was somewhat prepared, but forgot that Xiaoyi was shouting directly in her head. Currently, these two individuals were within Jiang Lijin's expectations. She subconsciously looked up, crossing the dining table, to see Sharon, who was also looking down at his light brain. His expression was no different from 5 minutes ago. Very calm, one might even say indifferent, his finger gliding across the screen with a steady rhythm, showing no signs of viewing anything significant. She stared for 2 seconds. The other party didn't look up, and then she redirected her gaze, saying nothing. Xiaoyi was anxious in her mind. Why don't you ask him? Did he see your name? What was his reaction? What's the rush? He didn't even change his expression. What if he's just holding it in? Can you be a little more normal? Jiang Lijin suppressed her subtle emotions and continued to look down. Third match, Tanya Yunlan. Spiritual Power Level 3S. Affiliation Valoran Star System Yunlan Group. Position Heir of the Yunlan Group. Source Star System Valoran. Valoran Star System. Jiang Lijin had some impression of this name, as if she had seen it while browsing the light brain. Is that the star system famous for tourism? Exactly. The Valoran star system has the richest tourism resources among all 12 star systems, with 6 5-star vacation planets alone. Xiao Yi quickly pulled up information as for this Yunlan group. Let me check. Host. Xiao Yi's tone suddenly changed, carrying a cautiousness of "I'm afraid you can't handle it." Speak. The Yunlan Group is the #1 private group in the comprehensive asset ranking of the 12 star systems. Jiang Lijin blinked. What do you mean? The Yunlan Group spans 4 major industrial chains: energy, transportation, interstellar tourism, and minerals, with over 300 subsidiaries. Tanya is the sole heir of the group. So he is the son of the richest man. More accurately, the son of the richest man in the 12 star systems. Jiang Lijin fell silent for 3 seconds. What? Does that mean he eats fresh fruits, vegetables, chicken, and beef every day? Jiang Lijin's expression nearly faltered. This was a gold mine. Host, can we have some aspirations? Instead of just thinking about food every day. One Supreme Commander of the Federation, 1 Academician and Hospital Director of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, and 1 sole heir of the richest man in the 12 star systems. Just the first 3 are already quite a lineup. Her finger that scrolled down was going numb. Fourth match, Tianyan. Spiritual Power Level 3S. Affiliation unknown. Position unknown. Source Star System Xuanli. Note: relevant information about this candidate is temporarily missing and no further information is available in the main brain database. Jiang Lijin was stunned. What does it mean that the information is temporarily missing? How could there be people that the main brain can't find information on? Fifth match, Tianke. Spiritual Power Level 3S. Affiliation unknown. Position unknown. Source Star System unknown. Note: relevant information about this candidate is temporarily missing and no further information is available in the main brain database. This one is even more outrageous, with the source star system being unknown. Jiang Lijin looked through the entire list, her brow furrowing into a tight knot. Xiao Yi, why does the main brain have no information on these 2 Tianyin and Tianke? Isn't the main brain the core of the Empire's technology? In theory, yes, but the main brain is not omnipotent. If someone has lived for a long time in a remote star system far from the main brain's coverage, such as Xuanli, I looked it up, and it's a star system near the edge of the 12 star systems reportedly, with a civilization style leaning towards the classical, where the technological penetration rate has always been very low. Classical. Yes, that kind of place that values traditional cultivation and doesn't connect much to the main brain network. It makes sense that Tianyin comes from there. As for Tianke, with no records of the source star system, it's even more extreme. Either he actively used some special means to shield his personal information, or the main brain never recorded his file at all. Jiang Lijin nodded, scanning the list from top to bottom once more. Before continuing to flip down, there was a line of notes at the end of the email. Please fill in your current residence address in the system within 3 days so that the candidate males can visit your residence for the first contact. Fill in the address. She was currently living in Sharon's house, and the dedicated personnel from the Empire who said they would arrange housing for her hadn't come yet. Before she got assigned housing, she certainly couldn't fill in Sharon's address right. No rush, shall deal with it once the housing matter is settled. She closed the email and was just about to turn off the light brain. Host, quick look at the forum. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Xiao Yi's voice suddenly exploded, his urgency blending into a single rush of words. What? The forum. The Interstellar Forum. Your matching information has been made public. The homepage is all about you. Jiang Lijin was taken aback entering the Interstellar Forum, and the moment the homepage refreshed, her hand nearly lost grip of the light brain. The screen was filled with her name, and among the top 10 trending topics, 7 were related to her. First, confirmed 3S level female in the galaxy, who is Jiang Lijin. 3S level matching list exposed. Jiang Lijin matched with 5 3S level males. Ball is on the list. Academician Sharon is also on the matching list. Heir of the Yunlan Group, Tanya's matching information leaked. Who are Tianyin and Tianke? Jiang Lijin clicked on the hottest post. Just now, the main brain pushed a global announcement across the galaxy confirming the 3S level spiritual power matching list. Candidate 3S female, Jiang Lijin. 5 candidate males. The list is as follows. Attached screenshot below. The replies were already in chaos. Lord Ball. I am already crying. Academician Sharon is also. I'm jealous, but I can't say it. Tanya. The Tanya from the Yunlong group. The son of the richest man. Who are Tianyin and Tianke? Does anyone know? Don't ask up there if the main brain can't find them. Do you think we can? Can I cry for Lord Ball for a while? His spiritual power has been unstable for years, and the military department has been suppressing the news from spreading. If it weren't for today, he might really. Don't mention Ball. Academician Sharon's situation isn't any better. If a 3S level male does not receive purification and spiritual guidance from a matching female, for a long time his lifespan will significantly shorten. So Miss Jiang Lijin is the only one in the whole galaxy who can save them. Yes, before her the matching slots for 3S level males were all blank. The main brain had failed to match any results for hundreds of years, and all previous 3S level lords had died from rampage. And 3S level rampages are extremely dangerous. I will express my jealousy first. But thinking about it carefully, at least with her around, Lord Ball and Academician Sharon won't die young. With that in mind, I feel less jealous. Please everyone wake up. If she doesn't come, these 3S level big shots won't live long at all. Do you want her to treat them well, or do you want the big shots to die young? Exactly. Can those who are jealous shut up? Without her, the people you support would be dead. Jiang Lijin scrolled through the replies one by one. To be honest, she was prepared to be scolded. After all, with her track record of being a divorced former clever female, suddenly matching with the top 5 males in the galaxy, who wouldn't question it? Yet almost no one scolded her. There were some jealous comments, but immediately beneath those someone would follow up with, what are you jealous of? Without her, your brother wouldn't even be able to receive spiritual guidance. Are you wishing for him to live too long? Then the jealous commenter would fall silent. Among them, the most liked comment was topped over 10,000 times. No female has ever been able to save a 3S level. She is the first and the only one. I hope Lady Jiang Lijin can always be well. Jiang Lijin looked at this comment, her thumb hovering over the screen, pausing for quite some time. No one had ever expected this much of her since she was a child. Not when she was in the orphanage, not when she crossed into the first world as a sycophant, and certainly not during her time in this star system, when she was trampled on by 3 ex-husbands. Suddenly feeling a bit emotional, she quickly swiped the page away. Did you see the list? Sharon's voice resonated. Jiang Lijin lifted her head from the light brain screen, and the person across from her set down the cup in his hand, looking at her. Karen pushed aside the empty cup of coffee in front of him, placing his hands neatly on the table, his posture very formal, as if he were holding a formal meeting. Jiang Lijin put down her holographic device and nodded. I received it too, Karen said. The two exchanged glances across the dining table for a few seconds, and the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Clearly both were involved, yet it felt like they were confirming the receipt of an official document. If you have any questions for me regarding my personal situation, work, or anything else, you can ask directly. I won't hide anything from you. Karen spoke first, his tone steady and his words well considered. Jiang Lijin felt something odd about this statement. It sounded very much like a negotiation. But I must say Karen's attitude was quite good. He was polite and willing to be forthcoming. Likewise, I hope that in our future interactions, we can have a pleasant relationship. Karen added at last. Jiang Lijin twitched the corner of her mouth. It sounded too much like a year-end summary wishing everyone a successful year ahead. All right, she agreed, then quickly organized her thoughts in her mind. It was better to clarify things now to avoid future awkwardness. Since you're being so honest, I'll be direct too. Jiang Lijin placed her chopsticks neatly on the bowl. Lord Karen, I think we can consider a marriage of convenience. Marriage of convenience. Yes, Jiang Lijin nodded. Compatibility is one thing, but the marriage can be handled flexibly. You have your life, I have mine, and we can maintain our boundaries. I can cooperate with the psychological counseling part, but the rest. I won't force you to fulfill the duties of a husband. You won't force me. Karen repeated her words with a hint of confusion. Yes, Jiang Lijin straightened her back, her expression serious. I know you have someone in your heart, and am not the kind of person who is unreasonable. The living room fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds. Jiang Lijin thought he was organizing his words. After all, being confronted with one's feelings could be a little awkward, so she kindly added, you don't need to feel embarrassed. Why, truly understand. The clever female you mentioned before who passed away. I can see she was very important to you. Karen frowned slightly, but did not respond. He sat opposite Jiang Lijin, fingers resting on the edge of the table, not looking at the holographic device, or her, his gaze fixed on a certain spot on the table. After a long silence long enough for Jiang Lijin to reflect whether she had been too blunt, Karen finally lifted his head. That clever female, he spoke softly, was my mother. What? Jiang Lijin's eyes widened. She was my mother, Karen repeated slowly, not my lover. She applied for the genetic modification experiment with the interstellar exploration team and passed away. Jiang Lijin never expected that when Karen spoke of that clever female in the office, his tone was so restrained, so calm, yet so complex, and he was actually referring to his own mother. She had thought it was an ex-girlfriend, a white moonlight, a cherished memory. She unconsciously covered half her face with her hand. So you don't have anyone in your heart? No, Karen's answer was concise and straightforward. The air fell silent again. This silence felt different from before. Previously it was awkward. Now Jiang Lijin wished she could disappear on the spot. She had confidently declared, I won't interfere in your feelings. I know you have someone in your heart. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Karen took a sip of the coffee that had just been refilled, and as he put down the cup said something that made Jiang Lijin's ears almost burn. Regardless of whether this marriage is a matter of convenience or another form for Miss Jiang, I will fulfill the obligations that I must. Jiang Lijin's face flushed rapidly. What were a husband's obligations? She decided to quickly end this topic before she said anything more foolish. I finish my meal, I'll take the bowl to the kitchen. She picked up the bowl and turned to leave. Host, your face is so red. Shut up. On the other side. In a private apartment in the eastern district of the main star city, 4 people were sitting haphazardly in a dimly lit living room. Phil was nestled in the middle of the sofa, holding a cup of fruit tea, taking a sip, his brows tightly knitted. Kieran sat in the corner with a holographic device on his lap. The screen lit up, but it was unclear what he was browsing. A few minutes ago, the interstellar announcement had been pushed to every holographic device, including theirs. 3S. Arden was the first to explode, his voice loud and sharp. Jiang Lijin. 3S. You've got to be kidding me. When I saw her a couple of days ago, she was still clever. You tell me she's 3S now? Is the main brain malfunctioning? Rex's gaze fell on the interstellar announcement on his holographic device, the screen flickering with trending searches. First, 3S female confirmed. Who is Jiang Lijin? Who is Jiang Lijin? She is the clever ex-wife they had abandoned. He snorted through his nose. What does it matter if she's 3S or not? We are done with her. He tossed the holographic device aside, leaning back against the sofa. It's over. But, Phil spoke softly, stirring the straw in her fruit tea, I find it very strange. The attention of the 3 turned towards her simultaneously. Phil lowered her head, her eyelashes drooping, her voice soft, carrying a hint of grievance and confusion. She was clearly clever before. How did she suddenly become 3S? Could it be that something was manipulated during the test? After she finished speaking, she quickly shook her head. Forget it, I shouldn't think that way. You're right, Arden immediately responded. Who knows what method she used? She even moved into Karen's house. It's possible that Karen helped her tamper with the spiritual strength records. Rex furrowed his brows slightly. She lives in Karen's house. Yes, Miss, Phil witnessed it firsthand, Arden said with disdain. Phil quickly waved her hands. Arden, don't say that. Regardless if she really is 3S, then that's actually quite good. At least those gentlemen have hope. She paused, her voice getting softer. It's just, I'm still worried about her. She has to face 5 3S males alone. Oh, what if something goes wrong later? This statement was beautifully put. On the surface it seemed caring, but every word hinted that Jiang Lijin was incapable and undeserving. Arden couldn't pick up on it, already grumbling beside her. Rex didn't catch it either. He just rested his arms behind his head, closed his eyes, and appeared too lazy to continue the conversation. In the corner, Kieran swiped his thumb across the holographic screen, offering no opinions. He read through the matching list twice from start to finish, then turned off the screen. In the Federal Military Command Room. Hey, did you see this? A uniformed officer rushed into the meeting room, holding a holographic device, his face flushed with excitement. What did you see? Another officer sitting at the end of the long table didn't even look up. The matching announcement. Lord Bal's matching announcement. It was issued by the main brain. The Lord has matched. The entire meeting room fell silent for a moment, then erupted like a boiling pot. What? Fake, right? Didn't we always say there were no 3S females? Damn, it's real. You guys look for yourselves. It's actually matched. Where's the Lord? Does the Lord know? At the entrance of the meeting room, a figure leaned against the doorframe. Ball glanced at the notification on his holographic device, then turned off the screen and walked away. The cheers from the entire meeting room were nearly enough to lift the ceiling. In the Valoran star system at the Yunlan family mansion. Mom, I matched. A clear voice echoed from the second floor down to the first floor. Tinia bounced down the last 3 steps of the staircase, holding up a holographic device. The current head of the Yunlan group, who was also Tinia's mother, was sitting at the dining table drinking soup. Upon hearing this shout, her spoon froze in midair. "What did you say?" "I'm matched. I have a partner. It's a 3S female. The email even has her holographic image." He shoved the holographic device in front of his mother, who put down her spoon and took the device, reading through it from beginning to end. Then she looked up at her husband. Tinia's father, who was sitting across the dining table, also set down his utensils. The couple exchanged glances for 3 seconds. Since the emergence of the 3S level of psychic power, there had never been a successful match. The 3S males had one after another gone berserk, exploded, or died without exception. Tinia was their only son, and ever since learning that Tinia was 3S, they could not be happy at all. Until today, a 3S female surprisingly appeared. His mother returned the holographic device to Tinia, secretly wiping the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. In the Xuanli star system somewhere, 2 people were sitting under a huge, ancient tree. One of them was holding a thin piece resembling a holographic device, but slightly different, on which several lines of text faintly floated. "You received the push from the main brain too." "I did." "What did it say?" "Are we going?" "Yes." In the distance, the sunlight broke through the clouds at the end of the mountains. Jiang Lijin stood in the kitchen for 3 minutes before coming out. When she returned to the dining table, Karen was already gone. The coffee cup had been cleared away, and the chair was neatly pushed in, leaving hardly any trace of his presence. Such efficiency. She sat down and browsed the forum for a while. The trending topics were still rising, but she didn't look closely. Just as she was about to turn off her light, a new message popped up in her inbox. "Sender Main Star Female Center Housing and Welfare Management Office." The message was very brief. "Hello, Ms. Jiang Lijin. Your application for 3S level female housing allocation has entered the priority processing flow, and a dedicated person will come to you today to handle housing registration and related welfare matters. Please keep your communication channels open. The estimated arrival time of the liaison officer is 10:00 a.m. Jiang Lijin glanced at the time. It was 9:15, and she had 45 minutes left. "Finally, it has arrived. Host, you are finally going to have your own house." Jiang Lijin replied calmly, and continued browsing the forum for a while. At exactly 10:00 a.m., the doorbell rang on time. Jiang Lijin walked to the door, opened it, and saw a female in a light blue uniform standing outside, looking to be in her 30s, with neatly tied hair and a thin data pad tucked under her arm. "Hello, Ms. Jiang Lijin. I am the liaison officer from the Main Star Female Center. My name is Suhan." She spoke at a moderate pace, her smile professional, yet not perfunctory. "I am here today to assist you with housing allocation and the registration process for your monthly welfare subsidy. Please come in." Jiang Lijin welcomed her into the living room, and they both sat down on the sofa. Suhan opened the data pad, swiped her finger across it twice, and a document appeared. "Let's talk about housing first." Suhan got straight to the point. "Since you are the first 3S level female, there is no precedent, so we have filtered 3 housing options for you, all located within the core area of Main Star City." She tapped on the data pad, and a beam of light projected from the surface, unfolding a holographic image of a building right in the center of the living room. It was a 3-dimensional model of a standalone villa slowly rotating in midair. The 3-story structure featured a private courtyard complete with a small area for greenery and an outdoor platform. The exterior of the house was simply colored, appearing understated yet exuding quality. This is housing option 1, located in the western suburbs of Main Star City. It is a standalone villa, not part of a community, with no other residents within 500 meters. This is mainly to consider that your future beast husbands will all be 3S level powerhouses, and their emitted mental energy may be uncomfortable for some lower-tier beast men. Please understand. Jiang Lijin nodded in understanding, as she personally preferred quieter places. Suhan swiped her finger, and the holographic image switched to an indoor perspective, revealing the living room, kitchen, bedroom, study, and gym, one room after another. The total area is 620 square meters, equipped with a smart home management system, advanced security system, an independent medical pod, and a mental energy regulation room. The kitchen and dining area have been configured according to the latest nutritional meal standards, with food supplies connected to the Imperial Direct Delivery channel, automatically replenished every week. Jiang Lijin's attention paused on the words, "food supplies." "Food. Is it fresh?" "All fresh." Suhan replied succinctly. "You enjoy the Imperial First-Class Nutritional Guarantee, with fruits, vegetables, and meat all supplied directly from Imperial farms, with no transit stations and delivery from harvest to arrival within 6 hours. Host: fresh eggs and vegetables, delivered straight from the Empire. Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly, her voice wavering. Jiang Lijin maintained a neutral expression, but she swallowed hard. Suhan didn't notice her small action and continued to the next set. The second option was larger than the first, over 700 square meters, located on a hillside in the southern part of the city, complete with a private helipad. The third option was smaller, just over 500 square meters, but it had the best location, only 10 minutes flying distance from the central business district. All three options were standalone villas, each with its own gate and courtyard, not located in any community. After viewing the holographic images of the three options, Jiang Lijin fell silent for a few seconds. The Karen villa she currently lived in was already quite large, but compared to these three options, Karen's home could only be considered above average. So hard to choose. Can I have them all? Jiang Lijin immediately covered her mouth after speaking accidentally, voicing her thoughts. Of course. In fact, all three properties are specially prepared for you. As you know, there are currently no other 3S-level females who can use them. I will hand you the keys shortly and help you with the related documents, Suhan said calmly. But Xiaoyi was no longer calm. What? 3 sets? Host, I want to live in one by myself. Jiang Lijin ignored it. Although she was equally excited inside, she maintained a calm demeanor. Suhan flipped to the next page of the document. Additionally, there is a monthly living subsidy according to the standard for 3S-level females, amounting to 60,000 interstellar coins directly deposited into your personal account. This amount will be adjusted according to the price index in the future, only increasing and never decreasing. Jiang Lijin nodded. She was already aware of this from the email sent to her by the main brain. In addition to housing and subsidies, there are some additional benefits. Suhan counted on her fingers. You will be provided with a dedicated spacecraft for travel, with daily maintenance covered by the Empire, a comprehensive physical examination once a quarter scheduled separately at the central hospital, not occupying public slots, regular mental energy assessments, and free use of regulating devices. Suhan finished reading the list of benefits while Jiang Lijin maintained a calm expression of okay, got it, but inside she was already in turmoil. Having lived 2 lifetimes plus the first half of her original life, this was the first time she was being pampered with good food, drink, and housing, and at a state level. Host, I'm crying. We finally turned our fortunes around. Calm down, let's talk when no one else is around. Suhan helped her process the related documents on the datapad and made her scan her fingerprint 3 times and once her iris. By the time all the procedures were completed, it had taken less than half an hour. The house has already been cleaned and the systems adjusted in advance. You can move in at any time. The key permissions have been linked to your light brain. Suhan stood up, slightly bowed to her. I am your dedicated assistant. I will add your social account shortly. You can contact me anytime if you have any questions. Jiang Lijin nodded and sent her to the door. Suhan seemed to remember something and added, Ms. Jiang Lijin, please remember to fill in your recent housing address in the email so that your matching beast husband can find you. Wishing you a pleasant life. Jiang Lijin nodded again, and once she was far away, she let out a long sigh. Jiang Lijin was just about to have a chat with Xiaoyi when the doorbell rang again. She thought it was Suhan who had forgotten something, so she casually opened the door. However, the person standing outside was not Suhan. It was a very tall man, at least 195 meters tall and strikingly handsome, exuding a rather aggressive charm. Yet, Jiang Lijin felt he looked particularly familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. He had broad shoulders and stood very straight, wearing a uniform that looked quite extraordinary, resembling military attire. He had a metal pin to his left chest that she couldn't decipher, but seemed quite impressive. He looked down at her with an expression that was nothing special, yet his face seemed fierce. His tone, surprisingly, was exceptionally polite. Ms. Jiang Lijin, a deep voice resonated clearly, trying to soften his tone. I am Bal Waranxius. Jiang Lijin exclaimed, remembering she had seen Bal's profile picture on the forum. He was her #1 match. He arrived so quickly. But then again, Bal also lived on the main star, classified as 3S grade, so they probably lived in the same neighborhood. Oh my god, Bal, he's here. Xiaoyi bounced around in her mind. Jiang Lijin suppressed her surprise and quickly adjusted her expression. Lord Bal, hello. She took a step to the side. Would you like to come in and sit? Bal nodded, stepping across the threshold. The sound of his military boots striking the floor was deep and powerful. He walked into the living room, but did not sit down immediately. Instead, he scanned the room. His brow furrowed slightly. You live here? Not permanently, Jiang Lijin replied as she sat on the sofa. The Empire just arranged housing for me, and I'll be moving in a couple of days. Bal then took a seat on the single sofa opposite her. This is Karen's residence. Yes. Do you know him from before? Jiang Lijin felt like his tone resembled that of an interrogator, but given his impressive status, she simply explained, not really. We met during a psychological evaluation after my divorce. I had nowhere to stay, and Lord Karen kindly let me stay here temporarily. Ball remained silent, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Technically, I haven't given my address to my match yet. Is there something you need, Lord Ball? She decided to get straight to the point. Ball also did not beat around the bush. Of course it's to see you. Direct and straightforward without any preamble or pleasantries. Although Jiang Lijin felt a bit nervous inside, she still nodded calmly on the surface. This reasoning made sense. If she were in his position and received a list that could affect her future, she would want to see what the other party looked like. Yet she still suspected that Ball might be here to call off the engagement or discuss a marriage of convenience. After all, being matched with a divorced former grade female was somewhat unusual for 3S-level individuals, and it was natural they might have some reservations. Jiang Lijin had been prepared for this. She had thought it through. As long as her 3S-level husbands provided her with some living expenses each month and offered her basic respect, everything else was negotiable. Marriage of convenience. Surface spouses. All fine. Now that you've seen me, she leaned back on the sofa. Bao's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds. Smaller than I expected. Jiang Lijin. She wasn't sure if he meant smaller in stature or younger in age, but either way she was reluctant to respond, fearing she might scold him and later regret it. There's one more thing. Ball leaned forward, slightly lowering his voice and slowing his speech, conveying a serious tone. I don't quite agree with you living in Karen's house. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. She almost said, what business is it of yours, but swallowed it back, deciding it was better not to provoke him, as he was somewhat polite. Ball continued, his wording straightforward, yet maintaining the basic courtesy towards a female. There are 5 people on the list, and I am ranked first. Yet you moved into the house of the second match first. He paused. That's unfair. Xiaoyi chimed in, host. He's jealous. Jiang Lijin ignored it, but did not agree with Xiaoyi's statement. This wasn't some Mary Sue novel. Bao's competitive nature as a 3S male might be acting up, but she was too lazy to explain much to him. I'll be moving sooner. I've just gotten a place. Bao's expression relaxed a little, but not completely. When? Very soon. When exactly is very soon? Xiaoyi asked. If I end up fighting him, will the Female Protection Center support me? Jiang Lijin was starting to feel the urge to snap back, her lips twitching slightly. Before Xiaoyi could respond, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Jiang Lijin and Ball turned their heads simultaneously. They saw Karen coming down from the second floor, having changed into a coat, clearly preparing to head out. As he reached the corner of the stairs, he paused for a moment. He noticed Ball too. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop by a couple of degrees as their gazes collided. Director Karen, Ball spoke first, addressing him by his title, polite yet distant. Commander Ball, Karen replied, descending the last 2 steps, his tone unchanged, calm and courteous. He glanced at Ball, then at Jiang Lijin before averting his gaze to grab his coat at the entrance. His movements were natural, and his expression was indifferent, as if the person sitting in the living room was just an ordinary delivery worker. Yet Bao's fingers began tapping on the armrest again. Is Director Karen not busy today? His voice was flat. Busy, Karen replied as he draped on his coat, leisurely adjusting the collar. So I am going out. Ball straightened up a bit more. What a coincidence. I thought you wouldn't be here when I arrived. Now I know. Karen buttoned the last button of his coat and turned around, not looking at Ball again, but instead directing his gaze to Jiang Lijin. Lunch will be prepared for you by Xiao Bai. There are fresh fruits and vegetables in the fridge. Don't forget to eat. His tone was very gentle, resembling that of a husband reminding his wife before leaving for work. Once he finished speaking, he opened the door and stepped out. Jiang Lijin. Did Karen usually treat her so gently? He must be doing it on purpose. But why? The sound of the door closing was not loud, but in the quiet living room it resonated clearly. Bao's fingers halted on the armrest as he turned to Jiang Lijin. He even manages what you eat. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath and stood up. Lord Ball, would you like something to drink? I can ask Xiao Bai to pour you a glass of water. She decided not to answer that question, but Ball didn't wait for her to walk out and stood up directly. He stood in front of her, his nearly 2-meter aura making Jiang Lijin a bit nervous. He looked down at her, his golden eyes swirling with something complex. When you move into your new house, his voice was low, I will be the first to visit. Before Jiang Lijin could respond, Ball had already turned to walk towards the door, opening it and stepping out with no hesitation. Jiang Lijin stood in the middle of the living room, staring at the closed door for several seconds. She closed her eyes, feeling a strong premonition that the first day in her new house would certainly not be peaceful. As soon as Xiao Yi's voice emerged, brimming with excitement, it seemed as if it had been pinned up for a long time. Host, please say something. Are we going to analyze the performances of those two people just now? I've been waiting for this moment for ages. Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched slightly. You're so nosy. That's not the case. In your system, of course I have to pay attention to your matters. Xiao Yi's tone carried a hint of pride. That scene just now was simply extraordinary. As Lord Ball entered, he was met with Kargan's descending presence. When their eyes locked, I nearly thought they were about to fight. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. How could that be? Not a real fight, but that kind of. Xiao Yi paused as if searching for the right words in her mind. That kind of undercurrent between males. Did you not feel it? The moment Lord Ball entered, he asked you why you were living in Kargan's house. The tone, the wording. He said that's not fair. Jiang Lijin replied lazily. Exactly. Unfair. Xiao Yi's voice heightened a little. Listen, that's unfair. Isn't that clearly saying why does he get to live there first? Isn't that jealousy? Jiang Lijin paused for a second, then shook her head. It's not jealousy. Then what is it? It's a desire to win. She said, her tone laced with a kind of certainty that suggested she had seen through it all. Lord Ball is the highest commander of the military, ranked as the #1 match. Discovering that his match lives in the house of the #2 match isn't jealousy, it's... She pondered for a moment and found a word. Home invasion. Your statement is quite strange. Xiao Yi was taken aback for a moment, then pressed on. What about Kargan? Before he left, he said, Little Bai will prepare lunch for you. There are fresh fruits and vegetables in the fridge. Don't forget to eat. Is he usually this gentle with you? When has he ever spoken to you in such a considerate manner? Today he suddenly says this, and right in front of Lord Ball. Isn't that intentional? Jiang Lijin fell silent for 2 seconds. He did it on purpose. Right. Xiao Yi's voice was filled with a kind of excitement that said, I finally got it right. So tell me, why would Lord Kargan do it on purpose? Of course it's also due to the desire to win. Xiao Yi went silent. Jiang Lijin smiled, reached for the light brain on the coffee table, and spun it around in her hand. All right, stop guessing aimlessly. She said, her tone lazy. Why think so much? There are 5 people on the matching list. If I analyze them one by one, won't I be exhausted? So what are you planning to do? Just chill. Jiang Lijin donned the light brain, stood up, and said, first I'll go check out the houses. Today I divided 3 houses. I need to see which one to live in. You're going out dressed like that? Xiao Yi's voice carried a hint of disbelief. You're a 3S level female now at the very least. At the very least what? Jiang Lijin looked down at herself. What's wrong with this outfit? It's clean, comfortable, and doesn't expose skin. It's enough to go out and meet people. As she spoke, she had already opened the door. The sunlight outside was splendid, warmly spilling onto the small path at the entrance. Jiang Lijin squinted, ordered a ride on her light brain, and prepared to walk toward the community entrance. Just after walking a short distance, she caught sight of 2 figures standing at the nearby intersection. One wore a light pink long dress with smooth long hair and an elegant posture. This was Filwin. The other had silver gray hair, a tall stature, and stood upright, exuding an air of noble pride. This was Rex. Jiang Lijin's footsteps halted, her brows instinctively knitting together. Here we go again. Yesterday it was Aiden, today it's Rex. And they both brought Filwin. Host, it's Rex. And Filwin too. Xiao Yi's voice exploded in her mind. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes internally, taking half a step back, preparing to turn around and return home. Actually, her mood was quite good today. She had divided 3 houses, received 600 in subsidies, and although Aiden had annoyed her yesterday, the subsequent comeback by Kargan had kept her spirits high. She didn't want to ruin her good mood today because of these 2 people. Sister Jiang Lijin. But Filwin's eyes were sharper than surveillance. That soft and sticky voice chased after her from behind, carrying a deliberate surprise. What a coincidence. Jiang Lijin didn't turn around, her hand already on the doorknob. But Filwin clearly had no intention of letting her go, her footsteps growing closer. Host, she's coming closer. Xiao Yi's voice bore a hint of gritted teeth. What to do? Are you going inside? Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. Inside? On what grounds? This was Kargan's doorstep, not Filwin's territory. Why should she hide? She withdrew her hand from the doorknob and turned around. Filwin was now just 2 or 3 steps away, wearing her signature gentle smile, her brows and eyes curved, appearing harmless. Sister, are you going out today too? She tilted her head, her tone deliberately close. What a coincidence, oh Lord Rex, and I just happened to pass by here and didn't expect to run into you. Jiang Lijin looked at her, remaining silent. Coincidence? Passing by Kargan's house. Though Filwin also lived in this community, Kargan was a 3S level male, and there were no other houses nearby. The road at his doorstep led directly to the community entrance. Unless one were to come intentionally, it was impossible to simply pass by. She couldn't be bothered to expose the truth and merely responded with a nonchalant home, her gaze drifting past Philwyn to the silver-gray figure slowly approaching from behind. Rex stood beside Philwyn, his gray-blue eyes looking down at Jiang Lijin, carrying an air of scrutiny. In the original owner's memories, although Rex was just as temperamental as Aiden, he was even more arrogant, being of noble lineage. He maintained his composure in front of outsiders, directing all his bad temper solely at her, his wife. Jiang Lijin. He spoke, his voice neither high nor low. I heard you live in Lord Kargan's house. Jiang Lijin stared at him, her lips twitching slightly. Heard? Heard from whom? Surely from Philwyn. Seeing that she remained silent, Rex furrowed his brows slightly. Currently, they were in front of Philwyn in an in-class female's residential area. He didn't directly insult her like Aiden, but his impatience was quite evident. I'm asking you a question, he said. Do you live in Lord Kargan's house? Jiang Lijin continued to remain silent, merely looking at him with an expression as calm as if she were gazing at a stranger. Rex's brows furrowed even tighter. In his mind, Jiang Lijin was still that class female who dutifully served tea and catered to him. Even though the entire Star Network was flooded with news of her becoming a 3-level female, even though he had sensed something different about Jiang Lijin long before their divorce, in his heart, she was still the woman who loved him but could not have him, and who remained nostalgic even after their split. How dare she not respond to him? Jiang Lijin. His voice grew a half-tone lower. I'm talking to you. Philwyn stood beside them, glancing at Rex, then at Jiang Lijin. The gentle expression on her face momentarily stiffened before quickly adjusting back. She spoke softly. Sister, Lord Rex is just concerned about you, please don't. What did you call me? Jiang Lijin suddenly interjected. Philwyn was taken aback. What did you just call me? Jiang Lijin looked at her, her tone lazy. Philwyn opened her mouth, her expression freezing for a moment, but quickly regaining that gentle appearance. Sister, of course. Stop. Jiang Lijin raised her hand, interrupting her. You know I'm an orphan, right? Is Miss Philwyn also an orphan? Philwyn's smile froze on her face. Rex's expression also changed. Jiang Lijin. Rex's voice turned cold. Miss Philwyn kindly greeted you. What is your attitude? Jiang Lijin turned her head to look at him. What attitude? She repeated his words, a slight smile curling her lips. What attitude do I have? Is there a problem with what I said? Rex's brows knotted together. He stared at Jiang Lijin, his disdain almost unabashed. You weren't like this before, he said, his tone carrying an air of condescension. Do you think being a 3-level female makes you remarkable? His voice dropped low. Jiang Lijin, you know what kind of person you were. Even if you are now a 3-level female, it doesn't change the fact that you were a class waste before. Jiang Lijin looked at him, remaining silent. Rex continued, his tone growing colder. Moreover, do you really think those 5 matches genuinely like you? They only want you because you are the sole 3S female who can save their lives. Once they find someone better? Jiang Lijin interrupted him, a hint of amusement in her voice. Rex, didn't you learn proper Chinese? Contradicting yourself? You just said in the only 3S level. Where would a better one come from? For you really 3S level? Rex looked at her coldly. It wouldn't be due to some dishonest means to obtain that report, would it? Jiang Lijin couldn't help but laugh. Are you implying that I deceived the mainframe and then tricked 5 3S males to play house with me? If I had that ability, I'd be far better off than just being a 3S female. Rex was momentarily taken aback, and the expression of Philwyn beside him turned sour. Host, a voice from Xiao Yi echoed in her mind. Go for it. Keep confronting him. Let him know who the real waste is. Jiang Lijin ignored Xiao Yi and looked at Rex, speaking in a calm tone. So did you come here today for something? Rex's complexion turned pale, taking a while to recover. Nothing much, he said, his tone stiff yet less aggressive, just passing by. Oh, Jiang Lijin nodded. Then you may continue on your way. I'm leaving. With that, she turned and walked away. Philwyn panicked and took a step forward. Sister. Jiang Lijin paused, turned back, her face cooling down. I told you don't call me sister. Philwyn's eyes instantly turned red, her lips trembling slightly, as if deeply wronged. Seeing this, Rex's expression darkened further, and his rationality was on the verge of snapping. Jiang Lijin. His voice rose several octaves. Miss Philwyn is an S-level female. Her calling you sister is a sign of respect for you. Don't take it for granted. Jiang Lijin completely halted her steps, turning to look at Rex. Respect for me. She repeated those words, her lips curling into a smile. Rex, get this straight. I'm 3S level, and she is S level. Who respects whom? What's wrong? Are you bad at math? Do you need me to teach you? Rex's face instantly flushed red. He opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. Because what Jiang Lijin said was the truth, there was a full 2 levels of difference between 3S and S levels. In this world where mental power reigned supreme, S level was nothing in front of 3S. Filwen stood by her expression frozen in disbelief. Her eyes were red, her lips quivering, looking as though she might cry at any moment. But at that moment Jiang Lijin remembered something she had previously suspected Filwen's level. She moved a bit closer to Filwen and inwardly called out to Xiao. Xiao quickly scanned this green tea's mental power level. Received. Filwen was startled by Jiang Lijin's sudden closeness. Also, Jiang Lijin began looking at Filwen with a flat tone. Miss Filwen, how many times have you accidentally passed by my beast husband's door? If you really like this road so much, why not move in together? It would save you the trouble of walking so far every day. Filwen's face turned completely pale. Host, the scan is complete and parsing is underway. Oh, we should leave quickly, being this close, there's a strong scent of tea. Jiang Lijin stopped looking at Filwen, turned around, and strode away. Behind her, Rex and Filwen stood still, one with a grim face and the other pale. After taking a few steps, Jiang Lijin said to Xiao in her mind, "Can you still smell that?" "I was using a metaphor," Xiao replied defiantly. "Is the parsing result out yet?" "Almost there, 96, 98. 100. Parsing complete." Xiao's voice exploded in her mind, and Jiang Lijin did not stop her steps, continuing toward the community entrance. "What does it say? How should I put it?" Xiao's tone suddenly became a bit strange, as if confirming something repeatedly. "Host, this data is a bit odd." "Odd? In what way?" "Filwen's mental power level is unstable." Jiang Lijin slowed her pace for a moment. "Unstable? In this world, female mental power levels are generally stable. Take her, for example. When she was at sea level, she remained firmly at sea level, and as her mental power began to rise, that curve was gradual and steady, like climbing a slope, inching upward. Once she reached 3S, that stabilized." "What do you mean by unstable?" "It means her mental power level is jumping." Xiao's speech quickened. "It oscillates between A and S levels repeatedly. It's not just occasional fluctuations, it's jumping continuously, one moment A, the next S, then dropping back to A, and then shooting back up to S. Like an ECG, it's constantly jumping, unable to stop." Jiang Lijin frowned. This was indeed abnormal. "Could there have been an error during your scan?" "No way." Xiao's tone was firm. "We were so close, there's definitely no mistake. Her mental power is genuinely like this, oscillating between A and S levels." Jiang Lijin fell silent for a few seconds, her mind racing. It was undeniable that Filwen possessed S-level mental power. Otherwise, she would have been exposed long ago during the mental power purification at the hospital. The ability to conduct S-level purification and guidance meant she was indeed at S-level at certain times. Did the mainframe not detect any anomalies? Most likely not. Xiao's tone carried a hint of helplessness. The fluctuations between A and S levels are not drastic, unlike jumping directly from C to 3S. The mainframe's anomaly detection threshold likely wouldn't trigger. Moreover, Filwen could indeed perform S-level tasks. Jiang Lijin walked down the main road of the community at a leisurely pace, meaning Filwen's mental power indeed had issues. But what did that have to do with her? Although she genuinely despised Filwen, or rather held a strong aversion, to say it was to the extent of being enemies. That was far from the case. In the original storyline of this world, Filwen was the sweetheart of her 3 ex-husbands. The 4 of them were best bound together, and as long as she didn't come to bother her, it would be fine. "Host, should we keep this data as evidence for the future?" Xiao's tone was filled with a hint of mischief. "Keep what? Prove what?" Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes in her mind. "How would I explain where this data came from?" Xiao was momentarily speechless. It seems you have a point." "Exactly." Jiang Lijin's thoughts were straightforward. "Why should I care if her mental power is stable or not? I'm not her mother. Let her jump as she pleases. What does it have to do with me? I'm planning to go out traveling, exploring this world. I don't need to waste time fighting with her on the main star." "What a waste of time." Xiao fell silent for 2 seconds before letting out a sigh. True, after all, those 3 ex-husbands aren't good people, and pairing with Filwen is rather fitting. As she spoke, Jiang Lijin had already reached the entrance of the community. The security guard at the entrance was visibly taken aback, probably just having seen the interstellar announcement, and recognized her. However, the guard was professional. He merely nodded at her without approaching to speak. Jiang Lijin stood by the road and raised her hand to call for a hovering taxi. She input the address of the first house, the standalone villa in the western suburbs. The reason for looking at that one first was simple: it had a yard. When Suhan showed her the holographic image, the independent courtyard and greenery had caught her eye. How precious greenery was in this world. A silvery white hovering taxi silently stopped by the roadside. Jiang Lijin opened the door, got in, reported the address, and the taxi smoothly took off, flying over the city of the main star. Leaning against the seat, she looked down through the window. The main star city was vast. From above, the clusters of buildings sprawled densely, with flying vehicles weaving through the sky, occasionally catching sight of several particularly tall buildings with lights twinkling at their tops. The taxi came to a smooth stop. Jiang Lijin looked out the window, and all she could see was desolation. In the interstellar era, plants were more precious than rare metals. In this area, there wasn't even a decent new building to be found. The bare alloy road extended straight ahead, leading to the newly assigned detached villa. This fee will be reimbursed by the Female Protection Center. Thank you for your outstanding contributions to the interstellar community, Miss Jiang Lijin. The taxi was unmanned and operated remotely, and a voice came from the driver's seat. Jiang Lijin was stunned for 2 seconds. Contributions? In the past few days, apart from eating and drinking, she hadn't even washed a plate. What contributions? However, seizing an opportunity, she casually expressed her thanks and quickly pushed the door open to get out. As she approached the front door, a small silver probe emerged from above, and a gentle blue light swept over her from top to bottom. Identity confirmed. Welcome home, Miss Jiang Lijin. The heavy metal door slid open silently. Little one buzzed in her mind, making a racket. Jiang Lijin didn't rush to enter the house. She turned around and first strolled into the yard. A whole expanse of lush green grass covered the courtyard, dotted with a few clusters of unknown low shrubs in the corners, and in the center stood a tree over 2 meters tall. This was considered an extremely luxurious configuration in the interstellar context. Even a big shot like Sharon only had a few small flower beds in the public area outside their door. This house actually dared to cover the entire yard with real grass. Moreover, the tree was not small, with abundant branches and leaves clearly nurtured with considerable effort. In the future, setting up a swing here, sitting under the sun with a book in the afternoon. It would be utterly delightful. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but curve her lips into a smile before turning to enter the house. What greeted her was an overwhelming sense of technology. The lights turned on layer by layer with her steps, and the color temperature adjusted automatically to the most comfortable warm white. The smart home system was already online, with the invisible panel on the wall shimmering with a faint glow. The spacious living room connected to an open kitchen. She walked over and casually opened the double-door refrigerator. Empty. Not even a bottle of water. But that made sense. Suhan had specifically advised her to notify them in advance when deciding which unit to stay in, so that they could arrange for food delivery and a dedicated flying vehicle. She closed the refrigerator and continued walking inside. The first floor had a KTV room, a reception room, and even a small indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. The independent medical pod on the second floor stood quietly in its designated room, identical to the holographic image Suhan had shown her. She raised her wrist to check her light brain, recalling Suhan mentioning adding her on social media. Social media? Little one, what do people here usually use for chatting? Star communication. Little one replied quickly. It's the Interstellar Universal Messaging app, and the original owner had a star communication account. Jiang Lijin struggled to search her mind. The original owner used a painfully outdated light brain. Her social circle was pitifully narrow, and no one would look for her online. She indeed had an account, but it was as good as non-existent. She tapped the blue and white star communication icon on the light brain, and the account was her citizen number. The password field popped up, and she randomly entered 123,456. The interface flickered, and she logged in. Inside, it was quite similar to the green bubbles of the world Jiang Lijin came from, and she casually opened the friends list. The contact list pitifully displayed 3 people: Aiden, Rex, and Kieran. When she opened Aiden and REXS avatars, both indicated you have been added to the blacklist. Only Kieran hadn't blocked her, but it wasn't much better. The chat box was filled with numerous messages from the original owner asking about their well-being and trying to ingratiate herself. Scrolling up took several screens to see the occasional single word replied by Kieran. She decisively backed out and clicked on the blinking new friends notification in the upper right corner. 4 friend requests were neatly lined up. At the top was Ball with an avatar of a military badge, followed by Sharon and Suhan. There was also someone named Tinia. She remembered that golden mountain. She clicked to accept each one, and as soon as she did, she first opened the chat box with Suhan. Commissioner Su, I choose the unit in the western suburbs. As soon as the message was sent, little one couldn't help but chime in. Host, aren't you going to check the other 2 units? What if they look better? Jiang Lijin walked over to the edge of the sofa and leaned back, saying, what's the hurry? Anyway, all 3 units are under my name. Oh, I can stay in this one today, switch to that one next month, and move whenever I like. Little one fell silent. The light brain vibrated. Suhan replied quickly. Received, Miss Jiang. We will immediately process your check-in procedures. Fresh ingredients will be delivered by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The allocation of the dedicated flying vehicle will take 7 working days, during which your travel expenses will be fully reimbursed by the center. Then another message quickly followed. Additionally, please fill in your current address in the matching email sent by the main brain as soon as possible so that the 5 matched candidates can contact you in a timely manner. Jiang Lijin typed a few words, okay, thank you. Then she exited Star Communication and opened her email, where the email titled 3's level female matching list was still at the top. At the very bottom was a red address input box. She stared at the box for a few seconds. Once she filled it in, those 5 men standing at the pinnacle of the interstellar world would immediately be notified. She didn't know why she felt a bit nervous. Hovering her finger over the light brain screen for a moment, she ultimately quickly input the coordinates of the western suburbs villa and clicked send. Little one was so excited that it was practically rubbing its hands together. Host, who do you think will be the first to show up? Jiang Lijin yawned. Whoever wants to come. Although she said that a particular sentence left by Ball when he left Sharon's house inexplicably popped into her mind. I will be the first to visit when you move into the new house. Ding. The light brain emitted a crisp notification sound. It wasn't an email, but Star Communication. Jiang Lijin raised her wrist, and a new message popped up on the screen sent by Tinia, who had just been accepted as a friend. His avatar was a little sun rising above the sea, drawn in a style reminiscent of children's cartoons with a smiling face on the sun. Opening the chat box, there was only a lonely line of text. Hello, wife, I am Tinia. I have already received your address information, and I will arrive by 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. I look forward to meeting you. Jiang Lijin instantly sat up straight, the drowsiness dissipating immediately. That title sounded too smooth, didn't it? Facing that overly straightforward and tooth-aching opener on the screen, her fingers hovered over the virtual keyboard for a long time without typing a single word. What should she reply? Hello, see you tomorrow. Or don't call me wife. In the end, she replied with nothing and simply closed the chat interface. Host, he called you wife. Little one's tone was filled with a mix of excitement and mischief. This is a big shot from a financial conglomerate. Are you going to prepare something for tomorrow evening at 8? Prepare what? A broom or pepper spray? Isn't he a 3S level? Why does it feel like he's not a serious person? Jiang Lijin suddenly felt waves of fatigue washing over her as she walked to the second-floor bedroom area. There was a row of spacious, well-equipped rooms, and she chose one that appeared to be the master bedroom, isolated from the others, and walked inside. In the center stood a large bed large enough to accommodate 4 people, with bedding already laid out in a subtle gray-blue color that felt incredibly soft to the touch. Wow, host, this bed is so big it can fit 7 people. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but laugh. Where would 7 people come from? Are you counting yourself in? She ignored Xiao Yi, kicked off her shoes, and flopped directly into the blankets. She fell into a deep sleep, free from the chaotic nightmares of the original owner's memories and the incessant chatter of the system in her mind. When she opened her eyes again, the sky outside was bright. The temperature control system kept the indoor climate just right as Jiang Lijin turned over in bed and glanced at the time on her light brain. It was already 9:30 in the morning. Just as Jiang Lijin finished washing up and walked downstairs to the living room, the doorbell rang promptly. Ding dong. She walked to the door and activated the surveillance screen. Outside, a refrigerated transport vehicle bearing the Empire's emblem was parked, and 2 uniformed staff members were loading boxes onto a cart. As soon as the door opened, the staff stopped their actions, their attitudes respectfully impeccable. Good morning, Miss Jiang. These are your specially supplied ingredients for this week. Please sign for them. 3 large thermal boxes were neatly pushed into the kitchen, and after the staff left, Jiang Lijin opened the boxes. The first box contained vibrant fresh vegetables and fruits with droplets of water still clinging to the leaves. The second box held various high-end meats cut neatly. The third box was filled with rice flour oil and a dozen round plump eggs. In the interstellar era, the value of this array of items was no less than a box of gold bars. In a good mood, Jiang Lijin hummed a tune as she took an apple from the pile, washed it at the sink, and took a bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth. Heaven knows how long it had been since she last tasted fruit. Host, it's a fresh apple. Xiao Yi exclaimed eagerly. You should eat more, just consider it as me eating too. Ignoring it, Jiang Lijin quickly finished the apple and began categorizing the remaining ingredients to put into the fridge. The once empty fridge was now filled to the brim, which made her feel quite pleased. After satisfying her hunger, she walked into the yard basking in the sunlight. She walked around the crooked neck tree twice and selected a wooden swing set from the Star Network, filling in the address to place the order. Jiang Lijin stood in the yard soaking up the sun for a while. As she turned to head back inside, she paused midway. She remembered that she still had some belongings left at Karen's villa. Her intention yesterday was merely to check out the house, but she hadn't expected to take a liking to the first one, completely forgetting to pick up her luggage. I need to go back to Karen to get my luggage. She called out in her mind. What luggage, my host? Xiao protested, raising its voice in her head. You are now a wealthy woman with a monthly salary of 60,000 interstellar coins and a savings of 1 million. And a 3-class national treasure. Just throw away the original owner's old clothes and shoes. Let's buy new ones, expensive ones. Jiang Lijin sat down beside the sofa, pouring herself a cup of warm water. I can toss the clothes, but that old suitcase can't be thrown away. It contains the original owner's old diary and photos. Those things might not have practical use for the current Jiang Lijin, but they were the last remnants of the original owner's existence in this world. Since she had occupied someone else's body, she couldn't just throw away the last traces of their memories like trash. Xiao paused for a moment before suggesting, why not just send a star message to Karen? Just ask him to bring it over casually. He'll definitely be moving in with you soon. Jiang Lijin's action of drinking water froze in midair. Move in. Live with me. Isn't that obvious? Xiao retorted confidently. You two are now a legally married couple. Interstellar law states that a successful pairing means the beast man must cohabit with the female. Jiang Lijin slammed her cup down on the coffee table and leaned back against the sofa. But they are all 3-class. Karen is the director, Ball is the military commander, and there's that interstellar tycoon. These people are usually swamped with work. When would they have time to squeeze under the same roof with me? It's more mature to maintain a superficial marriage by seeing each other occasionally. You are too naive. Xiao clicked its tongue. 3-class males are extremely volatile due to their mental energy and crave the comfort of high-level females. You are now the only antidote in the entire star system. They would love nothing more than to keep you on a tight leash. How could it be a case of each living their own lives? Jiang Lijin was momentarily speechless. She had almost forgotten that her partner also needed to work. She opened her star message, found Karen's avatar, and before she could figure out how to phrase her message, a reply popped up on the screen. Karen, address received. I have some important data to verify at the Academy of Sciences today, so we'll be a bit late. Is there anything you need me to bring along? The tone was overly natural, completely resembling a husband inquiring about his wife's needs while out. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen for a few seconds, her fingers tapping quickly. Forget about the clothes left at your place. Just help me bring that old suitcase over. Thanks. Karen replied promptly. Okay. What do you want for dinner? I'll bring it back. Xiao mimicked in a strange tone. What do you want for dinner? I will bring it back. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes, ignored the dinner question, and sent an OK emoji before exiting the interface. She set her light brain to silent mode, stood up, and continued exploring this large house that belonged to her. After a tour of the first floor, she pushed open a frosted glass door. Inside was a temperature-controlled indoor swimming pool, the water clear and visible to the bottom, and the temperature control system quietly operating with a faint mist rising from the surface. Jiang Lijin stood by the pool, gazing at the gently rippling blue waves, when suddenly unbidden images from her previous world flashed through her mind. At that time, to please the male lead, Gu Qinyuan, she had forced herself to learn swimming. Simply because Gu Qinyuan had casually mentioned that he enjoyed going out to sea, she had choked on water in the pool, causing her throat to become inflamed. She learned to hold her breath underwater in various swimming strokes, including diving. In the end, all she gained was the sight of Gu Qinyuan vacationing on a yacht with the female lead while she hadn't even qualified to board. How ironic. She squatted down and touched the water. The warmth of the water felt soft against her skin. The things she learned for others in her past life could now be used for her own enjoyment in this life. Next time she would buy a swimsuit, this pool couldn't go to waste. She stood up, shook the water off her hands, and turned towards the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with ingredients, yet Jiang Lijin had no interest in cooking a grand meal. She took 2 fresh eggs, filled a bowl with rice that had been automatically cooked by the smart rice cooker, and planned to make the simplest egg fried rice. Wow, Xiao exclaimed in her mind, sounding rather unrefined. Host. It smells so good. What is this exquisite delicacy? It's just egg fried rice, haven't you ever seen it? Jiang Lijin turned off the heat, serving the fried rice, which was perfectly separated and golden, onto a white porcelain plate. In the interstellar era, everyone drinks nutrient solutions. Who has time to cook in such an ancient manner? Xiaoyi whined eagerly. You have no idea. If this aroma spreads, the kids next door will be drooling. Jiang Lijin carried the plate to the dining room, grabbed a spoon, and had just scooped up a bite when the smart doorbell rang. Ding dong. She continued chewing, her light brain automatically connecting to the house's surveillance system. She quickly tapped on the virtual panel, pulling up the monitoring screen outside the door. The screen lit up, and two men stood outside. The one on the left stood exceptionally tall, clad in a sharply tailored deep black military uniform. His epaulets and metallic collar buttons glinted coldly under the sun. His jet black hair was cropped short and immaculate. His facial features were strikingly chiseled and inherently commanding, especially his golden eyes, whose haughty, domineering gaze pierced even through the surveillance monitor. It was Bar. He hadn't changed clothes, clearly arriving straight from the military command. The one on the right presented a stark contrast. He sported radiant, sun-kissed blonde hair, slightly tousled by the wind, and wore high-quality casual attire. Though his features were equally defined, their contours softened into an approachable elegance. His ice blue eyes shone with startling brilliance, and his entire bearing exuded effortless ease, cradling in his arms a lavish bouquet of roses crimson as freshly spilled blood. Jiang Lijin had never seen this man before, yet her mind instantly supplied his name: Tinia, the heir to the empire's greatest fortune, whose profile picture was a childlike doodle of a smiling sun, and who upon first contact had unabashedly called her my wife. Strangely, the man himself matched that whimsical avatar to uncanny perfection. The surveillance feed included audio, and on screen the two men radiated palpable tension. Tinia tilted his head, appraising Bar with a leisurely glance that swept over the rigid lines of his uniform, then smiled warmly. Commander Bar, just off duty. Why not change before visiting your partner? This uniform reeks of battlefield lethality. Anyone unfamiliar might mistake you for coming to seize the estate. None of your concern. Bar didn't glance at him. His gaze remained fixed, unblinking on the front gate, his voice low and edged with impatience. How can it possibly be none of my concern? Tinia cradled the bouquet in one hand while the other rested casually in his pocket, his tone light, teasing, almost provoking. That murderous scowl of yours. If it frightens my wife, what then? She's a delicate female after all. Inside the dining room, Jiang Lijin had just swallowed a mouthful of rice and lifted her water glass, only to choke violently the moment those words reached her ears. Water lodged deep in her throat. Cough, cough, cough. She clutched her mouth, coughing uncontrollably, tears stinging her eyes. Outside, Bar finally turned his head, his golden irises locking onto Tinia with icy precision. He spoke no word, yet the oppressive weight of his SS-class male psychic aura spread silently, thickening the very air around them. Tinia didn't so much as flinch. As an SS-class counterpart, he remained utterly immune to such pressure. He even lifted a hand to gently adjust a petal on the rose bouquet, his smile widening brighter than ever. Don't glare at me, Commander. By official roster, you rank first. I'm third. But by arrival time, we arrived simultaneously. Let's see who gains entry first when the door opens. Jiang Lijin finally caught her breath. She dabbed her lips with a tissue, gazing at the two men locked in silent rivalry on the monitor, and suddenly felt a dull throb behind her temples. Dinner would clearly be interrupted. Rising, she walked to the entrance hall and pressed the door release mechanism. With a soft metallic click, the heavy outer courtyard gate began sliding open in both directions. A narrow slit, barely wide enough for a person, had just appeared in the seam. Tinia moved with astonishing speed, one moment a languid aristocrat idly adjusting his flowers, the next a streak of motion, sliding sideways through that slender gap, striding across the courtyard with purpose, heading straight for the main residence. Bar remained rooted in place, visibly stunned by the maneuver, his expression darkening perceptibly. Yesterday at Chiron's home, his words still echoed in her memory. I will be the first to visit when you move into your new residence. He had indeed rushed here immediately after resolving urgent military matters, so urgently he hadn't even changed out of his uniform. Yet now at the threshold he'd been preempted by this shameless rival, who'd stolen even the privilege of entering first. Bar drew a slow, controlled breath, suppressing the violent impulse to draw his sidearm and reduce that golden-haired nuisance to Swiss cheese, then strode forward, jaw clenched, into the courtyard. Jiang Lijin stood within the main doorway's threshold, still wearing yesterday's outfit, her hair loosely gathered at the nape of her neck, the used tissue still pinched between her fingers. Tinia burst up the steps like a gust of wind, stopping abruptly at the base. Tilting his head back, his ice blue eyes locked onto hers, and his smile bloomed, instantly radiant, dazzling, almost blinding. Wife, he declared, effortlessly familiar, utterly unembarrassed, thrusting the enormous bouquet forward. First meeting, uncertain of your tastes, I brought something rather conventional. Hope you won't find it too gauche. Hearing him call her wife again sent a jolt of awkwardness through her, but she couldn't protest. Technically, he was her husband. Her gaze lingered on the flowers before her. In the interstellar era, cultivating live flora was extraordinarily difficult. Such a luxuriant bouquet, vibrant red roses still glistening with dew, carried a value easily equivalent to a standard residence on the core world. Jiang Lijin did not reach for the flowers. Instead, she studied him calmly. Mr. Tinia. Just Tinia, or husband if you prefer. I wouldn't mind at all. Seeing her hesitation, Tinia withdrew the bouquet without embarrassment, holding it gracefully at his side. I messaged yesterday that I'd arrive before 8 tonight, but I simply couldn't wait. Cancelled every afternoon meeting. You won't hold it against me for arriving early, will you? His words flowed flawlessly, his smile disarmingly warm, a masterclass in charm that rendered resistance nearly impossible. Before Jiang Lijin could reply, the resonant heavy tread of military boots echoed across the stone path behind her. Bar had reached the foot of the steps, stopping beside Tinia. He towered even taller than Tinia, immovable, imposing like a fortress wall. He did not glance at Tinia. His golden gaze cut across the space between them, landing unerringly on Jiang Lijin's face. He remained silent, but his eyes held a turbulent storm: regret, frustration, and something inexplicably wounded. Jiang Lijin couldn't fathom how she'd read that emotion on the face of such a hardened commander. Yet the rigid, thin line of his compressed lips undeniably conveyed a petulant, unspoken grievance. I didn't secure first place, and I am deeply, profoundly displeased. Commander Bar, Jiang Lijin broke the silence, stepping forward. You arrived earlier than expected. I failed to enter first. His voice was rough, raw, with undisguised defeat. I apologize. I have broken my word. Jiang Lijin blinked, momentarily stunned. She hadn't anticipated his fixation would truly hinge on this. Such fierce competitiveness, such stubborn single-mindedness clashed utterly with his Star Network image as a decisive, ruthless war deity. Tinia let out a quiet, cool laugh beside them. Commander, does entry order truly matter? What counts is who remains longest within this household. Bar whirled toward him, eyes sharp as drawn blades, piercing, lethal. Tinia met his stare without flinching, his smile unwavering, though the frost-blue depths of his gaze held not a trace of warmth. The air crackled with volatile energy. Two SS-class male psyches collided invisibly, the leaves of the courtyard tree trembling violently beneath the psychic shockwave. Jiang Lijin stood on the threshold, observing the two towering figures below, and at last understood why the Empire had assigned her residence to such a remote region. Any ordinary passerby would likely require hospitalization after encountering these two. In her mind, Xiao Yi cheered gleefully, inciting chaos. Fight. Fight. Let my host witness who truly reigns supreme. Silence. Jiang Lijin pressed her palm to her forehead. Enough, she said firmly, cutting through the mounting tension. If you intend to fight, do it outside. Don't damage my lawn. Otherwise, come inside. She turned and walked into the house. Instantly, the charged standoff dissolved. Tinia followed swiftly, pausing only to flash Bar a defiant, triumphant arch of his brow. Bar ascended the steps in grim silence, his expression unreadable, and stepped across the threshold behind them. Tinia crossed the threshold, cradling a bouquet of red roses in one arm. He glanced around the room and declared without hesitation, "This place is far too small." Ball followed closely behind, his military boots striking the polished floor with steady, resonant steps. His gaze swept across the holographic projection wall, the intelligent climate control system, and the semi-suspended sofa at the center of the living room. As Supreme Commander of the Federal Military, he normally resided in the core residential district of the capital planet, the very same complex where Chiron lived. This suburban villa, assigned by the Females Protection Center, met all hardware standards and featured rational spatial planning. There was little to fault. Yet Tinia, scion of the galaxy's wealthiest family, clearly disagreed. He tapped the edge of the carpet with his toe. The material is ordinary, the craftsmanship crude. And this location is absurdly remote. Within dozens of kilometers, not a single reputable entertainment complex exists. There's simply nowhere to unwind. Tinia turned toward Jiang Lijin, his sapphire eyes gleaming as he smiled brightly. Once we complete the formalities here, I'll take you on a tour of the Valoran star system. Its private planets boast breathtaking scenery, freedom to explore and indulge however you wish. No need to endure confinement in such a cramped dwelling. Jiang Lijin stood silently beside them, saying nothing. She mentally summoned her system. Xiao, do you copy? The tycoon's son just called our home a shabby little house. Xiao instantly chimed in. The ultra-wealthy truly operate on another level. Host, I've checked the data. Maintenance fees for a single month on a private Valoran planet could buy this entire villa outright. Say yes, immediately. Let's go to Valoran. Make him foot the bill. Before Jiang Lijin could reply, Ball interrupted her thoughts. Fixing his gaze upon her, he asked calmly, my personal belongings will be delivered tomorrow by a designated courier. Which room shall I occupy? Jiang Lijin hesitated. She hadn't considered the question at all. Raising her hand, she pointed upward. The entire second floor is reserved for bedrooms. There are many rooms. Feel free to choose whichever suits you. Ball nodded and stepped toward the staircase. Tinia moved first, stepping squarely before him with a cheerful grin. First come, first served, Commander. My luggage arrives by 8 tonight. If I select the room nearest my wife, I trust you won't mind. Ball paused, his eyes locked onto Tinia's, tense, restrained, as if holding something fiercely in check. As the two stood locked in silent standoff, the rich aroma of food drifted through the air. Jiang Lijin, long weary of their childlike rivalry, had already picked up her bowl of fried rice and sat aside, watching them both while eating. Tinia's nose twitched. Following the scent, he turned, and his gaze fell upon the bowl of fried rice in Jiang Lijin's hands. He instantly deduced she'd prepared it herself. Ignoring Ball's icy stare, he strode over, still clutching the roses, and peered down at the dish, his eyes lighting up with genuine delight. Wife, did you make this yourself? The color, the texture, the mastery of heat. It's absolutely sublime. In my entire life, I've dined on countless masterpieces from Michelin-starred chefs, yet never encountered a dish where rice and egg harmonize so flawlessly. Just inhaling its fragrance purifies my spiritual energy. A torrent of effusive praise tumbled forth, smooth, unrehearsed, unbroken by even a single pause. Jiang Lijin froze mid-scoop. Ball watched Tinia's obsequious display, a vein pulsing faintly at his temple. Then, taking a measured breath, he turned to Jiang Lijin and spoke with solemn gravity. We are to live together now. Regardless of how our relationship evolves, a formal process of mutual understanding is essential. I propose we sit down now and conduct thorough introductions. Jiang Lijin nodded in agreement. Though she'd already gathered intelligence about both men from numerous sources, some credible, some dubious, hearing their own accounts would surely yield deeper insight. The three moved into the living room and settled onto the sofa. Jiang Lijin went to the kitchen, filled 2 glass tumblers with warm water, and placed them side by side on the coffee table before Ball and Tinia. We only have water at the moment, she said, seating herself on the single armchair with her hands folded neatly on her knees. No coffee or other beverages. Please make do. Tinia lifted his glass and drank, deeply beaming. Water poured by my wife tastes sweeter than any premium nutrient solution. Ball raised his glass, took a quiet sip, set it back down without a word. Ball, Supreme Commander of the Federal Military. He sat upright, meeting Jiang Lijin's gaze with steady composure. My duties are highly specialized, I routinely handle critical military operations, sometimes deploying directly to the front lines. During my time on the capital planet, however, I will fulfill all responsibilities as a devoted partner. He paused briefly before continuing. Both my parents reside within the Federation. My father is a retired officer, my mother isn't a rank female. There are no complicated familial entanglements in my lineage. All my personal assets have been transferred to the custody of my private assistant, and may be transferred to your account at any time. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but ask, all of them? Ball held her gaze unwavering. Yes. Host, hurry. A Supreme Commander must have immense savings. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Rich beyond imagination. Xiao Yi burst out, giddy with excitement. Jiang Lijin ignored the system entirely. Ball's earnest sincerity left her momentarily flustered. She hadn't expected him to be so accommodating. She'd assumed higher-ranked beastmen would be inherently arrogant. Chiron, after all, was an exception. Tinia leaned back against the sofa, legs elegantly crossed. My turn, he said, setting down his glass and flashing Jiang Lijin a playful wink. Tinia, currently holding no official title, though I assist my mother in managing certain family enterprises. He added with a warm smile, my mother is Eileen, the interstellar tycoon. You've surely heard of her. Jiang Lijin nodded. Indeed she had. From Xiao Yi. Shifting his posture, he leaned forward. My mother has only one child. I am her sole heir. She abhors convoluted domestic politics and refuses to cultivate a brood of successors vying ruthlessly for inheritance. His ice-blue eyes shimmered with quiet intensity as he looked at Jiang Lijin. So I too hope to become your first and only beastman husband. Jiang Lijin faltered. First Beastman husband. Did he not know she'd been divorced? Did you not research my background before arriving? She interjected, cutting through his enthusiasm. I'm divorced. Of course I know. I've read every post about you on the StellarNet forums. Jiang Lijin blinked, suddenly realizing that her 3 marriages, to Aiden, Rex, and Kylon, had long since become galactic gossip fodder for idle conversation across star systems. Those are relics of the past, Tinia replied, lightly dismissing her former spouses without a trace of concern. 3 mere shrank males. Of course they should have parted ways. What matters now is that I become your first, today and forever. Ball could bear it no longer. His voice hardened, edged with warning. Tinia, choose your words carefully. On the Central AI's matchmaking list, I hold first priority. If anyone claims the title of first husband, it is I. Tinia met Ball's glare with a derisive snort. Commander, did battlefield trauma impair your cognition? Yes. The list order reflects rank and genetic compatibility as calculated by the Central AI. But those are merely cold and personal data points. He turned back to Jiang Lijin, his tone softening into quiet conviction. Rankings mean nothing. What matters is who holds the foremost place in my wife's heart. Jiang Lijin smiled, a subtle, knowing curve of her lips. She smiled at how Tinia himself, an SS rank beastman, dismissed her 3 ex-husbands' vaunted rank status as mere rank males. She smiled at the spectacle before her, a supreme commander commanding legions and a scion whose wealth rivaled sovereign states, both vying like schoolboys for the title of her first beastman husband. How delightfully absurd. My name is Jiang Lijin, and I am an orphan born in a very remote peripheral star system. As for the original host coming from the blue star that was destroyed 10 years ago, and her mysterious parents, she would never be foolish enough to share that with these 2 unfamiliar beastmen in front of her. Ball and Tinia remained silent, listening quietly. Later the main brain matched me with 3 class males. Jiang Lijin shrugged. So I came to the main star. You should know that at that time my file stated that my mental strength was class. Before you came, you must have checked my information. I am divorced from those 3 dogs. Those 3 gentlemen. They were interested in class female, Jiang Lijin said with a hint of mockery in her tone. The higher rank can provide them with better mental strength purification, so they insisted on divorcing me. And then, Tinia frowned, her blue eyes devoid of laughter. And then, I don't know if it was because I was forced to sign the divorce agreement that caused my emotional breakdown, triggering some potential, but my mental strength inexplicably began to rise. Jiang Lijin, without a change in her expression, began to shift the blame, saying, the main brain detected anomalies and required me to retake the test. She spread her hands, and as you can see, my class became 3 class. This line of reasoning perfectly closed the loop, placing all the grievances of the original host and the anomaly of her skyrocketing mental strength squarely on the heads of those 3 scumbags. It not only explained the sequence of events, but also conveniently trampled on them. Jiang Lijin turned to Ball. As for why I lived at Lord Sharon's place before. At that time, I was still a class, and my ex-husbands demanded that I immediately move out of their residence. I didn't have any property on the main star, and the housing assigned by the protection center in the peripheral area was still not processed. I didn't even have a place to land. While doing psychological counseling at the Central Hospital, Director Sharon understood my situation. Seeing that I was pitiful, he took me in for a few days. It was that simple. Tinia had previously checked that Jiang Lijin lived with Sharon and thought it was because that academician was taking advantage of his position. Now, after hearing everything, the situation was not at all as he imagined. When Jiang Lijin was at her most helpless, thrown out like garbage, it was Sharon who extended a hand. Such an act of providing help in times of need was more effective than any sweet talk. Tinia's inner alarm bells rang loudly. He initially thought that with his persistent effort and financial capability, securing the position of the first Beastman was a sure thing. But now it seemed that Sharon was the biggest threat. Wife, I didn't expect you to have suffered so much before. Tinia leaned forward, his voice softening. Those people are truly despicable. Jiang Lijin stared at him for a while. At first she believed he was just a spoiled rich second generation who talked nonsense, but now he was putting on a show of deep emotion to gain her favor. But after watching for a long while, she found that the genuine feelings in Tinia's ice blue eyes were devoid of any signs of acting. There was no trace of deliberate posturing, just sincere compassion. If it were an act, he should really compete for an interstellar award. Even Phil Wynn's acting skills would pale in comparison. What Jiang Lijin didn't know was that Tinia truly felt pain for her. From a young age, his mother Eileen taught him to protect his family at all costs. The moment the main brain matched Jiang Lijin to him, he had already included her in his protective circle. His own whether from before or now being bullied by a few trashy classes like this, he couldn't swallow that anger. Ball felt the same way, his brow twisted into a knot. Images of Jiang Lijin's 3 ex-husbands flashed through his mind. He remembered one named Kieran, who was currently serving as a colonel in the federal military. Jiang Lijin keenly noticed the change in Bao's expression. She suddenly recalled the original plot mentioned by Xiao Yi that Ball would die at Kieran's hands. She had casually promised back then that if Ball became her beastman, she would find a way to help him. Now that he was actually sitting here, she found herself at a loss for words. How could she directly say that Kieran under your command will harm you in the future? It would be strange if Ball didn't think she was crazy. Jiang Lijin looked at Ball, her gaze filled with a layer of inquiry and hesitation. Ball met her gaze and read that hesitation. Jiang Lijin, he sat up straight, calling her by her full name, his tone serious. We are in a partnership now. I will not stand by and watch the bullying you suffered in the past. I will seek justice for you. Hearing this, Jiang Lijin's heart skipped a beat unexpectedly. It was false to say it didn't touch her, and no one had ever told her in such an obvious tone, I will seek justice for you. But the struggles of 2 lifetimes had long ingrained a sense of vigilance in her bones. She was not accustomed to relying on others, nor was she comfortable exposing her vulnerabilities. She raised an eyebrow, suppressing that strange emotion in her heart, and adopted a casual demeanor. Lord Ball, Jiang Lijin spoke. Is there a colonel named Kieran under your command? Ball nodded yes. He has issues with his conduct. I will settle accounts with him privately. But the military has its rules, and I won't do anything to him in the line of duty. He thought Jiang Lijin wanted to use him to take down Kieran internally within the military. Jiang Lijin was amused by this absurd idea. In your mind, am I that kind of person? She retorted, her tone slightly sharp. Ball did not respond. Having been in a high position for years, he was accustomed to schemes of using others to achieve one's ends. For that brief moment, he indeed thought so. I will repay those humiliations little by little myself, Jiang Lijin said, her smile fading as she stared directly into Bao's eyes. Relying on you all to act would be meaningless. Ball was taken aback. He genuinely did not expect Jiang Lijin to say such a thing. Most of the females he had encountered were delicate and would often hide behind males when faced with trouble seeking protection. He thought Jiang Lijin would be the same, needing him to step in and resolve everything. Then what did you mean when you mentioned him? I was just reminding you. Jiang Lijin leaned back against the sofa cushion. Be careful of that person under you. He is deep-minded. Don't let him bite back one day without understanding how you died. Ball was completely unprepared for her to say such a thing. A seemingly weak female not only rejected his protection, but also warned him, the federal commander, to be cautious of his subordinate. Tinia, who had been unable to interject, finally found an opportunity. Wife, that statement is incorrect. He leaned forward directly, inserting himself into the line of sight between the two. We are all your beast men. We are one family. When our own family is bullied, how can we stand by and do nothing? He blinked his beautiful blue eyes, speaking with righteous indignation, looking at it from another perspective. If one day I am bullied by someone, would you ignore me? Jiang Lijin was momentarily speechless by his clever shift of the argument. This is the art of language, isn't it? With a few casual words, he transformed the sense of the strong protecting the weak into a bond of family helping each other, leaving her without an excuse to refuse. Host, he is quite capable. Xiao Yi was frantically cheering in her mind. This emotional intelligence, this eloquence truly lives up to being the heir of a wealthy family. Much better than that rigid commander. I declare him second in my heart, though of course Sharon is still first. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes at Xiao Yi in her mind, ignoring it. The layout of the guest rooms upstairs is quite similar, and Jiang Lijin led the two of them upstairs to choose. Her own master bedroom is the largest, complete with a living room and study, making it a suite, while the other bedrooms are located across from hers. Tinia made herself at home, directly taking the room to the diagonal left of Jiang Lijin's bedroom, claiming it had better lighting. Ball said nothing and opened the door to the room diagonally to the right of Jiang Lijin's. One on the left and one on the right, meaning there were no doors directly facing hers, otherwise she wouldn't know how to deal with the noise. The atmosphere in the corridor felt inexplicably stagnant. 2 tall males stood at their respective doorways, their gazes crossing over Jiang Lijin's head, silently clashing in the air. Jiang Lijin couldn't be bothered and said, you two are weary from your journey, get some rest. With that said, she turned and entered her bedroom, locking the door behind her. The room finally became quiet. Jiang Lijin walked over to the small living room in her bedroom and sat down on the sofa, activating the holographic device on her wrist. She had previously asked Karen to throw away all her old clothes, and now she urgently needed to shop on the Star Network's largest shopping platform for a batch of daily necessities and clothing. As the holographic screen lit up, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Lijin paused. Could it be Tinia? He seemed restless. She sighed and got up to walk to the door, pulling it open. What is it this time? Her words caught in her throat. Standing outside was not the golden-haired, blue-eyed Tinia, but the tall and stern-looking Ball. He seemed to have taken off his coat, revealing a black shirt underneath that showcased his broad shoulders and narrow waist. His broad shoulders nearly blocked the light from the corridor. Jiang Lijin was somewhat surprised. Is there something you need? Ball lowered his gaze to her, as if deliberating his words. After 2 seconds, he spoke in a deep voice. Can I come in to talk? Come in. Alone together, a man and a woman in one room. Jiang Lijin frowned slightly, but then reconsidered. After all, Ball was the commander of the Federation and her legally matched beast husband assigned by the mainframe. He couldn't possibly do anything to her, could he? She stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Ball entered the room, and Jiang Lijin casually closed the door behind them. Speak, what is it? Jiang Lijin leaned against the door, arms crossed. Ball turned around, his gaze locking onto Jiang Lijin's eyes. Without any preamble, I need a mental energy purification. Jiang Lijin was taken aback for a moment, and then a piece of gossip shed seen on the Star Network forum flashed through her mind. It was rumored that the commander of the Federation, Ball, was on the brink of a mental breakdown, relying solely on his astonishing willpower to suppress it. Due to the entire star system lacking a 3-level female, he had no effective means of soothing his condition. No wonder he was in such a hurry. Jiang Lijin nodded. Ball was willing to offer up all his wealth just for a mental energy purification, so of course she wouldn't refuse. Sure. She straightened up, preparing to recall the process of mental energy purification that the original owner had followed. When purifying the 3 ex-husbands, the original owner would typically soothe their spiritual bodies. Just as she was about to tell Ball to release his spiritual body, the man suddenly moved. Ball took 2 steps forward, instantly closing the distance between them. His tall figure exuded a strong sense of pressure as he leaned against the doorframe, nearly enveloping her in his embrace. He was too close enough for Jiang Lijin to clearly feel the heat radiating from him. Ball lowered his head, his face looming larger, and Jiang Lijin's pupils constricted suddenly. Oh, host, he's going to kiss you. Lord Ball is so direct. Is this something that can be viewed for free? Xiaoyi screamed in Jiang Lijin's mind. Hey, wait. Why did the screen go black? Let me see. Jiang Lijin was horrified and reflexively raised her hands to push against his encroaching chest. The sensation from her palms was hard and firm. Even through the fabric, she could feel the distinct outline of his muscles. She snapped back to reality. Now was not the time to study his pecs. Ball stopped moving, lowering his gaze to look at her, his expression full of confusion. Didn't she agree? Jiang Lijin cleared her throat, her ears burning. In 3 lifetimes, she had hardly ever held a man's hand. In her last life, while in the book world as a sycophant, the closest thing Gu Qinyuan had done to her was choke her. Ball looked at her flushed cheeks, even more puzzled. In his pure straight male understanding, physical contact was merely the most efficient means of purification, devoid of any personal emotions. Physical contact is the most effective purification method, Ball stated seriously. You just ascended to 3S. Your mental energy is still unstable. If we were to make contact through the spiritual body, it would greatly exhaust your energy. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. He paused, his gaze sharpening slightly. You and those 3 ex-husbands, didn't you ever do intimate purification? Jiang Lijin was somewhat choked by this remark. This man spoke without any reservations. No, I'm not accustomed to this method. Jiang Lijin immediately interrupted him, forcefully pushing against his chest to create distance between them. Ball stepped back a half step without pressing the issue. He watched Jiang Lijin avert her gaze, a flicker of unnoticeable turmoil crossing his eyes. I'm sorry, Ball replied succinctly. I didn't consider it well. He raised his right hand palm, facing up. A wave of black mental energy spread through the room, and a faint hissing sound could be heard in the air. A massive black python appeared out of thin air behind Ball. Its black scales glistened with a cold sheen, and its golden vertical pupils radiated ferocity and coldness. This was the 3-level spiritual body belonging to the commander of the Federation, known for slaughtering countless insectoids on the battlefield. Jiang Lijin held her breath. The next second, the imposing giant python suddenly went bang and shrank down to a small black snake about the thickness of her arm. The small black snake darted to Jiang Lijin's front, skillfully coiling around her wrist. The cold, slippery scales brushed against her skin, and the little snake's head nuzzled her palm in a very endearing manner. The entire process happened too quickly. By the time Ball reacted, his face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. He stared hard at the shamelessly clingy spiritual body, the veins on his forehead twitching twice. He reached out, intending to yank back this embarrassing thing. The little black snake sensed its owner's intent and immediately shrank into Jiang Lijin's sleeve, leaving only its eyes exposed, emitting a plaintive hissing sound. Bao's hand froze in midair. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the impulse to strangle the spiritual body, and withdrew his hand. "Sorry to trouble you." Bao averted his gaze, his tone stiff. Jiang Lijin looked at the starkly contrasting little snake on her wrist and couldn't help but smile. She gently tapped the little snake's head with her fingertip, and it immediately rubbed against her finger. "Xiaoyi, what is his current rampage value?" Jiang Lijin asked in her mind. "Host, I can't check." Xiaoyi's voice sounded somewhat helpless. "My authority isn't enough. After all, Ball is a 3 level. I wouldn't dare to scan him." Jiang Lijin was speechless. "I will grow." Xiaoyi argued, "The longer we survive in this world, the more my database and permissions will upgrade. For now, you'll have to rely on your own perception. When you input strength into his spiritual body, you'll clearly know his condition." Jiang Lijin didn't ask further. She collected her thoughts and began to recall the method for mental energy purification used by the original owner. It was actually not complicated. She only needed to concentrate her own mental energy in her hands and gradually input it into the other person's spiritual body through contact. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes, channeling the vast and gentle power within her. Soft white light began to overflow from her fingertips, slowly seeping into the little black snake along its scales. The little black snake squinted its vertical pupils in comfort, its cold body pressing closely against her wrist. Jiang Lijin's consciousness followed the white light, sensing Bao's current state. It was violent. That was her only impression. Jiang Lijin frowned slightly. This rampage value was at least approaching the critical point of 80. It was a miracle that he had managed to maintain his sanity up to now. She didn't hesitate and increased the output of her mental energy. The gentle white light acted like a giant net, gradually smoothing out the turbulent energy. She had initially thought that purifying a 3-level powerhouse on the verge of a breakdown would be very taxing, but she continually felt his rampage value rapidly decreasing while it seemed effortless for her. 80, 60, 50. As the rampage value continued to drop, the little black snake wrapped around her wrist completely relaxed, allowing Jiang Lijin to pet its scales like a cat. When the rampage value fell to 30, a large bony hand suddenly reached into view and mercilessly grabbed the little black snake by its midsection, yanking it off Jiang Lijin's wrist. Jiang Lijin paused, looking up in shock. Ball stood just half a step away from her. He was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, and the originally cold depths of his black eyes were now veiled with a layer of moisture, revealing an unmistakable gloom. Even his ice-cold face bore an odd hint of red. Jiang Lijin's gaze dropped, and she suddenly froze. On Bao's right hand, which was gripping the little snake, patches of hard black scales were spreading upward from his wrist, marking his smooth forearm. Bao's appearance felt increasingly unsettling. Jiang Lijin's scalp tingled as she instinctively took a step back, her back pressing directly against the wall. Ball keenly caught her retreating motion and the fear lurking in her eyes. He shut his eyes, his atoms apple bobbing, as he forcibly suppressed the turmoil within. When he opened his eyes again, the darkness in his gaze had faded significantly, restoring the clarity and restraint of his past self, and the black scales on his arm had vanished. "I apologize." Bao's voice was hoarse and dry, hinting at his discomfort. "It was my indiscretion." He released his grip, and the little black snake he had pinched let out 2 plaintive cries before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and retreating into his mental sea. "Thank you for your help. It means a lot to me." Ball lowered his gaze to Jiang Lijin, his tone returning to a steady cadence, even tinged with a hint of warmth. "Get some rest early." With that, he turned decisively, opened the door, and stepped out, casually closing the door behind him. The corridor was dimly lit, and as Ball exited his room, he unexpectedly collided with Tinian, who was coming from the room diagonally across. Tinian was still clutching a bouquet of vibrant red roses. Upon seeing Ball emerge from Jiang Lijin's room, the smile on Tinian's face froze. "Why are you coming out of my wife's room?" Tinian narrowed his eyes, his tone hostile, like a small beast guarding its food. Ball didn't even spare him a glance, heading straight for his own room. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Tinian blocked his path, gritting his teeth. "Are you sneaking around to see my wife behind my back?" Ball paused, glancing down at Tinian with an unruffled demeanor. "Step aside. She is also my partner." Tinian was left fuming. He looked at Bao's tightly closed door, then at Jiang Lijin's door, decisively turning around, and heading toward Jiang Lijin's room with the flowers. Since he could go there, why couldn't he? Inside the room, Jiang Lijin was still leaning against the wall, her mind filled with the strange image of Ball from earlier. Xiaoyi, what on earth was that situation just now? Jiang Lijin called out in her mind. Those scales had started to grow. Was he about to mutate? Or was it that my purification method was incorrect, causing his condition to worsen? Xiaoyi paused for a moment before responding in a rather subtle tone. Host, I looked up some information on interstellar male psychic energy purification. The conclusion is that you purified too much chaotic energy at once for him just now. And then, isn't that a good thing? Well, it is a good thing, but he felt too comfortable, which led to his body not being able to control its half-beast transformation reaction. Jiang Lijin's face darkened. This sounded so strange. Speak properly. What do you mean by too comfortable? Don't make it sound like I did something to him. Jiang Lijin gritted her teeth. Xiaoyi quickly explained. No, host, think about it. Ball is a 3S level. He has been on the edge of going berserk for a long time. It's like a person who has been crushed under a giant rock for a long time, unable to breathe, who could be crushed at any moment. What you did just now was like removing that giant rock and giving him a massage. That feeling of suddenly being freed from extreme pain is something anyone would feel relieved by, even leading to an illusion of spiritual elevation. After hearing this metaphor, Jiang Lijin began to understand. An interstellar male enduring psychic torment would have such a nearly uncontrollable reaction upon receiving deep purification from a high-level female. Thinking of Bale's flushed cheeks and heavy breathing earlier, her ears unconsciously began to heat up. However, Xiaoyi, Jiang Lijin shook off the chaotic images in her mind and raised a question. Why did it feel so effortless when I purified him? Isn't it said on the interstellar net that purifying high-level males is extremely dangerous and energy-consuming? Why was I able to handle it so easily when they had struggled for so many years? Xiaoyi's tone became extremely proud. Of course. You are the only 3S level female in this world. Be confident across the entire interstellar realm which female can be stronger than you. If you didn't have this unique strength, would the mainframe give you such favorable treatment? Moreover, there is another important reason. Xiaoyi continued to analyze. Your compatibility with Ball must be very high. High compatibility means your psychic energies can perfectly align, resulting in no rejection reactions during the purification process. Although I can't check your compatibility, I estimate it to be around 95. Jiang Lijin nodded thoughtfully. High compatibility, huh? The images of her 3 ex-husbands floated into her mind. The original host had also had a high compatibility with those 3, but at that time, she was just a clever female. Every time she provided them with psychic comfort, the massive chaotic energy would backfire, causing her immense pain, ultimately leading her to faint and suffer severe aftereffects. If she were to comfort those 3 ex-husbands now as a 3S level individual, Jiang Lijin let out a cold laugh. She estimated that with just a flick of her finger, she could make them obediently comply. It's just a pity that she didn't even want to glance at them now. Just as she was thinking, there was another knock on the door. Jiang Lijin thought it was Ball returning with something else to clarify. She walked over and opened the door wide. Is there anything else? Before she could finish, a dazzling golden light burst into her view. Tinian, holding the bouquet of red roses, entered with a radiant smile. He was also unceremonious, directly sidestepping through the gap between Jiang Lijin and the doorframe, swaggering his way into the room. Wife, I'm here to bring you flowers. Tinian placed the stunning bouquet of roses neatly in the center of the coffee table. Jiang Lijin watched his uninvited actions, feeling a bit of a headache. This young master truly treated this place like his own home. After arranging the flowers, Tinian did not leave immediately. He put his hands behind his back and began to wander around the room. His blue eyes scanned every corner of the room like a spotlight. This sofa is too hard. Sitting for a long time hurts my back. My wife is so delicate. How can she sit on such rough fabric? The color of these curtains is too dark. It's not cozy at all. The blackout effect is insufficient. It will definitely affect my wife's sleep in the morning. And this carpet, the fur is too short. It feels hard underfoot. This mattress won't do either. It looks like cheap mass-produced goods which are bad for the spine over long use. Tinian shook his head while walking his complaints nonstop. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. This was a house specifically allocated to her by the Female Protection Center, yet to this wealthy young man's mouth, it had turned into a rundown slum. Enough already. Jiang Lijin interrupted his lengthy discourse. I think it's fine as long as I can live here. That's good enough. Tinian turned around, looking at her with disapproval. That won't do. My Tinian's wife cannot suffer such indignities. He raised his wrist and activated his holographic device. Hey, is it Butler Lee? Tinian quickly instructed the holographic screen, Contact the Home Customization Center under the Star Consortium immediately. Yes, the one that supplies exclusively to the royal family. Have them send over a set of the most luxurious cloud sofas first thing tomorrow morning. The curtains should be the kind that can automatically adjust light and temperature the smart nebula fabric. The carpet should be made from the snow velvet of Alpha Star covering the entire room. The mattress should be replaced with a floating therapy bed. Yes, the top-tier model. Tinian spoke rapidly, issuing a series of commands without pausing for breath. Jiang Lijin stood by, her eyes bright at the names of the exorbitantly priced luxury items she had only seen on interstellar gossip forums. This was not just changing furniture, it was practically throwing star coins at someone. But on the surface she maintained her composure and lightly coughed. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Tinian ended the call, turned to Jiang Lijin, and smiled, revealing his small tiger teeth. Not extravagant at all. He stepped closer, slightly lowering his head toward Jiang Lijin, his tone completely natural. What is mine is yours. Money earned is meant to be spent on my wife, right? Jiang Lijin was taken aback by his extravagant remarks. This young master had truly blended the concepts of shamelessness and financial power seamlessly. With such sweet-talking skills and an unyielding attitude towards spending, even a stone would be ground into a pit by him. Jiang Lijin was left utterly speechless. Do as you please. Jiang Lijin waved her hand, tired of dealing with him. Just get it done. Tinian, seeing her not refuse, smiled even brighter. He inched closer, attempting to take Jiang Lijin's hand. Jiang Lijin reacted quickly, stepping aside to avoid his grasp. It's getting late. I need to rest now. She pointed toward the door, signaling him to leave. Take care, no need to see you out. As Tinia turned around ready to leave, Jiang Lijin called out to him. Wait a moment. Hearing Jiang Lijin's voice, Tinia spun back around and approached, his eyes sparkling with excitement. What is it? Don't you want me to leave? Stop it. Jiang Lijin raised a hand in a stopping gesture. Let's discuss something. Please don't call me wife all the time. It sounds quite awkward. Why not? You clearly are my wife. Tinia's handsome face instantly fell, his blue eyes filled with accusation. It's just not acceptable, Jiang Lijin insisted, her tone resolute. This form of address was simply too clingy for her to endure. Then what should I call you instead? Tinia pouted, looking displeased. Call me by my full name, Jiang Lijin. No way. Tinia shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Using a full name feels too distant. It doesn't sound intimate at all. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes internally, thinking to herself, we weren't even that close to begin with. But if she said that aloud, this young master would likely pester her all night. She thought for a moment, recalling the matching profiles sent by the mainframe. Tinia, 19 years old. The original owner was 21 this year. How about you call me sister? Jiang Lijin suggested. Tinia paused for a moment, his mind racing. He had memorized all the public information on the StarNet. Karen was 24 and Ball was 25. The other two, whose identities the mainframe couldn't even verify, were probably just black households from some remote trash planet with no exact age known. Considering everything among these 5 matching candidates, he was the only one who could openly call her sister. This was a unique and exclusive title. Understanding this, the small grievances in Tinia's heart immediately vanished, and he readily agreed, all right, sister. This call of sister was sweet and crisp, accompanied by a brilliant smile. He certainly had the talent for business, knowing perfectly how to build rapport. As long as he could draw them closer, the title mattered little. All right, hurry back to your room and get some sleep. Jiang Lijin waved her hand to send him off. Good night, sister. Tinia strolled back to his room, feeling quite satisfied. The room finally fell quiet. Jiang Lijin leaned back on the sofa, opened the StarNet shopping mall on her light brain, intending to pick out some clothes to change into. The virtual light screen unfolded in midair, displaying a dazzling array of clothing. As she casually scrolled, her gaze suddenly stopped on a pink lace dress. The design was intricate, with layers of delicate fabric in soft colors. As she stared, an incongruous face of Philwyn popped up in her mind. That woman loved to wear such attire, hiding behind a male figure, feigning innocence. What a bad omen. Jiang Lijin frowned in distaste and decisively swiped the page away. She would first buy a set of pajamas to get through the night. Before she could find a suitable style, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this late hour? She pulled up the surveillance footage at the door. In the night, a sleek and understated black hover car parked outside. The window was not completely closed, allowing her to catch a glimpse of the man's profile in the driver's seat. It was Karen. Jiang Lijin pressed the door open button and unlocked the underground garage permissions for the house. The hover car smoothly entered the garage. A few minutes later, there was a gentle knock on the door. The rhythm was slow and polite. Jiang Lijin walked over to open the door. Karen stood outside the door, tall and upright. He wore a soft, dark, gray casual shirt with the sleeves casually rolled up. He held a silver suitcase in one hand and a paper bag with a luxury brand logo in the other. This esteemed figure from the Imperial Academy of Sciences seemed to plan on residing here permanently. Coming over so late, I apologize for disturbing your rest. Karen's voice was warm as he handed over the paper bag. Jiang Lijin accepted it, somewhat puzzled. What is this? When I went back to pack my things, I found that what you told me to discard were all daily wear. Karen's tone was calm, as if narrating the most ordinary of matters. So I bought a set of pajamas in your previous size just to see if they fit. Also, the small box you mentioned is in the bag as well. In her mind, the system Xiao had already begun to scream wildly. Host, listen to this. Look at this. What does it mean to have a top-tier male's qualities? What does it mean that details determine success or failure? This is a true gentleman who knows how to care for others. Lord Karen has undoubtedly secured the position of my number one. Jiang Lijin automatically blocked out Xiao's incessant chatter. Thank you. She lowered her eyes, her voice softening. You're welcome. Karen glanced at the hallway. Which room will I be staying in? Jiang Lijin pointed to a row of rooms diagonally across. There are 3 empty rooms over there. Feel free to choose. The left room is where Tinia stays, and the right room belongs to Ball. Just as she finished speaking, the left door suddenly opened unexpectedly. Tinia was clearly doing this on purpose. The door to his room had been ajar all along, clearly observing the situation. Tinia leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his blue eyes scanning Karen from head to toe without any courtesy. Karen remained unfazed, slightly nodding his head as a greeting, completely disregarding the young man's provocation. Tinia chuckled softly, retracting his critical gaze. The director of the Imperial Hospital, indeed much more polite than that rude. He stood up straight and adjusted his collar. Let me introduce myself. I am Tinia, the sole heir of the Yunlan Group. Since we will be living under the same roof from now on, I look forward to your guidance. After speaking, without waiting for Karen to respond, he turned around and went back to his room, casually shutting the door. Karen didn't mind this slightly provocative behavior. He turned to Jiang Lijin and stated the main matter. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the Central Hospital on the Central Main Star for a comprehensive health checkup. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Lijin was awakened by noise. Annoyed, she grabbed a handful of her disheveled hair and sat up in bed. She wondered if the sound insulation in this room was really that poor. The commotion downstairs was akin to 2 fleets launching an assault in the living room. After changing her clothes, she opened the door and walked down the stairs to the first floor. A glance into the living room made her stop in her tracks. The spacious hall was now split in 2. On the left, a group of burly men in dark blue combat uniforms were carrying heavy black superalloy metal boxes, marching in unison towards the staircase. On the right, several staff members in pure white uniforms stood in 2 rows with several massive transparent anti-gravity packaging boxes floating in between them. Inside were the top-notch furnishings that Tinia had mentioned last night. Be careful. This is snow velvet leather hand-tanned from Alpha Star. If you ruin even a single hair, can you afford it? A foreman in a white uniform was scolding his subordinates in a hushed voice. The moment he caught sight of Jiang Lijin upstairs, his expression instantly switched from stern to obsequious, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Sorry to disturb your rest. Sister, you're awake. A dazzling golden figure suddenly dashed to the staircase. Tinia was dressed in an extremely casual white hoodie, her soft golden hair slightly messy, and with her sparkling blue eyes, she radiated an air of joy. Sister, look. The furniture I ordered for you yesterday has all arrived. Tinia pointed at the floating boxes like a treasure. That's snow velvet leather carpet. I had them cover the entire second-floor corridor and your room with it. The material has a built-in temperature control system, so you can walk barefoot on it without feeling cold. Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched slightly. What was spread all over the ground was not a carpet, but rather burning interstellar currency. All right, go ahead and lay it down, she said, rubbing her brow and bypassing Tinia to head straight for the open dining area on the first floor. In the dining room, Sharon was quietly having breakfast. Despite the noise in the hall, he appeared to hear nothing. He wore an exquisitely crafted light gray shirt, and his long fingers were holding a pure silver knife and fork, methodically cutting the single-sided fried egg on his plate. Good morning. Hearing footsteps, Sharon raised his eyelids, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. Good morning, Jiang Lijin responded as she pulled out the chair opposite him and sat down. Wheeling, a familiar sound of rolling tracks echoed. A round, plump, white robot glided over its mechanical arms steadily, holding a cup of perfectly warm milk, placing it beside Jiang Lijin. A crescent-shaped smiling face flickered on the screen, Good morning, Ms. Jiang. A familiar, gentle mechanical voice rang out. Xiao Bai. Jiang Lijin was somewhat surprised. Since I planned to stay here for a long time, I naturally needed to bring my living assistant over. Sharon put down his knife and fork, elegantly dabbed at the corner of his lips with a napkin. It also records your dietary preferences and daily routine. Jiang Lijin nodded, taking a sip of the milk. This was perfect. When she moved out of Sharon's house, Xiao Bai was what she was most reluctant to part with. She looked around the hall, her gaze sweeping over the federal soldiers. Where's Ball? A soldier in uniform carrying a half-human high metal box abruptly stopped, turned around, and stood at attention with his boots together, executing a perfectly standard military salute. Report to Ms. Jiang. Commander Ball left early this morning for the military department to handle urgent military affairs. The soldier replied loudly, his voice resonating in Jiang Lijin's ears. We are ordered to relocate the commander's personal items here. Additionally, the commander instructed us to convey a message to you. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. What message? The commander said that 80% of his personal savings has been transferred to your account. Please check it. The remaining 20% is reserved for military expenses and daily expenditures. The soldier recited it plainly, saluted again, and continued carrying the box toward Bao's room. Jiang Lijin stood frozen in place. 80%. She raised her wrist and opened the virtual screen of her light brain. Two glaring transfer notifications lay in the unread messages list. The first was from Bao's private account amounting to 800 star coins. Hadn't she just completed the mental purification for him yesterday? The money had already arrived today. It seemed he was quite satisfied. Remembering Bao's expression from yesterday, Jiang Lijin felt a flush on her face. The second notification was time-stamped half an hour earlier than Bao's. Remit a Yunlan Group corporate account. Amount 100000 star coins. Postscript: my child is being troublesome. Please forgive me. A small token of goodwill, nothing significant. Eileen. Jiang Lijin gasped in surprise. 100 million. Was this the worth of the galaxy's richest person? Ball, the supreme commander of the Federal Army and SS Steer Top Combat Force, had fought his way through the bug tribes for years, probably only totaling a little over 100 million in assets. But Tinya's mother casually sending a small token of goodwill was already 100 million. Damn capitalist. Jiang Lijin turned off her light brain, expressionless, and downed the remaining half cup of milk. Sister, what's wrong? Your expression looks strange. Tinya leaned over. It's nothing, Jiang Lijin replied in an eerily calm tone. I just suddenly feel like I don't have to work hard anymore. Tinya didn't understand the deep meaning of this sentence, but that didn't stop him from continuing. Sister, you never had to work hard. I'm the one supporting you. The latest dividend from the Yunlan Group will arrive next month, and I will transfer all of it to you. Sharon chuckled softly beside them. It seems your mood is quite complicated right now. Jiang Lijin turned to look at him, and seeing his calm demeanor, she suddenly felt a surge of teasing spirit. She stretched her hand out, palm up, in front of Sharon, knocking on the table with her knuckles like a debt collector. They've all paid up. What about you? Sharon looked at the fair hand extended before him, slightly taken aback, then smiled helplessly. I can't compare to Commander Ball, who holds military power and receives a generous stipend. Sharon spoke in a calm tone. And I can't compare to young Master Tinya, whose family's wealth is vast. A casual gesture from him is already 100 million. He looked into Jiang Lijin's eyes, his voice lowering. I'm just a researcher. What I can offer you is indeed limited. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. This line, this tone, it was practically a standard opening line from a scumbag. She felt that Sharon's next line would surely be, but I will give you my whole heart. As if offering worthless things. Just as Jiang Lijin was about to retract her hand, she saw Sharon leisurely open the light brain on his wrist, quickly swiping a few times on the virtual screen. Buzz. Jiang Lijin's light brain vibrated, receiving an encrypted file. So that afternoon, when the mainframe issued the matching notification, I took some time to visit the Interstellar United Bank. Sharon picked up his coffee cup, his tone neutral. I transferred all the ownership of 3 core medical patents under my name to you. Jiang Lijin opened the file filled with dense terms and an asset list stamped with the highest level of certification from the Interstellar Federation. Sharon took a sip of coffee and continued. Additionally, all the fixed dividends from the Imperial Central Hospital that belong to me in the future have been bound to your account. Jiang Lijin stared at the total valuation at the bottom of the screen, her fingers tightening suddenly. But the monthly dividends are not fixed, probably around 5 million. Sharon looked at her, the smile in his eyes deepening. This should be enough for your monthly expenses. She retracted her earlier words. This was not a scumbag, this was a benefactor. I don't know if this sincerity is enough. Sharon leaned forward slightly, his gray eyes locking onto hers. To make you show a bit of mercy when you were trying to chase me away. Jiang Lijin closed her light brain, nodding seriously. It's enough. As long as you don't blow up this house, you can stay as long as you want. The air in the restaurant became somewhat delicate due to a few words exchanged between Jiang Lijin and Kurong. Tinian keenly sensed this unusual atmosphere. He rolled his eyes and took 3 steps to approach Jiang Lijin, grabbing her sleeve and shaking it. Sister, the things upstairs are all set. Do you want to go take a look? Tinian blinked, his blue eyes fixating on Jiang Lijin. She intended to refuse, but a long string of zeros flashed through her mind from the Yunlan Group's public account. Forget it, one should be gracious when receiving favors, especially since her mother just smashed 100 million in pocket money. All right, let's go take a look. She stood up and nodded at Tinian. The two walked up the stairs side by side. The scene on the second floor was completely transformed. In the spacious corridor, pure white alpha star snow fur was laid down thickly. The sensation of walking barefoot felt like sinking into clouds. Jiang Lijin pushed open the door to her room. The previously somewhat monotonous furnishings had undergone a significant change. In the small living room, a set of cloud sofas was neatly arranged with smart nebula sheer curtains hanging in front of the window, refracting tiny star lights as the lighting changed. Finally, there was the floating therapy bed occupying almost half the room, emitting a gentle glow. Not bad. Jiang Lijin scanned the room and turned to Tinian. Thank you, you've worked hard. Tinian's brows immediately furrowed upon hearing this. He disapprovingly pouted and took a step forward, looking directly into Jiang Lijin's eyes. Sister, you shouldn't be thanking me. His tone was serious. All the good things in this world should naturally belong to you. You shouldn't feel burdened. These are all what you deserve. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow. She had to admit that Tinian was very good at flattering people. He never regarded giving as a bargaining chip, but presented the best things to you as if it were only natural. She didn't argue further and simply nodded. Do you have any plans today, sister? Seeing her in a good mood, Tinian took the opportunity to invite her. I rarely come to the main star. How about we go out for a stroll together? Not today, Jiang Lijin shook her head. I have to go to the central hospital with Kurong later. Tinian's eyes widened. To the hospital? Is something wrong with you, sister? Just a routine checkup, Jiang Lijin explained. Tinian scrutinized her from head to toe. Jiang Lijin's figure was somewhat slender, and the loose loungewear hanging on her looked empty. Her wrists were so thin they seemed like they could snap with a bend. It was evident that she had suffered a lot in the past, and the nutrition had not caught up. He swallowed the words he originally wanted to say and silently calculated. A checkup was indeed necessary. He needed to understand her physical condition first to later find a specialized nutritionist to help her gain weight healthily. All right then, Tinian obediently nodded, smiling to reveal his little tiger teeth. Health checkups are important. Sister, go ahead and come back early. I'll call the chef over to cook. He can arrive before noon. Half an hour later, Jiang Lijin sat in Kurong's floating car. This time Kurong chose not to drive manually, but sat in the driver's seat, his fingers resting on the control panel, setting the automatic cruise route. The scenery outside rapidly retreated, and the interior of the car was surprisingly quiet. How have you adapted to the house allocated by the Female Protection Center these past couple of days, eh? Kurong broke the silence, first his gaze fixed on the flight path ahead. It's quite good, Jiang Lijin leaned back against the chair, lazily replying. The house is spacious, and there aren't many people. Kurong chuckled softly. Commander Ball has been at the military department for a long time and has an extremely regular schedule. Young Master Tinian is lively but simple-minded. Kurong lightly tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. What are your thoughts on them? This question was asked quite subtly. Kurong was a clever person. He would not express possessiveness as straightforwardly as Tinian, nor prove his existence like Ball through action. He preferred to discreetly seek the information he wanted through calm conversation. Jiang Lijin turned her head to look at Kurong. Among the 3 beast husbands currently, she had known Kurong the longest and was most familiar with him. Compared to Bao's dominance and Tinian's impulsiveness, Kurong's stable and restrained demeanor suited her taste the most at present. In both her past life and the original hosts, she had encountered people with extremely unstable emotions. Those who would lift you to the skies when happy and stomp you into the mud when furious. She had long grown weary of such emotional roller coasters. I don't have any particular thoughts. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, speaking casually. They all seem quite easy to get along with. At least they are all polite. She paused and added, much better than my 3 ex-husbands. Upon hearing the term ex-husbands, Kurong's fingers paused on the steering wheel for a moment, speaking in a gentle tone. It is our honor to receive such an evaluation from you. Now there are only two I haven't met yet. Jiang Lijin stretched and changed to a more comfortable sitting position. I have no idea when they will come, or if they will come at all. The main brain matched 5 partners, but currently only 3 have appeared. I feel puzzled too. Karong's expression turned somewhat serious. After the main brain released the list, I tried to look up information on those 2. I couldn't find anything, Karong stated with 3 words. That's normal, isn't the main brain unable to find anything? Jiang Lijin was not surprised. Although Karong was among the highest echelons of power on the main star, could an information network surpass the main brain? Karong shook his head. Not only was the official database unable to find anything, I even utilized some forces from the black market. Karong's pace slowed down as if recalling the scene from that moment. I had someone inquire, and those who have been crawling in the black market for a long time turned pale upon hearing that name, looking as if they had seen a ghost. Wait a moment. Jiang Lijin grasped the key point after hearing this, staring at Karong with keen curiosity. Lord Karong, as a senior researcher of an empire and the director of the central hospital, how do you know people from the black market? This contrast is too great, isn't it? In the past, when doing research, some special experimental materials couldn't be purchased through regular channels. Karong's expression remained unchanged, his tone flat, dismissing it with a few words. I had some contact, leaving a bit of a network. This explanation sounded reasonable, but Jiang Lijin sensed it wasn't that simple. However, she was too lazy to delve deeper. Who doesn't have a few secrets? In her mind, the voice of her little assistant sounded at the right moment. Host, considering what Karong just said, those 2 definitely aren't good people. If even the black market fears them that much, they must be dangerous individuals who lick blood from blades. It's better if they don't come. If they do, who knows what trouble it could cause. Jiang Lijin wholeheartedly agreed, replying in her mind, you're right. It's best if they never appear in this lifetime. I currently have money and leisure, and my life is quite comfortable. She truly didn't want to find trouble for herself again. The floating car smoothly entered the underground parking lot of the central hospital, still in Karong's exclusive parking space. Karong unbuckled his seatbelt, got out first, and came around to open the passenger door. We've arrived. He extended his hand towards Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin did not take his hand, but instead jumped down from the seat by supporting herself on the edge. Karong didn't mind, naturally retracting his hand and leading her towards the exclusive passage. The architectural style of the central hospital was filled with a cold sense of technology. Silver-white walls, disinfecting robots visible everywhere. The air was permeated with a faint scent of medicine. The medical staff passing through the corridor stopped to bow and greet upon seeing Karong. Good day, Director. They were not like those researchers at the academy, each secretly sizing up Jiang Lijin. Karong merely nodded slightly, his pace unbroken. They directly took the exclusive elevator to the highest level examination room located on the top floor. There were no idle people here. You go change first. Karong pointed to the changing room beside him. I will wait for you outside. Jiang Lijin took a set of pure white examination clothes and entered. By the time she came out after changing, Karong had already activated the large holographic scanning cabin. Lie down inside. Karong gestured to the scanning cabin. Jiang Lijin obediently laid down. The cabin door closed, and a gentle blue light swept over her body from head to toe. Karong stood alone at the control panel, his gaze focused on the fluctuating data on the screen. As the scan progressed, the various indicators on the screen gradually became clearer. Karong frowned slightly. The data shows that Jiang Lijin's physical condition is even worse than he had anticipated. Prolonged malnutrition has rendered her body extremely weak, and the functions of her organs are in a subhealthy state. Most critically, although her mental sea is vast enough that the machine cannot detect it all, it is evident that she has been in an extremely exhausted and torn state. Although only a trace of this can now be seen, Karong understands that this is the result of long-term excessive depletion of her mental power. Thoughts of her 3 ex-husbands brought a chill to his eyes. A class female forcibly trying to comfort a high-level male is like using a small cup of water to fill an ocean. It is futile, and it may even provoke a backlash from the male's fury. The scanning completion prompt sounded. The cabin door opened, and Jiang Lijin sat up, rubbing her sore neck as she stepped out of the scanning chamber. How did it turn out? She asked. Karong hid the data on the screen and turned to look at her. The foundation is very weak, Karong said honestly, and it requires a long time for adjustment. I will formulate a special nutritional solution and repair medicine based on your data. You need to take it regularly every day. Jiang Lijin was not surprised by this result, as she knew better than anyone what kind of life the original owner had lived for 3 years. All right, I'll follow your lead, she nodded in agreement. Ka Rong walked over to the temperature-controlled cabinet, took out a light blue potion, and handed it to Jiang Lijin. Drink this first. It will replenish your energy. Jiang Lijin took the potion and downed it in one go. She had expected it to taste as unpleasant as the nutritional supplements, but it surprisingly tasted a bit like blueberry-flavored nutrient drink and was quite enjoyable. Let's go. Ka Rong took off his white lab coat and hung it on a hanger. The examination is finished. I'll take you back. The two walked out of the exclusive elevator side by side. Jiang Lijin turned her head, her gaze falling on Ka Rong. How does the purification department of the central hospital usually operate? Hearing this, Ka Rong's originally calm footsteps paused for a moment. He turned his head, unconsciously furrowing his brows as he sized up Jiang Lijin from head to toe. Given your current account balance plus the monthly dividends I give you and the subsidies from the Female Protection Center, Ka Rong's tone carried a hint of teasing, with his voice slightly rising at the end. You shouldn't be in such a dire situation that you need to earn extra money from the purification department, right? He paused for a moment and added, most people who go for regular purification treatments are males with low mental power levels who have yet to match with a female. Due to the limited purchasing power of the target audience, the remuneration for a single purification session is not high. Even if you are a 3S level, they cannot offer you a payment commensurate with your worth in interstellar currency. Jiang Lijin shrugged and said nonchalantly, it's always good to understand market conditions. Unforeseen circumstances happen. Oh, what if one day all my cheap husbands run away and I go bankrupt? I need a fallback for survival, right? She was merely joking, her tone casual and playful. However, Ka Rong stopped in his tracks, turned to face her, and his gray eyes held no trace of humor. There won't be such an accident. He looked at her, his tone serious. This sudden seriousness left Jiang Lijin momentarily stunned. She didn't know whether Ka Rong meant that her cheap husbands wouldn't run away or that she wouldn't go bankrupt. But she felt that the atmosphere was off and was about to make a joke to smooth things over. A cacophony of noise came from around the corner ahead. It was the only way to the purification department. Jiang Lijin decided to drop the subject, leaning forward slightly to peek around the corner. Ka Rong, helpless, could only stride along with his long legs. At the end of the corridor, the open area was currently packed to the brim. 7 or 8 miniature holographic tracking devices hovered in the air, their lenses aimed at the center of the crowd from all angles. A female holding a microphone was animatedly speaking about something. Judging by the situation, it was clearly a live interview from some interstellar media. At the absolute center of the camera's focus was a petite figure. The person was dressed in a pink long dress, her hair meticulously styled. Surrounding her were a dozen tall males whose rugged appearances usually gave off a rough vibe, but at this moment their gazes toward that pink figure were filled with admiration, not to mention unabashed affection. Who else could it be but Faye Irwin? The moment Jiang Lijin recognized that face, her features contorted in disgust, a mix of disdain, revulsion, and nausea flooding her emotions. Ka Rong stood beside her, taking in her reaction, and couldn't help but chuckle. The usually lazy and indifferent person suddenly displayed such candidness upon encountering someone she disliked. Let's go, it's too painful to look at. Jiang Lijin decisively turned around, not wanting to watch the commotion any longer. Plans never keep up with changes. Just as she was about to make a hasty retreat, a doctor in a white coat spotted Ka Rong from the edge of the crowd. Hello, Dean. The doctor's voice was loud, instantly drawing the attention of everyone in the vicinity. In an instant, dozens of gazes along with the lenses of several hovering cameras all turned in unison to lock onto Jiang Lijin and Ka Rong. Jiang Lijin fell silent. Before she could take a step, the reporter holding the microphone darted over with great enthusiasm. Oh my! Is this the one and only registered 3S female in the entire galaxy, Miss Jiang Lijin? The reporter thrust the microphone almost into Jiang Lijin's face, his tone overly excited and slightly cracking. Ka Rong's expression darkened instantly. He took a step forward, his tall frame firmly shielding Jiang Lijin behind him, casually pushing the microphone away from her face. The doctor who had greeted them earlier saw the situation was not good and quickly jogged over to explain. He noticed his superior's displeasure and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Dean, this interview was reported to the hospital office in advance. It was mainly to promote our purification department and attract more females to the hospital for part-time work. That's why we specifically allowed the team from the Interstellar Times to come in for an exclusive interview. Ka Rong ignored him, his figure still standing firm. The reporter, unfazed, was a bold character. Emboldened by the live broadcast, he continued to press on. Ms. Jiang, how has your life been lately? Are you here at the Central Hospital today with the intention of joining the purification department to help the many males suffering from mental strain? Jiang Lijin could hear the underlying intention of moral coercion in that question even from the outer ring of the main star. No sooner had the reporter finished speaking than Jiang Lijin's temper began to flare. Just as she reached to shove aside the meddlesome microphone and berate him, a broad hand landed on her shoulder first. The pressure was gentle, soothing rather than forceful. Dean Ka-rong stepped forward and completely shielded Jiang Lijin behind him. From his elevated stance, he looked down at the reporter. His gray eyes were devoid of warmth. "Reporter, as a member of the press, you ought to do your homework before asking questions," Ka-rong said evenly. "Across the entire interstellar space, she is the only class female. Do you want her summoned to the purification department so that the few remaining class males collapse and die for lack of solace?" The accusation felt like a towering indictment. The reporter's hand holding the microphone trembled. She stammered out, "There will be spare time eventually. Doing a few here and there is fine." Ka-rong cut her off without mercy. Mental purification for females is not child's play, especially when performed for high-level males. It is tremendously draining. As a journalist, you must know the mainframe matched 5 class males to Ms. Jiang. Merely maintaining those 5 men's mental stability consumes all of her energy. She does not have the free time you imagine. His words struck like a hammer. No matter how hungry for a scoop the reporter was, she dared not gamble with the lives of interstellar class males. She fell silent and sheepishly withdrew her microphone. Yet she was not willing to let the tidal wave of attention slip away. Ordinarily, she would not even get a glimpse of such aristocracy. She could not let this chance pass. Her eyes flicked and she tossed out another topic. "Dean Ka-rong, what is your view on class female Faye Irwin volunteering weekly at the hospital's purification department?" This was their true angle today, to cast Faye Irwin as the saintly beauty with a golden heart. Not far away, Faye Irwin had seen Ka-rong shelter Jiang Lijin, and her features had already contorted with envy. Why should that be? A woman once written off as a class failure, discarded by 3 husbands, and now she is being cradled by a top-tier male like Ka-rong. At the sound of her name, Faye Irwin changed her expression in an instant, adopting a charming demure smile as she glided forward and gave Ka-rong a perfectly measured beam. Ka-rong did not so much as lift an eyelid. In a businesslike tone, he replied, "The hospital is grateful for Ms. Faye Irwin's contributions. Undeniably, her presence has eased the suffering of certain males. That said, it must be clarified that both the hospital and the treated males themselves have compensated Ms. Faye Irwin at full or even above standard rates for her services." He paused, then addressed the cameras with a closing remark. "Of course, that is rightful remuneration for Ms. Faye Irwin's labor. The administration encourages more females to join this work, and we are already processing approvals to substantially increase related compensation." Those words instantly reframed Faye Irwin's supposed selflessness as a plainly priced commercial arrangement, and at the same time promoted the purification department's benefits for participating females. Faye Irwin's face flushed and paled by turns. To salvage her image, she gritted her teeth and assumed an air of lofty righteousness. "Dean Ka-rong, you misunderstand. I do not care about those star coins. I propose that all females who come to the hospital to provide purification services should do so free of charge. Male warriors spill their blood on the front lines to defend our homes. We females receive monthly subsidies from the Female Protection Center and should repay them without asking for pay." The room erupted. Even the reporter holding the microphone was stunned. Though she was a class female with a tolerable income, she understood the harsh rules of the lower rungs of society. Faye Irwin's declaration was tantamount to smashing countless people's rice bowls. Ka-rong's brow tightened. He was about to rebuke such absurdity when Jiang Lijin could no longer hold back. She shoved Ka-rong's arm aside, stepped out from behind him, and fixed Faye Irwin with a relentless stare. "It must be comfortable to preach things you don't have to live," she said. Jiang Lijin's voice was crisp and incisive. "Miss Faye Irwin, do you only read the flattering posts online? Do you know how many low-tier females sit on the Xinguang Forum's job board every day refreshing the page just to snatch a part-time slot at the purification department? Do you know that C and even class females' monthly subsidies are so meager they cannot even afford a mid-grade nutrient solution?" Faye Irwin was taken aback, opened her mouth to retort, and found Jiang unleashing a rapid barrage that cut her off. "Low-tier females have no other avenues. Their livelihoods depend on purification work. And you with a few perfunctory kisses would have them labor for free. Male warriors deserve respect. Did the Federation not provide for them? You defend their interests with your flattering words, but who will guard the lives of the females who subsist on purification? Will you pay for them out of your own pocket?" Jiang closed and relentless. Moreover, low-tier females are often matched with similarly low-tier males. Those households scrape by at the subsistence line. If these women do not work, will their families go hungry? You are using other people's livelihoods to prop up your saintly pedestal. Your arithmetic is very neat indeed. Her words spared no mercy, tearing away Faye Irwin's hypocritical veil. Many of the onlooking medical staff, mostly low or mid-tier females, nodded in agreement, and their gazes toward Faye Irwin chilled with newfound disapproval. Faye Irwin's expression turned even grimmer than if she had swallowed a fly. She flailed her hands in panic. I did not mean it that way, or I did not think so far ahead. I only pity the males. The nearby males, seeing their idol shed tears, were instantly moved to tenderness. They hurried to comfort Faye Irwin. After all, they were the beneficiaries. They cared little for the struggles of low-tier females. When Faye Irwin proposed free services, they raised both hands in agreement. But with the god of slaughter Ka Rong standing behind Jiang Lijin, these males only murmured softly and did not dare to take a deep breath in Jiang's direction. Faye Irwin wanted to tear Jiang apart inside, but on the surface she adopted an aggrieved air and hurried to backpedal. Ms. Jiang's criticism is well taken. I lacked foresight. What I meant was to waive fees only for class females. After all, class females receive substantial official subsidies every month and do not need this income to live. That clarification changed the reporter's attitudes entirely. In order to find an escape route, she had even betrayed the interests of her own class of class females. The surrounding males burst into jubilant cheers, convinced they'd scored a monumental bargain. Jiang Lijin let out an unmasked cold laugh. This woman's foolishness was incurable. Jiang Lijin scanned the crowd and regarded the cheering males like a herd of single-celled creatures. What's the difference? If class females become free, will you still pay to hire low-tier females for purification? Everyone will rush to book the free class service. Low-tier females will still be unable to get orders, and their incomes will be cut off. The men's cheers died suddenly. As they followed Jiang's logic, they realized the situation was not so simple. Jiang drew out her tone with scorn. Besides, how many class females across the interstellar are as free as Miss Faye Irwin to run to the hospital every week? If services are free, available slots will shrink. Can you all compete for them? The crowd fell wholly silent. The males were not fools. Once they sorted the logic, their worshipful looks toward Faye Irwin gained a hint of scrutiny. Who will attend to them if there is no pay? Jiang watched Faye Irwin's wavering white lotus pose and felt a streak of cruel delight well up. I saw praise for Miss Faye Irwin on the Xinguang forum, saying she never misses her 3 hospital purification days each week, Jiang said, clapping her hands in a light, pleasant tone. If Miss Faye Irwin is so charitable, 3 days is hardly enough. How about coming more often? 6 days on 1 day off. Give more warmth to the male warriors. Not giving Faye Irwin an opportunity to refuse, Jiang escalated. Besides, Miss Faye Irwin herself just said she doesn't care about the star coins. Wonderful. I propose that henceforth all personal income Miss Faye Irwin earns in the purification department be donated directly to the Female Protection Center to establish a survival fund for low-tier females. Now that would be true, boundless charity. Having said this, Jiang turned to Dean Ka Rong, blinked once, and proposed with mock seriousness. Dean Ka Rong, since Miss Faye Irwin has such high conscience, the hospital should acknowledge her. Why not give her an official post? Call it Chief Uncompensated Purification Commissioner to honor her outstanding contributions. What do you think? Xiaoyi, who had been quietly still, could not help but speak up. In a few sentences, Jiang had transformed Faye Irwin from a free-spirited, well-compensated volunteer into a hospital clock-in worker who would receive nothing and even sink further into unpaid labor. The media lenses flashed wildly, broadcasting the scene in real time across the entire Xinguang. Ka Rong watched Jiang's sly expression, and the corners of his eyes softened with a smile. He nodded in full cooperation, his tone solemn. Ms. Jiang's proposal is very constructive. The administrative office will draft the relevant documents this afternoon to formally appoint Ms. Faye Irwin to the position, and together with the Female Protection Center announce the establishment of the fund. Faye Irwin's legs turned to mush as she stood in place. She saw the eager, scrutinizing eyes around her, and the world went dark. It was as if she had picked up a stone only to drop it on her own foot. Not only would she have to return the money she had taken, she would also have to surrender the remainder of her supposed free time to this endeavor. Faye Irwin stood in place, her legs trembling. The scrutinizing gazes around her pierced her skin like needles. She gritted her teeth, forcing down the metallic taste of blood in her throat. I can't just fall here, absolutely not. She turned to Jiang Lijin, forcibly pulling a smile, though it appeared stiff and awkward. Miss Jiang is truly generous. Since you care so much about the survival of lower-tier females, I assume you will lead by example, right? The Empire provides special subsidies for 3-level females amounting to a substantial sum of star coins each month. Shouldn't you also contribute to support the protection fund you proposed? This tactic of diverting the blame is aimed at making Jiang Lijin bleed a little. Jiang Lijin listened without even raising an eyebrow. She currently had a total of 181 million star coins in her account, and with the monthly 5 million dividends provided by Karen, a mere few tens of thousands in subsidies didn't even amount to pocket change for her. However, she understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. Faye Irwin was full of malice if she revealed all her cards. Who knew what tricks this White Lotus would come up with next? Of course I can. Jiang Lijin replied briskly, I will coordinate with the Female Protection Center. I'll donate half of my official subsidy of 600 star coins each month, which means 300 deposited regularly into this protection fund. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in an uproar. The reporter holding the microphone trembled, her eyes wide open. In the public's general perception, while females held a noble status aside from the official subsidies, they did not have many additional sources of income. Even if Jiang Lijin was matched with 5 3-level elites, those males were only responsible for her basic needs and buying luxury goods. Who would truly hand over their wealth to a recently matched female? A donation of 300 star coins each month is a substantial amount for an ordinary family. Jiang Lijin actually donated without batting an eye, and she vowed to continue doing so every month. Oh my! The reporter reacted quickly, her professional instincts kicking in as she turned to the camera, speaking rapidly in a flurry of praise. Dear audience of the entire Star Network, did you hear that? This is the caliber of our empire's only 3-level female. Ms. Jiang Lijin is not only concerned about the survival status of lower-tier females, but is also taking action, selflessly donating half of her official subsidy. This is true love without boundaries. This is a model worth emulating across the entire star system. The barrage of comments in the live stream room froze for 2 seconds before bursting into a frenzy. Wow! Donating 300 each month. That's no small sum. Ms. Jiang is amazing. Compared to someone who only talks about offering free aid while pocketing a fortune, the difference is glaring. I've become a fan. She's genuinely helping lower-tier females. Whoa, I'm a D-level female, and my subsidy is only 300 a month. If this fund really exists, I wouldn't have to endure my illness alone. Thank you, Miss Jiang. Many females watching the live stream, regardless of their tier, felt offended by Faye Irwin's recent actions. Many took the opportunity to criticize her in the comment section. Listening to the reporter's praises and the approving murmurs around her, Faye Irwin's face twitched uncontrollably. She had intended to set a trap for Jiang Lijin, but instead she had inadvertently helped to build her glorious image. What is this? A case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the rice. Remaining here would only bring her further humiliation. Faye Irwin lowered her head, feigning weakness as she turned to leave the crowd. A few high-ranking males nearby quickly stepped forward to support her, their faces filled with concern as they attempted to escort her away. Wait! A clear female voice cut through the crowd, stopping Faye Irwin in her tracks. Jiang Lijin took a step forward, crossing her arms as she watched the rigid figure with amusement. Although 300 star coins were nothing to her, the difference between voluntary and forced donations is significant. She had no intention of letting this culprit off easily. Ms. Faye Irwin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Jiang Lijin elongated her tone, her words piercing through the other party's defenses. I remember you just said that you don't care about that little bit of star coins. I've already declared that I will donate half of my subsidy. As the initiator of this topic and also the chief voluntary purifying officer, shouldn't you do something to show your commitment? Faye Irwin's figure swayed, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. She turned around, her eyes red and filled with pity as she looked at Jiang Lijin. Ms. Jiang, my regular expenses are quite high and my 3 beast husbands are all a level, so I really can't spare that much in star coins. Oh. Jiang Lijin tilted her chin. So you mean to say that all your previous claims of not caring about star coins and selfless dedication were just lies? Or do you mean your compassion only exists in words, and when it comes to digging into your pocket you play poor? The media cameras all pointed directly at Faye Irwin. The reporter keenly seized this explosive topic, firing questions like a machine gun. Ms. Faye Irwin, was your previous proposal merely to gain attention? As an S-level female, your monthly subsidies are also ample. Why do you hesitate when it comes to taking action? I don't. Faye Irwin was cornered, her voice growing sharp. I will donate. I will also donate half of my subsidy. That's the spirit. Jiang Lijin clapped her hands with satisfaction. Everyone heard that, and the media friends have recorded it. Ms. Faye Irwin will donate half of her subsidy to support the lower-tier Female Protection Fund. Let's applaud her generosity. A sparse round of applause broke out, but to Faye Irwin's ears it sounded louder than a slap. Today she not only lost her job and became free labor, but was also compelled to contribute half of her subsidy. This was simply pushing her to a dead end. Karen stood beside Jiang Lijin watching as the small female cunningly drove her opponent into a corner, the amusement in his eyes growing. He raised his wrist, glancing at the time on his light brain, and timely interrupted the farce. All right, today's interview ends here. The hospital has much work to attend to. Ms. Faye Irwin, please report to the Human Resources Department of the Purification Department at 8 a.m. tomorrow for your onboarding procedures. If you're late, your performance assessment points will be deducted. You won't receive a salary, but if your assessment is unsatisfactory, you will be criticized by the entire hospital. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Faye Irwin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted completely. The males nearby scrambled to lift her into the emergency room. The crowd dispersed, and the reporter left satisfied with the big news. The corridor returned to silence. Jiang Lijin stretched lazily and turned to Karen. Director Karen, you played your part quite well. Karen cast a gentle glance at her, his tone warm. Miss. Jiang's proposal benefits the country and the people. As the director, I naturally have to support it wholeheartedly. Just as Jiang Lijin was about to nod, her light brain vibrated furiously on her wrist. She looked down and saw Tinia's name flashing on the screen. Upon answering the call, a holographic projection popped up and a golden-haired, blue-eyed boy leaned into the screen. Sister. Tinia's voice was lively and full of energy. I just watched your live stream on the Star Network. You were so cool confronting that old woman. Jiang Lijin's mouth twitched. Old woman. Faye Irwin was at least a young and beautiful level female. How did she become an old woman? In Tinia's words. What do you want from me? Jiang Lijin asked. I saw you were going to donate money. Tinia beamed. As your partner, how could I not support you in your charity work? I've already had the finance department prepare 50 million star coins, which will be deposited into that fund once it's established, and we'll sign our names together. How about that? Aren't I great? 50 million star coins. Jiang Lijin gasped. This young master truly treated money as if it were worthless. Before she could respond, Tinia leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of grievance. Sister, when are you coming back? It's too boring at home. I'm about to grow mushrooms. The chef I brought from home has also arrived. You should come home for dinner soon. Karen stood nearby, hearing every word clearly, but he remained silent. I'll head back now. After saying that, Jiang Lijin decisively shut off her light brain. Otherwise, this young master would keep chattering. The two walked side by side towards the underground parking lot. At the end of the corridor, a pair of venomous eyes fixated on Jiang Lijin's back. Faye Irwin leaned against the wall, her complexion pale. In the underground parking lot, the cold white light sliced the ground into regular geometric shapes. Jiang Lijin followed behind Karong, leisurely walking towards his parking space. In her mind, Xiao Yi was passionately delivering a post-war summary. Post that woman Philwin will definitely not let this go easily. You embarrassed her today and even made her bleed profusely. This feud is thoroughly settled. Previously, she was merely jealous of you, wanting to build a pure and selfless persona upon your downfall. Now she must be wishing to devour you whole. Jiang Lijin walked at a leisurely pace and lazily replied in her heart, since the mask has been torn off, why don't we take the initiative? Oh, how do we take the initiative? Xiao Yi stammered, the electronic voice revealing a hint of naive foolishness. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes and mercilessly retorted, I find your system to be of little practical use aside from gossiping with me every day. This statement was quite damaging, and Xiao Yi immediately exploded. Host. You are seriously misunderstanding this system. It's simply because you have yet to explore the world. As long as you unlock new star system sectors, the system mall will be synchronized and unlocked. It hurriedly promoted its hidden functions. The mall is all-encompassing, not just high-tech products from the galaxy. There are all sorts of bizarre goods from the realms of cultivation, wilderness worlds, and medieval settings. Moreover, have you forgotten about our automatic earning of 0.01 points per minute? Jiang Lijin was reminded and recalled the existence of points. So how many points do I have in my account right now? She casually asked. Xiao Yi checked the data panel, its tone becoming somewhat subtle. You currently have exactly 288 points on the books. Before Jiang Lijin could calculate this, it quickly added, however, just a friendly reminder, you borrowed 500 points from the main system to unlock the genetic suppression layer in your body. Therefore, after precise calculations, you actually still owe the main system 212 points. Jiang Lijin fell silent. At the rate of earning 0.01 points per minute, she would only earn 14 points a day. Calculating it out, she would have to endure for half a month to pay off this debt. However, she quickly cast this thought aside. After all, there was nothing she urgently needed to buy, and unlocking the system mall required her to venture into a new star system. For someone like her who adhered to the principle of if you can lie down, don't sit up, it was better to avoid using the system altogether. If discovered, she'd have to find a way to explain, which was troublesome. Seeing that she had not responded for a long time, Xiao Yi brought the topic back. So host, how do you plan to deal with Philwin? Jiang Lijin ignored the clamor in her head. She stopped and turned to look at the man beside her. Kurong walked on her right side, maintaining a distance that was neither intrusive nor too close. He was dressed in a well-tailored dark uniform, broad-shouldered and long-legged, exuding an air of a natural superior. Just earlier in the corridor, when facing the media, his cooperation was seamless, earning Jiang Lijin's respect. Noticing her gaze, Kurong turned his head, his gray eyes quietly looking at her. Is there something? Official business. Jiang Lijin lifted her chin, speaking earnestly. Director Kurong, since Ms. Philwin is starting at the Central Hospital tomorrow, I suggest the hospital arrange for her a comprehensive and thorough pre-employment physical examination. Especially regarding the mental power assessment, it would be best to check it in detail. Kurong was no fool. He directly asked, do you suspect there is an issue with her mental power? Jiang Lijin shrugged. She couldn't exactly say that her system had scanned Philwin's mental power level, and it looked like an electrocardiogram, could she? Just a woman's intuition, she fabricated. Better safe than sorry. If her mental power suddenly collapses while working, would it be considered a work-related injury or a medical accident? Kurong looked down at her, chuckling softly. Ms. Jiang, in fact, we 3th-level males naturally possess the ability to perceive others' mental power. Kurong patiently explained, his tone gentle, as if teaching a student. However, this perception can only capture a general magnitude and direction, not the precision of instruments. I used this ability on you the first day we met. Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrows. No wonder that man had asked her if she was a clever right off the bat in the office. As for Ms. Philwin, Kurong continued, she often volunteered in the purification department at the hospital. Out of professional habit, I have also perceived her mental power. From the feedback, her mental power fluctuations are around S level, and there is nothing unusual. Jiang Lijin, upon hearing this, unceremoniously retorted, so you don't trust me? Kurong paused for a moment. He looked at the female before him, arms crossed, and face tilted up. Her black and white eyes were filled with openness, carrying a hint of indifference that seemed to say, believe it or not. Since she's a new employee, a comprehensive physical exam is indeed a necessary procedure. Kurong straightened up his tone, carrying a hint of indulgence. I will arrange for the HR department to add this assessment for her tomorrow. At a deep screening level. Then I'll trouble you, Director Kurong. Jiang Lijin seized the opportunity to get in the car and sat in the passenger seat. The hovercar smoothly drove out of the parking lot, merging into the bustling aerial lanes of the main star. Jiang Lijin leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Today's battle was beautifully fought, but she understood that this was just the beginning. In the original storyline, her 3 ex-husbands were Philwin's most loyal supporters, capable of doing anything insane for her. Moreover, Philwin's 3 A-level beast husbands had yet to show up. Lost in thought, her wrist communicator vibrated again. She opened it to find a message from Ball. The Federal Military Department has many affairs. I need to leave the main star for a few days. Please take care of yourself and contact me if anything happens. She replied with an O and closed the communicator screen. Kurong caught a glimpse of her action and casually asked Commander Ball. Yes, he said he would be leaving the main star for a few days. Jiang Lijin yawned. Kurong turned the steering wheel, and the car turned into a quiet road. He didn't continue the topic, but gently asked, what do you want to eat tonight? Since Tinia prepared a chef for you, why not go back and try some? Mentioning Tinia gave Jiang Lijin a headache. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed young master was clingy, as if he were interstellar superglue. Let's eat at home. She sighed. If we don't go back soon, that kid might actually grow mushrooms at home. On the other side, within a luxurious villa in the most upscale neighborhood of the main star. Bang! A delicate porcelain cup was smashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. Philwin stood in the center of the living room with her hair disheveled, her chest heaving violently. Her originally gentle and charming face was now twisted into a grimace, appearing somewhat ferocious. On her holographic brain, today's interview footage from the Central Hospital was playing in a loop. Jiang Lijin's delicate face was magnified in the holographic projection, each mocking remark slicing through her nerves like a knife. Bitch. Jiang Lijin, you bitch. Filwyn gritted her teeth, a hoarse growl escaping her throat. She had worked so hard to climb to her current position, finally shaking off the label of a grade waste and becoming a sought-after scrayed female. Yet Jiang Lijin casually ruined everything she had painstakingly built with just a few light words. Free labor. Donating half for subsidies. This was simply draining her blood. Without money, how could she afford medicine? At that moment, the apartment door was pushed open. 3 tall males walked in. They were the 3 grade partners assigned to her by the main brain. Seeing the mess, the short-haired male in the lead frowned and said, "Filwyn, what are you going crazy about this time? We've already heard about the hospital incident. You insisted on provoking that 3 grade individual, and now you're making a fuss at home. What good is that?" This was undoubtedly pouring oil on the fire. Filwyn snapped her head around, glaring fiercely at her husband. "Am I going crazy? You useless wastes," she screamed, pointing her finger at the 3 males, cursing furiously. "If you were 3 grade like Sharon or Ball, would I need to go to the hospital to watch others' expressions? Would I need to suffer because of that bitch Jiang Lijin?" The faces of the 3 males instantly darkened. Although they were only a grade, they were well-respected officers in the Federal Army, accustomed to complying with Filwyn only to be met with such humiliation. "You should stop now," another male said coldly. "Don't forget how you became scrayed. If it weren't for us backing you to obtain those medicines, you'd still be in the slums living on welfare." This statement hit Filwyn's sore spot precisely, and her voice abruptly ceased. But the resentment in her eyes only grew stronger. These 3 wastes not only offered no help, but also held her greatest secret. If they ever became unhappy and exposed her drug use. Filwyn shivered. No, she couldn't keep them around. She had to think of a way to eliminate these 3 threats. Jiang Lijin would have to pay the price. Aiden, she still had Aiden. That fool would explode at any moment. It would be easy to cut him loose when necessary. After all, she still had Kieran and Lexus. Among the 3, Aiden was neither a noble nor a military officer. If something happened to him, it wouldn't be a loss. A malicious plan gradually took shape in Filwyn's mind. She forced herself to calm down, putting on a pitiful expression as she walked toward the 3 males. "I'm sorry. I was too wrong today, and my emotions got a bit out of control." She softened her voice, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Can you forgive me?" The 3 males looked at her like this, sighed, and ultimately chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, she was their partner. What could they do? Only they did not see Filwyn buried in their embrace with eyes as cold as a venomous snake. As night deepened, Jiang Lijin lay in bed, feeling somewhat unsettled. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and simply sat up, opening the Star Network forum. The trending topics on the forum were dominated by today's hospital incident. Filwyn's reputation completely collapsed. The only 3-grade female in the entire star system, Filwyn Chief, unpaid purification officer. Various entries were prominently displayed. Jiang Lijin scrolled through the entries on the holographic screen. Those exaggerated praises became quite dull after a while. She turned off the holographic brain and turned over. Thoughts of Sharon's words from earlier in the day, along with Filwyn's strange mental energy fluctuations, swirled in her mind. "Xiaoyi, do you have any connections to access the black market that Sharon mentioned?" Xiaoyi's electronic voice popped up. "Why are you suddenly interested in the black market? Are you suspecting that Filwyn's mental energy level was forcibly raised with banned substances from the black market?" "I can't think of any other explanation." Jiang Lijin stared at the ceiling. Sharon had mentioned before that his mother was a grade female who, in an attempt to keep up with her grade husband, participated in some ridiculous mental energy enhancement experiment and ultimately met a tragic end. This incident had happened many years ago. Who could guarantee that the experimental data from back then hadn't leaked into the black market, leading to the development of some modified drugs? Filwyn's fluctuating mental energy curve, which resembled a roller coaster, looked like the aftereffects of drug use. Actually, Xiaoyi hesitated. In the original story, it did mention that Filwyn had a period of living in the slums in her early years. Jiang Lijin froze and sat up straight. "What?" she scolded without reservation. "Such important background information. Why didn't you wait until I was done in by her before reciting it as an elegy?" Xiaoyi replied aggrievedly, "This isn't my fault. I'm just an auxiliary system and don't have omniscient privileges. The original text is so vast that I can only trigger relevant keywords to search. Besides, the book only glossed over her experiences and didn't mention her level at that time. Anyway, the female protagonist was already scrayed when she formally appeared." Jiang Lijin couldn't be bothered to listen to its excuses. "All right, stop the nonsense. Check the access routes to the black market. In a place like the black market, as long as the funds are sufficient, obtaining some information or samples of drugs shouldn't be difficult." Xiao Yi took the order and returned in less than 2 minutes looking dejected. Report to the host, I couldn't find anything. It reported dryly, my current permissions are insufficient to breach the dark web firewall. Before Jiang Lijin could explode, it quickly threw out a solution. This really isn't my fault. You stay home every day, only going between the hospital and home. My system experience points aren't increasing at all. You need to go out more, check in at different star systems so that my permissions can upgrade accordingly. It then began to promote. Think about it, didn't Tinia keep pestering you, wanting to take you to the Valoran star system for a vacation? That's the most developed place in the entire interstellar tourism industry, with beautiful scenery and excellent service. Since Ball is on a business trip and you don't have anything serious to do recently, why not go and relax? You could also unlock the system mall. You haven't even unlocked the mall yet. How do you know there isn't some black technology in there that you could use? What if there are tools for directly detecting banned substances? This suggestion did indeed stir Jiang Lijin's interest. These words truly stirred a flicker of interest in Jiang Lijin. Travel. She hadn't been on a single trip, not even once, in 3 lifetimes. Yet she swiftly recalled a critical concern. What about Director Karen? Before Ball departed, I performed a deep purification on him. Does Karen require one as well? What if the moment I leave the capital planet, he suffers a spiritual energy collapse in the hospital? Whose responsibility would that be? I'd rather not bear the charge of murdering an Imperial Academy of Sciences academician. A calm electronic voice chimed in. Xiao Yi's, infused with gentle didactic warmth. Host, you're letting concern cloud your judgment. Commander Ball's condition is exceptional. He has long served on the front lines, engaging in relentless combat against the insectoid hordes. In such an intensely hostile environment, spiritual energy is not only chronically overtaxed, but also directly exposed to the corruptive emanations of the insectoids, so uncontrolled surges are entirely expected. Within the Federal Military Command, the position of Supreme Commander is essentially expendable. Most officers rotate out after roughly a decade. Xiao Yi paused, then added with a deft stroke of flattery, but now that you're here, Commander Ball's career may well double in duration. Even retirement is no longer a distant dream. Jiang Lijin arched a brow. No wonder Ball always wore that perpetual furrow, likely the lingering aftermath of chronic corruption exposure. As for Director Karen, Xiao Yi continued, he remains almost exclusively on the capital planet, conducting research or treating patients. At most, he might occasionally encounter minor contamination when attending to male warriors suffering from spiritual energy instability. His spiritual energy is stable for now, so rest assured, host, and enjoy your vacation. Having heard this, Jiang Lijin relaxed completely. With all reservations lifted, she had no intention of languishing indoors like a forgotten mushroom. She pushed open her bedroom door and descended the stairs. The first-floor living room blazed with light. Tinia stood at its center, directing several uniformed staff members as they carried premium ingredients into the kitchen and pantry. That deep-sea jade marrow shrimp must be kept precisely at -3 degrees Celsius. 1 degree off, and its texture is ruined. And those starlight fruits, handle them gently. Do you think you could possibly afford to replace even a single bruised one? This golden-haired, blue-eyed young master, who usually appeared clingy and fond of coquettish affection, now commanded with the unmistakable poise of inherited authority. Leaning against the stair railing, Jiang Lijin swept her gaze across them. Their spiritual energy fluctuations hovered mostly around Class A, elite status among ordinary citizens. Yet here they were performing menial tasks for a 19-year-old master. Tinia, ever meticulous, had not lodged them within the residence itself, though instead he arranged for them to depart each evening after work. This house sat on the remote periphery of the capital planet, so isolated that their daily commute likely consumed 2 to 3 hours along the aerial transit lanes. The quiet tribulations of laborers remained unchanged, even across the vast expanse of interstellar civilization. She walked straight to Tinia's back and tugged lightly at his sleeve. Tinia, come here for a moment. Tinia, mid-instruction over a crate of provisions, turned, and the instant his sapphire eyes met hers, they lit up like dawn-breaking. Sister, you're still awake. He abandoned his entourage and bounded over, tailless yet radiating eager devotion. They stepped aside to the floor-to-ceiling window, discreetly withdrawing from the bustling servants. Jiang Lijin cut straight to the point. You've mentioned wanting to take me to the Valoran system more than once. Tinia froze, then nodded wildly, his golden hair shimmering. Yes. It's Aurora season there, breathtaking scenery. And I own several private resort planets. I'll take you to whichever you choose. Whether you wish to gaze upon oceans or carve snow slopes, every detail is already arranged. Then let's go, Jiang Lijin replied, casual and unhurried. Ball is away on assignment, and I have no pressing obligations. A change of scenery sounds perfect. Wonderful. Tinia cried, arms flung wide to embrace her, only for Jiang Lijin to swiftly intercept, palm flat against his forehead, halting him mid-lunge. Don't celebrate just yet. Before we leave, we need to pay Director Karen a visit. She turned toward the front door. After all, we share this roof. He deserves courtesy, not silence. Half of Tinia's smile vanished. He pouted, muttering something under his breath, but followed, albeit reluctantly. Back on the second floor, Jiang Lijin knocked softly on Karen's door. Moments later, it opened. Before she could even glimpse the occupant, a palm-sized black bird fluttered urgently from the narrow gap, alighted instantly upon her shoulder, and nuzzled her cheek with soft, downy feathers, emitting tiny, tender chirps. Jiang Lijin blinked, then realized this was Karen's spiritual manifestation. A quiet laugh escaped her. She hadn't imagined the perpetually austere, disciplined Karen would project a plump, adorably beseeching avian form. She gave the bird's head an affectionate stroke, the texture luxuriously smooth, then lifted her gaze to meet Karen's. Warm amber wall light bathed him in gentle luminescence. He wore a deep gray, high-grade silk robe, its sash loosely knotted at his waist, as if poised to slip free at any moment. Its collar gaped openly, revealing broad expanses of cool, pale skin and elegantly defined clavicles, beneath which the subtle contours of taut pectoral muscle emerged. His normally immaculate jet-black hair was now tousled, several damp strands clinging to his forehead, dripping faint beads of water. His gray eyes, usually composed and detached, had softened with post-bath languor, their edges faintly flushed with delicate rose. Jiang Lijin's gaze lingered unbidden, a heartbeat too long upon that deep neck, her pulse skipping inexplicably. Ms. Jiang. Karen's sharp perception caught her glance instantly, a faint knowing curve lifting one corner of his lips. Then his gaze slid past her, settling on Tinia, beside her, whose expression bristled with wary defensiveness. So late, what brings you? As he spoke, he extended a long-fingered hand with unhurried grace, and plucked the avian spirit back from Jiang Lijin's shoulder, where it had been shamelessly preening. Jiang Lijin hastily retracted her gaze and cleared her throat to mask her fluster. Tinia mentioned taking me to the Valoran system for a brief holiday. We thought we'd inform you. We depart tomorrow at dawn. She paused, then added, out of adult civility, would you care to join us? The moment the words left her mouth, she knew they were futile. With Central Hospital's endless crises and life-or-death surgeries, how could this relentlessly overburdened director possibly step away? He's certainly unavailable. Tinia interjected, voice urgent. Director Karen shoulders the weight of the entire star system's most baffling cases. The hospital simply cannot function without him. Sister, let's not intrude upon his precious rest. Karen watched Tinia's fiercely possessive door-slamming posture and chuckled low and warm. Slowly, deliberately, he adjusted his robe's collar. His gaze returned steady and serene to Jiang Lijin's face. The Valoran system. An excellent choice. His tone remained gentle. Then came the quiet, deliberate twist. Coincidentally, I haven't yet taken my annual leave this year. Tinia's face darkened completely. Jiang Lijin was genuinely surprised. This was not the trajectory she'd anticipated. Still, urgent matters remain at the hospital, and handover procedures will require time. Karen observed their contrasting expressions, calm, unruffled, and added, unhurried, you may depart ahead of schedule. Once I conclude current responsibilities, I'll join you there. With that, Jiang Lijin had no grounds for refusal. She simply nodded. Very well. We'll await you there. Beside her, Tinia ground his teeth in silent fury. The next morning, Jiang Lijin was once again awakened, this time by the roar of a massive engine. With her disheveled hair, she rubbed her eyes in despair and walked to the window, pulling back the curtains only to freeze in place. Outside the yard, a giant interstellar spaceship, entirely silver and with a strikingly technological design, was parked in the open space. Fortunately, this area was sparsely populated, surrounded by vast stretches of wasteland. In the city center of the main star, there would be no place for such a thing to land. Tinian stood beneath the spaceship, directing a few people to move luggage inside. Jiang Lijin sighed, finished washing up, and changed into comfortable clothes before heading downstairs. Just as she stepped out of the yard, she ran into Sharon, who was preparing to go to work. Today he was dressed in a sharp, dark uniform, exuding an aura of unattainability, showing none of the laziness and allure he had the previous night in his deep V bathrobe. Good morning. Sharon paused, his gaze sweeping over the extravagant spaceship, his tone, laced with teasing. The financial power of Yunlan Group is truly as impressive as rumored. Even for a vacation, they have to use a military-grade jump starship. Good morning, Jiang Lijin replied, casually brushing her wind-tousled hair. I didn't expect him to make such a big fuss. Be safe on your way. Sharon reminded her seriously. Although the Valoran star system appears prosperous on the surface and is known as a vacation paradise, it is rife with chaos and rampant black market trading beneath. If you encounter any trouble, contact me anytime, Sharon said, lightly tapping his light brain. I will finish the handover and arrive within 3 days at the latest. Jiang Lijin's heart stirred. The black market was actually in the Valoran star system. Or was it that such underground trading networks had long spread across various star systems? However, as a star system with a thriving tourism industry, its large flow of people and complex star nationalities indeed made it an excellent hiding place for the black market. This trip felt right. Understood, esteemed Dean. See you in 3 days. Jiang Lijin waved her hand at him and turned towards the spaceship. The moment she stepped onto the ship, she truly experienced what it meant to have the extravagance of an interstellar tycoon. This was no ordinary spaceship, it was essentially a flying luxury villa. The cabin was furnished with soft carpets that made no sound when stepped on, and expensive artworks adorned the walls. The interior was even divided into a lounge area, entertainment area, dining room, and there was even an indoor temperature-controlled swimming pool. The water in the pool shimmered with a blue glow, and a few rose petals floated on the surface. 7 or 8 uniformed attendants stood in 2 rows, bowing in unison. Young Master, Miss Jiang. Their voices were loud, and their roles clearly defined. Tinian stepped forward naturally, taking Jiang Lijin's hand, proudly introducing, Sister, this Yunlan was just customized last year. It only takes half a day to travel from the main star to Valoran. The kitchen is stocked with top-grade ingredients from various star systems. Whatever you want to eat, just tell them anytime. Jiang Lijin looked at the well-trained attendants and then at the luxurious decor, silently retracting her hand. The world of the wealthy truly is simple and unadorned. All right, let them disperse. She walked to the panoramic window and sat down on a sofa. Tinian waved off the attendants and sat down next to Jiang Lijin. In the next moment, his spiritual entity, a golden-haired little fox, popped out. As soon as the little fellow appeared, it leaped onto Jiang Lijin's lap, its fluffy golden tail restlessly wrapping around her calf, and it nuzzled against her palm in a charming manner. Tinian secretly observed Jiang Lijin's expression. He had seen clearly yesterday that his sister had no resistance to fluffiness at all. When Sharon's fat bird rubbed against her, she even smiled and petted it back. And his spiritual entity was a super cute little fox. How could that lose? Sister, would you like something to drink? Should I have someone prepare fresh star fruit juice for you? He looked at her with bright, eager eyes like a large dog circling its owner. Jiang Lijin looked down, pinched the mischievous foxtail, and couldn't help but rub it a few more times before pushing the little fox away and accepting the cashmere blanket Tinian handed her. No need to lie down for a bit. Wake me when we arrive. The spaceship ascended steadily, breaking through the main star's atmosphere and sailing into the depths of the universe. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes. For this journey, she hoped to successfully unlock the system shop, and by the way, find clues about those banned drugs in the black market of Valoran. As for Philwin, that green tea. Today, with her methods, it would be quite difficult to uncover anything suspicious during the employment physical examination at the central hospital of the main star. She might have already made preparations in advance, so she would have to investigate personally. In the afternoon, the starship finally arrived at the main star of the Valoran star system, Valoran. As soon as she disembarked, Jiang Lijin felt the atmosphere here was completely different from that of the main star. The architectural style of the main star leaned towards a cold metallic feel, while Valoran was a vibrant paradise of colors. Giant floating plants were visible everywhere, and brightly colored flying vehicles zipped through the air with a faint scent of flowers and sea water wafting in the air. The suspended vehicle arranged by Tinian had long been waiting outside the spaceport. The two of them got into the car, and instead of going home, Tinian took Jiang Lijin straight to the best beachfront resort hotel owned by his family. As the suspended vehicle entered the coastline, ding. Host detected to have arrived at the new star system block, Valoran star system. System permissions are being updated. Unlock new map, reward 100 points. The system shop has been unlocked, current point balance 398. 8 debt 101. 2. Welcome host to browse and shop at any time. Unlike the emotionally fluctuating, crisp mechanical voice of Xiao Yi, this voice was devoid of any emotion, the most basic AI sound. Jiang Lijin's breath paused slightly. The last time she heard this emotionless voice was at the moment of her death. She took a deep breath, suppressing that slight discomfort, and immediately opened the system shop panel in her mind. A dazzling array of product listings instantly popped up. The categories were varied, ranging from interstellar high-tech weapons and medical potions to talismans and elixirs from the cultivation world, and even young beasts from the primitive world. Jiang Lijin glanced roughly at the prices. Even the cheapest basic hemostatic patch cost 50 points. As for those high-level items, the prices had long strings of zeros behind them, making Jiang Lijun dizzy. Poor people are not qualified to browse the shop, Jiang Lijun concluded. Xiaoyi quickly jumped out to boost her morale. Don't be discouraged, host. You can earn points every day just by idling, and exploring new locations will also provide point rewards. As long as you stay diligent, clearing the debt will be just around the corner. Jiang Lijun decisively closed the panel. At the central hospital of the main star in the Human Resources Department, Fei Erwin clutched the employment form in her hand, crumpling the edges of the paper. Today she had intentionally chosen a pearl white haute couture dress originally meant to turn heads in the hospital corridor. However, the HR manager behind the desk tossed her a shapeless, white uniform instead. Fill out the form and change into the outfit. Without even looking up, the HR manager's fingers clacked loudly on the holographic keyboard. Fei Erwin frowned in distaste at the stiff, white lab coat. She was used to being pampered wherever she went. How could this outfit showcase her figure? My position is special. She softened her tone and employed her usual tactics for dealing with males. I only come to help the purification department occasionally. There's no need for a uniform, right? Finally, the HR manager paused, glancing at her. This manager was also in class female and had just watched the replay of the purification department's livestream yesterday. Fei Erwin's declaration that all class should serve for free had put all class females across the galaxy in a precarious position. Cutting off their income was akin to killing their parents, so it was no wonder the HR manager was displeased. Hospital regulations state that all medical personnel and external experts must wear standardized attire in the work area. The manager's voice was rigid, reflecting a strictly professional demeanor. Fei Erwin bit her lip. Then why isn't Director Karen wearing one? When I saw him yesterday, he was in casual clothes. Huh. The HR manager rolled her eyes, too lazy to even feign politeness. If you could reach Director Karen's position and have the entire central hospital under your name, you could stroll through the corridor in a burlap sack, and no one would care. Now change your clothes. This sharp remark left Fei Erwin feeling a tightness in her chest. Ever since she was promoted to class, she had always been treated like a star. When had she ever endured such humiliation? She ground her teeth in silence, forcing down her anger. She had to come to the hospital to salvage her reputation after yesterday's livestream debacle. Final change. She squeezed out a gentle smile and took the clothes to the changing room. After changing, the HR manager handed her an electronic receipt. Let's go, it's time for the routine medical examination before employment. Medical examination. Fei Erwin was not opposed to this. The Female Protection Center arranged comprehensive checkups for high-level females every month, and she was already used to it. She casually glanced at the receipt, but her gaze froze on the last line, deep-level psychic wave detection. These words pierced her like needles. Previous medical checkups were merely about checking various physiological indicators, at most measuring the surface values of psychic levels. Deep-level wave detection. She had indeed taken that kind of drug before leaving home today, which could superficially maintain a stable class facade. However, the drug's effect was unstable, and her psychic level actually fluctuated between a class and class. Once this deep-level detection was initiated, her secret regarding the drug use would be exposed. Did this item exist in previous employment medical examinations? Fei Erwin pointed at the line, desperately trying to keep her tone steady. The HR manager walked ahead without answering her question. The purification department directly interacts with raging males. If the psychic level is unstable, it can easily trigger backlash. For your safety, we must clarify this. Clarify. These 3 words made a cold sweat break out on Fei Erwin's back. No, she absolutely could not allow this test. As they approached the entrance to the psychic detection room, her mind raced. Suddenly her legs felt weak, and she leaned against the wall. Oh dear. She raised her hand to press on her temple, furrowing her brow as her breathing quickened. I feel so dizzy. The HR manager halted, looking at her suspiciously. It might be because I did too many purifications yesterday, and my psychic energy is drained. Fei Erwin leaned against the wall, pretending to look weak. The HR manager frowned. Although she disapproved of Fei Erwin, the latter was a registered class female. If anything went wrong at the central hospital, no one could afford that responsibility. In that case, let's go to the emergency department for a brain scan. The HR manager decisively reached out to assist her. Let's check if you really are drained. Go to the emergency department. That still means testing. Fei Erwin panicked, quickly waving her hands, standing up straighter. No need, a little rest will be fine. Oh, we shouldn't waste medical resources. The HR manager watched her rambling nonsensically with cold eyes, somewhat understanding, but she didn't expose her, merely observing her performance in silence. Faye Irwin felt her scalp tingle under the HR manager's gaze and had to force herself to move forward, intending to complete the routine checks first. As they neared the psychic detection room, her palms were sweaty and she was plotting to faint legitimately. Buzz, her wrist holographic device, suddenly vibrated. She felt a sense of relief and quickly answered the call. The holographic screen opened, revealing the anxious face of her A-class beast husband. Wife, come back quickly. Dawn rage level has suddenly risen. Oh, I can't hold it down any longer. This call was the backup plan she set after learning about the psychic detection. She had specifically instructed her 3 beast husbands to call her for help at the right time. Faye Irwin put on a look of utter panic, her eyes turning red. Hold on. He'll be back soon. After hanging up, she turned to the HR manager, her face full of apologies. I'm really sorry, lives are at stake, and I must return immediately to purify my partner. The medical examination can be discussed another time. The male's rage level rising was indeed a matter of utmost urgency. No matter how dissatisfied the HR manager was, she didn't dare to stop her at this moment, merely watching as Faye Irwin hurriedly shed her lab coat and rushed out of the hospital entrance. Watching the disappearing figure, the HR manager scoffed and turned toward the director's office. Meanwhile, on the Valoran star system at a seaside resort hotel, when Karen's star message arrived, Jiang Lijin was sitting on a beach chair enjoying the sea breeze. Faye Irwin used the excuse of her beast husband's fury to avoid the deep-level psychic detection. Seeing the short text on the screen, Jiang Lijin was not surprised. That woman Faye Irwin was very shrewd. She had escaped this time, but next time trying to use such sudden checks would probably not work. The other party would definitely be well prepared, perhaps even increasing the dosage of the drug to cover up fluctuations. However, this was originally a move that would startle the snake. She put away the holographic device and turned her attention back to the scenery before her. The ice hotel brought by Tian was astonishingly luxurious. What was supposed to be a simple welcoming ceremony turned into an extravagant beach party. Sunshine, waves, and golden sands. Deafening electronic music echoed in the air as men and women in minimal clothing twisted on the dance floor. The long buffet table was piled high with exquisite delicacies from various star systems, with an abundance of fruits, which were considered luxury items in the interstellar age. The party attendees were a mix of people, including Tinian's friends from the business world, local dignitaries from Valoran, and quite a few travelers staying at the hotel. Today, Tinian had changed into a flamboyant beach outfit, his golden short hair blown into a bit of disarray by the sea breeze. His already deceptive face, combined with a playboy demeanor, made him a walking hormone dispenser. The nearby females gazed at him with fiery eyes, wishing they could stick to him directly. Even though Jiang Lijin sat beside him, it couldn't stop those eager glances. However, Tinian remained oblivious, resembling a large dog wanting to be glued to Jiang Lijin's side. Sister, the sun here is too harsh. Should I get someone to set up a sunshade for you? Sister, are you hungry? I remember you like fruits. They'll bring you a plate. Sister, do you want to swim in the sea? I have a submarine. Let's go see the coral reefs underwater. He chattered incessantly, holding a fan he had somehow acquired, fawningly fanning Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin was annoyed by his chatter, reaching out to stop the fan from flailing around. I'm neither hot nor hungry. Can you be quiet for 5 minutes? Tinian pouted in grievance. Isn't it? Because I'm worried you'll be bored. It's a rare holiday. You can't just sit here in a daze. He rolled his eyes and pointed to a stall at the other end of the beach. There's a local specialty glowing drink from Valoran. Drinking it can make you glow at night. Does sister want to try it? He'll go get it for you. Glow at night? Where does it glow? Jiang Lijin followed his pointing direction to look. At the edge of the beach, a simple tent was set up with several rows of glass bottles neatly arranged on the table. The bottles contained colorful liquids that emitted a strange glow under the scorching sun. This thing looks utterly dubious. The glow it emits resembles industrial waste overflowing with heavy metals. One sip, and you wouldn't need to turn on the light for midnight trips. You'd be your own source of illumination. Just as she was about to refuse this cyberpunk-style drink, her gaze froze on the crowd behind the stall. The revelers, mostly men and women, wore revealing swimsuits, eager to show off their welted bodies. Amidst this crowd of handsome men and beautiful women stood an extremely out-of-place dark figure. The person was wrapped in a large black cloak, the hood pulled down so low that most of their face was shrouded in shadow. On a hot day with temperatures over 30 degrees, wearing a black cloak on the beach. Is he trying to draw attention to himself? This outfit would fit right in as the standard villain look in a TV drama back on Blue Star. It wouldn't be any better in the interstellar scene, standing among vacationers in beach attire, looking like a walking sign that reads "I have issues." She maintained her composure and said to Tinia, "All right, I'll go get it myself." Tinia tilted his head. "I can go. I've been sitting for a while, my legs are numb." Jiang Lijin stood up, dusting off the sand from her dress. "Let's go." Tinia followed without a word. The two walked toward the stall, and in her heart Jiang Lijin called out to Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, scan that person in the black cloak for me." Xiaoyi quickly responded, "Got it." Scanning. Before she could reach the stall, Xiaoyi's voice popped up, sounding confused. "Host, that's Aiden." Jiang Lijun paused momentarily. "Aiden." She glanced again at the shadowy figure. The cloak was large and thick, the brim pulled down below the nose, wrapping the person up like a moving tent. It was impossible to recognize their face, let alone their figure. What was Aiden doing in Valoran? He was part of the mercenary group usually active around the main star and a few nearby military star systems. Valoran was a commercial vacation star system unrelated to mercenary groups. Back on the main star, Philwyn was overwhelmed by the mess left by the purification department, even going so far as to let his beast husband feign illness to evade deep spiritual power checks. As Philwyn's most loyal subordinate, why was Aiden so far away from the main star, leaving his precious female behind to enjoy the sea breeze at this vacation spot? It was clear that this matter was not simple and likely had something to do with Philwyn. At that moment, Tinia also moved closer. Following Jiang Lijun's line of sight, he naturally noticed the black cloak. The blond young man wrinkled his nose in disdain. As the sole heir of the Yunlan Consortium, the Valoran star system was essentially his backyard. Having followed his mother through the business world since childhood, he had seen many types of people, and he was quite familiar with the black market. Those desperate souls in the black market were as shrewd as loaches, almost blending into the backdrop. Even if they were to engage in underhanded activities, they would wear the most ordinary clothes, disguising themselves as tourists among the crowd. It would be like this fool practically begging others to notice his issues, insisting on wearing a black cloak on the beach to stand out. "What are you looking at, sister?" Tinia leaned closer to Jiang Lijun's ear, lowering his voice with a hint of teasing. "That guy probably isn't too bright. Dressed like that, even the security robots are having trouble keeping an eye on him." Jiang Lijun turned to Tinia. "That's my ex-husband." 6 simple words lightly spoken, yet Tinia's smile instantly froze. Something dangerous quickly coalesced in his originally clear blue eyes. He had already investigated Jiang Lijun's past thoroughly. How did those 3 clueless ex-husbands push a good person to the brink of breaking through in spiritual power? Especially the one named Aiden. The records in the Female Protection Center clearly documented Aiden's attempt to use class spiritual pressure to attack Jiang Lijun. Though Tinia typically appeared carefree and clingy like a little puppy, deep down, he was a 3 class male, the future ruler of the Yunlan Consortium. Territorial awareness and possessiveness were instincts ingrained in his genes. Which one? Tinia's voice turned cold, even dropping the sweet nicknames he usually used, Kieran, Aiden, or Rex. Jiang Lijun had no intention of hiding it from him. In the Valoran star system, the eyes of the Yunlan Consortium were likely more effective than interstellar police. It would be foolish not to utilize such a powerful ally and instead go solo to investigate. "Aiden." Tinia's gaze turned even frostier. He turned around, grabbed a glass of fluorescent pink drink from the stall, and handed it to Jiang Lijun. When he raised his head again, his face wore that sunny smile once more. "Sister, you should sit back under the umbrella and have something to drink." He reached out to tidy her hair, which had been tousled by the sea breeze. "The sun is harsh here, don't get sunburned. They'll go take care of some trash." Jiang Lijun lowered her eyes, staring at the glass of pink liquid in her hand. Tinia smiled sweetly, but she could clearly see the brewing violence in those blue eyes. This golden long-haired fox, though usually careful with its sharp teeth, could snap a neck when faced with prey. Having someone willing to handle the trouble was something Jiang Lijun desired. She held the cup and turned towards the beach chair. After taking a couple of steps, she tapped her mind to contact the system. Tinia handling things was one thing, mastering the intelligence herself was another. It wasn't her style to place all her cards in someone else's hands. "Xiaoyi, can you access the public surveillance network in Valoran?" Xiaoyi quickly replied yes. The network security here is practically made of paper. Aside from the core database of Yunlan Group, I could access anything with my eyes closed. Road surveillance, commercial area surveillance, traffic hub, no problem. Keep an eye on Aiden. Where did he come from? Where is he staying? Who did he meet? Note it all down for me. Understood. Xiaoyi's voice rose with excitement. Don't worry, not a single fly will escape my surveillance. Good. Jiang Lijun sat down on the beach chair, bit the straw, and took a sip of the fluorescent pink drink. Surprisingly, it tasted quite good, tangy and sweet with a hint of fizz. Tinia acted quickly. He took a few steps toward a direction in the party and spoke quietly with a middle-aged man in a floral shirt. The man nodded, pulled out a light brain to send a message, and then casually walked away with his drink. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, smooth as if rehearsed. When Tinia returned, he transformed back into that clingy large dog, plopping down beside Jiang Lijin and dragging the chair closer to her. All set. He lowered his voice, still wearing a grin. I've got someone following him. He won't make any waves here, don't worry, sister. In Valoran, even a coconut tree falling has to go through our family's approval. For him to come here is like placing his head under the guillotine. This statement was brazen, but it was indeed the truth. Jiang Lijin nodded, choosing not to say more, leaning back against the chair. Xiao, he bubbled up at the right moment in her mind. Host Aiden is now heading towards the dock on the west side of the hotel, and retrieving the surveillance footage from there. By the way, he bumped into 2 streetlights while walking. That cloak obstructs his view too much, huh? Jiang Lijin interjected, focus. Oh, okay. Aiden was on the verge of heat stroke. Beneath his black cloak, sweat poured incessantly. The thick fabric clung damply to his back, suffocating and oppressive. Aiden tugged hard at his collar and gulped down a large swig of water. Before arriving in Valoran, Philwyn had warned him that this place drew every kind of person imaginable. He had deliberately combed through the Mercenary Guild's armory and selected this specially engineered cloak, designed to evade thermal imaging scans. Yet upon arrival, he found the beach teeming with people clad only in swimwear. Aiden strode along the sands wrapped in his dark cloak, an unmistakable anomaly. Along the way, 6 security drones had paused their patrols to fix their sensors on him. One had even shadowed him for over 30 meters before veering away. He should have listened to Philwyn and worn civilian attire, but at the time his mind had been consumed by the gravity of his covert mission, convinced that casual dress would undermine his professionalism. Wiping sweat from his brow, Aiden walked along the edge of the wharf. His rendezvous point lay inside a shipping container on the western side of the dock, the designated meeting spot, with a black market intermediary. After only a few steps, his hood slipped again, blinding him. Thud! His knee slammed into a lamppost. Ugh! The searing pain made him gasp. His kneecap felt nearly shattered. Gritting his teeth, he shoved the hood upward and limped onward. What a wretched assignment. How had he ever agreed? Yes, because Philwyn had wept. Yesterday's live broadcast from the Purification Division on the StellarNet had ignited a firestorm, and female-dominated forums erupted in furious condemnation of her. Those same netizens who once adored her turned viciously overnight, hurling torrents of vitriol that piled up like skyscrapers. Philwyn arrived before him, tear-streaked and reedied. Aiden, you're the only one who can help me. Her fragile demeanor ignited his protective instincts to fever pitch. On the spot, he pounded his chest and vowed, without hesitation, to scale mountains of blades and cross seas of fire. In return, Philwyn offered him a promise: once this matter was resolved, she would personally file for formal partnership registration at the Female Protection Center's marriage office. To Aiden, that pledge was nothing short of a lifeline cast into utter desolation. Ever since his unauthorized use of class psychic pressure against Jiang Lijin, an incident formally logged, he had been stripped of all matchmaking privileges. Jiang Lijin had originally ranked merely Class C. His punishment should have been no more than a 6-month suspension. No one could have foreseen her meteoric ascension to become the galaxy's sole 3-class female. An attempted assassination against such a rare and precious 3-class female carried a sentence that sealed his fate. He would never again be matched with any female, ever. Yet as a class-registered hunter in the Mercenary Guild, exposure to contamination and psychic exhaustion were inevitable during missions. Without a bonded partner, how could he possibly endure? He certainly did not wish to die in a feral, uncontrolled psychic rupture. At this critical juncture, Philwyn's willingness to accept him, even if only verbally, was enough to override all reason and send his judgment soaring into oblivion. The plan sounded utterly reckless. Procure 2 items from Valoran's black market. First, a colorless, odorless toxin undetectable even by Central Hospital's flagship instruments on the core world. Second, 20 doses of a psychic amplification enhancer. According to Philwyn, they would administer the enhancer to Jiang Lijin, then expose her fraud to the entire galaxy. Shattering the myth of her 3S status would cause her 5 elite beastmates, so lofty and untouchable, to discard her as effortlessly as trash. Should the enhancer prove unstable, they would simply deploy the toxin instead. Aiden privately considered it needlessly complicated. Why not just eliminate her outright with poison? His hatred for Jiang Lijin was etched deep into his bones. Outside Chiron's office he, a proud class male, had been publicly ejected from the hospital gates like refuse. That humiliation haunted his dreams, of vengeance burned in his marrow. Yet one thing baffled him: why purchase 20 doses? To frame a single person required no such excess. To raise the funds for these contraband items, Aiden liquidated every credit he'd earned across years of mercenary work. He had reached the warehouse district on the western fringe of the wharf. A stark contrast to the lively bustle of the beach, this sector lay eerily silent. Rows of gray metal warehouses lined the coastline. Most doors bolted shut, not even a bird in sight. Aiden located warehouse No. 7 in the third row and knocked 3 times, paused, then knocked twice more, the prearranged signal. From within, the door cracked open just wide enough. "Do you have the goods, eh?" Aiden asked, voice low and hoarse. "Show me the credits first," came a rasping reply as a hand extended from the slit. On the far end of the beach, Jiang Lijin sat beneath a sunshade, sipping a fluorescent pink beverage through a straw. Inside her mind, Xiao Yi reported, "Host Aiden has entered the derelict container by the shore. There's no signal tower there. Total surveillance blind spot. I cannot access it." Beside her, Tania's neural terminal vibrated twice. The golden-haired young master glanced at the screen, then leaned close to Jiang Lijin's ear. He purchased 2 vials. One contains a transparent liquid, almost certainly a fast-acting neurotoxin. The other holds 20 doses of psychic amplification enhancer. Jiang Lijin arched a brow, glancing sidelong at him. Indeed, Yunlan Group's dominion over Valoran was absolute. Aiden had barely crossed the threshold, and already they knew precisely what he'd bought down to the exact quantity. Such intelligence gathering bordered on surreal, more immediate than watching a live feed. The toxin, without question, was meant for her, his former spouse. But those 20 enhancer doses, that volume was absurdly excessive for mere entrapment. Unless Philwyn intended to consume them herself like candy, who else could possibly require such a staggering amount? Would elder sister like to go take a look? Tania twirled an empty glass between his fingers, voice light and playful. Jiang Lijin remained reclined in her chair, unmoving. She valued her life too highly to risk it for a fool like Aiden. "Is it dangerous?" she asked, tone calm and detached. Tania laughed, flashing 2 sharp-pointed canines. "In Valoran, no one dares touch a single hair on elder sister's head. If the sun grows too harsh, I'll handle him myself, personally." "We've come this far," Jiang Lijin rose smoothly. "Let's pay my ex-husband a visit. After all, he's bankrupted himself to deliver me a gift." Tania instantly fell into step behind her. Behind the container stretched a narrow, grimy alley littered with discarded parts from levitating vehicles. Aiden had just tucked both vials securely against his chest when he stepped from the shadows and collided with a wall of flesh. 4 burly men in floral shirts blocked the alley's mouth, weaponless, yet standing with tactical precision, sealing both ends completely. Aiden recoiled half a step, his hand instinctively reaching for the particle pistol at his waist. Footsteps echoed from the alley entrance, Tania leading Jiang Lijin half a pace behind. At the sight of Jiang Lijin's face, a primal, inexplicable dread surged through Aiden's chest. "What do you want? How did you get here?" he roared, and drew his particle pistol, leveling it straight ahead. Jiang Lijin stopped 3 paces away, not bothering to look at the black muzzle. She folded her arms and said casually, 20 pills. Is that the amount that barely keeps Firewind at its level? Deng froze, his mind unable to catch up. He blurted, "What nonsense are you talking? Those drugs were clearly meant for you." His words died on his lips. Deng was not truly foolish. The moment the words left him, he sensed something wrong. 20 pills used to frame someone was indeed far too many. Jiang Lijin understood completely. It turned out Deng had no understanding of Firewind's real situation. He had been treated nothing more than an ATM and a scapegoat. She could not help laughing. "You are very generous to her. You emptied your savings to buy medicine and did not even know she is not truly level." "Shut up." Deng snapped, humiliated and furious, his psychic force sputtering wildly. "Who do you think you are?" Before he could finish, a dreadful pressure descended from above. Tania cast aside his cocky grin. Violence churned behind his blue eyes as a 3-level pressure struck Deng without restraint. Deng could not even grunt. Both knees slammed into the paving stones with the crisp snap of bone. He lay on the ground, gasping, unable to lift a single finger. Not only him, the 4 burly bodyguards in the alley could not withstand the indiscriminate assault. One after another, they fell to their knees, faces drained of color, sweat soaking their floral shirts. Tania did not spare his men a glance. He stepped to Deng, planted his foot on the man's spine, and ground it. "Ugh!" Deng let out a pained cry. Only Jiang Lijin remained unmoved, lifting an eyebrow as she regarded the sprawled guards. to slay 3,000 while harming 800 of your own. This young master, when he went mad, even disciplined his men. Tania. Jiang Lijin spoke in a cool tone. Tania paused and turned to her. The brutality in his eyes slightly reined in. Sister, disposing of such trash is the simplest solution. Take the items out. Jiang Lijin ignored his suggestion. Tania curled his lips obediently, bent down, rummaged in Deng's arms, produced the 2 bottles, rubbed one against his clothing, and handed them over. Jiang Lijin took the clear vial of poison and slipped it into her pocket. Then she picked up the remaining bottle that contained 20 potent pills. Under Deng's despairing gaze, she unscrewed the cap and poured out 10 smooth round pills. They tumbled onto the filthy ground, and Jiang Lijin raised her shoe to grind them into powder with the tip. After crushing half of them, she tossed the bottle, holding the remaining 10 pills like garbage so that it landed by Deng's face. Since you trust your goddess so much, take this bottle back. Jiang Lijin looked down at the man on the ground. See with your own eyes whether she meant it for me or whether she will swallow it herself. With that, she turned and walked out of the alley. Tania removed his foot, and the oppressive pressure immediately lifted. The guards on the ground seemed granted reprieve and drew ragged breaths. Deng writhed like a fish out of water, convulsing, and collapsed on the pavement. Tania hurried to follow Jiang Lijin, reverting to a sticky tone. Sister, you really just let him go. She tilted her head and smiled lightly. Watching dogs bite one another is cleaner than dirtying your shoes. Tania brightened and reached toward her hand. Sister, you are clever. What dogs biting dogs host? Xiao Yi asked in puzzlement. Deng is a penniless scoundrel with a criminal record. Jiang Lijin walked in the sunlight with steady steps. Someone like Firewind would never marry a worthless man with no utility. Besides, with those possessive grade suitors in the Firewind household, how could they accept a tainted Slevel entering to compete for favor? Jiang Lijin hesitated, a flash of steel crossing her gaze. When Deng ruins himself delivering the pills and finds he has been deceived, and that the Slevel goddess he worshipped is sustained by drugs, what would a desperate man who has lost everything do? A figure emerged from the alley's shadow. He wore a jet-black half-mask that hid the upper face. Silver-white hair was bound at the back of his head, and through the mask's eyeholes a pair of red irises shone with absolute chill. Tianke watched Jiang Lijin and Tania walk away. He recognized the woman at once. Her name and photograph on the Corps' match dossier were already burned into his memory. Jiang Lijin, the wife he and his brother shared. He said nothing until the alley fell completely silent. The guards helped one another up and slipped away. Deng dragged himself out like a dead dog. Only then did Tianke step from the shadows. The black market middleman who had sold Deng the pills, the local area's fixer, cowered trembling behind a shipping container. The 3 Slevel pressure Tania released earlier had nearly crushed his insides through the corrugated metal. Tianke approached the container and knocked on the iron twice. The middleman scrambled out, saw the white hair and red eyes, and fell to his knees in terror. My lord. From now on, Tianke said in a hoarse, low voice, if Yunlong Group's Tania or that woman from earlier appears in this district, report them immediately. The middleman nodded frantically, cold sweat pouring down. Tianke did not spare him another glance and melted into the shadowed alleys behind Walyulan's bustling streets. Beneath Walyulan's glossy surface lay a sprawling underworld. Tianke threaded through lanes piled with discarded high-tech parts, unlocking 3 hidden doors with his iris before boarding an old freight lift that descended deeper. When the door opened, the sight before him was utterly unlike the color-splashed resort galaxy above. There were no glaring neon lights, no holographic billboards, and no chaotic stalls. The entire underground city was orderly, broad, even avenues flanked buildings of neoclassical style. Most arresting was the 3-story structure at the center. In the interstellar age, metal and synthetics were the cheapest construction materials. Genuine timber, especially hardwood fit for building, was priced like gold. This building, from its bearing columns to its sweeping eaves, was fashioned entirely of top-grade Zeton and Jinsei Nama woods. Wood is not stronger than high-strength alloys. Using it in construction is a deliberate display of the owner's unfathomable wealth. This was merely Sunluo Guess outpost in Walyulan, not to mention how lavish their main bases were across other star systems. Tianke climbed the wooden stairs, passed through several intricately carved lattice doors, and halted before the innermost chamber. As he pushed open the door, a wave of rich, heavy fragrance enveloped him. The room was adorned with exquisite opulence, yet exuded an air of refined antiquity. Several ink-wash paintings of uncertain authenticity hung on the walls, while in the corner a few blue and white porcelain pots held blooming clivia and spider plants. In the center of the room, a miniature artificial mountain with a flowing stream was created, the water trickling gently amidst swirling white mist. Tian Ke closed the door behind him and tossed the mask onto the nearby rosewood table. Beneath the mask was a face so handsome it seemed almost otherworldly. Seated in a redwood armchair beside the artificial mountain was a man who looked exactly like him. The only difference was that the man had jet black hair and a pair of smiling green eyes. Tian Yin, the elusive mastermind behind the Sanluo Pavilion, was also Tian Ke's twin brother. "You're back," Tian Yin said, lifting his teacup, swirling the floating tea leaves, and taking a sip. "Is it lively outside?" "I saw her," Tian Ke replied, pulling out another chair to sit down. "Oh," Tian Yin chuckled softly, curiosity tinged in his laughter. "That's quite interesting. We meticulously planned a covert route to the main planet, and yet the prey walked right into our net." "She is not prey." Tian Ke unusually added a few more words, coldly correcting him, a hint of protectiveness in his tone that he himself was unaware of. A slip of the tongue. Tian Yin rested his chin on one hand, a flicker of curiosity passing through his green eyes. "What does she look like? How does she compare to the photo in the database?" "Alive and moving." Tian Ke leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes. An uncontrollable scene from a dim alley flashed in his mind, where Jiang Lijin had raised her foot to crush those pills. Tian Yin clearly was accustomed to his brother's peculiar, yet precise manner of speaking, chuckling lightly. The information about Jiang Lijin coming to Valoran had long been grasped by the Sanluo Pavilion. Tian Ke picked up his tea to clear his throat and recounted the events that had transpired in the alley, without missing a single detail. "Truly interesting." Tian Yin toyed with the teacup in his hand, his fingertips tracing the rim, unable to suppress a light laugh. "Our little wife is smarter and more ruthless than I imagined, crushing half the pills and leaving half for Arden to take back. That pitiful amount of medicine is probably not enough for that madwoman Filwin to fill her gaps." The intelligence network of the Sanluo Pavilion spans the stars, and he remembered Filwin's name vividly. "Speaking of which, that Filwin is a major client of our Sanluo Pavilion." Tian Yin began leisurely. "Others bankrupt themselves to buy potions for a surge in spiritual power, either to risk their lives or to scheme against their enemies. Only she, to maintain that false strength rating, treats that deadly substance like candy. This forcibly enhancing potion has terrifying side effects. At best, it could shatter the spiritual CEO. At worst, it could lead to a genetic collapse and transformation into a monster. Filwin is completely gambling her life to uphold a glamorous yet hollow facade." Tian Yin stood up and approached the precious clivia, his long fingers gently brushing against its delicate leaves, yet his gaze grew increasingly profound. "I initially thought the main brain allocated to us a delicate flower needing careful nurturing, but it seems to be a thorny rose that can draw blood." Tian Ke and Tian Yin left their headquarters to meet this nominal legal wife on the main planet. Because the Sanluo Pavilion occupies an absolute gray area in the stars shunned by the light, they moved stealthily and slowly to avoid drawing the attention of the federal military and imperial police. Who would have thought that merely passing through Valoran for a break would lead to obtaining information about Jiang Lijin coming to Valoran and unexpectedly encountering the real person? "Do you want to meet her?" Tian Yin turned his head, his gaze piercing into his brother. Tian Ke raised his eyes and softly replied, "Tinia is by her side." "That's true," Tian Yin sighed. "That golden-haired fox is very protective. Not only him, but also the commander of the Federal Military Bar and the Sharon from the Imperial Central Hospital. Our little wife is surrounded by some formidable characters." Tian Yin walked back to the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. "What if we just boldly walked over and told them we are also Jiang Lijin's legal husbands? Would those three guys team up to throw us into a space junkyard?" Tian Ke shook his head. "We can't win." "True. However, what we lack the least in the Sanluo Pavilion is false identities," Tian Yin chuckled. "Except for a few core loyalists of the Sanluo Pavilion, no one knows what the Pavilion Master and the #1 killer look like. Let's change to a clean identity and slowly approach her." Tian Yin said, "This is the best match the main brain has allocated to us. We can't let it go to waste on someone else." Tian Ke nodded, placing down his teacup. Since she is in Valoran, we must prepare a suitable gift for our first meeting. Investigate Filwin's recent movements. After Arden takes that half-back, Filwin will definitely not be able to hold back. We will secretly add fuel to the fire for our little wife, burning those annoying pests to ashes." Tian Ke stood up, picking up the mask on the table. "I will arrange it. By the way," Tian Yin called out to Tian Ke, "make sure to inform all branches below. During Jiang Lijin's time in Valoran, all of Sunluo Pavilion's bases, intelligence networks, and armories will grant her full access. Whatever she wants to investigate, give it to her directly. Whatever she wants to take, deliver it promptly. Clean up the traces here in Valoran, and don't let the Yunlan group trace it back to Sunluo Pavilion. Tinia is not someone easy to deal with. Don't provoke him at this time and jeopardize our plans. Tian K nodded, redonning the mask, and stepped into the darkness as he pushed open the door. The room fell silent, leaving only the sound of the artificial mountain's water flowing. Tian Yin returned to his desk and picked up Jiang Lijin's dossier. The woman in the photo had a cold, indifferent gaze as if she cared for nothing. He rubbed the edge of the holographic projection with his fingertip. I really want to meet you soon. Jiang Lijin walked ahead while Tanya clung to her like a shadow. Sister, there's a restaurant up ahead that specializes in deep-sea mutated crabs. I've reserved the best table for us. Tanya quickened her pace, naturally falling in step beside her, her bright blue eyes filled with eagerness. When Jiang Lijin heard about the delicious food, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her gaze. Yet her expression remained calm and unassuming as she casually replied, You can arrange it as you like. Tanya, however, keenly caught the fleeting sparkle in her eyes, and her lips couldn't help but curve upwards. The cost of living in the Valoran star system ranks among the top 3 in the entire galaxy, and Tanya's arrangements were nothing short of extravagant. Their transportation was a floating supercar from the Yunlan Consortium, and once the license plate was revealed, all traffic controls automatically lifted. The dining venue was set beneath a transparent dome at a depth of 10,000 meters in the ocean, surrounded by luminous giant jellyfish. Throughout the meal, Tanya allowed Jiang Lijin to do nothing while personally attending to her, cracking crab legs, picking fish bones, even slicing the fruit into perfect bit-sized pieces. The shopping segment after the meal was utterly outrageous. Jiang Lijin merely glanced at the latest light brain displayed in a window while passing through a high-end shopping street. Just 5 minutes later, the store manager, drenched in sweat, personally delivered the highest spec light brain to their floating vehicle with deep respect. Why are we buying so much? Jiang Lijin asked, looking at the bags piled up in the back seat. Sister merely looked at them, which means they're valuable. Tanya smiled innocently. I may not have much, but I have plenty of money. If you help me spend some, you're lightening my burden. This statement was infuriating yet flawless. By evening, the two returned to the seaside hotel. Tanya's exclusive suite was on the top floor. The entire floor had been opened up to create this one presidential suite. The alloy doors slid open from both sides, revealing an astonishingly spacious interior, even larger than Jiang Lijin's villa with a yard on the main star. No wonder Tanya had openly complained about her home being too small when she visited for the first time. 3 oversized bedrooms and 7 or 8 clearly defined functional areas. The master bedroom was even more extravagant, with panoramic glass windows on 3 sides, allowing one to overlook the entire night view of Valoran and the coastline while lying in bed. After taking a shower, Jiang Lijin changed into the high-quality pajamas that Sharon had bought for her and yawned. Turning her head, she found Tanya sprawled on the genuine leather sofa in the master bedroom, clutching a pillow tightly, appearing as if she intended to grow roots there. What time is it? Aren't you going to sleep? Jiang Lijin walked over and kicked the sofa leg. Sister, I'm scared to sleep alone. Tanya blinked her blue eyes, trying to evade the issue. This room is so big, I can sleep on the floor and promise not to disturb you. The door is over there. Jiang Lijin was not fooled by his tactics. 3-2. Tanya pouted in grievance, slowly getting up. At the door, she turned back 3 times. Good night, sister. Contact me anytime. I'm right next door. Once the door closed, the room fell silent. Jiang Lijin approached the bed, ready to lie down, when her light brain vibrated. It was a message from Balfa. Have you gone to Valoran? Jiang Lijin replied, the news network of the commander updates, very slowly. The reply came quickly with a hint of explanation. Sorry. The edge of the Sirius star system is experiencing a large-scale attack from the Zerg and is temporarily unable to leave. Jiang Lijin had read about it on the forum. The Sirius star system was perpetually embroiled in conflict, a critical point for the Federation's defenses. As the commander, Balfa personally supervised the battle, and it was already rare for him to spare time to send a message. Following that, another message popped up. Valoran is a good place, but it's a mixed bag. Black market dealings are frequent. Be careful. Tanya is young and lacks composure in handling situations, so she may not protect you well. Contact me and Sharon immediately if anything happens. Jiang Lijin stared at this message, her gaze lingering on the words may not protect you well for a moment. After thinking for a moment, she replied with 6 words, you also take care. Regardless, this man was officially assigned to her as a legal beast companion by the brain, and while his temper was cold and harsh, he was generous when it came to actions. She didn't mind offering a bit of verbal concern. Alpha did not reply again, likely thrown back into the battlefield against the Zerg. The night was deep and quiet. Jiang Lijin was sound asleep when a piercing alarm rang in her mind. "Host, wake up. Something's wrong." Xiao Yi's voice was sharp and urgent. Jiang Lijin instantly woke up, reflexively sitting up and opening her eyes. The room was unlit, pitch black. Yet the floor-to-ceiling window that should have been firmly locked by the intelligence system was wide open. The night wind rushed in recklessly, causing the curtains to flutter wildly. Amidst the fluttering curtains stood a shadowy figure. He stood with his back to the artificial moonlight silhouetted against it, making it impossible to discern his features. However, judging by his broad shoulders and narrow waist, it was clear he was male. Jiang Lijin's heart skipped a beat. This was the top-tier hotel of the Yunlan Consortium, the presidential suite on the highest floor. The security system was so tight that even a fly couldn't enter, let alone bypass all monitoring and defensive nets to open a locked window. This person was a top-notch expert. Could he be a professional assassin from the black market? Had he utilized some kind of spatial distortion or invisibility technology? Jiang Lijin's mind raced. Could it be that after she and Tanya destroyed Philwin's medicine during the day, Philwin and Arden, humiliated and enraged, hired someone to kill her? How much did Philwin pay you? Jiang Lijin sat on the bed, her heart racing, but her voice remained steady. "He'll pay double." In her understanding, those who mingled in the black market only cared about money. As long as the price was right, switching sides on the spot was a common occurrence. In the darkness, the man let out a soft chuckle. Tian Yin had originally intended to sneak a glance at Jiang Lijin under the cover of night. He had not anticipated that Jiang Lijin would wake up. The concealment technique of the head of the Sanluo Pavilion was not even detectable by Balfa, an SS-grade individual. Was this female naturally alert, or did she possess some other means? Hearing her words, Tian Yin understood she had misunderstood. He felt a playful urge and decided to play along. "We all have professional ethics," he began, his tone leisurely. His voice was deep and slightly hoarse, with a magnetic quality extremely pleasant to hear. But in this bizarre environment, it only sent chills down her spine. "Professional ethics?" Jiang Lijin scoffed. "Your ethics involve not using the front door at night and climbing through windows into a female's room. That's called perversion, not ethics." Tian Yin was momentarily speechless. "In business, we emphasize maximizing profits," Jiang Lijin continued logically. "What can Philwin offer you? She must not have much left, right? You should know who I am. Killing me will only attract the Yunlan Consortium, the Federal Army, and the Empire, yielding no benefits at all. By taking my double reward and killing your employer, that would be a win-win situation." Tian Yin leaned against the window frame, one leg crossed over the other in a relaxed posture. He possessed exceptional night vision, allowing him to see the little female sitting on the bed with crystal clarity. Though she was trying her best to remain composed, the way she gripped the blanket revealed her tension. Sharp-toned. This was Tian Yin's first impression of her. "Win-win sounds nice," he said with a smile in his voice, "but I'm rather picky. I don't lack money, I want something else." "You won't get my life," Jiang Lijin interrupted him bluntly. "If you're looking to force yourself on me, turn left out the door. Tanya is next door, young and strong. You can do whatever you want with him." Tian Yin chuckled softly, his laughter echoing in the empty room. "Young Master Tanya has quite the temper. I'm afraid I won't serve him well." Tian Yin took a step forward. Jiang Lijin's palms were sweaty. She knew that as long as she shouted, "Turn on the lights," the intelligent butler would illuminate the entire room in a fraction of a second. But she didn't shout. She had heard that assassins had a rule: if they saw the face of their prey, the prey must die. By pretending not to see, she could still maneuver. Once the lights were on and the mask was ripped off, even Tanya in the next room wouldn't make it in time to save her. "Stop right there," Jiang Lijin said coldly. "If you take another step forward, I will call for help." Tian Yin halted only a few steps away from the bed. He could clearly see Jiang Lijin's defensive posture. She was anxious but remained composed. "Go ahead," Tian Yin said with a malicious tone. Jiang Lijin took a deep breath. "What do you want?" "Just came to see you," Tian Yin replied truthfully. "Have you finished looking? Then go back the way you came." Jiang Lijin pointed at the wide-open window. "You really have a bad temper," Tian Yin commented. He did not approach any further, only gazing deeply at her. The night wind grew stronger. Tian Yin turned, supporting himself with one hand on the window sill, his movements graceful. "Jiang Lijin," he called her name, his tone soft. "I will come looking for you again." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure leaped out the window. This was the top floor. Jiang Lijin waited 2 minutes, confirming he had truly left before letting out a long breath. Shaoyi, has he left? Report host. Within this floor besides Tanya next door, there are no other life forms. Jiang Lijin leaned against the headboard, touching the back of her neck, drenched in cold sweat. Who was this person? But it was clear he was far from an ordinary assassin hired by Philwin. The next morning, Tinia arrived at the door with dark circles under his eyes. He hadn't slept well the previous night, his mind clouded with worries about the lack of progress with Jiang Lijin. Sister, did you sleep well last night? As soon as the door opened, he immediately put on a flattering smile. Jiang Lijin opened the door dressed in a silk robe and glanced at him with an expressionless face, saying, not well. A thief entered the room last night. The smile on Tinia's face vanished and his expression changed as his golden hair nearly stood on end. Tinia stepped forward, anxiously grabbing Jiang Lijin's shoulders, scanning her with his eyes several times. A thief? Did they hurt you? Did they touch you? Is the security system just a bunch of useless decorations? I'll get them all fired. I'm fine. Jiang Lijin shook off Tinia's hand, rubbed her sore shoulder, and walked straight to the dining room. The person escaped. Tinia's overwhelming pressure erupted uncontrollably. Tinia contacted the Yunlan security department, gritting his teeth and demanding the retrieval of all surveillance footage from the previous night. 10 minutes later, the information returned made the executives of the security department wipe their sweat. Nothing was found. Young master, the surveillance footage is all normal with no signs of tampering. All the infrared and gravity sensing alarms didn't trigger at all. The voice of the security supervisor on the other end of the communicator trembled. The person who appeared in Jiang Lijin's room last night left no traces. Useless. All of you are useless. Tinia smashed the communicator in his hand. Investigate. Mobilize all our secret connections to find this wild man. Anyone who dares to touch me, I will tear them apart. Tinia roared at his subordinates. The usual gentleness he displayed in front of Jiang Lijin vanished, revealing the ruthlessness of the heir to the consortium. Jiang Lijin sat at the dining table sipping milk, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around her. The person from last night entered through the window. The surveillance couldn't capture that area. Moreover, Jiang Lijin knew well that anyone capable of infiltrating here was no ordinary person. However, it seemed that the intruder had no malicious intent, otherwise how could she sit here and have breakfast? She suddenly thought of the 2 mysterious beastmen on the matching list. All right, enough noise. Jiang Lijin took a bite of her bread, her tone flat. Since they could bypass your system without leaving a trace, it shows that your Yunlan's technology indeed needs upgrading. Impotent rage doesn't solve problems. Upon hearing Jiang Lijin's words, Tinia's aura retracted. He lowered his head, looking pitiful as he leaned closer to Jiang Lijin. Sister. Tinia tugged at Jiang Lijin's sleeve, his blue eyes filled with fear and flattery, carrying a hint of pleading. Can I sleep in your room tonight? I can sleep on the floor, on the sofa, or even in the bathtub. I promise not to disturb you. I just need to guard you, or I won't feel at ease. No. Jiang Lijin rejected firmly. What if that thief comes again tonight? Tinia insisted, not letting go. Jiang Lijin swallowed her bread, pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, and looked at Tinia, a smirk on her lips. If he comes again, I'll wrap you up and give you to him. The entire day, Tinia personally supervised the security department to upgrade the defense system to a higher level. He didn't return until the evening. Jiang Lijin nestled in the soft leather sofa in the living room, playing with the latest light brain that Tinia had given her. The holographic screen projected a ghostly blue light in midair with the StarNet forum page scrolling rapidly. Frontline battle report from the Sirius system. Commander Ball single-handedly infiltrates the insect nest. Breaking news. Enslevel female from the purification department privately purchasing banned substances. Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrows and clicked on the post about Firwin. Aside from the title, there was no substantial evidence or records in the post. The discussions among the interstellar netizens were fervent, with over 900 replies underneath. Reporting Firwin's citizen number. Is she the only Slevel resident in the purification department? First row for the gossip. But at least provide some solid evidence, right? Empty accusations of drug use can get you sued into bankruptcy. The legal department of the purification department isn't to be trifled with. Don't just talk without action. If the purification department truly finds evidence of drug use, it would be an interstellar scandal. What does the Central Hospital say? Isn't the director of the Central Hospital, Lord Sharon, on vacation? He has no time to deal with this mess. Moreover, I heard Lord Sharon went to the Valoran system. By the way, that 3-level Jiang Lijin, could she have also used drugs to rise up? How could someone jump from Clevel directly to 3S? That's unscientific. Is the upstairs person brain dead? 3 level can be achieved through drugs. Why don't you try taking one and see? If drugs could get you to 3S, the whole galaxy would already be averaging 3S. Besides, Jiang Lijin's rating was personally certified by the mainframe. Do you dare to question the mainframe's authority? Jiang Lijin scrolled through the comments on the screen. The poster had skillfully put Fearwin in a public relations crisis. But the post was suspicious. Xiaoya's voice echoed in her mind, host who posted this. Fearwin must be jumping up and down after seeing it, as she's probably breaking things right now. Indeed, Jiang Lijin changed her posture, supporting her chin with one hand. Only a few people knew about Fearwin buying drugs. Jiang Lijin tilted her head to glance at the not-so-distant figure. Tinia was sitting in front of the holographic projection, the trading data and mining reports scrolling rapidly on the screen. As the heir of the Yunlan Consortium, Tinia loved to act spoiled in front of Jiang Lijin, but when handling consortium matters, he was ruthless, making the executives of the board feel apprehensive. Noticing Jiang Lijin's gaze, Tinia lifted his head, retracting his fierce expression, his blue eyes looking at Jiang Lijin. Sister, are you bored? Shall we rent a private island to see the sea? No need. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze. It wasn't Tinia. Tinia's working style was simple and straightforward. If he wanted to target someone, he would directly release evidence to ruin them, not post such warming-up threads, which didn't fit his arrogant character. Aiden, even less likely. Aiden was probably dragging a broken leg around looking for someone to confront. Posting such explosive news tactics was beyond Aiden's intelligence. So who could it be? Just as she was pondering, Tinia's communicator vibrated twice. Tinia glanced at the encrypted message that popped up, his lips pressed flat, and his eyes grew colder, hinting at hostility. What's going on? Jiang Lijin sensed that something was off and casually asked. Tinia rubbed his forehead, frowning. Sharon is here. He's in the lobby downstairs. Jiang Lijin raised her eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Tinia ran his fingers through his golden hair, making his hairstyle a bit messy. Tinia wanted to let security throw him out directly, but Sharon was one of the partners assigned to Jiang Lijin by the mainframe. If he truly kept him outside, it would make the Yunlan heir seem petty and might even anger Jiang Lijin. Let him come up. Tinia gritted his teeth and instructed the communicator. 5 minutes later, the alloy door of the suite slid open. Sharon entered wearing a dark gray long coat, his black hair neatly combed, showing signs of a long journey, with a cold demeanor. He walked in without looking at Tinia, his gray eyes locking onto Jiang Lijin on the sofa, his brows softening significantly. You arrived quite quickly. Jiang Lijin didn't stand up, merely lifted her chin slightly as a form of greeting. Tinia glared at Sharon's face, wishing he would just disappear. He turned to the security supervisor behind him and gave the order. Go downstairs and prepare a luxury suite and move Dean Sharon's luggage there. The top floor does not receive external guests. Jiang Lijin leaned back against the sofa, saying, What are you fussing about? Isn't there an empty room on this floor? Let him stay there. Tinia's smile faded. He leaned closer to Jiang Lijin, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. Sister, that room has been vacant for half a year. It's full of dust, and there are bugs crawling around. Dean Sharon is a neat freak and won't be able to stand it. Jiang Lijin turned her head, sizing up Tinia. The top suite under the Yunlan group can't even manage basic cleaning. You bragged yesterday that your intelligent robots can disinfect and sterilize without missing a spot. With the lie exposed, Tinia didn't even blink. He grabbed Jiang Lijin's sleeve with both hands, shaking it as he continued to fabricate excuses. I remembered incorrectly. The intelligent steward in that room is broken. It can't connect to the internet, and the temperature can't be controlled. Staying there would lead to a cold. Jiang Lijin pulled her sleeve away. You said yesterday that the Yunlan Group's ventilation system has an independent backup power supply. Sharon ignored Tinia's incessant chatter. He picked up the black suitcase at his feet, strode down the corridor towards the room at the end. As he reached the door, the alloy door automatically sensed him and slid open. The room inside was pristine. The polished floor reflected the crystal lights on the ceiling, and the temperature control system was functioning normally, sending out a pleasantly warm breeze. Tinia clenched his teeth, glaring at Sharon's back. The night deepened. Jiang Lijin finished her washing up, changed into loose cotton pajamas, and prepared to rest. The door was pushed open from the outside, a golden head poking in. What are you doing? Jiang Lijin sat on the edge of the bed, tilting her head to look at Tinia. Tinia squeezed into the room. He hugged a huge fox-shaped pillow, standing at the door with a pitiful expression and unwilling to move. Sister, I can't sleep. Have the steward bring some sleeping pills up. Taking pills doesn't work. Tinia stepped forward 2 paces, standing by the bed. That person last night was too arrogant. The security system didn't even capture his shadow. What if he climbs in through the window again tonight? I must protect you closely. You protect me. How would you protect me? Sister, I am a 3S level. Tinia threw the fox pillow onto the sofa and followed suit lying down. I'm not leaving. Even if you beat me to death today, I will sleep here. Jiang Lijin rubbed her temples. This kid was being unreasonable and no one could do anything about it. She glanced at the electronic clock on the wall. It was almost midnight, and she was too lazy to argue any further. Fine. Jiang Lijin pointed at the large leather sofa. You sleep there. No snoring, no grinding your teeth. Most importantly, you are not allowed to climb into my bed. Tinia nodded repeatedly, obediently pulling the blanket over himself, revealing only his blue eyes. Good night, sister. In the room at the end of the corridor, Sharon did not rest. He sat in front of the holographic projector, his long fingers rapidly tapping on the virtual keyboard. The screen displayed a revealing post on the Starnet forum about Philwin purchasing banned substances. The number of replies had already surpassed 20,000, and the whistleblower updated the data at midnight detailing the specific side effects of the drugs and the purchase time. Although Philwin's name was still not mentioned, it was basically a death knell. Sharon stared at the words on the screen: banned psychic drugs. This term triggered memories he least wanted to recall. His mother had once been a class female. To match her class father, she voluntarily participated in an underground experiment to enhance psychic abilities. That kind of drug could forcibly elevate psychic levels temporarily at the cost of draining one's life, ultimately leading to a mental breakdown. He watched helplessly as his mother took her last breath in extreme agony. Since then, he had harbored a deep hatred for such drugs. After taking over the Imperial Central Hospital, his first action was to collaborate with the military to eradicate 3 underground workshops producing such drugs. The poster had hidden the IP address using a multi-layer encrypted virtual network. Sharon tried to trace it, but the other party was a hacking expert with extremely advanced counter-tracking techniques. Sharon closed the webpage. He recalled that earlier Jiang Lijin had subtly warned him that Philwin had issues with his psychic abilities. Now, combined with this revealing post, the situation was not simple. How did Jiang Lijin see through it? What inside information did she possess? Sharon stood up, straightened his collar, and exited the room. He arrived at Jiang Lijin's door, raised his hand, and knocked 3 times. Jiang Lijin was about to turn off the lights to sleep when the noise interrupted her, causing her to feel irritable. She threw off her blanket, slipped on her slippers, and went to open the door. The door opened, and Sharon stood outside. He was just about to speak when his gaze crossed over Jiang Lijin's shoulder and landed on the interior of the room. Tinia had somehow moved from the sofa to the bed. He lay on his side, propping his head up with one hand, the buttons of his silk pajamas undone halfway, exposing large patches of smooth, solid chest. His messy golden hair looked disheveled, and his blue eyes were fixed on Sharon outside the door. He deliberately lowered his voice, speaking in a hoarse tone, as if just waking up. Sister, who is it? You're not letting anyone sleep in the middle of the night. Sharon usually had excellent self-control, and he often ignored childish tricks like Tinia's. But tonight, seeing Tinia sprawled on Jiang Lijin's bed without a care, Sharon's breath paused for a second. Jiang Lijin followed Sharon's gaze back and saw Tinia on the bed, her eyes twitching twice. When did this kid climb up? And he posed like this, as if waiting to be picked. Shut up. Jiang Lijin glared at Tinia. Tinia pouted in grievance, pulling the blanket over half his face, leaving only his eyes staring at Sharon. Jiang Lijin turned back to look at Sharon. You knocked on the door in the middle of the night. Is there something? Sharon withdrew his gaze, meeting Jiang Lijin's eyes again. About that post on Starnet, I want to discuss some things with you. Jiang Lijin leaned against the door frame and yawned. Discuss a post in the middle of the night. Sharon was silent for a few seconds. He looked at Jiang Lijin's sleepy face and glanced at Tinia on the bed. It seems now is not the right time. Sharon's voice was 2 tones lower than usual. He'll come back tomorrow. All right, we'll talk tomorrow. Jiang Lijin closed the door. The corridor returned to silence. Sharon stood still, staring at the closed door, not leaving immediately. Why did he feel that urge to destroy when he saw Tinia on her bed? He wanted to throw that golden-haired kid out of the room, wanted to lock the door. Sharon closed his eyes, took a deep breath, analyzing his emotions. It was not because he was interrupted in the conversation. It was not due to his dislike for Tinia. That sour, restless, and aggressive emotion. It was jealousy. Arriving at this conclusion, Sharon found it absurd. He was a partner matched with Jiang Lijin by the mainframe. This was merely a forced marriage based on genetic data. He was curious about her, felt a sense of responsibility. That should be all. But now he couldn't control his emotions, wanting to immediately pull that blonde kid off her bed. He slammed the cup down on the table, producing a crisp clink. The morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the floor-to-ceiling window into the room. Jiang Lijin turned over, her arm brushing against a warm body. She opened her eyes and was met with an enlarged face. Tinia was sleeping soundly entwined around her like an octopus, one leg draped over her waist. Report to the host. Xiao Yi's voice echoed in her mind. He climbed up at 3 in the morning. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't dare to wake you. Tinia. Tinia was awakened, rubbing his eyes with a confused expression. Sister, good morning. Why are you up so early? I'm asking you, how did you end up in bed? Jiang Lijin pointed at him. Tinia sat up straight, ruffling his messy golden hair, looking innocent. I was sleepwalking. Sister, you don't understand. I've had this problem since I was little. I sleepwalk when I'm under stress. I swear it wasn't intentional. Host, he is lying. Xiao Yi immediately jumped in to expose him, playing a video replay in Jiang Lijin's mind. In the footage, Tinia silently slipped the blanket aside and slid in like an eel. He even skillfully pulled Jiang Lijin's arm over, wrapping it around his waist. I recorded it. He came over from the sofa with his eyes open and smoothly climbed under the blanket. His movements were very practiced. Xiao Yi added indignantly. Jiang Lijin sneered. She raised her leg and kicked Tinia's waist without mercy. Ouch! Tinia rolled off the bed, landing on the carpet with both him and the blanket. Sleepwalking, huh? Are you awake now? Jiang Lijin stood by the bed looking down at him. Tinia rubbed his waist, looking aggrieved as he gazed at Jiang Lijin. Sister, you really kicked me, but hurts so much. People who sleepwalk shouldn't be woken up casually. They'll become foolish. You're already very foolish right now. Jiang Lijin turned and walked towards the washroom. Go get dressed and get out for breakfast. On the homeworld in an upscale villa district, a Deng dragged his right leg, each step a torment, as the fractured bone sent dagger-like pain through him. The leg bone shattered by Tinia's psychic crushing at the Valoran black market had received only the most rudimentary stabilization. He had rushed back to the homeworld and had no time for a medbay. Sweat soaked the fabric across his back. He lifted his head and looked toward the white villa ahead. On the steps by the entrance stood 3 males, Fei Irwin's 3 rank beastmen. They wore casual loungewear and looked down on Deng with undisguised contempt. He clenched his teeth, anger surged up like a tide. He was in rank male. Across the Federation's ranks were prized elites, sought by every legion. Wherever they walked, they were fawned over. And now these 3 dared to look at him that way. Were it not for his leg, he would have unleashed his spiritual form and ground those useless men into the earth to teach them the meaning of hierarchy. More vexing was the small metal box in his pocket. Inside were only 10 pills. On the return ship, Deng's mind exhausted, though it was finally churned through the thought. He remembered the days prior when Jiang Lijin had been revealed as a 3-rank female. He, Jilin, and Laikisi had gathered to discuss it. He had stubbornly insisted it was a publicity stunt Jiang Lijin manufactured to attract attention. But Jilin had countered him on the spot. Jilin pulled up the Imperial Academy of Sciences detection report and pointed to the data that Deep Psychic Detector was the life work of the Empire's first great scientist. Its core links directly to the central mainframe. No hacker in the entire star cluster can breach the mainframe and alter its data. Jiang Lijin's 3-rank is an ironclad fact. At the time, he and Laikisi had sneered, thinking Jilin had been frightened into nonsense. Now a cold wind blew, and what remained of Deng's reason returned. If Jiang Lijin truly was an immutable 3-rank, then Fei Irwin's excuse that he had sent Deng to the black market to buy 20 illegal spiritual energy drugs as a plot to frame Jiang Lijin became utterly absurd. Who then were those pills truly for? Deng felt the metal box in his pocket, his palm turned cold. Still he clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe Fei Irwin herself did not know whether Jiang Lijin's 3-rank was real. But he kept a cautious reserve and decided not to tell Fei Irwin about his encounter with Jiang Lijin and Tinia. Lord Deng. The villa door opened. Fei Irwin emerged in a flowing white gown, hair falling over her shoulders, her eyes rimmed red as she greeted him. She ignored the 3 beastmen with varied expressions and hurried down the steps to steady Deng's arm. What happened to your leg? How did you get such a severe wound? Her voice was soft and winding, full of concern. Deng stared at the familiar face, some of his suspicion dissolved. An accident, nothing serious. I brought what you asked for. He handed over the metal box. Fei Irwin snatched it eagerly, but when she saw the pitiful 10 pills inside, the tenderness in her face froze for half a heartbeat. Deng did not notice the fleeting expression. Why are there only 10? Fei Irwin looked up and put on her plaintive face again. Lord Deng, didn't we agree on 20? We encountered space pirates on the return route. Deng recited the rehearsed line. We lost half. These 10 are what I risked my life to save. Pirates. Fei Irwin murmured the word, her left hand gripping her skirt so tightly it whitened her knuckles. She forced a breath and managed a strained smile. It's good you're unharmed. The pills can be replaced. Come inside and I'll tend to your wound. She stepped aside to give him passage. Adang did not notice that as she turned with her back to him, her previously gentle gaze had instantly hardened into something chilling. He climbed the steps, ignoring the hostile stares of the three rank beastmen, and swaggered into the living room. He had no regard for those three rubbish men. Once he passed this threshold, if any of them dared speak insolently, his psychic pressure could snap their necks. The living room was arranged with warm taste. Faye Irwin helped Adang to the sofa, then turned to pour a cup of warm water and handed it to him. Have a drink first, I'll fetch the medkit. Adang was indeed parched. He took the cup and drank it down. The warm liquid soothed the fatigue of the long journey. He leaned against the sofa and watched Faye Irwin's busy silhouette. The three rank beastmen had not followed. They loitered at the room's edge in shadow, staring like wolves. Faye Irwin returned with the medkit and sat on the single chair opposite him. She did not open the kit, simply folding her hands over her knees. Lord Adang, did you check the Starnet forum on your way back? Her voice remained soft, as if making small talk. No. Adang frowned. You know I never read those boring gossip feeds. What's wrong? Faye Irwin looked at him, but said nothing. The temperature in the living room seemed to drop a few degrees. It's nothing, she sighed lightly, slowing her words. Just an interesting post on the forum. Adang froze. His first thought was that the black market had leaked something. He opened his mouth to reassure her, then felt Faye Irwin's gaze change. Those eyes that usually glistened with tears now held no warmth. Adang, these pills were handled only by you. Faye Irwin stopped even using Lord. Her voice had dropped. What do you mean? Adang sat bolt upright, the move wrenching pain from his leg. You suspect I posted about you. I don't even have an account on that forum. Who else could it be besides you? Faye Irwin's voice rose an octave as the cultivated gentleness began to peel away. 10 pills. To her now, they were a mere drop in the ocean. To keep up the facade of being shrank, she ingested half a pill every day. Worse, she could not avoid the entrance medical scan at the Jinghua division. To fool the scanner into reading as a perfect strength, she would have to swallow 5 pills at once before the exam. The remaining 5 pills would sustain only 10 days of daily maintenance. After 10 days, what then? She would be forced into the Jinghua division as unpaid labor, conducting spiritual counseling for those males. Without the drugs, her spiritual power would instantly collapse, as she would not only be exposed as Brank again, but could suffer horrific side effects. Then the entire homeworld would know she was a thoroughgoing fraud. And now the forum post had driven her to the brink. The poster had described the drug's symptomatic effects in minute detail. If she used them, those signs could not be concealed. Black market dealers won't betray their buyers for profit. Faye Irwin stared at Adang until her carefully managed expression completely unraveled. Her features sharpened with furious venom. My 3 companions and I are a community of shared interests. We rise together and fall together. They would never post such a self-destructive entry. The only one who handled those pills and had motive is you. Adang watched the hysterical woman before him and felt his head swim. Where was the delicate goddess who cried at the thought of crushing a single insect? Jiang Lijin's words echoed again in his ears. She wanted the pills for herself. So it was true. Adang felt a wave of nausea. He had abandoned Jiang Lijin for this female, had been maimed in the black market, had carried the pills back like a dog, and received this baseless suspicion in return. Are you insane, Faye Irwin? Adang sneered. Years among mercenary bands had honed a quick temper that would not be suppressed. He pushed on the sofa's armrests to stand. Even if I'm a fool, I wouldn't joke about something like this. As he exerted himself, a spasm of torment twisted through his abdomen. His limbs drained of strength as if his muscles had been leached dry. He slumped back onto the sofa, alarmed to find he could not muster even a thread of spiritual power. What did you put in the water? Adang glared at Faye Irwin, cold sweat beading his brow. Faye Irwin rose and looked down at him from above. Her pure face had gone utterly cold. A potent neural blocker. It works on strength males too. Quiets you for at least 4 hours. The 3 rank beast men who had lingered in shadow stepped forward. They bore high-intensity energy restraint bands and adeptly bound Adang's wrists and ankles to the wooden chair's back. Adang struggled wildly, but the drug took effect with brutal speed. His movements grew weak and feeble. Faye Irwin, you bitch. What are you doing? He spat, eyes bloodshot. Shut up. An rank beast man slapped him hard, splitting his lip. Faye Irwin stepped before him, pinched his chin, and forced his head up. Adang, I didn't want it to come to this. Her voice was cold to the marrow. But you disappointed me beyond measure. Not only did you lose 10 pills, you posted my secret to the Starnet. Do you know how close you came to destroying everything of mine? I told you it wasn't me. Dang gritted his teeth as blood dripped from his chin onto his clothes. Whoever did it no longer matters. Fei Erwin released his chin and with visible disgust wiped her fingers with a wet wipe. What matters is that the whole Starnet is watching that post. If the Jinghua division traces it back, I will need a scapegoat. Dang's pupils contracted. You mean to pin the purchase of illegal drugs on me? You were the one who went to the black market to buy them, weren't you? Fei Erwin flung the used wipe into his face. And I am merely a victim misled by you. She turned to her 3 beast men. Take him to the basement. The rank men advanced, and like dragging a dead hound hauled the limp Dang toward the hatch leading to the cellar. Dang's vision blurred. In the last moments before losing consciousness, he stared at Fei Erwin standing in the center of the living room like a coiling viper, and a single thought hammered in his mind. Jiang Lijin, how did you see through this monster? At the summit of Huayuolin's tallest edifice on the uppermost floor of Yunlan Ta, a wholly transparent dome revealed a slowly flowing artificial nebula beyond. Beneath their feet stretched a suspended field of crystalline anti-gravity waterways. A few artificially cultivated aurora lotuses drifted on the water's surface. Tania had reserved the entire Sky Garden restaurant. For this single lunch, the sole heir of the Yunlan conglomerate had even mobilized 3 private air routes, all to airlift the freshly retrieved deep-sea flametail fish to the table within half an hour. Try this, sister. Tania pressed the deboned fillet toward Jiang Lijin with solicitous manners. The blond youth propped his cheek with one hand, his blue eyes bright. This is a specialty from Yunlan Group's private waters. No amount of money outside can buy it. The academy with its meager plain fare would never serve such high-end fare, would it? Across from them, Karong rose to his knife and fork without altering his bearing. He cut the steak on his plate with languid precision, the silverware making not the faintest clink. Indeed rare. Karong swallowed the piece he had cut, dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin, his tone so urbane it admitted no fault. The Yunlan Group's resources are admirable. That Tania could carve out time from his duties to arrange this shows consideration. Thank you for your hospitality. A fist struck a cushion. Tania ground his molars. He loathed Karong's composed avuncular manner. It made him feel like a showy nouveau riche child. Jiang Lijin had no leisure to tend to the undercurrents stirred by these 2 males. She was intent on the deep-sea flametail fish before her. The flesh was tender and springy, melting on the tongue with a peculiar roasted aroma. She had not tasted such a consummate dish attuned to human aesthetics in a long time. Just as Jiang Lijin reached for a second helping of the cloud, pudding, 3 crisp notification chimes sounded at once. Ding! A top-tier push from the Xinguang Forum. Jiang Lijin paused and opened her light brain. A hologram unfolded over the table. A bold red headline blazed on the truth and statement regarding the illegal drug incident. Firewind. The post had been published 10 minutes earlier. Comments had already surged past 100,000. The server stuttered for 2 seconds before the video loaded. The video was shot in a dim bedroom. Firewind, unlike her usual glamorous self, wore no makeup, dressed in a loose patient gown, her long hair disheveled over her shoulders. Her eyes were swollen and red, her face paper pale, the whole of her seeming to teeter on the brink of collapse. Hello everyone. I am Firewind. Her opening sentence landed with a perfectly timed tear. Jiang Lijin popped a spoonful of pudding into her mouth and watched the drama with relish. Firewind swallowed and continued. I saw yesterday's Xinguang post about illegal drugs on the black market. I will not run from it. Those side effects exposed there, I have them all on my body. But it was not vanity that drove me to buy forbidden medicines, it was. I had no choice. The camera trembled and then cut to a wide shot. Behind Firewind stood her 3 A-class beastmen, their faces full of righteous fury, as if they would tear someone apart. You all know Lord Dang of the Mercenary Corps, she said. He was once Mr. Jiang Lijin's partner, then he confessed to me, and we became involved. Firewind covered her face, her voice trembling. Since the main brain judged Ms. Jiang Lijin to be a 3-level female, not long ago Dang has changed. He could not accept that the woman he had abandoned became the Empire's only 3-level female. That gap drove him mad. She lifted her head and stared into the camera, accusation in her eyes. He forced me to take some unknown drug. He told me if I took it I could break this level ceiling and surpass Ms. Jiang Lijin. I refused, I struggled, but I truly loved him. He had always been a gentle gentleman. I never imagined he would become like this. One of the beastmen at her left stepped forward, eyes rimmed in red, shouting into the lens, Dang is a beast. He deceived Firewind. The 3 of us, a class as we are, could not stand against him. We could only watch Firewind suffer. We've already reported this to the authorities. This madman must pay. At the video's end, Firewind produced a grade certificate bearing the Imperial Gene Bank seal. Since birth, I have been registered in the main brain as an level female. Why would I buy life-draining drugs? I am only a pitiable female blinded by love. I implore the Interstellar Security Bureau to investigate and restore my name. Firewind had played her hand exquisitely. Her level record from a slum origin had long been scrubbed clean by black market means. Unless someone used the highest privileges to dig through the main brain's core database, no one could prove she had once been level. At most, they would find a 2-year blank in her files. In the interstellar era, travel to fringe systems or data loss from storms are commonplace excuses for missing records. Confident that no one could unearth her past, she brazenly dumped all the dirt onto a dang. The video ended abruptly. Jiang Lijin swallowed the pudding and almost applauded. It was a deft gambit to save herself at another's expense. Yesterday's expose had nailed the purchase time and side effects without naming names. If Firewind had stayed silent, a purification department scan would have revealed the truth. Now she leapt out front, casting all the filth onto a dang, and her female status could shield her from punishment. A dang was Jiang Lijin's ex-husband. He had motive for revenge. A dang frequented the black market. He had access to drugs. A dang was level. He had the force to coerce her. The logic formed a closed loop. If the charges that a dang harmed an level female and purchased illegal drugs held, he was essentially finished. Jiang Lijin lifted her head to meet Karong's probing gaze. I wanted to ask that yesterday, Karong said evenly with the scholar's exactitude. How did you determine she is not level? Jiang Lijin's hand paused, wiping with a napkin. She could hardly betray Xiaoyi. Her eyes flicked as she improvised. Is that so hard to understand? Leaning back, hands spread in a gesture of casual certainty, Jiang Lijin continued. Our 3S females perceive more keenly than your 3S males. After all, she was currently the universe's only 3S level female. She could say whatever she pleased. She then began to paraphrase the theory Karong had once explained. You once said normal people's mental energy fluctuations are steady, either a straight line or, as when I advanced, a gentle slope. But when I sensed Firewind, her mental energy band was wildly disordered. One moment it registered level, the next it plunged to a level or lower. Such erratic hopping, aside from drug use, I can think of no other explanation. Karong fell into a long silence after hearing her. His long fingers tapped the tabletop unconsciously, his habitual motion when pondering difficult problems. It is worth noting Karong lifted his head and offered a professional appraisal. According to Firewind's account, she was originally level and developed side effects after a dang coerced her into taking drugs. The mechanism of illegal drugs is to forcibly raise the mental energy ceiling. Therefore, her fluctuation range should be between level and 2S level, not between A and S as you perceived. She is lying. Her true rank does not even reach S. Whatever her level, this woman has muddied the waters. Could it affect you, sister? Tania frowned. He could not tolerate anyone scheming against Jiang Lijin. Jiang Lijin popped the last piece of dessert into her mouth. A dang bought the drugs on Firewind's instruction. He only brought back 10 pills. Now the two of them are fighting like dogs and fur is flying. She turned to Karong. Do we still perform the Jinghua entry scan? Since Firewind dared to report it, she had surely prepared for deep scans, likely intending to swallow all 10 pills to pass any inspection. Karong did not answer directly. His attention had drifted from Jiang Lijin's script. He caught the telling detail in her words. You said a dang went to the black market and brought back 10 pills. How do you know the exact number? Jiang Lijin replied calmly. Oh, I ran into him at the Walyulan black market. I happened to catch him buying the drugs. Tania was there too. The air fell suddenly still. Karong turned slowly and fixed his gaze on Tania. His look was not savage, yet it carried a pressure that made the scalp tighten. You took her to the black market. Karong's tone did not change, but Tania's earlier swagger wilted in an instant. He was indeed uneasy. Though he believed he could protect Jiang Lijin, the Walyulan black market was lawless, a place of snakes and fugitives. Taking one's wife to such a place was indefensible. Tania opened his mouth and stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence, looking to Jiang Lijin for help. I wanted to go myself. Jiang Lijin, seeing the little fox so abashed, offered a rescue line. After all, she was being fed and housed by them. Karong sighed. Ms. Jiang, his voice took on weight. The Yunlan group's wealth can solve many problems, and Tania's 3S level combat strength is not to be underestimated. But in the black market, those are not absolute passports. He leaned forward, hands crossed on the table. Especially the master of Sunluo Go. He stopped there. He seemed to choose his words with care, perhaps out of caution. In the end, he did not elaborate, offering only a warning. Never go to places like that again. Jiang Lijin nodded politely on the surface, but she carved the name Sunluo Guest Master into her memory. For some reason, the instant she heard those 5 words, she thought of the shadow that had broken into her room that night. In the following days, Jiang Lijin stayed peacefully in the Valoran Star system for vacation. The private beach of the Yunlan Corporation boasted a splendid view, and she spent her days eating and sleeping, living a rather indulgent life. However, the anticipated scene of Arden and Filwyn biting at each other did not occur. There was no movement from Arden's side. Jiang Lijin bit on her straw, staring blankly at the holographic screen. After Filwyn's scapegoating statement was released, Arden, as in class, male usually hot-tempered, should have jumped out to confront the accusations, especially given the gravity of the claims. Moreover, even if Arden were foolish, he shouldn't be completely silent in the face of the Galactic Security Bureau's summons. Now there wasn't even a ripple. Either he was being controlled or he was gone. Jiang Lijin leaned more towards the former. The side effects of the drugs Filwyn was taking would eventually become apparent, and the physical examination from the purification department couldn't be avoided. As long as Arden was still alive, this thunder would soon explode. But contrary to her expectations, just as her thoughts spiraled, her holographic device chimed. A special notification from the Star Network forum. Arden commits suicide out of guilt, suicide note exposed. Upon seeing this headline, Jiang Lijin's brows instinctively knitted together. She clicked on the news. The accompanying image was the scene investigation report released by the Security Bureau. Arden died in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the main star, with the coroner determining the cause of death as an overdose of a high-concentration psychic solvent. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene. The doors and windows were locked from the inside, forming a perfect locked room. There was also a holographic farewell message recorded by Arden himself. In the footage, Arden's eyes were vacant and his facial muscles were stiff. He incoherently confessed to the camera, admitting that he couldn't accept Jiang Lijin's promotion to 3's class after being abandoned, and that he had secretly purchased prohibited drugs from the black market, forcing Filwyn to take them. In the end, he stated that he could not face the public and chose to end his life. Half an hour later, Filwyn's personal account released a new video. In the video, she wore a black dress, her eyes swollen, barely able to stand, supported by the beastmen behind her. Brother Arden made a mistake, but he shouldn't punish himself in this way. She was in tears, large drops falling as she continued. Even if he hurt me, I would forgive him. Why was he so foolish? Each word struck a chord with the public's sympathy. The online sentiment completely turned in Filwyn's favor. Harming an class female was a capital offense in Imperial law. Knowing the situation had been exposed, Arden, aware he could not escape death, chose to end his own life, a logic that seemed entirely plausible. Jiang Lijin closed her holographic device, goosebumps rising on her arms. She had always regarded Filwyn as a vain person who enjoyed taking things from others. She never expected this woman would dare to commit murder. Arden was at least an class male. A mere pseudo-class female like Filwyn, even with her 3 class beastmen, could not possibly create a flawless suicide scene without a trace, let alone record such a bizarre farewell message. Jiang Lijin recalled the original storyline. In the book, Filwyn unhesitatingly sent the 3 class beastmen to interstellar prison to make way for Arden, Kieran, and Rex. This opponent was extremely dangerous and utterly unscrupulous. She had now been pushed to a dead end, her methods completely deranged. Fortunately, Jiang Lijin was currently in Valoran. If she were still on the main star, and if Filwyn were pushed to her limits, who knows what despicable means she might resort to against her. Tinia also saw this notification, and before she could speak, the holographic device on her wrist lit up again. He glanced at the message from the downstairs security supervisor and curled his lip. Sister, there are 2 males downstairs claiming to be your match, wanting to come up. Tinia sounded quite displeased. Should I have someone drive them away? Jiang Lijin shifted into a comfortable position on the sofa. Let them come up. Seeing that she was definitely going to meet them, she was quite interested in these 2 beastmen, who could not even be found by the main brain. 2 minutes later, the exclusive elevator door to the top suite opened. 2 slender males walked out. The one in front wore a light moon-white narrow-sleeved shirt with black hair and green eyes. Those green eyes formed a gentle arc, exuding a warm and amiable aura, looking like a good-natured neighborly brother. The male trailing half a step behind wore black, tight-fitting attire with white hair and red eyes. His expression was devoid of emotion, his gaze overlooking the crowd, landing directly on the ocean view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, seemingly uninterested in the people in the room. 2 identical faces, yet their temperaments were completely opposite. They were handsome, but after seeing charming men like Sharon Ball and Tinia, Jiang Lijin was not particularly impressed by their looks. What she cared more about was their attire. It resembled the traditional clothing of her homeland Blue Star. Nice to meet you, Miss Jiang. The black-haired man stepped forward and slightly bowed, his courtesy impeccable. I am Tian Yin, and this is my brother Tian K. Tinia leaned back on the sofa, scrutinizing the clothing of the two with undisguised disdain. Which star system are you from? This style of dressing is at least 200 years behind the main star, Tinia scoffed. Tian Yin, possessing an exceptionally good temper, did not even raise an eyebrow at Tinia's taunt. We live in the fractured star belt of the fringe star system. I opened an antique shop there, and Tian K usually helps me with some rough work in the shop. Tian Yin explained with a smile, his tone sincere. Tinia let out a cold laugh. 2 3-class males actually running a shabby antique shop in the fringe star system. Such unsophisticated bumpkins, how could they compete with him for people? Sitting on the single sofa reading, Sharon closed his book, his sharp gaze sweeping over Tian Yin and Tian K's faces. Since you are both 3-class, why not go to the main star, or to a more developed star system closer to the main star? Sharon's speech was calm, but hit the core. The Empire and the Federation offer extremely high treatment to 3-class males. As long as you are willing, the doors of the military and the academy are always open. Remaining in the fractured star belt is a waste of your genetic talents. Tian Yin unceremoniously pulled out a chair and sat down, crossing his long legs, his posture relaxed. There are too many rules on the main star. If we go to the main star, we could be forcibly assigned to a military unit at any time to fight on the front lines. Tian Yin spread his hands, a hint of mercantile in his smile. My brother and I are timid. We just want to run a small business steadily, not go to the front lines to die. Sharon fell silent, unable to comprehend such a lack of collective honor. Tinia rolled her eyes and cursed them as cowards. In the interstellar era, resisting the invasion of the Zerg and alien beasts was the responsibility of high-level males. Whenever a large-scale war broke out, 3-class males on the main star would be forcibly conscripted. Hiding in the fringe star system, where even the main brain signal cannot be accurately located, Tian Yin and Tian K could avoid military service. If the main brain could not find them naturally, it could not issue a conscription order. Jiang Lijin had remained silent. She stared at Tian Yan's face, feeling that his tone sounded familiar. Host. Xiao Yi pulled up a comparison data chart in her mind, the one on the left with black hair, his body outline, and walking data overlaps with the shadow that climbed through your window that night, achieving a 90 similarity. Jiang Lijin narrowed her eyes. No wonder when she asked him what he was doing that night, he said he came to see her. Turns out, he was her matching beast man. Climbing through the window in the middle of the night, is that called visiting? Jiang Lijin had no good feelings towards such a sneaky person with a complete lack of boundaries. You've seen enough already. Jiang Lijin pointed to the door, her tone stiff. This floor is Tinia's exclusive room. There are no extra rooms, and it's not convenient to accommodate outsiders. If you want to see me, wait in the house on the main star. Tian Yan's smile paused for a second. He hadn't expected Jiang Lijin to refuse so decisively. Tian K finally shifted his gaze from the window back to Jiang Lijin, still silent, like an emotionless backdrop. We brought star coins. Tian Yin pulled an old savings card from his pocket and placed it on the table. We can pay for a guest room here. Tinia stood up and walked in front of Jiang Lijin, blocking Tian Yan's view. Sorry, all the guest rooms under the Yunlan brand in the Valoran star system are fully booked for the past month. Not even storage rooms are available. Tinia issued an eviction order, her tone arrogant. Put away that broken card of yours. The Yunlan group doesn't lack this little money. Goodbye. Tian Yin looked into Jiang Lijin's eyes and caught a hint of rejection. His intuition told him that this little female had recognized him. Tian Yin stood up, adjusted his clothes, and put the savings card back in his pocket. It seems Miss Jiang is not very satisfied with the gift I sent previously. Tian Yin walked to the elevator, looking back at Jiang Lijin, a hint of amusement flashing in his green eyes. He wasn't angry. Instead, he found the meeting quite interesting. No worries. He'll send you an even bigger gift. As the elevator doors closed, the two figures vanished from sight. Jiang Lijin frowned, still unclear about what Tian Yin meant by gift. She rummaged through her memory, but could not recall what this guy had given her. After they left, Jiang Lijin no longer bothered pondering Tian Yin's and Tiang's intentions. Tinia grumbled under his breath as he slammed the elevator door shut, then turned and sidled up to the sofa, clinging to her like warm syrup, resting his chin on her shoulder and rubbing gently. Sister, those two penniless wretches ruined the mood entirely. I'll arrange for the chef to prepare lunch at once. Something delicious to cleanse this ill omen. Jiang Lijin, worn down by his nuzzling, lost her temper. and instead ruffled his golden hair with a sigh before waving him off. Go ahead. Only then did Tinia depart, humming contentedly as he strode into the outer chamber to contact catering. Meanwhile, Chiron rose and walked to the bar, leaving her alone by the floor-to-ceiling window, letting the sea breeze ripple through her hair. Jiang Lijin's mind churned, calculating how to bury Filewen permanently. In this interstellar era, gender protection laws were grotesquely skewed. Because high-rank females were exceedingly rare, even the gravest crimes committed by them rarely warranted capital punishment. Her original memories held several extreme cases. One high-rank female had murdered over a dozen low-rank males. Yet her sentence amounted only to partial political disenfranchisement and mandatory reassignment to a frontier star system for continued mating matches. Life imprisonment was already the harshest penalty imaginable for any female. Given Filewen's current rank status, even if Aiden's death were conclusively traced back to her, she would face no more than a few years' confinement in a specialized sanatorium, attended day and night by personal staff. So long as she remained alive, that female would always find a way to rise again. Bringing Filewen down through conventional legal channels was utterly futile. Yet the situation now was an irreconcilable death match between them. Aiden had been caught red-handed purchasing contraband drugs, and then died inexplicably inside a sealed chamber. If before dying he'd spoken to Filewen, mentioned encountering Jiang Lijin in the black market, she would inevitably blame Jiang Lijin for the forum expose. Now backed against the precipice, that female had gone utterly mad, capable of killing her own strength consort without blinking, let alone sparing the thorn in her eye. Jiang Lijin had no desire to provoke trouble, but when a blade pressed cold against her throat, she refused to stretch her neck and wait for the cut. Filewen had to die, yet she needed a method flawless enough to leave no trace of her involvement, and irreversible enough to erase Filewen forever. Frustrated, she swiped across her holoterminal. The StellarNet forum refreshed endlessly, filled with waves of sympathy for Filewen and vitriol against Aiden. The tide of public opinion turned so monolithically it made her stomach churn. Just as she prepared to close the terminal, the screen flickered. A new post surged to the top. No IP address. No avatar. The poster's ID was a string of random digits. The title was unnervingly long and chillingly familiar, the truth and statement regarding the banned substance incident. Identical word for word to the title Filewen had used days earlier when shifting blame onto Aiden, a masterstroke of scathing irony. Jiang Lijin clicked open the post. The main body contained no verbose rhetoric, only several high-resolution scan documents and a single audio clip. The first image was Filewen's original genetic assessment report from her 18th birthday, black ink on white paper bearing the steel seal of the Imperial Gene Vault in the lower right corner. Every metric was clearly legible, entirely ordinary values. In the rank column, unmistakably printed rank. The second image showed Filewen's transaction log from the black market, purchasing psychoenhancement stimulants, alongside an encrypted channel recording. Jiang Lijin played the audio. How long does the effect last? I'm attending the primary planet matching assessment next month. I must ensure the instruments detect nothing amiss. It was Filewen's voice. The seller replied, take it as prescribed, and in strength rating is guaranteed. But you know the side effects. Don't come crying later. The third image displayed an internal black market system log. It detailed how on a specific date a hacker had infiltrated the outer perimeter of the Imperial Gene Vault, exploiting a flaw in the foundational code architecture to erase all historical records referencing Brank under Filewen's name. Jiang Lijin's breathing slowed unconsciously. These were irrefutable, earth-shattering proofs, capable of driving Filewen straight into the planet's core. The post had been live for less than a minute, views numbered in single digits. Yet within hours the StellarNet would collapse under the weight of its own virality. Filewen's painstakingly cultivated strength persona, and her carefully curated image as an innocent victim, would shatter into dust before these few images. Moreover, Aiden's death had initially been classified as suicide out of guilt. But this transaction log proved Filewen was the true instigator, the buyer, while Aiden was merely a courier. Imperial Security Bureau investigators might be slow, but they were far from foolish. Following this thread, the sealed chamber, where Aiden died, would unravel under even the lightest scrutiny. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen, her breath shallow. Earlier, Filewen had dared to openly challenge the Security Bureau to investigate, confident the archives had long since been scrubbed clean. Yet whoever could manipulate data at the foundational layer and preserve pristine originals afterward existed nowhere in the galaxy outside the black market's innermost echelons. Tianyan's parting words echoed in her mind. I shall give you an even greater gift. Case solved. The first anonymous post exposing banned substances was Tianyan's doing, and this devastating revelation capable of burying Filewin 6 feet deep bore his unmistakable hand. Jiang Lijin gripped her holoterminal, recalling the twin brothers, one a smiling predator, the other a stoic statue, who claimed to run a ramshackle antique shop on the frontier. What antique dealer commands access to black market core data? What antique dealer slips past Yunlan Group's top-tier security systems to infiltrate a penthouse suite in the dead of night? A steady tread broke her reverie. Chiron approached, holding 2 freshly brewed cups of tea. He placed one beside Jiang Lijin and pulled up the chair opposite her. Jiang Lijin rotated the terminal toward him. Take a look. Chiron lowered his gaze, his eyes scanning the images and audio file in silence. His reading speed was extraordinary. Within seconds, he lifted his head, gray irises calm, untroubled. He met Jiang Lijin's gaze, not speaking of Filewin, but cutting straight to the two who had just departed. It seems those 2 antique dealers carry far heavier credentials than they let on. Jiang Lijin tapped her fingers lightly on the table, her lips curling into a cold, razor-thin smile. He said it was a welcome gift. Chiron wasn't surprised. He'd sensed their dissonance from the start. 2 3-rank males hiding in the lawless asteroid belt was itself the greatest anomaly of all. This gift arrives most opportunistically, Chiron observed. Once Filewin's deception is exposed, the Security Bureau's arrest warrant will be issued within half an hour at most. Yet, by imperial precedent, even if she is now proven to be merely brank and has caused no mass casualties, capital punishment remains highly improbable. Even life imprisonment would likely be deemed excessive. Jiang Lijin lifted the steaming cup before her and took a measured sip, concealing the lethal intent smoldering beneath her gaze. She had anticipated precisely this. That woman is harder to kill than a cockroach in a sewer, she scoffed coldly. Yet the moment she set the cup down, a startling realization struck her, sharp and incisive. She raised her eyes, locking them directly into Chiron's fathomless gray ones. Why had he so pointedly underscored the truth, that Filewin would not die? Had he perceived her murderous intent, or was it possible he harbored one himself? Jiang Lijin certainly wouldn't be narcissistic enough to attribute Karen's core assertion to some melodramatic tale of fighting for the beauty. Karen's mother was a Crade female who in her youth participated in a psychic experiment for her Scrade father, ultimately perishing in a cold laboratory. This tragic act of sacrificing life to fill psychic energy was undoubtedly Karen's inner taboo. Filewin's behavior, relying on black market drugs to forcefully elevate levels while treating life as expendable, precisely stepped on this powerful figure's minefield. It was entirely reasonable for him to despise such drug-using females. However, the current atmosphere was too tense, prompting Jiang Lijin to lighten the mood. Lord Karen, she elongated her tone, leaning back, while raising her eyes, her tone half serious and half joking. If Filewin survives this time, she will definitely pin all this mess on me. She could kill Arden without batting an eye. Killing me would be a piece of cake. She rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she teased, "You must protect me well." What was originally a playful jest took an unexpected turn when Karen set down his teacup. He lifted his head, his gaze landing squarely on Jiang Lijin's face. "Of course, my wife." Karen's speech slowed, imbued with a solemnity akin to an oath. "I will protect you until my last breath." There were no flowery words, no excessive embellishments, just a simple statement. Yet the forced smile on Jiang Lijin's face faltered. She cleared her throat, attempting to regain her composure. She waved her hand and chuckled. "Oh dear, I never realized our Dean Karen, who usually seems so serious, can be quite humorous when joking around." As she spoke, she reached for the teapot on the table, hoping to mask her discomfort with the act of pouring tea. Karen did not give her the chance to evade. He continued to stare at her with an unervingly intense gaze. "I am not joking." Karen's voice dropped a notch. "Jiang Lijin. Not Ms. Jiang, but calling her by her full name." Jiang Lijin's motion to pour tea halted midair. Karen's hands were crossed on the table, his posture upright. "I do not know what our marriage means to you." Jiang Lijin opened her mouth, but found herself unable to speak. What did it mean? A troublesome obligation forced upon her by the mainframe. A temporary sanctuary in this unfamiliar world. She had not truly pondered this question. Her principle had always been to take one step at a time, retaliating against whoever provoked her. As for feelings, she instinctively clenched her fingers. A mere contract, the mainframe's forced distribution, or a temporary refuge from which one can withdraw at any time. Karen looked at her, articulating the unspoken words in her heart. "But for me it is not that way. You are my destined one." His words were spoken lightly, yet they carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. Before meeting Jiang Lijin, Karen had prepared himself to face the violent collapse at any moment. The fate of a 3-grade male was madness and death, and as the head of the central hospital, he understood the painful process better than anyone. He had witnessed too many of his kind struggling on the brink of losing their sanity, eventually becoming beasts that knew only slaughter. He thought he would meet the same fate until Jiang Lijin appeared, until the mainframe matched him with Jiang Lijin. "You are the one who saved me from a certain death." Karen's gaze on her was terrifyingly focused. He was not someone skilled in expressing emotions, accustomed to analyzing everything through data. Yet in front of Jiang Lijin, he discovered that all those methods were useless. "I may not be as articulate as Tinia, nor do I know how to make you happy." Karen's speech was deliberate. "But when I say I will protect you until my last moment, I will never go back on my word." She wanted to tease, "So the life of the dean is quite valuable." But when she looked into Karen's gray eyes filled with complex emotions, those jesting words were swallowed back. "Host, help. I'm about to fall in love with Lord Karen. Who can withstand this?" "Shut up. Or do you want to come out and be with him?" With a click, the heavy alloy door slid open from both sides. Tinia's voice came in first. "Sister, look what I've prepared for you." He was followed by a line of uniformed hotel stewards pushing 3 temperature-controlled food carts in a row. Freshly caught ice-fueled snow cod, the head chef prepared it in 3 flavors: sashimi, pan-seared, and clear soup. Also the sweet and sour ribs you casually mentioned yesterday, though I specially hired an ancient chef to make them for you. Tinia announced the dishes like a treasure, his golden short hair bouncing with his movements, exuding a vibrant energy. Jiang Lijin felt as if she had been granted amnesty. She quickly turned her head, staring fixedly at those food carts for the first time in her life, finding Tinia's ostentatious face quite pleasing. "I'm so hungry, hurry and serve it up." She went along with the flow, her tone revealing a hint of urgency. Karen did not turn around. He maintained his previous sitting posture, his gaze lingering on Jiang Lijin's evasive face. The emotions in his gray eyes retracted swiftly. Within 2 seconds, they returned to the coolness and rigor characteristic of a scholar. Tinia directed the stewards to set the dishes on the dining table, while he swiftly circled around the sofa and squeezed in next to Jiang Lijin. The territorial awareness of a 3-grade male was extremely keen. The moment he got close, he sensed the lingering discomfort in the air. Karen usually maintained a serious demeanor, but today his sitting posture and the angle in which he looked at Jiang Lijin exuded a strong sense of aggression. Tinia plopped down in the space next to Jiang Lijin, naturally leaning closer, his fluffy head nuzzling against Jiang Lijin's shoulder. "Sister, what were you talking about with Dean Karen just now, eh?" he asked while picking up a serving chopstick and placing a piece of snow cod deboned into Jiang Lijin's plate. Jiang Lijin felt her neck itch from his nuzzling and reached out to push the fluffy head away. "We didn't talk about much, just gossip." Jiang Lijin picked up her chopsticks and poked at the fish in her plate. "Someone on StarNet has exposed all of Firwen's secrets." Tinia's attention was successfully diverted as he opened his light brain, glancing at the anonymous post that was trending at the top of the hot search list, letting out a loud scoff. "This woman is completely finished." Tinia leaned back in his chair, his long legs crossed, grade disguising as scrayed, and even involving black market banned drugs. He turned to look at Jiang Lijin, winking as if seeking praise. "Sister, you don't need to worry about this. I already spoke with the legal department of Yunlan Group before I came. They will collaborate with several media outlets to fan the flames even more. I guarantee that Firwen will have nowhere to land on the main star." Jiang Lijin swallowed the fish, its taste exquisite and the texture tender. She picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, the tangy sauce melting on her tongue, greatly soothing her somewhat flustered mind from her earlier interaction with Karen. "No need for the legal department." Karen, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. He leisurely picked up a napkin to wipe his hands, his movements elegant. "The efficiency of the Public Security Bureau is higher than you think." 15 minutes ago, the main star's first action team had already surrounded Firwen's residence. Karen pulled up an internal briefing, and the holographic projection unfolded in the center of the dining table. "She has been taken away." In the image, Firwen was wearing that black dress, her hair disheveled, being escorted by 2 fully armed security personnel, 1 on each side. Her 3 beast husbands stood not far away, their expressions complex, yet none stepped forward to intervene. So what if she was captured? Tinia scoffed nonchalantly. The imperial laws are exceedingly lenient towards females. She would at most be stripped of her scrade privileges. Even if it was ultimately discovered that she killed Arden, it would just mean being exiled to a border star. Such a punishment is inconsequential to her. At this point, Tinia and Karen's gazes briefly crossed in the air. Though the two viewed each other with disdain at this moment, the eyes of the two top-tier 3S males flashed with a shared, chilling predator's intent. Jiang Lijin picked up a piece of sweetened sour rib and slid it into her mouth. The cook Tinia had found was indeed skilled. The sweetened sour ribs tasted roughly 70 to 80% like the cuisine of launching the balance of sour and sweet, just right aside from the mystery of which animal the ribs actually came from. She leisurely gnawed at the rib while swiping across the light-brain screen. The Xinguang Forum was busier than a New Year celebration. Faye Irwin was taken in the exclusive residential quarter for class females on the home planet. Such places were sealed under stringent security. Normally, not even a fly could enter. The Security Bureau's first action team stormed in fully armed, causing quite a commotion. The nearby residents were nothing if not wealthy, and someone had already uploaded a holographic video. In the footage, Faye Irwin's hair hung in disarray as two security officers dragged her out, her usual fragile, pitiable mask shattered on the ground. The comments section had been utterly overrun. Half an hour earlier, it had been a stronghold for Faye Irwin's fans, filled with cries of "Poor Lady Faye Irwin," and "A dang deserved to die." Now the tide had turned a full 180 degrees. The netizens who had been toyed with were fighting back fiercely. "I'm sickened. Class posing as class, siphoning the Empire's top resources. How dare she? No wonder she only matched with 3 A-class beastmates. The mainframe still holds the authority." The most nauseating thing is that video where she pinned it on A dang, crying with such counterfeit sorrow. So, A dang was running errands in the black market for her. This female's scheming is terrifying. Jiang Lijin bit a chopstick and watched the waves of condemnation with relish. A high-upvoted comment caught her eye. A user called Interstellar Keyboard Warrior posted, "I criticized that staged video of Faye Irwin shifting blame. Those tears were manufactured, none fell despite all the squeezing. I was then assaulted by her bootlicking fans and verbally abused like my mother had been insulted. Now the truth is out. What have you brainless fans got to say?" A reply beneath was surging in likes. "Permission granted for Auntie to return home." Jiang Lijin couldn't hold back her soup and spat it out. Tinia reacted quickly, snatching a tissue and pressing it to her lips, one hand rubbing soothingly along her back. "Sister, eat more slowly. Nobody is going to steal it from you." Ka Rong offered a cup of warm water half a beat slower than Tinia. His hand hovered for a moment before he placed the cup naturally by her side. Jiang Lijin accepted the tissue, wiped her mouth, and laughed until her shoulders shook. These netizens are oddly creative when they hurl insults. She took a sip of the warm water. Tinia leaned in to glance at the comments on the screen and snorted with disdain. "Serves them right. It's only because the main network requires real names, otherwise they'd be even harsher." Jiang Lijin recovered and continued scrolling. Besides venting vitriol, there were some rational voices analyzing the case. "Don't celebrate too soon. Faye Irwin's 3 A-class beastmates are notorious loyalists. They'll certainly try to pull her out." Jiang Lijin paused. Scenes from the original story flashed through her mind. Those 3 A-class beastmates were in truth Faye Irwin's most useful knives. In the book, they were utterly bewitched by Faye Irwin, so devoted that even when she made them scapegoats and sent them to prison, they still believed their partner to be the purest, kindest person in the world. Foolish, but undeniably a problem. More importantly, Faye Irwin had long been taking black market drugs to force a rank increase. Such a thing could not be concealed from those who shared her bed day after day. Those 3 beastmates were undoubtedly privy to the truth. Jiang Lijin put down her chopsticks and turned to Ka Rong across from her. "Ka Rong," she said with a markedly serious tone, "do you have contacts in the Security Bureau?" Ka Rong lifted his eyes from his teacup. His gray gaze was calm and unreadable as he watched her waiting. Faye Irwin's 3 A-class beastmates were way too quiet at the arrest scene, which is abnormal. She met his eyes and laid out her conjecture. Faye Irwin's drug use hasn't been a day or two. They not only knew about it, they very likely were accomplices. The money trails for buying drugs, A dang's movements before his death. These 3 cannot be separated from those threads. She paused, stressing the point. The crucial thing is that these 3 are utterly loyal to Faye Irwin. If the Security Bureau focuses only on her, she could pin the drug purchases and the murder entirely on these 3 beast males. And those 3 would willingly take the blame for her. Tinia, listening beside her, furrowed his brow. "Sister, do you mean those 3 will become scapegoats?" "Not merely scapegoats." Jiang Lijin leaned into the chair back. "If they remain at large, they are 3 ticking time bombs. Faye Irwin would relish tearing me apart. If she shed a few crocodile tears during a visit, those 3 mad dogs would come looking for trouble with me." She had no desire to live each day guarding against assassination attempts from 3 class males. Ka Rong listened, then tapped his long fingers lightly on the table. Your reasoning is sound, he acknowledged. The Security Bureau's procedures are cumbersome. They typically arrest the primary suspect first, and then summon other persons of interest based on testimony. That time lag is ample for the 3 beastmates to coordinate their stories or destroy evidence. He picked up the light brain at his side and opened an encrypted communications interface. They'll contact the Director General directly. Under the charge of suspected involvement in the murder of an class male and harboring illegal drug transactions, he'll demand immediate detention and review of these 3 class males. Ka Rong moved with decisive speed. Without a word wasted, the directive was sent. Tania would not be outdone. He pinged into the Yunlan Group's internal network and entered several commands in rapid succession. Relying only on the Security Bureau's by-the-book agents won't suffice, Tania scoffed. He'll have Yunlan's intelligence network trace these men's personal account transactions. If they pooled money to buy black market drugs, the financial flows would be unearthed. At the same time, pull the movement logs of these 3 on the home planet for the day of Deng's death. He turned to Jiang Lijin, chin lifted, as if claiming credit. Rest assured, sister, he'll lock down the chain of evidence so tightly they cannot wriggle free. Once they're in custody, I guarantee Yunlan's legal team will, even if they cannot secure the death penalty, bury them in maximum security cells for life. Jiang Lijin looked at the 2 top-tier males before her, their execution ability at full throttle, and felt a weight lift from her chest. Power and influence made things infinitely easier. Before she could finish the meal, the light brain rattled violently. This was no ordinary social ping, but a highest-level red alert. Jiang Lijin frowned, but answered nevertheless. A holographic projection sprang up, a male in Lianbong military uniform, his complexion grim, the busy noise of a command center, and faint alarms in the background. Ms. Jiang, sorry to disturb you. He cut straight to the point, speaking rapidly. I am with the Logistics and Medical Division of the Lianbong military. A massive psychic disturbance erupted at the Tianlang star system front. Commander Bear's psychic core was contaminated during a breakout. He is now in an extremely dangerous berserk state. Jiang Lijin's hand tightened on her chopsticks. Frontline medics have tried every means, but Commander Bear's rank is too high. Ordinary purification simply fails. The officer's eyes carried a near-desperate hope. You are currently the only 3-class female in the entire star region and the matched female to Commander Bear. We need you to go to the Tianlang star system immediately. The room fell suddenly silent. Tania was the first to jump up, nearly overturning his chair with the motion. No, I refuse. Tania's voice rose several octaves. What is the situation in the Tianlang star system? It's a battlefield, stray fire, insectoid swarms, aberrant beasts, psychic storms. None of that is a joke. Has your military run out of capable people, eh? Ka Rong said nothing, but the chill radiating from him nearly froze the air. The Empire has issued a special protection law for Ms. Jiang Lijin as a 3-class female. 3-class females enjoy the Empire's highest level of exemption. Without guarantees of absolute safety, even the Supreme Military Commander has no right to forcibly requisition Ms. Jiang. Bear's life matters, but Ms. Jiang's safety is the Empire's red line. Inside Jiang Lijin's head, he screamed wildly, Host! Host! We won't go. Isn't it delightful to stay here and eat ribs? Is the Tianlang star system even a place for people to live? Bear might be handsome, but life is more important. If we lose this husband, we still have 4 others. Jiang Lijin ignored the racket in her mind and did not rush to refuse. She leaned back, looked at the officer in the projection, and asked calmly, If I go, can you guarantee my safety? The officer was taken aback. He had clearly not expected such composure. We will dispatch the Lianbang's elite Shindan escort fleet. Escorted personally by 3 major generals above rank, they will ensure your absolute security in every respect. Even if the defenses collapse, we will prioritize your evacuation. The officer, grasping at hope, promised loudly. Jiang Lijin calculated swiftly in her mind. She was no saint, and she did not feel particularly invested in Bear's fate. Her situation was delicate, nominally a revered 3-class female, but in truth, she was treated like a caged high-grade resource. Watching Ka Rong and Tania so effortlessly crush Fei Irwin's 3-class beastmates with their resources and connections, she had thought, if someone could possess power and influence, why couldn't it be her? A 3-class female capable of performing mass purification on a grand battlefield possessed strategic value enough to make the entire Federation, even the Empire, bow. By then, even if she could not become the lawmaker, she would at least no longer be anyone's appendage. "They'll go," Jiang Lijin said. The moment the words left his lips, the officer in the holographic projection snapped upright and rendered a flawlessly precise military salute. Before arriving, the entire Federal Military High Command had already braced themselves for rejection. In everyone's understanding, females were synonymous with fragility and delicacy. Even those of the elite SS rank remained exquisitely sheltered blossoms, demanding layers of protection. In earlier years, the military command had attempted to deploy high-tier females to frontline medical divisions for spiritual energy stabilization, but what followed? Some fainted outright at the mere sight of the grotesque insectoid xenos, others slightly bolder still crumbled within a week, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work and the toxic radiation-saturated battlefield air thick with acrid smoke. Enraged by the debacle, Imperial High Command issued a stern decree: no female was permitted within half a parsec of any active combat zone. "Ms. Jiang, your grace is eternally engraved upon the Federation." The officer's voice was hoarse, his words tumbling forth as if racing against time. "Within 1 hour at most, the Aegis escort fleet will arrive at the Valorn system. Please prepare yourself." The transmission cut abruptly. Before Jiang Lijin could even draw a steadying breath, her mind erupted into chaos. "Host, are you out of your mind?" Xiao Yi's shrill cry pierced her skull. "Is the front line even a place for humans? Those xenos are hideously malformed, slimy, oozing viridian venom, and just one glance would make you vomit up last night's dinner. Can't we just stay away? They gobble up little ones like snacks." Jiang Lijin lifted her water glass and took a slow sip. "Didn't you spend days whispering in my ear that exploring uncharted star systems yields massive credits and unlocks higher-tier system privileges? So here we go, breaking open a new map. Then let's pick a safe one." Xiao Yi wailed near tears. Of the 13 star systems across the galaxy, only 3 are embroiled in war. We still have 8 breathtakingly serene systems to choose from. Must we rush headlong into the Wolf Star system to offer ourselves as sacrifices? What good are credits when you're dead? Fortune favors the bold. Jiang Lijin dropped those 5 words and ceased all further reply. As she lifted her gaze, 2 pairs of deeply disapproving eyes met hers heated. Tinia darted around the dining table in a single stride, gripping Jiang Lijin's arms with desperate force. "Sister, let that reckless fool rot. That hellhole isn't fit for you. You absolutely must not go." Chiron remained seated, his gray eyes as still and frigid as a frozen lake. "This is no child's game," he murmured, voice low and grave, setting aside the battlefield's extreme hostility. "Baal's condition has stumped even the front line's most eminent medics, proof that his spiritual energy corruption has reached its critical threshold. You may be torn apart by his rampant spiritual energy before you even draw near him." He paused, then voiced the core truth. "You performed a deep purification on him just recently, yet he's already been recorrupted to this degree. The ferocity of the current frontline campaign is thus unimaginable." Jiang Lijin withdrew a tissue and wiped her hands. She paused, calculating swiftly. Surely she couldn't openly admit she sought fame and glory. "If the central AI matched us together, then we are family," she said softly, meeting the ashen gazes of the 2 males before her. "And as family, how can we stand idly by while he perishes beyond our reach? It's simply mutual aid." At the phrase family, Tinia's fury deflated halfway. He pouted, muttering under his breath, "Whose family with that black serpent? I'm your family, not him." Chiron rose, smoothing his cuff. "If you remain resolute, I'll accompany you. With me, risks will be minimized." At that, Tinia surged forward, shaking Jiang Lijin's hand eagerly. "Then I'm coming too. Yunlong Group commands the galaxy's finest private armed fleet. I'll personally hire 3 top-tier interstellar mercenary brigades to clear your path. Who dare stand in my way?" Jiang Lijin felt her temples throb anew. Were these 2 determined to turn the front line into utter pandemonium? "Neither of you is going," she declared, firm and final. Tinia blinked, crestfallen. "Why?" she sighed, ticking off points on her fingers. "First, the federal military will never permit non-military personnel into the highest-tier combat zones. Second, one of you is heir to the Yunlong conglomerate, the other an academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences. If you both descend publicly upon the Federation's frontline, how will the Federal High Command interpret it? Espionage or opportunistic plunder?" Chiron fell silent. His earlier urgency had blinded him to these political realities. Diplomatic caution was indeed an inescapable impasse. Though the Empire and Federation maintained a facade of reconciliation, beneath the surface their covert infiltration and mutual suspicion never ceased. As a titan of civilian capital, Tinia's status was equally delicate. He opened his mouth, then with a frustrated tug at his golden hair lapsed into silence. Watching their dejected expressions, Jiang Lijin smiled lightly. Since the Federation dispatched the Aegis fleet to retrieve me, they've clearly prepared exhaustively. I am the galaxy's sole SS-rank female. Should they have to strip bare their last reserves, they will ensure my safety. If you doubt Ball, do you doubt me? I've no intention of dying yet. In truth, she herself harbored no certainty. How deep this quagmire ran remained pure conjecture. But having spoken so boldly, retreat was no longer an option. Once calm, Jiang Lijin turned and retreated to her room to change. Over recent days, Tinia had purchased every garment she'd glanced at twice. Her walk-in closet now rivaled a department store in sheer volume. She selected a lightweight, highly maneuverable combat suit and slipped into it. When she emerged into the living room, Tinia was spinning in frantic circles like a wound-up gyroscope. One hand dictated voice memos into his holocom's device, the other sliced through Yunlan Group's internal logistics network, fingers blurring across the holographic interface. That wretched frontline can't even serve hot meals. Immediately dispatch the executive chef from Yunlan's 7-star hotels, along with the full kitchen suite, to the escort vessel. Also, thermal-regulated protective suits, top-tier specifications, and install a portable holographic theater on board lest my sister grow bored en route. And pack premium nutrient solutions plus shelf-stable palatable natural foods. Jiang Lijin approached, brow furrowed. I'm heading to the front line to save lives, not to vacation in the Wolfstar system. Besides, did you even ask the chef's consent? Tinia ignored her entirely, swiping furiously across his screen. I don't care. I won't allow her to suffer the slightest discomfort. If he refuses, I'll triple his salary, tenfold if necessary. By contrast, Chiron's preparations were starkly pragmatic. From his compact medical kit, he withdrew a sleek, white temperature-controlled satchel and placed it gently into Jiang Lijin's hands. Inside are high-concentration spiritual stabilizers and essential emergency medications. Chiron opened the case, pointing solemnly to a crimson injector. Should Ball be fully irrational, beyond reason or speech, administer this directly into his carotid artery. It induces forced dormancy for 12 hours in ordinary males. Even an SS rank will be suppressed for 3. He closed the satchel and held her gaze, voice unwavering. Remember, your safety comes first, always. If Ball is beyond saving, abandon him immediately and withdraw. The words were brutally cold, yet to Jiang Lijin they rang with perfect clarity. Understood, I'll remember. She accepted the satchel with a quiet smile. Outside, a deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the floorboards. The starship had arrived. Tinia reluctantly trailed Jiang Lijin downstairs, hauling the white medical satchel alongside a bulging duffel he'd insisted on packing himself. Thankfully, the unfortunate executive chef escaped being bundled aboard. As Jiang Lijin departed, the chef gazed at her with the reverence of one beholding a savior reborn. The duffel contained only premium nutrient solutions, portable rations, and the thermal-regulated protective suit. A compact obsidian-hulled jump vessel, its hull thickly armored, rested on the hotel's nearby landing pad. Its fuselage bore the federal military's twinsword insignia. Due to the suddenness of deployment, authorities hadn't managed to evacuate surrounding residents. A dense crowd pressed against the perimeter, cordon, flashbulbs erupting like constellations. An officer in crisp uniform descended the ramp and halted precisely 3 paces from Jiang Lijin, rendering a sharp, flawless salute. Ms. Jiang, Aegis Task Force 1st Division reporting for duty to escort you to the Wolfstar system. The officer received Tinia's luggage with deferential precision, his bearing impeccable. Jiang Lijin ascended the metallic ramp step by step, vanishing into the vessel's interior. Behind her, the hatch sealed slowly, cutting off Valoran Systems' glittering bustle and clamor forever. Below, 2 apex males stood motionless, watching the ship ascend. Only when it dissolved into a streak of light across the heavens did Chiron finally lower his gaze and turn away. Tinia remained rooted in the wind, golden strands whipping wildly across his face. His blue eyes remained locked on the vanishing point, churning with emotions no one could decipher. All he prayed for was her safe return. And should the Federation fail her, he swore, by blood and empire, he would lead Yunlan's armada to reduce Ball and every Xeno in the Wolfstar system to minced flesh. The interior of the flying ship is exceptionally hardcore, constructed from silver-gray alloy materials. A few heavily armored officers stand on either side, their backs straight. Their gazes toward Jiang Lijin are filled with a near-reverent awe, as if they are looking at a living bodhisattva capable of saving all beings. In the seat by the window, a spacious, genuine leather sofa has been deliberately placed, draped with a layer of snow-white, long-haired plush blanket. Jiang Lijin expressed her gratitude and walked over to sit down. She tilted her head to gaze at the star trails stretching outside the porthole, remaining silent. Her back is very straight, but her hands resting on her knees unconsciously clenched tightly. After all, she is just an ordinary person. In 3 lifetimes combined, she has barely seen a fight, yet now she is about to dive headfirst into the front lines of the interstellar war. To say she isn't afraid would be pure nonsense. Fear is the instinct of living beings. The cabin is terrifyingly quiet. Several officers exchange glances, all sensing that this esteemed 3-class lady is feeling tense. Yet no one dares to speak up to comfort her. What if a wrong word frightens her away, prompting her to demand a return to the main star? The commander at the front line would then be left waiting for death. Don't be afraid. The voice of Little E echoed in her mind, unusually subdued. No matter where you go, Little E will be with you. Jiang Lijin tugged at the corner of her lips. You must accompany me. Despite her words, her tightly wound nerves did relax slightly. She exhaled deeply, releasing her clenched fists as she stood up and walked directly towards the leading officer. Report on the current situation. She got straight to the point. The Major General paused for half a second, having expected her to take a long time to calm down, and even prepared for the possibility of tears. Her brisk and businesslike demeanor disrupted his rhythm. Report, Miss Jiang. The Major General quickly regained his composure, pulling up an encrypted file. The commander is currently isolated in the A1 core area. Due to a psychic surge triggering a violent magnetic storm, most medical and technical personnel have been forcibly evacuated. Currently, only his aide remains in the isolation room to accompany the commander. Jiang Lijin stared at the data panel on the virtual screen, her brow slightly furrowed. Something is off. Once a 3-class male enters a berserk state, its indiscriminate destructive power is sufficient to tear apart an entire well-equipped interstellar fleet in an instant. In such a level of energy outpouring, leaving an aide inside to accompany him, that is simply irrational. If the aide is of a lower rank, he would have been crushed into pulp the moment he came into contact with the raging psychic force. If he is of a higher rank, enduring such pressure indicates not only terrifying strength, but also an unwavering loyalty, even willing to die alongside the commander. However, if Ball dies, this aide is the first heir, the one most likely to take command of a 1,000,000-strong army. Would an ambitious and capable person willingly stay in a doomed isolation room? Something feels very off in her mind. But the sudden jolt of the ship interrupted her thoughts. She didn't dwell on it further. The most pressing matter now is to pull Ball's mental domain back to safety before he turns the entire frontline base into ruins. The starship's speed began to significantly decrease. The flowing light outside gradually faded, replaced by a dark red star field. Approaching landing, passing through the edge of the C4 combat zone. The pilot reported. Jiang Lijin instinctively glanced out the window. The next moment, her pupils constricted sharply, her stomach churning. Ugh. She covered her mouth, bent over, unable to suppress her physiological retching. The officer beside her quickly supported her arm, pressing her back onto the sofa and handing her a cup of warm water. Miss Jiang, close your eyes, don't look outside. Jiang Lijin took the cup and gulped down 3 large sips, finally managing to suppress the nausea. It was too disgusting. In her 3 lifetimes combined, she had never seen such inhumane creatures. During her time on Blue Star, she lived in an orphanage in the south where the flying, glistening super cockroaches were the darkest shadow of her entire childhood. But compared to these things floating in outer space, the southern cockroaches seemed almost elegant. Outside the window, countless insectoids floated, their size comparable to small shuttles. They lack a regular form, their bodies covered in reverse-jointed limbs. Most disgusting is their heads with gigantic compound eyes and enormous spirally arranged mandibles. At the edge of the combat zone, the Federation's mech troops are engaged in a slaughter. Viscous, grim green liquid gushes out, forming droplets of various sizes in the weightless environment, coating the outer armor of the flying ship. Severed limbs and shattered internal organs drift freely in space. There's even a half-severed insectoid body that splats against the porthole next to Jiang Lijin, leaving a nauseating green smear. The visual impact is akin to staring directly at an indescribable ancient deity. These are low-level worker insects feeding purely on instinct. The officer handed her a clean towel. Their bodily fluids are highly corrosive, but the shield ship's armor coating is sufficient to withstand it. Sorry for alarming you. Jiang Lijin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, forcing herself to look away. Little you were right. She gritted her teeth in her mind. This thing indeed ruins my appetite. I don't even want to eat breakfast tomorrow. Quickly block the visuals, let's not look at them. Little E feeling wronged, yet caring played soothing music in Jiang Lijin's mind. The flying ship navigated through the debris-filled space, quickly leaving the combat zone and diving toward a gray-brown planet. The surface of this planet is desolate, covered with enormous craters and showing no signs of life. Prepare to land at the frontline base of the Sirius system. Jiang Lijin stared at the barren ground below, filled with confusion. Aside from sand and rocks, there was nothing down there. Until the flying ship was less than 100 meters from the ground, a layer of energy barrier rippled open like water waves. The visual deception lifted, revealing a massive military base in her view. This is the logistics supply headquarters of the Federation. The architectural style is extremely rugged, with 4 gigantic pure gray hemispherical buildings tightly connected, resembling an enlarged Mongolian yurt. Between each hemisphere, closed alloy passages connect them. The flying ship steadily stopped on the outermost helipad. The hatch opened and a smell of machine oil and gunpowder rushed in. The medical officer who had sent Jiang Lijin a message was already waiting at the foot of the gangway. He did not engage in small talk and directly led the way. Ms. Jiang, please follow me. Time is extremely tight. Jiang Lijin followed the Major General of the Medical Corps down the metal ladder to the surface. Before her lay a scene of utter desolation. No smoke, no wrecked mechs. Only wind-sculpted rocks in grotesque shapes and myriad meteor craters. No wonder the Federal Command had chosen to establish its base here. An abandoned wasteland planet at the edge of the Tianlang star system, its surface bearing no obvious scars of war, the energy barrier above warped perception, so even if the insectoid swarms prowled low, they would see only dead barren earth. Ms. Jiang, stay close. The Major General spoke swiftly, his boot beats were a tight staccato that quickened the pulse. Jiang Lijin glanced back. The ship they'd just disembarked from was gripped by 2 enormous mechanical arms thrust from beneath the ground. With a dull metallic bite, it was hauled straight into a subterranean hangar. The heavy alloy surface closed again, seams fitting perfectly. Had one not seen it with their own eyes, it was hard to imagine that beneath this ruin lay a military hub capable of sustaining the entire front line. The Major General pointed to the colossal hemispherical structure ahead. That is the A1 Core District. The Commander-in-Chief is inside. They quickened their pace toward the nearest entrance. Only after 3 tedious biometric verifications did the meter-thick alloy gate slide open. A broad enclosed connecting corridor unfolded before them. Soldiers in full combat gear lined the corridor, sleek scanning instruments threw off cold light. They were so well drilled they did not even spare Jiang Lijin a sidelong glance. As they proceeded, the situation shifted. The nearer they drew to the A1 core, the fewer the guards. By the midsection, there were no figures at all. Counterbalancing the emptiness was a pressure that swelled in the air. Jiang Lijin had felt malevolent pressure before, when Aiden had tried to attack her and when Bear and Tania had first come calling. Back then, such so-called spiritual suppression had been little more than a passing gust. This time it was not the same. It was no illusion. Actual physical gravity was increasing the air, growing viscous. Yet to her it was at most a mild impediment. The Major General ahead fared far worse. His steps slowed, his once straight back sagging, as if he bore an invisible mountain upon his shoulders. The rim of his cap was soaked with cold sweat beads trickling down his jaw. At that moment, a long unheard electronic chime sounded in her mind. An electronic voice announced, "Congratulations, host. New map unlocked, Tianlang star system. System permissions are updating. Reward for unlocking the new map, 100 points. Current point balance, 621. 2 of these 500 points have been automatically applied to outstanding debt. Remaining available points, 121. Then Xiao Yi's bright voice piped up, "Host, we have points now. We're finally not in the red." It paused, then grew serious. "Shall we redeem a one-time height-ear protective shield? This is a life-saving device. Even if Bear strikes you in a berserk state, it can hold for at least 10 minutes. Special offer now, only 100 points." Jiang Lijin's step faltered. She had indeed considered using an item from the system store. Bear's condition was an unknown, she had to keep a contingency. If points fell short, she could continue to run a deficit. Xiao Yi had explained that rule before. Yet she hesitated. First, manifesting a shield out of thin air within the Federal Command's core monitoring area would be impossible to explain. Second, she harbored an instinctive aversion to the system. If she could avoid using it, she would. She left Xiao Yi's pitch unanswered and looked to the Major General, who was nearly unable to walk. What exactly is Bear's condition? The Major General stopped with difficulty and turned. He froze when he saw Jiang Lijin's unruffled face. He knew she was the only 3-level female in the star systems theoretically possessing exceptional immunity to spiritual pressure. Yet to see her strolling calmly through a gravity field that would crush ordinary men struck him as absurd. He spoke little, raising his wrist to activate his cranial display. A live surveillance feed projected between them. See for yourself. The image showed a completely sealed metal isolation chamber. Where the walls should have been smooth and silver-white half-meter-thick alloy panels were pocked with massive dents and a web of fractures. A terrifying black python writhed and rolled in the cramped space, its bulk slamming into the walls with such force that the surveillance image jostled each time. It was Bear's spiritual form, utterly deranged, a frenzy bent on self-destruction. Beneath the writhing black mass in a corner a man lay curled up. Bear. His uniform lay in tatters, the collar torn back to reveal a chest streaked with blood. He knelt on one knee, hands clamped to his skull, fingers digging toward the scalp. The eyes that had once been deep were now bloodshot to the extreme, radiating a heedless madness. He is trying to suppress his spiritual form. The Major General's voice trembled, the projected image wavering with it. But he has failed. A spiritual power uprising keeps his brain in a state of searing agony. Without external intervention, his mental domain will completely collapse. If that happens, everyone in the base will perish with him. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen. A detail at the edge of the image caught her attention. Outside the isolation chamber, behind a thick, transparent, bulletproof wall, a man stood. He wore a crisp uniform posture, impeccably straight, arms folded casually across his chest. He stood there motionless, watching the black python batter the walls and Bear's tormented struggle. His gaze was as calm as stagnant water. Who is that? Jiang Lijin pointed to the figure in the frame. The Major General glanced and hurriedly explained, that is Adjutant Jelly. He is the only person in the base currently capable of withstanding the Commander-in-Chief's level of spiritual pressure and remaining at the innermost monitor post. The Major General added deliberately, Adjutant Jelly is 2-level. Something felt terribly wrong, a strong dissonance flared in her mind. Jiang Lijin frowned. Though she had never witnessed Bear's berserk destructive power herself, Karen's attitude before their meeting had made the danger plain. Even Karen, director of the Imperial Hospital, a 3-level veteran accustomed to his kind's rampages, had treated Bear's condition as a mortal threat and had even slipped her a forced sedative. How, she wondered, could a mere 2-level adjutant stand so close to the radiation source and remain so indifferent? Even if his gifts allowed him to withstand the pressure, his apathy, while his superior was dying, was unnaturally detached. Jiang Lijin withdrew her gaze, keeping her suspicion to herself. She looked at the Major General before her. The medical officer had reached his limit, his legs swayed, his back bent like a shrimp's, he gasped for air and at any moment might collapse. Enough, stop forcing yourself, Jiang Lijin said. Point the way. Oh, I will go on alone. The Major General hesitated, about to refuse. Ms. Jiang. She cut him off without pity. You what? 2 more steps, and you'll be face down. If you faint halfway, I'll have to drag you back myself. I do not have the strength for that. Her bluntness stung, but it was the plain truth. The Major General gritted his teeth, recognizing that he had become a liability. He fumbled a jet-black access card from his uniform pocket and handed it over. This is the authorization for the final gate. Keep going straight, the end is there. Jiang Lijin took the card, and without looking back strode deeper into the corridor. The invisible physical gravity grew more terrifying the farther she advanced. She could distinctly feel resistance in the air, as if walking against a typhoon's gale. For an ordinary person, the pressure here would crush the organs, but to her it only caused a tightness in the chest and made breathing slightly more labored. A heavy black alloy door blocked the corridor ahead, a glaring red light burning above it. Jiang Lijin stepped forward and placed the black card on the reader. Beep, authorization confirmed. With a mechanical tone, the weighty metal door slid open. One of Jiang Lijin's feet had already crossed the threshold when she furrowed her brow and her gaze turned icy. In her mind, she addressed Xiao Yi with unshakable calm. Redeem that protective shield for me at once. 100 points deducted. The high-level shield has been stored in the system backpack. Rest assured, this item has an automatic activation mechanism. It will cover you within 1 second of a fatal attack. We may be short on resources, but we still have the means to survive. The heavy alloy door closed silently behind her, cutting off her retreat. The The space inside was more spacious than she had anticipated, and the man standing before the bulletproof glass wall heard the noise and turned around. With short brown hair and amber eyes, his expression of shock was impossible to conceal. He never expected someone would charge into this highly dangerous area alone, let alone a female who was strolling in casually. Jiang Lijin stopped in her tracks. She didn't look at the bulletproof glass wall, not even offering a glance at the black python that was thrashing violently inside. She stared directly into those amber eyes and threw out 4 words. "Where is Ball?" Gary's shock quickly fermented into a look of sheer astonishment. He instinctively raised his hand, pointing at the glass wall behind him. The massive creature inside was battering its head against the wall, creating a deafening thud. Jiang Lijin frowned, not shifting her gaze, and fixed her eyes on Gary as she asked again, "Where's Ball?" Gary quickly concealed his shock, replacing it with a forced smile that contrasted eerily with the backdrop of the python's assault on the wall. "Miss Jiang, what nonsense are you talking?" He pointed at the glass wall, his tone relaxed. "Isn't Commander Ball right here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the black python in the isolation chamber went berserk again. The heavy impact caused the alloy floor beneath their feet to tremble, and several more cracks appeared on the wall. Jiang Lijin furrowed her brow and quickly turned to glance at the interior of the glass wall. The black python's agitation and the force of its crashes appeared genuine, and in the corner the man in tattered military attire was curled up in pain. Every detail screamed, "This is Ball." A twinge of self-doubt arose within her. Did she misjudge? But reason quickly regained dominance, as there was a fatal flaw in the logic chain regarding the brown-haired male in front of her. She withdrew her gaze and re-established eye contact with Gary, opening her mouth for the 3rd time. "Where is Ball?" Gary stared at her for a full 10 seconds. Then he suddenly burst into laughter, not bothering to keep up the pretense any longer, and walked towards the control panel, pressing several buttons. "Miss Jiang, please follow me." Jiang Lijin stood still, scrutinizing his back. In her mind, the voice of Xiao Yi blurted out urgently, "Host, what's going on? Isn't Lord Ball behind that glass wall? This guy looks so creepy. He doesn't seem like a good person. Are we really going to follow him?" Jiang Lijin began to move, keeping pace with Gary. "He might not necessarily be a bad person," she replied in her mind. Xiao Yi seemed even more confused. "Huh? What do you mean he might not necessarily be a bad person?" "Host, stop speaking in riddles, and my CPU is about to burn out." Jiang Lijin ignored it. She followed Gary around the massive bulletproof glass wall, heading deeper into the core area. They arrived at a concealed metal door, and Gary verified his iris and palm print. The door slid open, revealing a narrow elevator cabin. Without hesitation, Jiang Lijin stepped inside. The elevator doors closed, and the cabin descended rapidly. Gary leaned against the wall, hands in his military pants pockets, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Lijin. "Are you really so at ease coming down with me?" He raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person?" Jiang Lijin watched the red numbers on the elevator door flickering continuously. Of course she was afraid. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent her hard-earned points to exchange for that high-level shield. But the words that came out of her mouth were quite different. Ball is a 3S level. The mental energy radiation generated when he goes berserk is enough to crush this planet. A regular person approaching him would have their blood vessels explode on the spot. You, a 2S level deputy, standing less than 5 meters from the source of radiation, haven't even broken a sweat. That defies logic. Gary did not refute, listening with interest. Such an obvious loophole. None of those guards officers outside, or even the medical division major general who brought me here, seemed to find it strange. There are only 2 scenarios. First, they all know that the one inside is not Ball. Second, they don't know the truth, but trust you immensely. If they knew the one inside is not Ball, they wouldn't risk sending me here. That major general could barely walk and was desperately trying to lead me forward. Jiang Lijin turned her head to meet Gary's gaze. That leaves only the second option. They trust you. As far as I know, Ball has absolute authority and prestige within the military. The soldiers under him trust you so much, which indicates that Ball himself also trusts you immensely. I believe in Ball's vision. Gary's smile deepened. Commander Ball mentioned before that Miss Jiang is a very interesting person. He straightened up. It seems he wasn't wrong. However, Gary changed the subject. How did you determine that the one behind the glass wall is not Commander Ball? Pressure. Jiang Lijin uttered 2 words. I have done mental energy purification for Ball, so I understand the vastness of his mental energy. See. The pressure just now was less than 1/3 of his full strength when he is awake, let alone when he is berserk. I originally thought there was something special about your door shielding it, but when I stood outside and stepped inside, feeling no change in physical gravity, I knew. It's you. You are using your own mental energy to fake the illusion that Ball is still in the isolation chamber. The levels of mental energy in the interstellar realm are not a linear increase. There's a chasm-like gap between 3S and 2S levels. Even the combined pressure of 10 2S levels might not equal a true 3S level. Yet that's precisely why those S-level officers outside can be easily deceived. After all, if it were truly a 3S level exerting full power, they would have been dead long ago. In this world apart from her, very few people understand just how terrifying a true 3S level mental sea can be. The elevator emitted a soft sound, stopping at the lowest level. The doors opened. A strong smell of blood mixed with pungent medicinal scents rushed toward them. The air here was thicker than above, making even breathing a strenuous activity. At this moment, even Jiang Lijin felt a physiological discomfort. Just standing there, her knees couldn't help but want to bend, as if a massive stone were pressing down on her back. This was the true 3S level berserk pressure. Gary was the first to brave this heavy pressure and walked out of the elevator. "Miss Jiang, you are indeed very clever." He led the way in front, but his slightly heavy footsteps and the cold sweat beating at his temple revealed the discomfort he was currently enduring. "But you only guessed half right." "Half?" Jiang Lijin furrowed her brow. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a layout in the underground space identical to that above. In the fully enclosed metallic structure, huge bulletproof glass walls were embedded, cold and oppressive. Jiang Lijin immediately spotted Ball sitting on the single bed behind the glass wall, bare-chested with blood seeping through the bandages wrapped around his shoulders and chest. The large black python occupied almost half of the room. Although it was restlessly slithering and flicking its tongue, it wasn't crashing against the walls like the one upstairs. It seemed to retain some rationality, though it was clearly uncomfortable. Gary stopped a dozen steps away, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. "The one above is indeed fake," Gary explained intermittently, "but that psychic force was forcibly extracted from the commander's own mental domain. It's not mine." Jiang Lijin felt a heaviness in her chest, though it was somewhat better than Gary's. Gary wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Why don't you personally go in and ask the commander?" Seeing this scene, Jiang Lijin's heart, which had been caught in her throat, finally settled back in her stomach. At least Ball hadn't completely gone mad, and Gary wasn't a traitor. She stepped forward and pushed open the heavy isolation door. Ball heard the movement and abruptly looked up, his golden eyes filled with red veins narrowed into slits upon recognizing her. He had anticipated that the anxious medical officers under him might seek Jiang Lijin's help, but he never expected her to come. This was the Sirius system, the most dangerous combat zone on the front lines. She stood calmly under the cold white light, without a trace of fear in her eyes. At that moment, Ball's throat tightened. The previous purification had instilled in him an uncontrollable desire for this female. Now, as she descended upon him in his most vulnerable and dangerous moment, this desire surged past the barriers of rationality, evolving into an almost reverent submission. Jiang Lijin felt uncomfortable under his intense gaze. His eyes were too direct, too fiery, resembling a wolf starved for half a month gazing at meat. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, her gaze shifted to the large snake on the ground. The giant python had somehow slithered its way to her feet. It raised half of its body, its golden slit pupils identical to Baal's fixed on her with unabashed desire. One person and one snake, two pairs of eyes glaring with stark honesty. Jiang Lijin swallowed the question she had on the tip of her tongue. The pressure in this place was too low. She felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult, and if this dragged on, no one would fare well. She decisively extended her hand, and the giant snake reacted even faster than Baal, lowering its massive head obediently, eagerly pressing against her palm. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes, channeling her psychic energy, slowly infusing it into the body of the black python through her palm. This purification was far more complex than the last. The chaotic energy surged wildly within the black python, as she exerted considerable effort to gradually peel away and crush the dark energy that clung to its body. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Finally, the chaotic aura within the giant snake began to calm down. It let out a low, contented hiss, affectionately nudging Jiang Lijin's face, and then transformed back into the familiar small black snake skillfully coiling around her wrist twice. Jiang Lijin was exhausted. She casually pulled over a metal chair to sit down and looked up at Baal, who was leaning against the head of the bed. His face was flushed, and his breathing was heavy, clearly struggling to calm the energy within him that had just been soothed. Outside the door, Gary felt the oppressive pressure in the air that had made him feel short of breath instantly dissipate, leaving him stunned with his jaw nearly dropping. This was already the third time today that this female had reshaped his understanding. Previously, when Ball mentioned her saying she was a blessing of the stars, he had thought it was merely the admiration of a love-struck commander. Now it seemed she was no blessing, she was practically a deity descending to Earth. With the combined strength of this couple, they could probably look down on the entire star sector. Gary stroked his chin. If he worked a little harder and became a 3S rank, perhaps he would also have a chance to get in line. As soon as this thought emerged, he extinguished it himself. Never mind, competing with the commander for a woman was a sign of a death wish. Inside the isolation room, Jiang Lijin rubbed her sore wrist. While organizing her psychic energy earlier, she sensed something was amiss. This outburst felt entirely different from the last. The chaos did not stem from the depletion or pollution of the psychic sea, but rather seemed to be forcibly catalyzed by some external force. Let's talk. Jiang Lijin's gaze flitted over Ball. What exactly happened? Just as her words fell, the door to the isolation room was pushed open. Gary swaggered in. Having stayed hidden behind the bulletproof door like a turtle due to the heavy pressure, he now rushed in faster than anyone else once the alarm was lifted. Ball frowned and shot a cool glance at the officer. Gary ignored the murderous gaze of his superior, pulled over a chair, and sat down a short distance away with an attitude of indifference. Ball withdrew his gaze and looked back at Jiang Lijin, his tone becoming serious. It wasn't a bug contamination, it was someone plotting against me. Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Although I'm not clear on how the other party managed to do it, it must be an insider. However, that person miscalculated my condition. He probably doesn't know that you performed a deep purification on me before, or perhaps he's unaware of how thorough a purification by a 3S level female can be. Thus, the dosage he used was insufficient. It was precisely because the dosage was insufficient that Ball hadn't completely gone mad like the fake snake upstairs and could still retain his rationality. Gary interjected, we have run simulations. If the other party is a bug spy, their goal would definitely be to destroy the entire frontline base. He wouldn't need to calculate the dosage, just use a full dose and cause the commander to explode, taking everyone down with him. Bugs don't care about their own lives for the sake of their clan. But the other party happened to hit a critical point. Ball continued, this indicates that the person who administered the drug is right here in the base, and they don't want to die themselves. The drug used can cause the psychic force to become violently erratic, so even if I hadn't been purified by you previously, I could still manage to suppress it for a while. As you saw in the holographic projection above, the final outcome would be the evacuation of everyone along with the explosion of this planet and me. After hearing all this, you really ought to thank me. Jiang Lijin crossed her arms and leaned back against the chair. You should thank me, but not just for these 2 purifications. What do you mean? Jiang Lijin asked, confused. I suspect the person plotting against me is Kiran. Ball's tone turned icy. Jiang Lijin paused for a moment. The image of the man with gold-rimmed glasses and blue hair floated into her mind. Are you saying that Kiran is currently in this base? Yes. This frontline base is my brainchild. Most of the officers above the rank of Major General were trained by me personally. Recently, several new Major Generals promoted by the military have been assigned here, including Kiran. He paused for a moment and continued, you reminded me on the main star to be wary of him. So he is now our prime suspect. So you took advantage of your ability to suppress the chaos and forcibly extracted half of your psychic force, faking madness in the isolation room upstairs. Jiang Lijin pieced together the logic. Was it to bait and catch the traitor who drugged you? This base is too important. Ball's expression became extremely serious. It is the logistical hub of the entire Sirius system's defense. If any internal issues arise and the bugs exploit the vulnerabilities, the supply lines for the million troops on the front will be completely severed. I must uproot this malignant tumor as soon as possible. This play was kept under wraps from even the highest officials in the medical department besides him and Gary. Who would have thought that those frenzied medical officers would sneakily invite Jiang Lijin over without his knowledge? Thinking of this made Ball's anger flare up. What if she encountered a bug attack on the way? What if she got injured by the chaotic energy? Those idiots, he gritted his teeth. When this is over, I'll make that presumptuous medical officer go mine for a living. All right. Jiang Lijin waved her hand. They were just eager to save you when they saw you were dying. Let it go? Ball had initially wanted to say something harsh, but upon hearing her plea, the reprimand that had been on his lips twisted into something softer. Fine. He agreed decisively. I'll listen to you. The speed of this change in attitude and the naturalness of it nearly choked Gary on his own saliva. He stared wide-eyed, glancing between his commander and Jiang Lijin. Was this still the same commander who could overturn conference tables with his temper in the military? Gary silently turned his head to look at the ceiling. All right, he understood now. In this base, who was truly at the top of the food chain? Jiang Lijin shifted into a more comfortable seated posture, resting her elbows on the metal chair back. What are your plans now? She pointed upward toward the ceiling. What will become of that fragment of spiritual energy you forcibly severed, currently sealed inside the isolation chamber above? Ball pulled a military overcoat from nearby and draped it over his shoulders. The fabric barely concealed the bloodstains across his chest. Detached from its source, that cluster of spiritual energy is like an energy crystal steadily depleting its reserves. Once its internal energy is exhausted, it will dissipate entirely. He spoke with unsettling nonchalance, but in Jiang Lijin's mind, Xiao Yi erupted into chaos. Host, this man is ruthlessly uncompromising. Xiao Yi's synthetic voice cracked with alarm. In interstellar society, spiritual energy is a beastkin's life force. Forcibly severing it is akin to hacking off one's own limbs and casting them aside. Granted, it may regenerate over 10 or 8 years, but just imagine the agony involved. Jiang Lijin paid no heed to the system's dramatic commentary. To have ascended to the position of Supreme Commander of the Federal Military, Ball must possess an ironclad resolve, even toward himself. Had he lacked such ruthless self-discipline, political predators would have devoured him down to the last bone fragment long ago. Silence settled over the isolation chamber for several seconds. A sleek black serpent coiled affectionately around Jiang Lijin's ankle. Ball lowered his gaze, his golden vertical pupils fixed upon the tip of Jiang Lijin's shoes, watching with quiet intensity how his own spiritual manifestation fawned over her without restraint. His Adam's apple twitched involuntarily. Thank you for today's intervention. He paused, then lifted his head, his expression hardening once more into the familiar, unyielding mask of authority. But you cannot remain here. When you depart, feign severe spiritual exhaustion. Tell those outside that my berserk state has become irreversible and that you were powerless to intervene. Gary will arrange a starship for you. You must return to the core world immediately. Jiang Lijin arched one eyebrow. You're expelling me, eh? This is the Sirius system, the most perilous frontline combat zone. Moreover, there remains an unknown traitor embedded within this base. Ball met her gaze directly. It is far too dangerous for you to stay. In truth, under current circumstances, Jiang Lijin remaining to assist in the charade would be the optimal strategy to stabilize the situation and lure out the infiltrator. Yet Ball refused to draw her into the danger. His own soldiers had faltered. He bore that failure alone. It was unthinkable to shift the burden onto a female, let alone one who, though nominally only, was his wife. I'm not leaving. Jiang Lijin declined with absolute finality. Preposterous. She had traveled all the way to this desolate front line, not merely to purify Ball, but primarily to forge her reputation within the federal military. If opportunity allowed, she even intended to conduct mass purification, a definitive demonstration of her unparalleled capability. Now, having just calmed this rampaging serpent with scarcely a ripple on the surface, was she truly expected to retreat empty-handed? Absolutely not. Your condition remains unstable, Jiang Lijin offered a polished justification. While harmonizing your spiritual energy earlier, I detected violent fluctuations in your berserk index. The drug's effects have yet to subside. Until it is fully metabolized, your spiritual energy could erupt uncontrollably at any moment. If I departed now, and you failed to suppress it, what then? Would you truly shatter from within? This was undeniably true. As the subject himself, Ball knew better than anyone how fragile his spiritual domain currently was. That suppressed fury still coiled like venom within his veins, dormant, yet poised to strike anew. Yet he had never anticipated that Jiang Lijin would choose to stay. On this account, Ball froze, his golden vertical pupils locked unblinkingly upon the woman seated across from him. The agitation he'd just quelled surged forth, once more rising hot and thick in his chest. He opened his mouth to urge her departure, yet words dissolved before they reached his tongue, smothered by an inexplicable wave of deep, visceral satisfaction. Even the black serpent at her feet slithered up her calf without hesitation, and with unmistakable devotion rested its head upon her knee. Gary stood quietly nearby, observing his Supreme Commander's uncharacteristically unguarded demeanor. He clicked his tongue, inwardly shaking his head in silent disbelief. Jiang Lijin, growing increasingly unsettled beneath Ball's unwavering stare, deliberately ignored him, and turned instead to orchestrating the next phase. When I exit this chamber, I'll feign extreme weakness. She glanced toward Gary. You'll support the act. Announce publicly that the purification proceeded halfway, but I collapsed from physical exhaustion, forcing an immediate suspension. We'll resume in 2 days. Gary stroked his chin thoughtfully, then voiced his concern. Why not declare the case untreatable? Simply state you did your utmost, but failed utterly. Wouldn't that put the traitor completely at ease? Jiang Lijin shot him a withering look, as if addressing a particularly dense student. I am Tier 3S. Were I to declare him beyond salvation, Ball would face certain death. If Qilin is the traitor, hearing such news would render further action unnecessary. He need only wait in silence for the official death notice. How then could we ever expose his hand? She tapped the armrest of her chair, articulating her logic with crystalline clarity. Only by declaring half-purified, still salvageable, but requiring time, can we provoke urgency. Once he panics, he'll move to finish what he started. Even if he dares not strike openly within the base, he will seek me out, desperate to verify the truth. Qilin had been her former spouse. In that calculating man's eyes, the original Jiang Lijin had always been a witless, easily manipulated sycophant, pathetically devoted, utterly devoid of guile. He would inevitably exploit that history to extract information. At this, Jiang Lijin patted the silver medical case resting beside her feet. Announced that to stabilize the Supreme Commander's condition, I administered a high-potency sedative, and that he has now lapsed into profound unconsciousness. Jiang Lijin turned to Gary. Can the feed from the upper isolation chamber be altered? No problem, Gary confirmed with a nod. That footage is holographic projection. While the spiritual radiation signature is genuine, the visuals themselves are fully editable. And the surveillance angle is fixed, capturing only the section of the isolation wall. Then we're set, Jiang Lijin declared decisively. We'll simply await the traitor's arrival, Qilin himself walking straight into our trap. Having spoken, she bent to lift the medical case, only to pause mid-motion, catching Ball's gaze locked with unnerving intensity upon the silver container. Jiang Lijin stilled. She assumed his discomfort stemmed from the high-grade anesthetic inside. After all, no apex male relished being perceived as someone needing precautionary restraint. Was this given to you by Chiron? Ball interjected abruptly, cutting through her thoughts. Jiang Lijin blinked, genuinely puzzled. Yes. Ball's expression darkened visibly, so abruptly that the ambient temperature seemed to plummet by several degrees. You trust him so completely. You arrive alone at this perilous frontier, carrying something he provided, without even verifying its contents. Jiang Lijin nearly laughed aloud at his audacity. Did this man possess some fundamental cognitive defect? She'd journeyed all the way from Valoran to rescue him from his own catastrophic collapse, and rather than gratitude, he responded with condescending suspicion. Fine. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes extravagantly, hoisting the medical case aloft with icy disdain. Next time you lose control, I'll sit comfortably on the core world watching your meltdown live-streamed, with fruit platter in hand. Absolutely no rescues forthcoming. At her words, Ball instantly recognized the harshness of his tone. His intent had been to warn her. Chiron was a refined predator, not to be trusted. Yet his delivery, sharpened by ingrained volatility, had twisted into accusation. He parted his lips, straining to soften the blow. But decades of barking orders in barracks had left him linguistically barren when it came to tenderness. His mind scoured blank for any phrase capable of soothing. After a strained silence, he managed only a hollow, awkward murmur. That wasn't what I meant. Gary, stationed near the door, kept his head bowed, his shoulders convulsing silently as he fought to contain his mirth, abdominal muscles threatening to cramp. With this level of emotional intelligence, the Supreme Commander would likely spend eternity relegated to the kitchen table, never permitted to join the main feast. Here she'd come risking everything to save his life, and instead of playing the wounded hero to win her sympathy, he'd chosen to scold her. Jiang Lijin spared him no further attention. She turned and strode toward the exit, case in hand. After 2 steps, she halted and glanced back at Gary, still idly observing the scene. You there? She tilted her chin upward. Come assist me. I need to simulate spiritual depletion. Walking out energized and alert would ruin the illusion. Gary snapped to attention, banishing his grin, and hurried forward, extending his arm with exaggerated deference to firmly support Jiang Lijin's elbow. Go slowly, Madame Jiang. Lean on me if needed. She did not lean, but neither did she pull away. The performance had yet to begin. Behind them, Ball watched Gary's hovering hand, his golden vertical pupils contracting into razor-thin lethal slits. The pressure in the isolation chamber plummeted, suffocating and ominous. Xiao Yi gleefully fanning the flame's host. Ball's glare right now? Pure murder, like he's mentally dismembering Gary's hand. Oh no, Chiron's in grave danger. And Gary, equally doomed. Jiang Lijin didn't break stride or glance back. Eat jealousy, she scoffed inwardly. That's post-berserk delirium. His brain's clearly flooded with toxins. The elevator door slid open before them. Jiang Lijin winced, recalling Gary's utterly unruffled spectator-like expression in the security feed. Truly the man possessed zero acting instinct. She murmured a low-pointed instruction, "Upstairs, deepen your expression. Make it carry the weight of cosmic collapse. And don't forget 2 tears." Exactly 2. Gary, feeling the lethal aura radiating from behind, twitched at the corner of his mouth. "I'll do my best." The elevator ascended, emitting a faint hum. As the metallic door slid open, Gary stepped out first. He took a deep breath and swiftly navigated the control panel in the surveillance blind spot, expertly inputting a long string of top-secret encrypted commands. Jiang Lijin boldly walked into the glass-walled area. Gary immediately summoned the holographic control console, manipulating the projection of the frenzied spirit entity, which suddenly turned its massive serpent head to fix its gaze on her. She stood outside the safety line, raising her hands. With a slight frown, she exuded an aura as if she were wildly pouring out her mental energy, leaving Gary momentarily stunned. After a moment, she opened the silver medical box with one hand, her gaze lightly passing over the red high-purity tranquilizer before her finger deftly turned to extract the most ordinary compound vitamin injection from the corner. She gave Gary a knowing glance. He instantly understood what the injection in her hand meant and began to type forcefully on the virtual keyboard. In the holographic image, the raging giant python let out a deafening roar and lunged towards her. Just as the giant python's venomous fangs were about to touch her, Jiang Lijin seized the moment, holding the vitamin injection, and skillfully jabbed it into the neck of the virtual image. "Fall." She lightly uttered a word. Gary understood immediately and pressed the enter key firmly in synchronization. The giant python in the hologram responded flawlessly, convulsing violently twice before crashing to the ground. The next second, Jiang Lijin took a deep breath, her previously straight shoulders suddenly slumping down, and her gaze became vacant. Gary quickly rushed in and supported her elbow. He remembered the earlier reminder in the elevator, tightly furrowing his brows as he helped her stagger outside. Not far from the quarantine area, the previously flustered medical department's major general rushed over anxiously. Sensing the lingering pressure in the air, he dared not approach too closely, stretching his neck with urgency from a few steps away and asking Officer Gary, "How is the commander? What is the situation?" "His life is secured for now." Gary lowered his voice, his tone hoarse. "Ms. Jiang exhausted all her mental energy to barely suppress the commander's frenzy by half. But she truly can't hold on any longer. Her mental sea is on the verge of depletion. For safety's sake, the purification must be temporarily halted." The medical officer sighed in relief, his eyes reddening. To have suppressed it by half is already a miracle. He gazed at the weakened Jiang Lijin leaning against Gary, his face filled with gratitude, as if he had survived a disaster. As for the follow-up, wait for Ms. Jiang to recover for 2 days before proceeding with the second purification. Gary interrupted him, his expression stern. "Ms. Jiang administered the highest dosage of anesthetic to the commander. Although he has fallen asleep, the pressure of his mental energy continues to emanate. Relay my orders within these 2 days. Any personnel below level are strictly prohibited from approaching the quarantine room." "Understood." The medical officer nodded repeatedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he stepped back. Gary supported Jiang Lijin as they passed through several checkpoints in the A1 core area, heading towards the officers' rest area in Zone C. As they turned a corner, Gary spotted several young officers standing ahead, all newly promoted majors, judging by their shoulder insignias. They were gathered whispering among themselves, and upon seeing Gary, they all saluted in unison. "Good day, officer." Gary nodded slightly in return. Among them stood a particularly striking man. With deep blue short hair and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, he exuded an aura of restraint. This man was Kieran. As he recognized the woman Gary was supporting, his expression shifted slightly. However, the surprise lasted less than half a second before he concealed it and resumed his calm demeanor. "Jiang Lijin, why is she here? And in such a weakened state?" "Officer, who is this?" A nearby major could not help but ask curiously. "The commander's wife, the only 3-level female in the galaxy, Ms. Jiang Lijin." Gary didn't even lift his eyelids, delivering the same explanation as before. "The commander's condition is temporarily stabilized, but the purification has only progressed halfway. The A1 area is a restricted zone for the next few days, so you all need to be cautious and avoid any trouble." The majors gasped in shock and nodded hastily. Kieran stood among the crowd, discreetly scanning Jiang Lijin's pale face, remaining silent, while following the others and bowing to give way. Jiang Lijin pretended to be weak, slightly lifting her eyelids, and indeed spotted Kieran among the group. She coldly sneered inwardly, continuing to play dead as Gary helped her away. Only after completely escaping the sight of that group did Gary bring her to a stop in front of a room door. He raised his wrist and scanned it with his light brain at the door's access panel. Beep. Identity verification passed. The door opened. Ms. Jiang, this is the commander's room with the highest access level. Please rest here for the time being. Jiang Lijin straightened up, glancing at him sideways. You even have access to Bao's room. The relationship between you two is quite intriguing. Gary quickly raised both hands in self-defense. Your Highness, please don't misunderstand. This is the highest level of officer access, allowing me to report urgent military matters at any time. They entered the room. It was an exact replica of Baal himself, cold, stark, and devoid of any unnecessary decor. The bed was pure black, the metal wardrobe gray, and several sharpened military daggers hung on the wall. As soon as the door closed, Jiang Lijin's weak appearance instantly vanished without a trace. She approached the cold single bed without any courtesy, sitting down and even flicking the bedsheet with disdain. I'm starving. Familiar with the place, she began ordering. Gary, I brought my luggage when I came all on that starship. There are snacks that Tanya prepared for me. Go get someone to bring them over. All right, I'll arrange it right away. Gary turned and walked towards the door. Just as his hand rested on the doorknob, he stopped, turning back with a deeply furrowed brow. No, I can't just leave like this. What if that insider who drugged comes looking for me? If you drop a hair here, the commander will have me ground into meat paste. Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes, flopping onto the bed and finding a comfortable position to lean against. Are you stupid? If you stand here like a gatekeeper, how would Kieran dare to inquire about the situation? Gary paused. While it made sense, he still felt uneasy. How about this? He stepped back. He'll have someone deliver the items, then he'll find a hidden corner not far from here to keep watch. Do as you wish, just don't interrupt me while I'm eating. Jiang Lijin waved her hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. Gary sighed, resigned to his role as her bodyguard. Before long, 2 logistics soldiers, drenched in sweat, came in carrying 3 large temperature-controlled boxes. After setting down the items, they hurriedly fled, as if escaping. Jiang Lijin eagerly opened the first box, rummaging out a pack of meat floss biscuits, tearing open the packaging and stuffing them into her mouth. The crispy texture mixed with the savory meat aroma spread in her mouth, and she squinted her eyes in satisfaction. The light brain on her wrist began to vibrate violently. In fact, it had rung several times earlier while she was in the quarantine room, but she had been too busy acting to pay attention. Upon opening the Star Message app, she found her unread messages were bombarded. At the top were dozens of messages from Tanya filled with various crying and blessing emojis, mixed with inquiries like, did you arrive safely? Did you encounter the insectoids? How's the food on the front line? Jiang Lijin bit into the biscuit and casually replied with one hand, arrived safely, enjoying the biscuits you packed for me. They taste amazing. The next message was from Sharon, calculating the time. You should have arrived by now. Is everything all right? I hope you won't need the supplies and the medical kit. Jiang Lijin replied with all good, thank you. Just as she finished processing these 2 messages, a very brief new message notification popped up at the top of the screen. Sender Kieran. Jiang Lijin paused, chewing, realizing she had forgotten to block him when she opened the Star Message earlier. Opening the chat box, there was only a dry message, where are you now? Jiang Lijin scoffed inwardly. The fish had taken the bait, and he was even more impatient than she had imagined. She leisurely swallowed the biscuit in her mouth, her fingers tapping on the virtual keyboard. Bao's room. Almost instantly he replied, is it convenient? Jiang Lijin looked at those 3 words, rolling her eyes almost to the heavens. With a tap of her fingertip, she responded, not convenient. Host, why do you say it's inconvenient? Aren't you supposed to give him a chance to reveal his true self? If you shut him out, how will the play continue? Xiaoyi asked her 3 times in her mind. Jiang Lijin coolly replied in her mind, what do you understand? Jilin is inherently suspicious and deep-minded. If I say it's convenient, he will suspect it's a trap. The more I refuse, the more he will think I'm hiding something, and the more eager he will be to confirm Bear's true situation. As soon as the words fell, there was suddenly a very light and rhythmic knock on the door. Who? Jiang Lijin raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with just the right amount of vigilance and weakness. Outside, there was a moment of silence, and then a deep but extremely unsettling voice came through. It's me. Jiang Lijin's hand, which was clutching a cookie, froze. That voice belongs to Jilin. She glanced at the time on her brain. Less than half a minute had passed since she sent the message saying inconvenient. This means that this guy was already on his way here when he sent the message asking, is it convenient? He never intended to seek her consent. Jilin pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and patiently awaited a response from inside. He was certain she would not reject him. However, from behind the heavy metal door came a woman's blunt voice. "Who are you?" The man outside did not expect such a response. The air in the corridor stagnated for half a second. Jilin was not angry, and her tone remained unchanged. "I am Jilin." Jiang Lijin sat on the edge of the bed, not even planning to move. She leisurely stuffed the last half-piece of meat-flavored cookie into her mouth, chewing slowly. Letting him wait a bit is beneficial for dealing with this high-and-mighty ex-husband. After a full 5 minutes, Jiang Lijin finally clapped her hands and stood up slowly. She walked to the door, her finger pressing the unlock button, while her body leaned softly against the metal door frame. The door slid open. Jilin stood outside, his military uniform crisp tall, with the cold light from the corridor casting a shadow that nearly enveloped Jiang Lijin. "What is it?" Jiang Lijin's eyelids drooped, her voice weak. "Major Jilin." These 4 words were uttered with a light tone, yet they precisely drew the line. Jilin's gaze swept past her, quickly scanning the room. No abnormalities, no one else, just an open temperature-controlled box on the table and scattered cookie wrappers. He withdrew his gaze and focused back on Jiang Lijin's pale face. "I heard you just returned from the commander-in-chief." Jilin spoke, his tone flawless. "You took on such a high-intensity purification task as soon as you arrived at the base. Can your body handle it?" This question was very astute. He said nothing about Bear's life or death, only concerned about her physical condition. The original owner would have been moved to tears and would have spilled everything that happened in the isolation room. Unfortunately, Jiang Lijin found it amusing. "I'm fine," she replied, perfunctorily too lazy to add any extra words. Jilin was unaffected by her coldness, stepping forward to reduce the distance between them. He looked down at her, his voice lowered with just the right amount of concern. "The front line is not like the main star. The environment here is too harsh. You are now a key protected target and should not take such risks coming to this place." Jiang Lijin raised her hand to rub her temples, feigning a headache. "Now that I'm here, is it meaningful to say these things? If the major has nothing else, I would like to rest." "Jiang Lijin." Jilin called her name, his tone tinged with helplessness. He looked at the woman before him. Though her features hadn't changed, the aura she exuded was entirely different. The previous Jiang Lijin always looked at him with shining eyes, eager to offer her heart. The slightest wrinkle in his brow would send her into a panic, reflecting on where she went wrong. But now, leaning against the door frame, her gaze toward him was like that of an unimportant stranger, even tinged with impatience. "You have changed," Jilin remarked, his tone unreadable. "Is that so?" Jiang Lijin scoffed, shifting her posture while crossing her arms. "People are bound to change. If one day Major Jilin discovers that he too has become a 3S level, you will change as well." That statement dropped with a weight that caused Jilin's breath to momentarily pause. 3S level. That term was immensely impactful for someone like him who dreamed of climbing higher. He desired a higher military rank, greater power, to sit in the position Bear currently held and become the highest decision-maker of the entire federal military. Jiang Lijin's words precisely struck at his most secret desires. If he possessed 3S level mental strength, he wouldn't need to engage in pretense with a female here. He would have already trampled Bear underfoot. The corridor fell into a moment of silence. Jilin's pupils behind his glasses slightly constricted, lost in his thoughts. In her mind, Xiao Yi began explaining the plot from the book to Jiang Lijin. In the original story, this Major Jilin was quite a ruthless character. The drug he administered to Bear not only triggered a frenzy, but also damaged Bear's mental domain barrier, ultimately forcing the other high-ranking officials of the military to use mechs to transport Bear into space to let him explode. After Bear's death, the military was left leaderless and the morale was low. Just then, the Zerg of the Sirius system launched a massive attack. Xiao Yi paused and adopted a serious tone. Interestingly, the timing of this Zerg attack was too precise, as if someone had tipped them off in advance. Jilin took advantage of this chaotic situation to step forward and take command. He devised an extremely risky plan to lure the enemy into a trap, sacrificing 1/3 of the frontline forces to annihilate the main Zerg forces. Jiang Lijin sneered inwardly. Climbing to power over the corpses of comrades was indeed the kind of thing Jilin would do. After that battle, Jilin's prestige soared, and he was directly promoted to general. But that was not the end. Xiao Yi continued to educate. The then Commander Gary, troubled by Bear's death, died mysteriously in a starship explosion incident while investigating the mole. With Gary's death, Jilin completely cleared the obstacles and smoothly ascended to become the first S-level commander in the history of the Interstellar Federation. Jiang Lijin clicked her tongue in her heart. What an ambitious schemer. Bear and Gary had all become stepping stones for his ascent. In the corridor, Jiang finally snapped back from his momentary lapse. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze behind the lenses becoming gentle again, even carrying a hint of affection. Ollie, whether you believe it or not actually. He paused carefully, choosing his words, his tone becoming very sincere. I used to truly like you. Then why are you divorcing me? Jiang Lijin leaned against the doorframe and followed his words with a question, her tone flat and unshaken. Jiang sighed, bitterness welling in his eyes. Because of your spiritual power. You used to be only crank while I am shrank. If we force a union, my spiritual power will slowly ravage your spiritual domain. Over time you would die. He looked into Jiang Lijin's eyes and spoke with aching sincerity. I cannot, for the sake of keeping you by my side, watch you walk toward death. So I had no choice but to push you away, to use the most resolute means to make you give up. Only then could you live. One had to admit the speech was arranged with near-perfect artifice. He had turned a man who abandoned his wife into a tragic hero who sacrifices for love. If it were the original heroine, she would probably be sobbing and throwing herself into his arms by now. Seeing Jiang Lijin say nothing, Jiang assumed she had been swayed and intensified his plea. I know, when I say this now you will think me hypocritical. You will suppose I came because you have become a three-level female, that I covet your status and power, and that is why I speak to you. A few seconds of silence hung in the corridor. Jiang Lijin stared at his earnest face and suddenly laughed. Isn't that so? Jiang froze. What? Jiang Lijin's gaze stabbed straight into his eyes. I mean, aren't you here now because you covet my three-level status? The devotion on Jiang's face finally split with a crack. He had pictured Jiang Lijin being moved, hesitating, perhaps angrily accusing him. He had never expected her to, with such a mocking tone, pull the rug from under him. Yet he was Jiang. His psychological fortitude was beyond ordinary. After only a 2-second pause, he steadied himself. He smiled wryly. I simply feel that now our spiritual powers are compatible. The barrier between us no longer exists. I do not want two people who clearly love each other to lose one another forever over past misunderstandings. In her mind, Xiao Yi emitted an exaggerated retch of disgust. Ugh, host, I can't. This man's nerve must be made of starship hull, bulletproof. Jiang Lijin felt the same. She stepped back half a pace to widen the space between them and casually closed the door to stand before her. Finished. She yawned, a couple of involuntary tears edging her eyes. If you're done, then leave. I've worked a long day, and I'm exhausted. As for compatibility, Major General Jiang, have you forgotten that on my current matching list the minimum starts at 2's level? You're only shrank. She scanned him up and down and drew out the word, not qualified. Jiang's expression finally fell completely. Those 3 words, not qualified, stung him far more than being unmasked had. It was a crushing defeat on hard metrics, an abyss he could not bridge. He quickly suppressed his emotions and nodded. Very well. Rest well. They'll come see you another day. Saying this, he turned and left with steady steps and an upright silhouette. Jiang Lijin watched his back vanish around the corridor corner, then closed the door behind her. In her head, Xiao Yi asked, You just let him go like that? Xiao Yi was puzzled. He was clearly probing about Bear. Since you revealed nothing, might he not act rashly? Jiang Lijin thought he want. Jiang Lijin flopped onto the bed and analyzed inwardly. The more impatient and impermeable I appear, the less he can fathom my true situation. Besides, I just baited him with the 3's level remark. With his ambition, he cannot abide being excluded from the inner circle. If he wants to climb higher, he must finish Bear off. But Bear is currently missing in status. Whether the poison he administered achieved its effect, he cannot be sure. Jiang Lijin closed her eyes and arranged the next steps. Xiao Yi fretted. He's so clever, won't he see through your bluff? Very possible, Jiang Lijin smiled softly. Then what do we do? Xiao Yi demanded. Xiao Yi, I've heard a story before, she replied. Jiang Lijin narrated slowly in her mind. Once, when people captured monkeys, they carved a small hole in a tree trunk and placed a sweet fruit inside. The monkey would reach in and seize the fruit, but once it clenched its fist, it could not withdraw its hand from the hole. If it simply opened its grip and released the fruit, it could easily escape. But the monkey was too greedy to let go. Refusing to release the fruit, it could only watch as the hunter came to seize it. She opened her eyes and stared at the cold ceiling light, her gaze icy. Jiang was that greedy monkey. He wants Bear dead so badly that, having missed this prime chance, it will be nearly impossible for him to plot against Bear again. Moreover, if Bear wakes and conducts even a slight inquiry, Jiang's scheme will be exposed sooner or later. So even if he suspects a trap, his swollen ambition will force him to gamble. He cannot bear to let go of the fruit called power. Jiang Lijin turned over and pulled the covers over her head, resolved to meet every challenge as it comes. The most important thing now is to catch up on sleep. As for that scheming ex-husband, let him slowly roast in his own doubt and ambition. Qilin turned and walked away, his stride remaining unhurried and composed. As he passed the corridor's corner, 2 patrolling soldiers halted and saluted him. He offered a slight nod, maintaining the austere dignity befitting a brigadier general. Only after swiping open the access panel to his quarters and hearing the metallic door seal shut behind him, did that flawless mask begin to fracture. Something was deeply wrong, profoundly, unervingly wrong. He replayed every moment of the day in his mind, frame by meticulous frame, beginning with Gary's cryptic declaration amid the crowd: the Supreme Commander's condition has stabilized, for now. The purification process is 50% complete. A 1 zone is off limits for the next few days. Do not provoke misfortune. On the surface, it was an effort to steady morale, but broadcasting 50% purified so publicly while issuing a strict ironclad order forbidding all officers below rank from approaching the A1 core zone. That amounted to nothing less than a perilous signal broadcast to the entire command. Ball's terrifying 3-steer psychic pressure had plummeted, nearly down to rank levels. Otherwise, at full 3S intensity, no perimeter cordon would be necessary. Low-rank officers would hemorrhage from every orifice the moment they drew near. Then there was Jiang Lijin's listless demeanor, and that so-called calming agent she'd brought. Far too convenient. It was an unmistakable invitation: the Supreme Commander is weak. Come kill him. A trap. An undeniable, meticulously laid trap. Yet, the drug had been administered by his own hand, undetected, untraceable, infused directly into Ball's exclusive nutrient solution. Though Ball's sustenance underwent 7 or 8 layers of rigorous instrumental analysis, the toxin was colorless, odorless, and utterly alien, falling outside all known chemical frameworks of the universe. Even the enigmatic Sunluo Pavilion, the most secretive syndicate across the stars, would struggle to acquire such a substance. His supplier would never dare deliver a counterfeit at this critical juncture. To ensure absolute certainty, Qilin had half a month prior secretly conducted live trials on 3 Class C logistical personnel, without informing a single soul. Dosage calibrated to the microgram. He watched with his own eyes as those 3 soldiers' psychic domains instantly collapsed, tearing themselves apart in frenzied agony until their flesh hung in ribbons. Ball had unquestionably consumed that nutrient solution, beyond doubt. Logically, Ball's psychic domain should now be riddled with irreparable fissures. Even if Jiang Lijin possessed miraculous talent capable of suppressing psychic volatility, she could never excise a toxin already fused into marrow and sinew. Qilin yanked the metal chair backward and sat, his left wrist trembling faintly. He forcibly stilled the rising panic and activated his personal neural interface. His fingers danced across the holographic keyboard. As a brigadier general of the military directorate, the backdoors he'd embedded within the system ran far deeper than Gary, the fool, could ever imagine. 3 impossibly complex command strings were entered, circumventing the central control room's highest-tier firewall. The screen flickered violently twice, then abruptly forced its way into the surveillance feed of the A1 core isolation chamber. The camera angle faced the blast-resistant glass. Under cold white light, Ball lay motionless upon the medical gurney, lifeless, inert. Qilin's pupils contracted sharply. Coiled across the metallic floor beside the bed loomed a vast obsidian shadow, Ball's psychic manifestation. The high-resolution feed captured minute rhythmic undulations along the serpent's abdomen, steady, unwavering. Steady enough to ignite in Qilin's chest a nameless creeping dread. Reason screamed through his mind this was bait, an intentional flaw laid out for him to walk straight into. The wisest course was to shut down the interface immediately, take a shower, sleep, pretend tonight had never happened. But retreat was no longer possible. His gaze locked onto the timestamp in the lower right corner of the screen. Less than 48 hours remained. In that time, the vanguard of the Xenos swarm would breach the quantum fold and arrive at the designated coordinates near the base. It had been an exceptionally covert transmission. The voice, layered through multiple frequency modulators, offered terms devastatingly seductive: hand over the schematics of Defense Line 3, and we will clear your path to the top. Qilin knew full well that bargaining with the Xenos was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Yet he craved this war with a hunger bordering on obsession. As an rank officer with no patronage, no lineage, no foothold, he could never ascend to Supreme Commander through merit alone. Not in 1,000 years. War was the swiftest ladder to power. And power, absolute unassailable power, was what he desired. So he had not delivered the true core coordinates to the Xenos. He gave them a deliberately skewed vector. But proximity was so close that a massive Xenos incursion would inevitably throw the entire defense grid into chaos. And he had long prepared his counter-strategy: lure them deep, sacrifice one-third of his forces, and secure a brutal, decisive victory. One general rises atop 10,000 corpses, a truth as old as war itself. What were a few tens of thousands dead? Merely their grand, indispensable contribution to the Federation, to the stars, to General Killen himself. But now, staring at that colossal serpent breathing with eerie calm upon the monitor, Killen felt certainty dissolve. What if the toxin proved ineffective against a three-steer psyche? Or worse, merely suppressed it temporarily. Once the Xenos host descended, Ball, so long as he could still open his eyes, would instinctively assume full command. Then Killen's painstakingly orchestrated chaos, his gamble risking court-martial and execution, would become nothing more than ornamental embellishment upon Ball's medal. Even more damning, the poisoning could not withstand scrutiny. Should Ball awaken, tracing the chain would be inevitable, and Killen, the traitor within, would be exposed without delay. What awaited him then? Ruin, annihilation. Killen closed his eyes, drew a slow, deep breath, and when he opened them again, terror had burned away, leaving only the feral, desperate fire of a man with no exit. Ball must die, and he must die before the war begins. Killen steadied his thoughts. If this was a trap, Ball was not the architect. Ball's arrogance ran bone deep. He disdained psychological subterfuge, preferring instead to crush enemies' throats with his bare hands. Thus the mastermind controlling the board, the one who'd laid this bait, could only be Gary. Remove Gary, force him to scatter his attention, and the A1 core zone would become a hollow, defenseless shell. Killen turned, returning to his desk. To extract Gary, he needed a crisis compelling enough to demand his personal intervention. A frontline sentinel post of irreplaceable strategic value under sudden, unexplained assault, or a total collapse of the supply chain. He summoned the stellar holographic map, his gaze sweeping across critical nodes. Within seconds, his eyes locked onto a coordinate 300 light-years from the main base, K-79 mineral station, the linchpin of the entire front's energy infrastructure. Any failure there would jeopardize the base's planetary shield, imminently and catastrophically. As acting High Commandant, Gary could not afford to ignore it. A cold, razor-thin smile curved Killen's lips. This gambit, no matter the cost, he would win. The Lightbrain's highest-level alarm sliced the command chamber's silence with a shrill cry, its crimson light flashing so violently it made one's eyes ache. Jilly, hair in disarray, glanced up at the screen, where bold warning words pulsed: K-9 mining world supply station, multiple explosions, main communications line severed. It's a trap. Those two characters flashed before him. Jelly grabbed a fistful of hair in irritation and scrolled down through the Lightbrain data. If it were an ordinary equipment fault, the adjutant himself would not have to come out personally. But the K-9 mining world is the main base's energy artery. If something went wrong, not only would the visual deception barrier over the base vanish, the entire facility's power would be cut off. In that case, not only the commander-in-chief, but the lives of hundreds of thousands here would be forfeit. He would have to lead a team to investigate, and if the situation proved dangerous, arrange an immediate evacuation. Knowing it was a pitfall, he still had to steel himself and jump. See Sector Commander restroom. Jiang Lijin sat cross-legged on the bed, scrolling the StarNet forum, while sampling a portable meal Tania had prepared, which tasted surprisingly good. The news of Firewind's capture remained a hot topic, and the comment section was full of curses. As she flipped to a poll titled, "How many years should Firewind be sentenced?" a knock sounded at the door. Fully armed, Jelly stood outside. He no longer wore his usual cheeky grin. Upon entering, he locked the door behind him. "I'm leaving the base for a while." Jelly was blunt and rapid. "There's been an incident at K9. Jylin stirred this up." Jiang Lijin set down the food wrapper and adopted a more serious tone. "Very likely," Jelly sneered. No one but him would cause such a commotion at this moment. Jiang Lijin leaned against the table edge, her mind racing. Xiaoyi poured into her mind frantically. Host Jylin is about to act. Once Jelly leaves, Bear will be left exposed. He might take the chance to strike at Bear. Based on current scenario simulations, Jylin's most probable window of action is within 2 to 6 hours after Jelly's departure. Xiaoyi added, "Host, should you warn Jelly to keep more people behind?" Jiang Lijin did not respond. Instead, she looked at Jelly and analyzed. If he covets the commander-in-chief's position, he would not at such a critical moment draw the insect horde to the main base. If he destroys this place, what would he use as a springboard? That may be so, Jelly sighed, rubbing his brow, but I cannot gamble the base's safety on that one slim chance. What if he loses control? What if the insect swarm really slips in amid the chaos? I must go and confirm on site. If it is the worst case, I must organize an immediate evacuation. He unclipped the miniature particle pistol from his tactical belt and handed it to Jiang Lijin. Take this for self-defense, Jelly instructed. Stay in your room today. Go nowhere. I've locked down the Commander-in-Chief's room permissions apart from myself and the Commander's own biometric data. No one can open it. Heavy forces guard the exterior. As long as you don't step out, Jilan cannot touch you. He faltered, mouth parting as if to speak, but in the end only sighed and swallowed the words back. Jiang Lijin studied his face and narrowed her eyes. Say what you mean. Take care of yourself. Jelly lowered his gaze, his voice thickened. And regarding the Commander, I haven't checked on him today. Oh, I don't know his condition. Do not go to him alone. Jiang Lijin glanced at the particle pistol in her hand, weighed its heft, and pocketed it. Bring more people with you in case of an ambush. Jelly nodded and strode away. His footsteps receded down the corridor, taking with them nearly half of the base's elite mobile forces. Left behind was the squad named Shinden that had escorted Jiang Lijin earlier, now stationed nearby. Once the door shut, the room fell quiet. Jiang Lijin sat motionless. She thought Jilan's target is Bear. Jelly had sealed Bear's isolation chamber like an iron casket. In theory, it was foolproof. But Jilan was not to be underestimated. Since he chose today to act, he must have prepared the keys to undo every lock. Host, Xiao Yi tentatively called. What are you thinking? Jiang Lijin did not answer. Half an hour later, Jilan appeared at the far end of the A1 core corridor. Guards along both sides of the corridor raised their weapons in unison, blocking him. Major General, ahead is a restricted zone, the guard on the left said, muzzle down and tone firm. Jilan stopped and pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his voice mild yet oppressive. Adjutant Jelly left in haste and specifically instructed me to confirm the Commander-in-Chief's safety. You are aware that the Commander's condition is unstable. The two guards exchanged a glance and stood their ground. Jilan, unruffled, brought up his light brain panel. A temporary passcode stamped with a special military approval seal popped up, one he had forged by exploiting a permissions loophole. Shall I call Adjutant Jelly for confirmation? The guards hesitated. The entire base knew Bear's condition. He was a walking time bomb. Who would be eager to run in and tempt fate at a moment like this? Even if they let him in, there remained a heavily encrypted highest permission door inside. Without the key, one still could not enter the core isolation chamber. Better to avoid needless trouble. You may proceed, sir. The guard lowered his weapon and allowed him through. Jilan inclined his head and walked down the corridor. After passing the first blast door, the corridor lights dimmed. Jilan halted before the heavy titanium alloy access door, the final defense Jelly had deliberately locked before leaving. A black decoding patch slid into his palm. The device was exorbitantly priced, worth a medium-class starship on the black market, designed to penetrate the military intranet's firewall. Before Bear's incident, he had already calibrated it, waiting for its moment. He pressed the patch precisely onto the lock's recognition panel. A faint blue light pulsed, and the patch emitted a thin electric hum. In under 10 seconds, the heavy titanium alloy door clicked and slid open to either side. Jilan slipped inside. Cold, conditioned air hit him. He did not hurry forward, but skirted the camera's fields of view. At a corner control cabinet, he drew his combat knife, pried the panel open, and deftly severed the wiring. The surveillance system went dark. Only after this did he straighten, smooth his sleeve, and stride toward the central blast-proof glass. Cold white lights fell upon the medical bed. Bear lay supine, a great black python coiled at the bedside and utterly still, exactly as he had seen on the monitors. Jilan approached and gazed at his prey through the glass. Something was off, too quiet. He took a half-step back, pulled a small high-intensity torch from his pocket, and switched it on toward the interior through the glass. The beam pierced the glass and struck the figure on the bed. The light passed through the body and cast a glow upon the wall behind. A holographic projection. There was no one on the bed. He had been fooled. A hum rose in his head, but he forced himself to calm. The air was thick with a potent pressure, the psychic dominance unique to a high-tier male. Even weakened, it made Jilan and Strank feel his scalp crawl and his breath catch. The oppressive force was real. With Jelly and his team gone, there was no one in the base capable of radiating such a degree of pressure except Bear. Bear had not left. He was nearby. Moreover, Bear's condition could hardly be called good. Otherwise, there would be no need for a hologram to conceal him. He would have stepped out and crushed Jilan already. Jilan widened his eyes and swept the empty isolation room. If the person had not left, he must be concealed in some hidden corner. He skirted around the glass and moved to the rear. Sure enough, at the junction of two walls, a nondescript passage hid itself. Jiang stepped in, and after a dozen paces found a solid metal wall before him. It seemed a dead end, but Jiang did not turn back. He pressed his palm along the wall, feeling for anything, and found an extremely hidden seam. He pressed down hard. The panel silently yielded inward, revealing a narrow, hidden elevator door. Found it. Jiang exhaled a breath of relief. But the elevator's control panel bore no buttons. Only a scanner bathing the area in a faint azure glow. Please perform biometric verification. A cold mechanical voice sounded. Jiang's hand froze midair. He stared unblinkingly at the scanner as cold sweat beaded down his spine. Biometric verification. That meant no one but Bear and Jelly, whose data had been recorded, could descend. His prize decoder was nothing but scrap in the face of biometric authentication. Where was he to find biometric verification? Drag Jelly back and chop off his hands. Jiang stood at the elevator's threshold, watching the blue glow, experiencing for the first time what true helplessness felt like. He had calculated every step, lured the adjutant away, deceived the guards, hacked the access controls. Yet he was stymied at this final barrier. The prey lay below. He would not give up. Killen stared at the scanner, emitting an eerie cerulean glow. His pupils contracted sharply behind his lenses. Time was slipping away. Gary could detect the anomaly on K9 mining planet at any moment and double back. In one swift motion, he drew the high-frequency particle pistol from his belt and cranked its power to maximum. Pressing the muzzle firmly against the control panel, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The beam pierced the glowing blue scanner, filling the air with the acrid stench of burnt insulation. As molten metal dripped, every red alarm light in Core A1 flared simultaneously. Sirens shrieked down the corridor. Emergency strobes flickered wildly across the walls. Patrol guards froze mid-step, exchanging bewildered glances. Their comms channels dissolved into chaotic static. Core A1 breach. Code Omega. N. Teams 1 and 2. Respond immediately. And the command echoed. But at the far end of the corridor, no guard dared take a single step forward. Most were Class A or Class B psychics. Ordinarily, they avoided Core A1 entirely. Now it had become a lethal radiation zone, teetering on the edge of 3-level berserk saturation, a death sentence for them. Sir, a young Class B soldier swallowed hard, his grip trembling on his rifle. That's the Supreme Commander's quarantine chamber. The current radiation density. Stepping closer is suicide. The squad leader's face turned ashen. He cursed under his breath. Contact Deputy Gary now. Get him back here immediately. And the elevator groaned open amid sparks and the sharp reek of scorched wiring. Killen dropped the drained particle pistol beside his foot, smoothed his rumpled sleeve cuffs, and stepped into the elevator car. The descent accelerated rapidly. No sooner had the doors parted than he lunged forward. Suddenly, crushing pressure descended from all directions, slamming mercilessly onto his spine. His eardrums throbbed, his temples pulsed violently, his knee joints groaned in protest. He collapsed rigidly onto the metal grating floor with a hollow, resonant thud, and a metallic tang flooded the back of his throat. A gout of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, shockingly vivid. It's over. In lying prone in his own blood, only those two words echoed in Killen's mind. Inbar was unharmed. That monster was watching him. In cold sweat drenched his shirt as he braced for execution. 1 second, 2, 30 seconds passed. Only the bone-grinding weight pressed down. No further assault came. Gritting his teeth, Killen forced his head upward. His gaze locked onto the transparent quarantine wall directly ahead. Inbar lay slumped on the bed. The Federation's revered Supreme Commander, now utterly disheveled. His black hair spilled in disarray, his golden irises were dull and unfocused. In beside him, the colossal serpent writhed in visible agony. And the drug had reached its peak efficacy. To suppress this berserk energy capable of obliterating half a planet, Bar had channeled every iota of his psychic strength, leaving zero reserves to confront external threats. Even fate conspired in his favor. So what if the particle pistol was spent? All he needed now was to crawl back into the elevator, ascend to the surface, and establish a direct channel with the highest military frequency. He'd already rehearsed his testimony in. Deputy Gary concealed the Supreme Commander's true condition and plotted treason. I detected irregularities and infiltrated the subterranean quarantine chamber, only to find Commander Bar fully berserk and devoid of reason. Under Federation military code, once a 3-class male enters full berserk state, heavy-duty mechs must forcibly extract him into deep space exile to preserve the base. Gary would face court-martial. Bar would become orbital debris, an AS for Jiang Lijin. And that foolish woman was merely a decoy. pushed forward by Gary as a sacrificial shield. Once he seized total control, a mere gesture of tenderness, plus a promise to clear her name, would be enough to make her kneel before him again, just as she once did, utterly devoted, wholly subordinate. At that thought, even the agony in his bones seemed to recede. On hands and knees, he dragged himself forward across the floor. Each meter crawled felt like bearing a mountain's weight. Sweat soaked through his shirt, fine fabric clung stained with dust and blood, but he didn't care. Victory loomed within reach. Knee's fingertips finally brushed the elevator's threshold, just as he prepared to roll inside. Ding. Knock-and-sealed lift nearby chimed softly, and its doors slid open. Killen had miscalculated again. He hadn't anticipated Jiang Lijin's arrival, yet he remained utterly unruffled. Knee's eyes traced upward from her shoes. She stood casually, one hand in her pocket, the other holding a half-finished beverage can. Amid that suffocating pressure, her complexion was merely pale. Killen's pupils constricted violently. Was this the true power of a three-class female? He had to possess her. This urge burned more fiercely than ever. Well, Jiang Lijin drawled, voice laced with undisguised mockery. Must say, General Killen, you really go the extra mile. Scrubbing floors down here. Killen spat out a mouthful of blood, striving to soften his tone. Stop playing games. Bar is beyond saving. He'll detonate imminently. Everyone here will perish. And he extended his blood-smeared hand, beckoning her to pull him up. Jiang Lijin said nothing. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sliding past him to Bar behind the quarantine wall. And the situation was dire. The serpent's golden eyes were nearly consumed by crimson. Only a faint, fading ember of resistance lingered deep within. Help me up, Killen murmured, voice low and coaxing. Come with me. I'll get us out, and notify command to dispatch Mechs for containment. Cooperate and I guarantee your immunity from repercussions. Knee's tone was velvet soft, his phrasing impeccably diplomatic. Jiang Lijin tossed the empty can with surgical precision into the waste chute beside the elevator and brushed her palms clean. Move aside. She lifted her leg to step over him. Killen clenched his jaw and lunged forward, locking both arms around her calf with desperate, ironclad force. It was the last surge of strength left in his body. You can't go. That will kill you. Let go, Jiang Lijin retorted, straining, but failing to break free. Though crushed beneath overwhelming pressure, his glass skeletal density held firm, like a vice forged of tempered steel. Li, wake up. He's already a monster. Only I can protect you. Killen roared. His glasses had vanished somewhere during the crawl, his eyes now blazed with feral possessive madness. Jiang Lijin lost patience. She slipped a hand into her pocket and withdrew the miniature particle pistol Gary had pressed into her palm before departing. The cold metal barrel pressed directly against Killen's forehead. Heat radiated from the muzzle, searing his skin, and his voice died mid-sentence. For the first time he saw it plainly in her eyes, the detached, absolute indifference reserved only for the dead. A chilling realization struck him. He truly would die here. Terror coiled around his heart like venomous serpents. Lijin, you can't kill me. We were married. You loved me so deeply. You swore you'd stay with me forever. Have you forgotten? He dredged up those stale, rotting fragments of their shared past, hoping to sway her with the original host's lingering affections. Her finger hovered over the trigger, motionless. Of the three former husbands who'd claimed her, Killen had indeed been the least overtly cruel, the most normal in her tormented memory. Unlike the others, he never berated or abused her outright. He simply observed, cold, distant, unmoved. Only on rare occasions, when his mood permitted, did he offer scraps of kindness. Insignificant, fleeting, yet to her drowning soul, they were the sole lifeline in an abyss. In her warped perception, Killen was the only one who'd never physically or verbally degraded her, the only one who might in truth have become her genuine husband. The emotion surged with terrifying intensity. Jiang Lijin felt her eyes burn, her nose sting, her fingers lock rigid, incapable even of squeezing the trigger. The original host's residual obsession had surfaced at this critical juncture, attempting to seize control, compelling her to lower the weapon and spare the man who'd once doled out crumbs of warmth. Jiang Lijin instinctively recoiled, revolted by the absurdity of mistaking condescension for love, emotional neglect for tenderness. Killen sensed her hesitation and seized hope. His grip tightened. Li, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. There's still something between us, isn't there? You always listen to me. Put the gun down. We'll start anew. I swear, I'll never let you suffer again. Knee's voice trembled with euphoric relief, pouring forth in relentless, feverish cadence. Inside the quarantine chamber, Bar briefly reclaimed lucidity amid the torment. And he opened his golden vertical pupils and fixed them unblinking on the scene at the elevator entrance. That scum was touching her. Enraged, savage, and incinerating, threatened to incinerate his last shred of reason. He longed to tear the man apart, to grind those defiling hands into dust grain by grain. But his berserk psychic energy raged chaotically within, unable to coalesce into any coherent attack upon the outside world. And he could only watch her hold the gun, watch her hand tremble. She couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger. Bar closed his eyes. A ragged, agonized exhale escaped his throat. And of course, not after loving him so deeply. How could she truly end him? Inside the system space, Xiao Yi rolled frantically. Host, what are you doing? Fire the shot now. If Bar self-detonates, it'll be too late. Fool. Jiang Lijin snarled inwardly. Xiao Yi went instantly silent, huddling humiliated in the corner of the mental interface. That fool wasn't directed at Xiao Yi. It was Jiang Lijin cursing Jiang Lijin, and mistaking charity for love, and weeping over the crumbs. Preposterous. Just as Bar struggled upright, fumbling for the particle pistol hidden beneath him. Bang. The recoil of the high-frequency particle rifle numbed Jiang Lijin's wrist. The high-energy beam pierced through flesh and skull without resistance. Qilin did not even have time to scream. His face still bore the sycophantic grin of a moment before. A charred, perfectly circular wound gaped at the center of his forehead, its edges steaming faintly with wisps of white smoke. The acrid stench of seared flesh flooded her nostrils. His grip on her hand went utterly slack, collapsing heavily downward. Jiang Lijin abruptly released him. The miniature particle gun slipped from her fingers and clattered onto the cold metal floor. Her stomach heaved violently. She doubled over, bracing her trembling hands against her knees, overcome by uncontrollable dry retching. This was her first kill. Even as she had repeated inwardly 1,000 times that he was a despicable wretch unworthy of life, the visceral horror of witnessing a living person explode before her eyes, the raw, unfiltered brutality of it, sent profound tremors through her soul forged in an age of peace. A timid voice echoed in her mind. Xiao Yi's, tinged with a slight nasal quiver. Host, are you all right? Don't be afraid. Such scum deserved no better. This was self-defense. Jiang Lijin's mental shout moments earlier had genuinely startled it, and it still hadn't fully recovered. Jiang Lijin paused, then replied inwardly. Residual memories and obsessions from the original body surged unexpectedly. I nearly lost control. At those words, Xiao Yi instantly grasped the meaning behind Jiang Lijin's earlier snarl. Fool. Its previously meek mechanical tone shot up 8 octaves sharp with tension and disbelief. What? This violates transmigration protocol. Once this crisis passes, I'll immediately petition the core system for a full deep-skin diagnostic. But host, this isn't the time. Look at Barl now. He's losing control. Barl's name struck like a jolt of adrenaline, yanking Jiang Lijin back from the abyss of shock. She drew a shuddering breath, suppressed her nausea, straightened upright, and staggered toward the isolation barrier. The instant she pressed the door release, the air thickened. Gravity itself seemed warped. Each step dragged as if lead weights bound her legs. Breathing grew agonizingly difficult. This was the crushing spiritual pressure of a level 3S cultivator teetering on the brink of berserker rage. Inside the barrier, Barl had somehow risen into a seated position. His hands were clamped tightly over his head, thick cords of muscle bulged across his knuckles. His jaw clenched rigidly, throat vibrating with guttural suppressed roars, locked in a life-or-death struggle against his own spiraling madness. The black serpent writhed in agony upon the floor, its colossal form shaking the entire chamber with each convulsion. Jiang Lijin couldn't approach it, not even close. How do I handle this? She gasped, leaning against the reinforced glass wall. I can't even get near it. I'd be pulped by its tail. Xiao Yi rapidly scanned the scene. Host, the spiritual entity is fully destabilized. Do not touch it. Target Barl himself instead. His physical body is comparatively inert, while his consciousness remains locked in combat with the rage. Jiang Lijin halted, stunned. Target him. All I know is spiritual purification, the original body's only retained memory. Xiao Yi froze for 2 seconds, then emitted 2 stiff, unnatural mechanical coughs. Cough. Host, do you know how to kiss? Jiang Lijin blinked, bewildered. Don't I possess mass purification? Can't I perform it remotely? That only works on males ranks level or lower. Xiao Yi recited rapidly. Barl is level 3S, and critically unstable. Remote transmission would be too slow. You call level low tier now? Killen would probably claw his way out of the grave just to throttle you. Jiang Lijin muttered under her breath, a desperate attempt to ease nerves stretched taut to snapping. Yet she didn't hesitate further. In this moment, hesitation meant certain death, for 2, perhaps 3 lives. No, if Barl fully succumbed to madness here, the entire base would perish with him. She dragged her leaden limbs to the bedside and stared down at the man, panting tormented, seated upon it. So, just kiss him directly, correct. Theoretically, deepest proximity yields optimal efficacy. Xiaoyi adopted a rigorously academic tone, however, given his imminent capacity to tear you limb from limb, we recommend initiating energy transfer via mucosal contact first, then proceed to deep spiritual purification once his consciousness stabilizes. Jiang Lijin tuned out the system's relentless commentary. She bent low, seized Barl's face firmly in both hands, and wrenched his chin upward with decisive force. His skin was a sun-kissed, healthy bronze. Not pale, but her grip was fierce enough to leave twin crimson marks across his sharply defined cheekbones. There was no gentleness, none whatsoever. Fixing her gaze upon his tightly shut eyes and proud aquiline nose, she launched a frantic internal pep talk. This was the galaxy's highest-ranking commander, strikingly handsome, powerfully built. A single kiss. She stood to gain immensely. And legally he was her husband, by every binding covenant. To save a life is to build a 70-year pagoda, yet she was saving dozens. In this light, she was nothing short of a radiant, selfless avatar of divine compassion. Having thoroughly convinced herself, Jiang Lijin steeled her resolve like a warrior facing execution, closed her eyes, and leaned in. Go host. Deeper contact means stronger energy conduction. Wait, why's my screen black? I need real-time guidance. Jiang Lijin ignored it entirely. Her lips met Barl's, dry, fever hot. As she pondered Xiao Yi's cryptic remark about deeper conduction, she felt her own serene inner energy begin flowing steadily across their joined mouths, pouring into him. She inwardly groaned, this isn't purification, it's outright soul siphoning. And in that half-second of distraction, Barl's eyes snapped open. They were eyes stripped bare of reason. His once luminous golden irises had contracted into razor-thin vertical slits, brimming with raw, overwhelming aggression. Her heart lurched. Instinct screamed retreat, until a broad palm clamped fiercely around the back of her skull, anchoring her in place. His fingers plunged deep into her hair, pressing her backward motion inexorably forward, reclaiming dominance, deepening the kiss with savage urgency. MMPH. Her hands flew to his searing chest, pushing futilely. This was the absolute strength of a level 3's male hovering at the edge of total frenzy. Worse still, his overwhelming aura, mingled with an indescribable electric tingling, coursed up her nerves along the seam of their entwined lips. Every bone in her body turned to liquid. Not a single finger could lift. Barl's Adam's apple rolled as he exhaled a low, guttural groan. With his free arm, he encircled her waist, muscles coiling, and with one powerful heave lifted her clean off her feet. In a dizzying whirl, she found herself straddling his lap, seated firmly across his hips. The posture was perilous, intimately charged. Yet Barl advanced no further. He simply closed those terrifying slit-pupilled eyes again, instinctively parting her lips with his tongue, and began drinking deeply of her cool, purifying spiritual energy. Jiang Lijin's eyes flew wide. Her hands, now pinned helplessly to his shoulders, raced through frantic escape strategies, only to realize seconds later that Barl showed no intent to rend her apart, only to kiss her desperately, relentlessly. As her energy continued flowing, his tension eased. Even his ragged breathing softened, growing steady. Even the massive black serpent beside them stilled, its violent thrashing ceasing entirely. It coiled itself neatly into a tight spiral, resting its great serpentine head atop its own tail, tongue flicking contentedly, hissing soft, satisfied sighs. Jiang Lijin was spent. Her waist remained locked in his iron grip, no escape possible. Fighting was unthinkable, and her inner energy kept pouring forth, lulling her into a drowsy, carbonated haze. She surrendered completely, letting him take what he needed. Setting aside initial terror and residual unease, she admitted objectively this wasn't unpleasant at all. Jiang Lijin resigned herself, eyes closing as she relaxed her rigid frame. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black void of the system realm, where Xiao Yi had been forcibly confined, it paced frantically. Ugh, what is this? Just one glance. What harm could it do? I'm Data. I understand protocols. Host, are you even performing purification properly? Say something, anything. Jiang Lijin completely blocked out Xiao Yi's noise. Bao's body temperature was shockingly high, the heat transmitted through the thin fabric. His kisses, which started as fierce and ravenous, gradually took on a more enticing quality. This man, who usually looked like a serious officer, how could he be so deadly when kissing? Jiang Lijin silently complained in her heart, but her arms instinctively tightened. The alarm outside was still ringing and the red lights were flashing, but the storm in the isolation room had already calmed down. Bao's breathing became steady. The hand gripping the back of Jiang Lijin's head loosened slightly, sliding down her long hair and finally resting on her back. But soon she noticed something even more unsettling. In a certain place that could not be ignored, a change was quietly taking place. Something was awakening in a remarkably tangible way, about to break through the ground. Jiang Lijin froze for a moment, then her brain buzzed and realized. The fury had just subsided, and now her Botus instinctive reaction kicked in. She quickly extended her hand to push against Bao's chest with force. This time it didn't take much effort as she managed to push him away. But Bao did not completely let go of her. He lowered his head, burying his face in her neck, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for air. Jiang Lijin shrank her neck at his scorching breath, taking a while to suppress the feeling of dizziness. She turned her head to glance at the man resting on her shoulder, then looked at the huge creature in the corner. The black python that had been thrashing violently just moments ago was now completely calm, coiling into a small hill, its massive head obediently resting on its tail. Is this considered completely settled? Hey, Jiang Lijin spoke with annoyance. If you're awake, just give a sign. My legs are numb. Bao remained still silent, only the sound of steady breathing could be heard. Asleep. Jiang Lijin looked up at the sky in disbelief. What is this? Kissing someone into a daze, and then falling asleep. She tried to shift her body, wanting to escape this awkward position. But as soon as she moved, the arm around her waist suddenly tightened, forcing her back down. Don't move. A hoarse, deep voice whispered in her ear, thick with nasal tones. Jiang Lijin paused her actions, daring not to struggle any further. At this point, moving recklessly would truly be playing with fire. Bao finally lifted his head. His eyes had returned to their normal vertical pupils. The terrifying crimson in his gaze had faded. He simply stared at her, quietly brushing over her slightly swollen lips, finally fixing his gaze on her eyes. The two of them stared at each other in silence. After a few seconds, you must be a dog, right? Jiang Lijin broke the silence, first frowning and bluntly commenting. She climbed down from Bao's lap using both hands and feet, and the moment her feet hit the ground, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to stumble. She steadied herself by gripping the edge of the bed, looking down to adjust her wrinkled clothes. Since you're fine now, I'll take my leave. Jiang Lijin clapped her hands, turned around, and pointed towards the door. There are a bunch of messes outside waiting for you to clean up. Following the direction of her finger outside the glass wall, Kieran's body lay quietly in a pool of blood, the charred hole in his forehead particularly shocking under the red warning light. Bao turned his head, his gaze crossing over Jiang Lijin's shoulder, landing on the corpse. His dark, golden vertical pupils slightly constricted, and a hint of undisguised disgust flashed in his eyes. Did you kill him? He asked, his voice having regained its usual coldness, though still carrying a hint of hoarseness. What else could it be? Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes, her tone icy. Should I keep him for the new year? He was holding on to me so tightly just now. Oh, if I hadn't come over, we would have been done for. Jiang Lijin set her cup down, turning to look at Bao. This is called self-defense, got it? Bao said nothing. He propped himself up on the bed, but weakly fell back down with a muffled groan. Jiang Lijin looked at his weakened state, and for once felt a twinge of sympathy. Are you all right? Do you need me to go out and call a medic for you? No need. Bao rejected her decisively. He took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the discomfort in his body. Help me up. Jiang Lijin pouted. That bossy tone, truly hard to change one's nature. She walked over and offered her hand to him. Bao grasped her hand and used it for leverage to stand up. The two of them walked out of the isolation room, one after the other. As they passed Kieran's corpse, Jiang Lijin instinctively averted her gaze. But Bao stopped, coldly staring at the pool of blood on the ground. The elevator doors opened. Jiang Lijin stepped in first, with Bao following closely behind. The space in the cabin was cramped. Jiang Lijin leaned against the corner, watching the elevator floor indicator flicker back and forth. About what happened earlier, Bao suddenly spoke. Nothing happened earlier. I merely performed my duties as a purifier and gave you a deep purification using special methods. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. Oh, just consider it an emergency medical treatment. Bao turned to look at her. The emotions swirling in his golden eyes were forcibly suppressed. Purifier. He snorted the last syllable, rising slightly. The purifiers at the central hospital of the main star, do they all straddle the patient's legs and use their mouths for purification? Jiang Lijin was momentarily speechless, but she still held her ground. As long as the results are good, why bother about the rest? Ball was amused by her shamelessness. He suddenly stepped forward, slightly lowering his head, his broad shoulders blocking the overhead light, casting her entire figure in shadow. Jiang Lijin, he called her by both first and last names, his voice deep. Do you understand what it means to do this to an adult male, especially your nominal husband? Jiang Lijin blinked, continuing to play dumb. It means I am exceptionally capable and have a compassionate heart. Ball stared at her for a while, then suddenly grasped her chin. It means, he leaned slightly closer, you have to be responsible for me. Jiang Lijin's heart skipped a beat, yet she forcefully swatted his hand away, unceremoniously retorting, are you dreaming? I saved your life. You should think about how to repay me. Responsibility? No way. Ding. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and the metal doors slowly slid open. Jiang Lijin strode out with confidence, not looking back. Ball stood in place, watching her figure disappear around the corner. Sir. Gary's voice came from the end of the corridor. He rushed over with a team of fully armed soldiers. Seeing Ball standing unharmed at the elevator entrance, Gary let out a long sigh of relief. I'm so glad you're okay. The alarm went off in Zone A1 just now, and I thought I had blown up and came to collect my corpse. Ball shot him a cold glance. Gary chuckled awkwardly, not daring to respond. He peeked into the elevator, but saw no one else. Where's Miss Jiang? She left. Ball took long strides towards the command room. Gary hurried to keep up. What about Kieran? Didn't he just enter the isolation zone? He's dead. Gary gasped in shock. Dead? Who did it? Is Miss Jiang all right? Gary asked tentatively. Ball stopped, turned to look at him. She's perfectly fine. Gary felt a chill from Ball's gaze. He had an unsettling feeling that the commander's mood today was somewhat off. While the fury had subsided, why did it feel like he was even angrier? Notify the logistics department to remodel Zone A1. Ball continued walking. Also check Kieran's recent communication records and financial transactions. He wouldn't have acted at this time without someone backing him. Understood. Gary stood at attention and saluted. Motion sensor lights flickered to life one by one down the corridor. Gary trailed behind Bar, his palms slick with sweat as he watched his commanding officer stride purposefully toward the room at the far end. Sir, Ms. Jiang is currently staying in your quarters, Gary ventured, voice taut with apprehension. The situation was urgent. Yours was the only room rated for maximum security, so I took the liberty of assigning her there. Shall I arrange an alternative rest chamber for you? Bar did not break stride. No, he replied without turning, his tone cool and detached. My mental sea remains unstable. I require the highest tier defensive accommodations. Should I lose control again, a standard rest chamber would not contain me. The logic was flawless. Gary had no retort. His mind flashed to Jiang Lijin's striking yet formidable face, and wisely fell silent. One does not meddle in a commanding officer's affairs. Inside the room, Jiang Lijin lay sprawled across the bed, a datapad cradled in her hands, its pale blue glow casting soft shadows across her features. On the other end of the connection, Tinia's messages flooded in like rapid-fire pulses. Sister, how are things on your end? Are you unharmed? Do you miss me? I've been pining so fiercely I can't even eat. Those rough-hewn soldiers in the military department surely lack finesse. I'll file for transit clearance immediately and come fetch you. Jiang Lijin stared at the screen brimming with puppy-eyed emoticons and rolled her eyes long and hard. By her count, she'd left the capital star barely 2 or 3 days ago. This person's capacity for cloying affection seemed to deepen with each passing hour. She tapped out a terse reply, all well. No need to worry, then swiped swiftly to Chiron's chat interface. In stark contrast to Tinia's effusiveness, Chiron's report was crisp and clinical. The 3 Class A beastmates from Philwyn have been detained by the Public Security Bureau. They insist the act was theirs alone, attempting to shield Philwyn from culpability. I preemptively coordinated with the Bureau. Case classification has been suspended pending further review. However, Imperial law grants high-tier females broad immunity. Toppling Philwyn decisively will prove exceedingly difficult. Jiang Lijin fixed her gaze on the screen, fingers tapping absently against the edge of the bed. That wretched Imperial statute functioned less like law and more like a golden charter of impunity for depraved females. Philwyn, having suffered such a humiliating blow, would certainly not retreat quietly. A permanent solution was imperative. As she pondered, the door lock clicked softly, then swung inward. Bar stepped inside. He had evidently cleansed himself quickly in the communal bath, bloodstains gone, replaced by a fresh black training uniform. His collar hung open, revealing a sliver of collarbone marked with faint claw scars. Jiang Lijin sat upright, eyes darting between Bar and the doorway. If my memory serves, this was assigned to me as temporary lodgings by Gary. Her brow arched, voice edged with frost. Kindly relocate, Commander. Exit left, and don't let the door hit you on the way out. Bar strode forward, long legs carrying him straight to the bed's edge, where he settled without hesitation. This is my quarters, he corrected calmly, and the toxin within me remains unneutralized. Such episodes may recur at any moment. As my legally wedded wife, and the sole purifier presently capable of stabilizing me, you remaining beside me constitutes the safest course. Jiang Lijin let out a brittle laugh. So now I'm expected to serve as your 24-hour bodyguard. You may interpret it that way, he said, holding her gaze, his expression etched with quiet exhaustion. Or would you prefer to watch me rupture here, leveling half the space station in the process? Jiang Lijin was speechless. The justification was impeccable, flawless, and she certainly had no desire to wake mid-slumber only to find herself vaporized alongside the entire base. Suddenly Xiao Yi's cheerful mechanical voice chimed inside her mind. Host. The system shop has just launched the Interstellar Enhanced Anti-Predator Spray. Just 998 points. Unbeatable value. One puff renders even a Tier 3's male unconscious in seconds. Interested? Get lost. Jiang Lijin snapped inwardly. Roger that. Xiao Yi vanished instantly. Compounding matters, the base's quarters were compact. Even the commander's featured only a single bed and a modest desk. The sofa was narrow, single-seater. Sleeping on the floor was unthinkable. Seeing her fall silent, Bar turned toward the bathroom. I'll shower again. Faint water sounds seeped through the frosted glass. Jiang Lijin stared blankly at the hazy pane, idly scrolling her datapad. 30 minutes passed. Then, the bathroom door opened, releasing a warm plume of steam. Instinctively, Jiang Lijin lifted her eyes, and her breath caught. Bar wore only a white towel knotted low around his waist. Water droplets traced paths down his sculpted pectorals, followed the sharp ridges of his abdominal line, and vanished beneath the towel's hem. She gave him a swift, appraising glance. Humph, this physique would command top billing among Blue Planet male models. If memory serves, contemporary society places considerable weight upon masculine chastity norms, she remarked, voice laced with playful barb. Commander Bar standing half-dressed before a female. Does that not constitute a breach of gentlemanly conduct? Bar reached for a towel to dry his hair, slow, deliberate. Such codes apply solely to lower-tier males, he said, voice low and resonant. Females possess the sovereign right to select superior genetic stock, and thus hold higher standards of virtue. But I am Tier 3's. And, he paused, meeting her gaze from above, golden irises glinting. We are lawfully wed. Within our own bedroom, such formalities hold no sway. He moved toward the bed. I'll change into sleepwear now, he added, glancing sideways, a faint smirk playing at his lips. Should you wish to continue admiring my pectorals, I assure you I won't object. Who's looking? Jiang Lijin retorted, though her eyes remained stubbornly fixed. Didn't you just declare us spouses? Shouldn't spouses practice absolute candor? Why cover up at all? Bar stilled. His golden vertical pupils contracted slightly. You're right. His long fingers brushed the towel's edge, then yanked sharply. Yikes! Jiang Lijin snatched her hands over her eyes, but slyly parted her fingers just enough to peek. He truly meant it. How audaciously bold. Yet no exposure followed. The towel dropped, revealing sleek black boxer briefs taut against powerful musculature outlining every breathtaking contour. Jiang Lijin lowered her hands and stared mute at the garment, utterly wordless. Disappointed, Bar murmured, slipping on a silken robe, amusement threading his tone. Jiang Lijin cursed, inwardly rolled over, and pulled the blanket tight, cocooning herself completely. Bar switched off the overhead light, leaving only a dim wall sconce aglow. The mattress dipped as he settled beside her. Between them stretched an unspoken demarcation, a chasm of silence. The room sank into profound stillness, broken only by the synchronized rhythm of their breathing. Eyes closed, Jiang Lijin's thoughts churned the charred, gaping wound at Jilan's brow. Bar's feral gold-rimmed gaze stripped of reason. After endless restless turns, sleep refused to come. Just as she shifted to reposition herself, her waist tightened sharply. A powerful arm swept across her torso, drawing her backward, blanket and all. Her back collided with a wall of warm, unyielding muscle. Every nerve locked rigid. That arm, locked around her, was iron-strong, immovable. Bar. Her voice was gritted, furious. What exactly are you doing? Behind her, he remained motionless. Only his breath, warm and steady, grazed the nape of her neck, sending shivers cascading down her spine. Let go. She drove her elbow backward, striking dense muscle. Pain flared in her own arm. "Don't move," he rasped, voice thick and raw. "My berserker threshold is spiking again. Just hold me for a moment." Jiang Lijin ceased struggling. Berserker threshold spiking. That excuse never failed. She couldn't possibly kick him off, not when the alternative risked detonating the entire base. She sighed resigned. "Fine, consider it hugging an oversized thermal cushion." Then Xiao Yi burst forth, unable to contain itself. "Host. Snap out of it. He's deceiving you." Jiang Lijin rolled her eyes. "I know. Physical contact, skin to skin, is required to suppress berserker surges. What good is hugging through blankets?" Xiao Yi lamented. "You've been thoroughly manipulated." Jiang Lijin, in the early morning, Ball opened his eyes. Years of military life had tuned his biological clock to awaken even before dawn. However, he did not rush to get up. Instead, he lay flat, quietly probing the restless energy within his body. The rage value had indeed been suppressed, but the poison still lurked deep within his meridians, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. Bal's gaze darkened slightly. This toxin was particularly insidious. It could not only incite male rage, but also perfectly evade regular biochemical tests. Kiran dared to act in front of everyone, which meant he had prepared thoroughly. He needed to ascertain its composition quickly, or it would be like a ticking time bomb ready to explode at any moment. He reached for the military light brain on the bedside. The screen lit up, revealing an unread, urgent, encrypted document at the top sent by Gary. Ball frowned and clicked to open it. The document bore a large imperial royal gold-edged emblem at its header, glaringly painful to the eyes. The content was extremely official. The Imperial Royal Family and the Academy of Sciences jointly issued a statement to express deep condolences to the soldiers of the federal military fighting against the Zerg, specifically sending the chief academician of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, Karong, as a senior medical advisor to provide a month of technical support and medical assistance at the Sirius system frontline. Ball stared at the two characters, Karong, and let out a cold laugh. When did the old foxes of the Empire turn into benevolent figures? Usually, if the Federation wanted to obtain a high-precision medical pod from the Empire, it would have to go through numerous rounds of negotiations, being stripped bare to the extent that even screws would be counted by the gram. Now they were directly sending over their most treasured chief academician. Moreover, as far as he knew, Karong appeared to be a doctor saving lives and healing the wounded, but behind the scenes he was a core strategist of the Empire's highest decision-making level. Every move he made affected the interstellar situation. How could he leave everything behind to come to the front line? Ball turned his head, his gaze falling beside him. On the large bed, Jiang Lijin had wrapped herself tightly like a cocoon, leaving only half of her fluffy head exposed. This base was located on a cold fringe planet, and the space station's temperature control system had set the night temperature low to conserve energy. She was afraid of the cold, and last night she had fiercely snatched the blanket, effectively pushing Ball to the edge of the bed. Looking at her soundly sleeping figure, the coldness in Bal's eyes unconsciously softened. This document could be easily guessed to be brought by Karong himself. Under the pretext of military exchanges and saving lives, he blatantly came to the federal frontline to snatch people away. Ball tightened his grip on the light brain, his expression darkening. Under normal circumstances, having top medical experts come to work for free would be warmly welcomed. It would be an opportunity one could hardly wish for. But now this expert was coming for his wife. That was quite unsettling. Agree. It would be inviting a wolf into the house. Refuse. It would make him appear guilty, and at this moment he indeed needed Karong, as the toxins within him required his expertise to resolve. The medical officers in the military. They could handle external injuries like broken arms and legs, but when faced with such complex neurological toxins targeting the spiritual sea, they were practically helpless. Ball leaned against the headboard, pinching his brow. Regardless of what plans Karong had, this was his territory. Approved. Arrange for the highest level of reception. Do not allow the Empire to find any faults. After replying to Gary, he switched to the contacts and found the chief medical officer's avatar, sending a brief instruction. In 1 hour in the command room. Bring your best toxicology analysis equipment. After completing this, Ball tossed the light brain back onto the bedside table, producing a light click sound. The cocoon beside him stirred. Jiang Lijin struggled to peek her head out from the pile of blankets, her sleep-filled eyes and disheveled hair resembling a bird's nest. Surprisingly, she had slept quite well last night. There were no midnight rampages, no sudden outbursts of rage, and the warmth radiating from this large water bag beside her was just right, allowing her to enjoy a rare, stable sleep. Jiang Lijin yawned, her voice hoarse from just waking up, and turned to look at the man leaning against the headboard. Good morning, Commander. Ball looked at her, his golden vertical pupils revealing no emotion morning. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Lijin got straight to the point. I'm hungry. For the past 3 days, she had been surviving on the portable food that Tanya had given her. The young master was generous, and even the portable rations were specially crafted by a high-end restaurant under the Yunlan group, tasting exceptionally good. But there was always an end to food. She wasn't sure how much longer she would stay at the base, so she needed to save some as reserves. Where's the cafeteria in your military? Take me there to have a look. Jiang Lijun lifted the blanket and deftly climbed up. Ball looked at her eager expression and shattered her fantasy. The base doesn't have a cafeteria. What? Jiang Lijun froze in her actions. No cafeteria. Ball repeated, only a supply depot. Then what do you eat usually? Nutritional liquid. A response that was expected, yet despairing. You can't possibly drink that every day. Jiang Lijun's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 meals a day, every meal, is that? The nutritional liquid is efficient, convenient, and can provide all the energy needed for battle. Ball stated the objective facts. Eating requires chewing and swallowing, which wastes a lot of time. In the ever-changing battlefield, every second counts for life and death. A high-grade nutritional liquid can be consumed in 5 seconds, sustaining for 3 days. Jiang Lijun frowned as she listened. During her time on Valorant, Star Tanya had spoiled her too much, seeking out various rare ingredients every day to make delicious meals. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. What about you? She asked stubbornly. The dignified commander of the Federation should have some privileges, right? I do too. Ball replied succinctly, thoroughly cutting off her hopes. Jiang Lijun fell back onto the bed in despair, staring blankly at the gray-white ceiling. Fine nutritional liquid it is. One cannot starve themselves on this desolate frontline base. Ball looked at her wrinkled face and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He stood up, adjusting the ties of his black silk robe. A few days ago, the Second Fleet cleaned the battlefield in a combat zone at the edge of the Sirius system. Ball spoke slowly, his voice low. That planet has a decent ecological environment, not completely polluted, and retains some primitive vegetation. While the logistics team was cleaning up Zerg corpses, they inadvertently killed a few Panji beasts that wandered onto the battlefield. Ball watched her perk up, his smile growing broader as he continued. The meat has been tested and found to be non-toxic and rich in protein. They brought a few back frozen in the logistics department's cold storage, originally intended to be used as extraction materials for high-grade nutritional liquid. Jiang Lijun's eyes lit up, completely sweeping away her earlier dejection. Panji beast. Is it delicious? No one has eaten it. Ball stated honestly, everyone is drinking nutritional liquid. Such a waste. Jiang Lijun slapped the bed and sat up, heartbroken. Having meat and drinking nutritional liquid. Are the people in your military not thinking straight? Ball ignored her complaints. I'll have someone send some over in a bit. I'll grill it for you. Jiang Lijun was taken aback. He would grill. She looked him up and down, examining the stern-faced man before her. A scene automatically formed in her mind. Ball wearing a floral apron, holding a spatula, expressionless, while frying. No, that image was too jarring as she quickly deleted it from her mind. You. Jiang Lijun's eyes were filled with skepticism. Commander, Ball can also grill meat. Don't kill me with your cooking later. Survival training in the wild is a required course in the first year of military school. Ball spoke calmly, indifferent to her doubts. In a barren star, without supplies, making a fire and grilling meat is a basic survival skill. I've even grilled Zerg to eat. A mere Panji beast's meat won't be a challenge for me. Grilling Zerg. Images uncontrollably flashed through her mind. The Zerg's hideous compound eyes, their severed limbs dripping with green slime, and their spiky shells that she had seen when coming to the base on the starship. Half an hour later, at the logistics department's outdoor platform. While it is referred to as outdoor, it is essentially an observation area with a transparent protective cover on top, allowing a view of the dark, starry sky outside. On the platform, several metal boxes are piled up, originally used for storing patrol equipment, now temporarily repurposed as tables and chairs. The elevator doors opened, revealing Gary. Sir, here is the meat of the spiral horn beast you requested. The logistics team, upon hearing it was for you, deliberately selected the fattest rib and 2 hind legs. He placed the box on the platform and opened the lid. Inside, several large pieces of dark red frozen meat were neatly stacked with evenly distributed fat, looking of quite good quality. Jiang Lijin leaned over to take a look, her eyes sparkling. Ball crouched in the corner of the platform, using his personal military knife to cut open an abandoned metal frame, dismantling a few crossbars to create a simple grill, his movements swift and skillful. Gary stood by for a few seconds before taking a few steps back, being considerate. Sir, will take a trip to the command room to call the medical officer over. Didn't you schedule a meeting an hour later? Ball nodded without lifting his head. Seeing this, Gary let out a sigh of relief and turned to run. He didn't want to stick around as a third wheel. Ball picked up the military knife and sliced the frozen meat into evenly thick slices, setting them on the crossbars. He rummaged through his gear and pulled out a small energy source. This device was originally meant for outdoor survival, but it was quite suitable for grilling meat. The flames leaped up and the meat sizzled. Ball's grilling technique was indeed impressive, controlling the heat precisely, ensuring each piece of meat was grilled to perfection. The base only consumed nutrient fluids, so there were naturally no decent utensils. Once the first batch of meat was ready, Ball used the tip of his knife to pick up a slice and handed it directly to Jiang Lijin along with the knife. Jiang Lijin did not hesitate, taking it and taking a bite. The meat of the spiral-horned beast was firm and succulent, carrying a unique sweetness typical of wild animals. Despite lacking any seasoning, the flavor of the ingredients alone surpassed those nutrient fluids by a long shot. Delicious. Jiang Lijin mumbled her evaluation, giving Ball a thumbs up. Ball didn't look up, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. He seemed to pull out another military knife from somewhere and continued grilling the next batch. She ate as much as he grilled, piece by piece. The entire process was surprisingly quiet, creating a rare sense of peace. Just as Jiang Lijin had eaten enough to feel about 70 to 80% full, Gary arrived with a middle-aged man who took the elevator up to the terrace. The middle-aged man was dressed in a white medical officer uniform, carrying a silver portable equipment case. "Sir." The medical officer saluted, his gaze shifting between the grill and Jiang Lijin, his expression subtle. The Federal Army's chief commander was grilling meat at the front line. The information conveyed by this scene was quite significant. Ball stood up, taking a clean towel to carefully wipe the grease off his hands, as if he were not the one who had just grilled meat on the ground. "Did you bring the equipment?" "Yes," the medical officer replied, opening the equipment case and taking out a palm-sized toxicology analyzer. Full-spectrum scan with molecular-level precision. This is the most advanced toxicology device in the entire federal medical system. Ball rolled up his sleeves, revealing his forearm. The medical officer pressed the analyzer against his vein and started the scan. A blue light traveled along the vein and data rapidly scrolled on the holographic screen. Jiang Lijin sat on the nearby metal box, wiping the grease from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, but her eyes remained fixed on Ball. 3 minutes later, the analyzer emitted a short alert sound. The medical officer fixed his gaze on the screen, his expression changed. "What happened?" Ball asked. "Nothing," the medical officer swallowed hard. "All indicators are perfectly normal." Ball frowned. "Impossible." "I think so too," the medical officer said, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. He operated the instrument a few times with his fingers. "They'll change the mode and scan again." The second scan yielded the same results, clean and clear with no abnormalities. The medical officer wiped the sweat from his brow, his voice tight. "Sir, this poison has either been completely metabolized or its molecular structure completely exceeds the detection capabilities of the current equipment. The device simply doesn't recognize it, treating it as a normal substance." Ball fell silent. Jiang Lijin understood as well. The device showed everything was normal, but the poison inside Ball's body did indeed exist. She had witnessed the symptoms when it first broke out. There was no way it could be fake. The fact that this thing evaded molecular-level scanning indicated that its camouflage ability far exceeded conventional understanding, and it might not even fall within known toxicological categories. The medical officer was sweating profusely. The symptoms experienced by the commander were not fake, yet his equipment could not read any abnormalities. This was more devastating than discovering a terminal illness. "Sir," the medical officer spoke with difficulty, "given our current technical conditions, I'm afraid." Before he could finish, Gary's light brain chimed. He glanced down, then looked up. "Sir, the Empire's transport ship has entered the perimeter of the defensive line, requesting passage permission. Dr. Karen has arrived." Jiang Lijin's eyes widened. "Karen? What is he doing here?" Ball glanced at her. "The Empire sent him here for medical assistance." "Isn't that good, eh?" Jiang Lijin said. "Let him take a look at the poison in your body. Maybe he has a solution." Her tone was calm, even carrying a hint of inevitability. To her, this was a logical conclusion. If their medical officer couldn't handle it, having an elite medical officer from the Empire come by to give it a try was only reasonable. However, Ball's expression visibly darkened. The medical officer lowered his head, packing up the equipment, pretending he did not exist. Gary stood aside, his gaze bouncing back and forth between Ball and Jiang Lijin, his mouth twitching as he forced down the words that were about to spill out. Jiang Lijin finally sensed that something was off, feeling the air around her grow a few degrees colder. She looked up to see the cold-faced Ball puzzled. What was wrong now? During these few days of getting along with Ball, she had discovered that his mood swings could change in an instant, and he never explained. One moment he was grilling meat warmly for you, and the next he could freeze you to ice. She couldn't be bothered to care. In contrast, Tinia, though clingy, was much easier to be around, openly expressing whatever feelings she had. Karen was the same, gentle and measured, never adding to anyone's troubles. 20 minutes later, the elevator doors on the terrace opened, and Karen stepped out. He wore a well-tailored, deep gray trench coat, his black hair neatly slicked back. His gray eyes locked onto Jiang Lijin the moment he exited the elevator. Ms. Jiang. He initiated the greeting, his tone natural. Director Karen. Jiang Lijin nodded at him. Their interactions had always maintained this polite distance. Then Karen turned his attention to Ball, nodding ceremoniously. Commander Ball. The honor of your presence, Director Karen, greatly enriches our federation. Ball's tone was excessively polite, but the three males present, excluding Jiang Lijin, could sense a chill. The 3S males exchanged glances from 3 steps away. Their auras were entirely different, yet the pressure they exerted was equally matched. Gary quietly stepped back 2 paces, standing in the corner alongside the medical officer. The medical officer whispered, "Should I leave?" "Don't go," Gary whispered back. "I can't handle this alone." Ball and the medical officer briefly explained the situation regarding the toxin. The symptoms during an outbreak, the scanning results showing everything normal, and the dilemma of existing equipment being completely unable to identify it. Karen listened without rushing to conclusions. He tilted his head slightly, his gray eyes growing serious, as if quickly browsing through a massive database in his mind. After a moment he spoke. "I will have another deep toxicology analysis device sent over from the central hospital, and at the same time I need to collect a blood sample to send back for external cultivation. If this toxin indeed possesses molecular-level camouflage capabilities and conventional detection methods are ineffective, we will need to change our approach." Ball nodded. There was no other method available. Once Karen finished discussing business, he casually sat down next to Jiang Lijin, taking the spot where Ball had just grilled meat. The grill next to him still radiated warmth, and the air was filled with the aroma of the meat Ball had cooked. After sitting down, Karen naturally picked up the military knife and took over grilling for Jiang Lijin. However, the results of his grilling, Jiang Lijin took a bite, chewed, and said nothing. Yet she did not complain, continuing to eat. Ball stood 3 steps away, watching everything unfold. Gary secretly leaned over, whispering to the medical officer beside him. The commander's face is about to turn as black as his spiritual entity. The medical officer shivered, lowering his voice to reply. "Deputy Gary, do you think if we quietly leave now the commander will notice?" "He will," Gary replied flatly. The medical officer, Jiang Lijin, finished the last piece of meat, calling out in her mind, "Little E." "I'm here, I'm here." Little E replied instantly, his tone as cheerful as ever. "How did the investigation on the original owner's soul go?" Little E fell silent for 2 seconds, and when he spoke again his tone was unusually devoid of playfulness. "I found it." As Xiao Yi's words "found it" echoed in his mind, a piercing alarm suddenly blared. The red warning lights flashed alternately, and the entire space station instantly entered a state of maximum combat readiness. The light brain on Gary's wrist vibrated violently. He glanced down at the screen, his complexion instantly turning pale. "Commander, it's a massive insect tide. Less than 50 light-years away, and it's rapidly approaching. 50 light-years in the scale of interstellar war equates to a knife poised at the throat. The most fatal aspect is that such a colossal insect tide was only detected when it was already this close." Ball had no time for unnecessary words. "Activate the anti-air system immediately. The 1st and 3rd fleets take off to intercept. Amplify the energy shield to maximum power." After arranging the tactics, he turned to Sharon, who was standing beside him, his tone stern. "Take her away." Sharon's gray eyes darkened, remaining still as he looked at Jiang Lijin. "The Divine Shield Squad will escort you to the transport ship and take you directly back to the main star." Ball's tone was authoritative, carrying the weight of the highest commander of the military district. "The scale and trajectory of this insect tide are suspicious. It's too close, yet the base's precise coordinates were not directly locked on. This is undoubtedly the work of Killian." Killian's original plan was well thought out. He intended to lure the insect race to attack the peripheral defense line, so he could seize a tremendous military achievement amidst the chaos. However, he underestimated Jiang Lijin and ended up getting shot in the head first. The insect race did not receive specific coordinates and could only conduct indiscriminate sweeping in the nearby star regions. "I want leave." Jiang Lijin, who had been sitting on a metal box, finally spoke. Ball frowned, his tone growing harsher. This is no joke. The insect race is numerous and the base may be exposed at any moment. Staying here will only be a hindrance. A hindrance? Jiang Lijin scoffed unyieldingly, meeting his gaze. Commander Ball, have you forgotten what state you are in right now? She pointed at the medical officer who was still in shock in the corner. You're still poisoned, and if you go to the battlefield now, once your mental strength is exhausted, you'll go berserk on the spot. Are you planning to take tens of thousands of soldiers from the base to accompany the insect race in death? Ball remained silent, his brow furrowed. To put it 1,000 steps back, if you really blow up the defense line, will completely collapse. The insect race will charge directly into the main star. How long can I hide if I escape back? Jiang Lijin dusted off her hands, her tone righteous. Her words were resolute, leaving no room for criticism. Gary, standing nearby, looked at her with bright eyes. Initially, he thought Jiang Lijin was merely beautiful and had a fierce temper, not someone to be trifled with. Now he saw a newfound respect in his gaze. Ball stared at her for 2 seconds. The front line's battle reports continued to refresh, leaving him no time to argue here. Gary, stay with her, never leave her side. Yes, Commander, don't worry. Gary responded loudly. Sharon interjected at the right moment, his tone gentle. I will stay too. Ball shot him a cold glance, but did not refuse. At this moment, having another top-tier combat force beside Jiang Lijin was indeed more secure. Go to the highest command tower. With this remark, Ball strode toward the dedicated elevator. Jiang Lijin followed closely. Only by standing high enough could she see the overall situation and play her role. Sharon protected her left side, shielding her from the rushing officers in the corridor. At the top level of the command tower, the panoramic view revealed a scene of carnage. The federal military's heavy mechs navigated through the asteroid belt, while small starships above wove a dense web of firepower. The insect race charged without formation, relying solely on instinct. They spewed out dark green corrosive toxins which, upon touching the mech's exterior, caused the high-strength alloy armor to dissolve at a visibly rapid pace. The soldiers whose mechs were damaged were forced to eject from their cabins. Those with high levels of mental strength could barely materialize their spiritual bodies to continue. Those with lower levels, once their skin came into contact with the toxins or were affected by nearby pollutants, would be reduced to pools of blood before they could even call for help. The entire scene could only be described in 2 words: tragic. Ball stood before the holographic star map, his hands propped on the control console. As the commander, his brain served as the core processor of the entire defense line. Instructions were issued in an orderly fashion, but the energy field surrounding him began to spiral out of control. To connect with thousands of mech's mental frequencies, he was overdrawing his already unstable mental sea. Jiang Lijin keenly sensed the tremor at his fingertips. A violent undercurrent surged within him, with his rage level continuously escalating. Time was of the essence. She quickly walked behind Ball, placing her hands on his shoulders. Soothing mental energy poured from her palms, rushing toward his battered mental sea. The moment her mental energy touched Ball, an unexpected change occurred. She initially thought this would be a routine single-person purification, but now her mental sea felt like a reservoir, with its plugs suddenly pulled, a torrent of energy uncontrollably pouring outward. That warm energy radiated outward from the command tower like a shockwave. Xiaoyi screamed in her mind. Host, what are you doing? Your coverage range has exceeded the limit. This is... It stuttered, frozen. Jiang Lijin was also stunned, her hands still maintaining the pressing position, her pupils slightly dilated. Outside the window, a miracle was descending. That silver-gold halo swept across the brutal battlefield. Those warriors whose spiritual bodies were on the brink of collapse, even those who had closed their eyes waiting for death, suddenly felt an extremely warm energy enveloping them. Her mental energy expanded to occupy 1/3 of the battlefield, allowing nearly 30,000 males to simultaneously receive her mental cleansing. Even if she were a 3s level, such a feat would be impossible. The strangest part was that she did not feel exhausted. An unknown energy was continuously flowing into her mental sea. It was as if, while she was channeling energy to the front lines, an invisible thread behind her was frantically charging her up. Who exactly was supplying her with energy? Ball turned his head, his golden slit-like pupils narrowing. He looked at Jiang Lijin, a complex mix of emotions swirling in his eyes. Sharon also halted his actions. His gray eyes fixed intently on Jiang Lijin, and for the first time his usually gentle expression showed signs of almost losing composure. Group purification. In such a wide range. This had never been heard of in interstellar history. The beleaguered Federal Army's morale soared. The communication channel was filled with waves of frenzied shouts. Those who had narrowly escaped death looked toward the command tower with eyes filled with fervor, as if gazing upon a deity. Charge! The insect race, which had originally pressed against the base of this barren star through sheer numbers, was about to land. Yet in an instant they were pushed back. Ball withdrew his gaze. He did not question Jiang Lijin at this moment about how she had accomplished this. He abruptly shut his eyes, a low growl resonating from the depths of his mental sea. A colossal black python large enough to obscure the stars materialized in the starry sky. That was his spiritual body. Sharon also closed his eyes. A piercing eagle cry shattered the silence as a massive black eagle soared into the asteroid belt. Spiritual bodies are not harmed by the insect race's toxins, but are easily contaminated. Now, with Jiang Lijin's vast purification network providing support, both 3-level males fully unleashed their potential. Jiang Lijin stood before the panoramic window, her hands maintaining the energy output position. She looked at the two colossal beasts wreaking havoc in the starry sky, then glanced at her glowing palms. This external assistance is a bit ridiculous. The last high-level insectoid was torn open by the sharp claws of the black eagle, with green viscous liquids spilling everywhere. A massive black python coiled at the edge of the asteroid belt, its golden vertical pupils sweeping around, confirming there were no living creatures before it vanished. The alarm inside the command tower finally ceased. Outside the panoramic viewport, the logistics department's tugboat had already taken off. A heavy mechanical arm extended from the hatch, dragging the damaged mechas and insectoid corpses to clear the pathway. Ball turned around, raising his hand to loosen his collar. "The coordinates have been exposed," he said, quickly glancing at Gary. "Notify the entire army to abandon Base 0. Complete the packing of supplies within 3 hours, with injured personnel boarding the ship first, and retreat to the second defense line." Gary stood at attention, saluted, and turned to run off to give the orders. Having finished, Ball turned to Jiang Lijin. She was still standing in front of the control panel, her head lowered as she repeatedly examined her hands. Karen walked up to her side, curiosity evident in his gray eyes. "Let's go," Ball said. "Let's check downstairs." The three of them took a dedicated elevator to the injured personnel accommodation area. The elevator was terrifyingly quiet. On the surface, Jiang Lijin remained composed, but her mind was in turmoil. According to the calculations prior to Xiao Yi, the limit operation of a 3-level female could at most provide a deep mental clarity for 10 high-ranking officers. What had she just done? 20 to 30,000 people. A full 1/3 of the defense line's manpower. This was beyond extraordinary. It was nothing short of a miracle. The most bizarre part was that she did not feel tired at all. Instead, she felt invigorated. "Xiao Yi, check." She communicated with the system in her mind. Xiao Yi's voice sounded faint. "Host, I am checking. This matter is too strange. It exceeds the logic of my database. In your mental sea, another energy source was indeed connected. Whose? Unknown. My authority is insufficient. But I can confirm one thing: that power does not belong to this world." "Not belong to this world?" Jiang Lijin frowned. "Is there such an external aid available in the system store?" "No." Xiao Yi paused. "Host, I will dig deeper into the database to see if I can find any clues." Her mind fell completely silent. Jiang Lijin rubbed her forehead. An energy that did not belong to this world could accurately serve as a power bank for her. Ding! The elevator reached the medical area on the ground floor. As the alloy door opened, a strong smell of disinfectant mixed with blood rushed in. In the makeshift accommodation point for the injured people lay densely packed. In the past, such a medical area after an insect tide would have been a hell on earth. Contaminated soldiers would turn on each other in frenzy, and the screams from collapsing mental bodies could topple roofs. But today it was strangely quiet here. Those seriously injured individuals who should have been struggling in pain were now lying quietly on stretchers. The infected wounds had scabbed over, and the turbulent mental energy fluctuations had stabilized. Hearing footsteps, several officers closest to the entrance turned their heads. Upon seeing the newcomers, their eyes burst with intense fervor. The only 3-level female in the entire star system. Aside from her, no one else could achieve such a miraculous group purification at this distance and scale. "Ms. Jiang." A major with a severed left arm suddenly sat up from his stretcher, disregarding the pain of his wound, and scrambled to Jiang Lijin's side. "Ms. Jiang, thank you. I thought I was doomed. My mental body was about to dissolve." The major spoke incoherently, excitedly reaching out with his good right hand to grasp Jiang Lijin's. Slap. A bony hand unceremoniously swatted away the major's hand. Ball stepped forward, standing firmly in front of Jiang Lijin. "Step back." Ball looked down at the major, his golden vertical pupils glinting with warning. Is military discipline being devoured by dogs? Who allowed you to get this close? The major was stunned by the commander's oppressive presence and reflexively stood at attention, sir. But his gaze could not help but glance over Bale's shoulder at Jiang Lijin. Not just him. In the entire medical area, hundreds of pairs of eyes were all fixed on Bal and the Jiang Lijin behind him. Their gazes were fervent, intense, and filled with gratitude, as if they were looking at a descending deity. But due to Bale's presence, his terrifying aura made it so that no one dared to approach for the moment. Bale's face was completely dark, his molars clenched tightly. He turned sideways, grabbing Jiang Lijin's wrist and pulling her behind him, shielding her more securely. Jiang Lijin stumbled slightly and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly at him. What was this man going crazy about? Was he afraid she would steal his limelight as the commander? Or was he jealous? Commander Bal. Jiang Lijin shook off his hand, her tone cool. Why are you so nervous? I want to eat your soldiers. Bal paused, turning to look at her. He gazed at Jiang Lijin's defiant, yet slightly mocking expression. His throat moved, but in the end he didn't speak a word. What could he say? Say that seeing those males look at her with such eyes made him uncomfortable. Say that he didn't want anyone else's hands on her. Bal coldly said, "It's chaotic here, don't run around." After saying this, he strode deeper into the medical area to confirm casualty data and the transfer progress with the person in charge. His back radiated an indescribable sense of irritation. Jiang Lijin watched him walk away, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Ms. Jiang." A gentle voice came from beside her. Karen had somehow walked to her side. There was a hint of secret amusement in his gray eyes. Bale's thoughts were all written on his face. It was a pity that with Bale's awkward and domineering personality, encountering a woman like Jiang Lijin, who completely lacked romantic perception, this pursuit of hers would likely be a long and difficult journey. Commander Bal is also thinking of your safety, Karen said, smoothing things over for Bal before changing the subject. However, I am more concerned about your health. That massive output of mental energy, just now even for a 3s level, would impose a huge burden on the mental C. Karen's tone became professional and serious. Are you feeling dizzy now? Or any tingling sensations in your mental C? Jiang Lijin took a moment to feel it. Not only was there no tingling, but she also felt completely invigorated, as if she could eat 2 more roasted lamb legs. Moreover, that mysterious power had even expanded her mental C. But she couldn't share that with Karen. If he found out about the unknown energy source within her, he might very well have her strapped to an operating table for research. I'm fine. Jiang Lijin lied without changing her expression. Just a bit tired. Karen's gray eyes quietly scrutinized her for a moment before he slightly nodded. In that case, once we return to the main star, I will take you to the medical cabin of the central hospital for a full checkup. His tone was gentle, yet carried an air of undeniable authority. Your current physical condition concerns the safety of the entire star system. There can be no errors. Jiang Lijin. With such a heavy hat placed upon her, she couldn't even refuse. All right, she replied perfunctorily with a nod. The military's efficiency in cleaning up the battlefield was high. 3 hours later, they had completed the full packing. Massive starships lined up, the roar of engines shaking the entire base. Jiang Lijin followed Bal into the command cabin of the main ship. Gary had been waiting inside. Upon seeing Jiang Lijin enter, the 2s level officer immediately stood straight, his eyes shining like 2,000-watt searchlights. Ms. Jiang, please take a seat. Gary eagerly pulled open the most comfortable leather chair next to the main seat, even wiping non-existent dust with his sleeve. Bal shot him a glance. Gary tensed up all over, but still brought a glass of water to Jiang Lijin, braving the murderous gaze of the commander. Ms. Jiang, have some water. Jiang Lijin accepted the cup and thanked him. Bal walked to the main control panel, resting his hands on the table as he observed the constantly jumping coordinates on the star map. Set off. The main ship slowly departed from the space station, followed by a mighty fleet. Outside the panoramic viewport, that massive base which had guarded the border for decades activated its self-destruction sequence shortly after they left. A blinding white light erupted in the starry sky, transforming into a dazzling fireball. After 2 hours of hyperspace jumps, the fleet glided to a steady berth at the 2nd Defense Line spaceport. This installation dwarfed Linghao Base. A colossal alloy dome refracted the glow of an artificial star. Anti-air batteries stood in disciplined arrays, while patrol mechs wove through the void. No sooner had he descended the starship gangway than Bear's light brain began spitting out battle reports and dispatch requests. He strode ahead, listening to Jieli's briefing and issuing commands in rapid succession. Jiang Lijin followed, surveying the brand-new military fortress. Unlike Linghao Base, this public stronghold occupied a more secure, easily defensible position. The logistics major general, a perceptive, middle-aged male, moved quickly. Confronted with 3 top figures fresh from the front, he arranged 3 adjoining suites in the senior officer's quarters. Jiang Lijin liked her new room. It was larger than Bear's previous quarters, furnished with a double bed that felt noticeably softer. She washed away fatigue with relish, slipped into clean silk sleepwear, and collapsed onto the mattress, ready to sleep deeply. A knock sounded at the door. Jiang Lijin hauled herself up with difficulty and, annoyed, went to open it. So late, could it be Jelly bringing a midnight snack? The door slid open to reveal Bear. He had changed into deep black silk pajamas. The collar opened to expose broad, hardened chest muscles. In his right arm, he cradled a white pillow. Before Jiang Lijin could speak, Bear stepped past her into the room. "What are you doing?" she demanded, glaring at him. Bear tossed the pillow onto one side of the bed, turned, and declared without preamble, "My berserk level is unstable." Jiang Lijin snorted derisively. "Commander Bear, do you take me for a fool? A few hours ago, you were slaughtering on the battlefield, your spirit blazing. Now you tell me your berserk level is unstable." Bear remained expressionless post-battle after effects. The man lied without even bothering to draft an excuse. Jiang Lijin leaned against the doorframe, arms folded, making it plain she would not acquiesce. Bear's gaze darkened. He suddenly closed the distance toward her. He drew so near she tasted the shower on his skin. Before she could retreat, Bear reached out, seized her waist, and pulled her wholly into his arms. With a dull thud, the door swung shut behind him. Only a nightlight glowed. The room grew darker as the doorway sealed. Bear's breath fell hot against her neck. "You," Jiang Lijin began, but his lips smothered her words. It was a kiss suffused with possessive hunger. There was no tentative testing, only insistence. Bear's large hand clamped the back of her head, while the other circled her waist, pressing her into him. Her mind went blank in an instant. A masculine animal scent rolled over her. Bear's kissing was unrestrained and instinctive, crude with the urgency of a beast. Jiang Lijin snapped back and sank her teeth into the tongue that ravaged her mouth. Blood burst across both their lips. He grunted, but made no move to let her go. She gasped for air and shoved against his chest with all her strength, to no avail. In that shove, her hand slipped into his open shirt. She had to admit his chest was firm to the touch. On impulse, she pinched. Bear trembled, tightened his arms, and in the motion pressed her down onto the soft bed. The mattress sank beneath them. Bear knelt at her side, forearms bracing above her head. In the dim light, his golden vertical pupils gleamed, narrowed to thin slits with arousal. His breathing was heavy, his chest heaving. Jiang Lijin lay there panting. A strap of her nightdress had slipped during the struggle, revealing a sweep of pale skin. Bear's eyes dropped to her clavicle, the darkness in his gaze deepening. As his hand reached her waist, reason flooded back into Jiang Lijin. She pressed his hand down. "No." Her voice cut clean through the quiet room. Bear froze instantly. He looked at her, desire still swirling in his eyes, tinged with confusion and wounded pride. Seizing the moment of his stiffness, Jiang Lijin sat up and tugged the fallen neckline closed. "I'm tired. I just want to sleep." She turned her face away, heart pounding, forcing herself not to meet his gaze. The air seemed to hold its breath. Bear stared for a full 30 seconds. In the end, he said nothing, swung his legs off the bed, and strode into the bathroom. Water roared to life. Jiang Lijin leaned against the headboard and exhaled. In her mind, Xiao Yi's voice piped up plaintively, "Host, I was just researching," and reached a crucial point. Then it was suddenly cut off, sealed so tightly I could see or hear nothing. Jiang Lijin cleared her throat and asked, "Did you find anything?" Xiao Yi sniffled, "No. My permissions aren't enough." "But host, why did you push Bear away? What a perfect chance." Jiang Lijin tugged the covers over herself. "What's so perfect about it? He only wants my purification power." Bear's kindness and possessiveness at root sought her cleansing ability. In this interstellar age where a spike in berserk level could end one's life, a 3-scrade female was like tender meat in the eyes of every high-ranking male. Whoever possessed her held the chips for survival. Xiao Yi interjected, "Host, you're mistaken." "What do you mean?" "This is an interstellar beast world." Xiao Yi explained earnestly, "In this world, females are treasures. Males will throw away their lives to win mating rights. Bear is a 3-scrade male. The beast in his blood is stronger than in most. The possessiveness he showed just now was instinctual." Xiao Yi paused for emphasis. "In this world, it's never that males simply want to sleep with females. It's that males ache to be favored by a female. Coming in the middle of the night with a pillow, voluntarily delivering himself to your door. He came to plead for a formal bond. He held back, so hard his eyes were red, yet the moment you cried stop, he halted immediately. By the laws of the beast world, a male absolutely must not force a female. Jiang Lijin lay listening to the water roaring in the bathroom, her emotions a tangle. She had been assessing this world through the mindset of launching. She had assumed Bear was an overbearing type used to controlling everything, a man who would exploit and own her. It turned out he had come clutching a pillow to ask to keep her. She replayed the earlier moments. His movements were rough, but never truly harmful. When she said stop despite the bitter look in his eyes, he still exercised restraint. A man who wielded federal military authority, rejected by her, slunk off to take a cold shower. Suddenly, everything clicked in Jiang Lijin's mind. She realized she now truly held the power of decision. Though the central mind assigned mates a female could demand divorce at any time without objection, a male who sought elevation must kneel and beg the female to sign her consent. That thought loosened the tautness in her chest into a surprising lightness, even a wry clarity. After all, it is said that behind every successful woman are 10-20 men quietly making sacrifices. Half an hour later, the water at last stilled. Bear emerged chilled and damp. His hair still dripped, his pajamas carelessly open, droplets traced the ridges of his muscles down into his waistband. He cast a glance toward the bed. Jiang Lijin lay with her back to him, breathing even, already asleep. Bear stood at the bedside and watched her for a long time. He did not climb in, instead he crossed long legs and sat on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of her back. Night pressed heavy around them. In a universe fraught with danger, the cold, ruthless commander willingly sheathed his claws and fangs to keep vigil over his only deity. Morning. Jiang Lijin turned over in bed, finding it much softer than the hard cot at base 0. Just as she was about to doze back off, she sensed someone staring at her. Opening her eyes, she met a pair of bloodshot vertical pupils. Bear was sitting on a single sofa. A towering figure at nearly 2 meters tall, he squeezed himself into the small space, his long legs awkwardly bent. He had already changed into a black military uniform with the gold stars on his shoulder, epaulette gleaming coldly. This demeanor of a commander-in-chief clashed somewhat with the dark circles under his eyes. You didn't leave? Jiang Lijin sat up, running a hand through her messy hair. Defense needs it, Bear replied expressionlessly. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of commander-in-chief does defense work in someone else's bedroom? Xiao Yi was frantically complaining in her mind. Host, he has been staring at you all night. Not even changing his posture. In the beast world, it's common for males to play the victim, but don't be fooled by him. Jiang Lijin ignored Xiao Yi's noise and got out of bed, heading towards the washroom. Water started running. Bear looked at the closed glass door, irritably tugging at his collar. It was at this moment that the doorbell rang. Bear strode over and opened the door. Outside stood Kargan holding a medical kit. Seeing that it was Bear who opened the door, Kargan's gray eyes flickered, scanning the slightly wrinkled hem of Bear's uniform, then taking note of Bear's tired demeanor, lingering for 2 seconds. Did the commander sleep well last night? Kargan asked, his voice gentle. Very well, Bear replied, blocking the doorway, showing no intent to let him in. Is there something you need? Just a simple checkup for Miss Jiang. Kargan indicated the medical kit in his hand, peering over Bear's shoulder. Post-war high-intensity mental output requires real-time monitoring. Bear snorted coldly. She's still washing up. I can wait. Kargan calmly stood his ground. The 2 3-level males confronted each other at the door, their energy fields starting to repel each other. Patrolling soldiers passing by in the corridor dared not breathe, loudly sneaking past against the wall. The washroom door opened. Jiang Lijin walked out, wiping her face, and paused upon seeing the scene at the door. Good morning, Director Kargan. Good morning, Miss Jiang, Kargan replied with a gentle smile. Would you mind if I took up 10 minutes of your time? Come in then. Bear, with a dark expression, stepped aside, following Kargan inside, and naturally sitting on the sofa watching Kargan's movements. Kargan opened the medical kit, taking out a small scanner which he placed against Jiang Lijin's temple. As the device activated, rows of data appeared on the holographic screen. Kargan stared at the screen, his gray pupils narrowing slightly. What's wrong? Jiang Lijin asked, keeping her voice calm. She hoped that the power bank wouldn't be detected. It's strange. Kargan raised his head, his tone revealing curiosity. Under normal circumstances, after high-intensity output, the mental C would shrink or become fatigued. However, your mental C has not only remained undamaged, but also shows signs of secondary expansion. Its capacity has increased by 15% compared to my previous examination of you. Bear frowned at this. 15%. What side effects could this have? Currently, no side effects are evident. Kargan put away the device, looking at Jiang Lijin. This contradicts the existing laws of mental mechanics. Ms. Jiang, once we return to the main star, you must have a detailed examination at the Central Hospital, no the Academy of Sciences. Bear interjected with a cold snort beside him. She is not your test subject. Kargan ignored Bear's provocation, smiling at Jiang Lijin. The medical pod is ready and waiting for you at any time. Just as he finished speaking, the holographic device on Jiang Lijin's wrist vibrated. She pressed the answer button, and a holographic projection of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy jumped out. Sister. Tinian leaned closer to the camera, the background a lavish office of the Yunlan Group CEO. He wore a well-tailored suit, but his tousled golden hair made him look like a golden retriever just waking up. I saw the battle report. Are you okay? Were you hurt? Tinian bombarded her with questions, his blue eyes filled with worry. Did that old man fail to protect you? I knew those brutes in the military couldn't be relied upon. The old man Bear was sitting just 2 steps away, his face dark as a pot bottom. Tinian. Bear spoke coldly, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Mind your words. Tinian turned his head, finally noticing Bear at the edge of the screen. He not only did not hold back, but instead smiled, even more brightly, his tone provoking. Oh, Commander Bear is also here. I heard Base Zero was raided by the Zerg. Tisk tisk, the security system of the federal military needs an upgrade. How about considering our Yunlan Group's new products? For your sister's sake, they'll give you a 20% discount. Bear clenched his fists, his tone stern. Not needed. Don't be stubborn. If the military budget is tight, I can sponsor a bit. After all, your sister is still with you. I have to spend some money for her safety. Tinian waved his hand grandly, then turned back to Jiang Lijin, his tone softening instantly. Sister, when are you coming back to the main star? He'll go back first and tidy things up. I have a gift prepared for you. You'll absolutely love it. Jiang Lijin was annoyed by his incessant chatter. In a couple of days. I still have some finishing touches here. All right. He'll wait for you. Tinian reluctantly replied. Sister, remember to think of me. The communication finally ended. The holographic projection vanished, and the room fell into a brief and eerie silence. In the end, Jiang Lijin broke the suffocating atmosphere. She keenly caught the blind spot from the earlier conversation. Isn't your Base Zero supposed to be top secret and super hidden? How come just a day after it was bombed, even Tinian, that young master from the Valoran Consortium, knows about it? Bear reined in his earlier anger, pinching the bridge of his nose, his expression growing serious. It's still those military councils sitting high on the main star. Those people are all retired generals. Although they no longer directly command troops, they wield significant influence in the Federation. For their own interests, they have always maintained close relations with the imperial family and top consortiums like Yunlan, leading to intelligence leaks being rampant. At this point, he lifted his head, deeply gazing at Jiang Lijin, a hint of worry creeping into his tone. So your demonstration of the group purification ability on the battlefield is definitely something that can no longer be concealed. Those old foxes are extremely sensitive to such powers that can alter the interstellar landscape. The imperial family will likely make a move in the next few days. They cannot allow an uncontrolled variable like you to remain in the military. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lijin and Bear both turned their gazes towards the quietly observing Kargan. After all, he represented the Empire as an academician. Kargan met their gaze with a light chuckle. Don't look at me. Although the Academy of Sciences is nominally under the jurisdiction of the imperial family, I am merely a lowly academician. I can't even get a word in with those who self-proclaim as of high bloodline. He deliberately emphasized the term high bloodline, his tone laced with undisguised contempt. Jiang Lijin could even detect a hint of gritted teeth in his gentle voice. Jiang Lijin crossed her arms, her face devoid of any fear of being caught in a political whirlpool. What kind of actions? Are they planning to award me an Interstellar Peace Prize or arrange a high-ranking position for me? She pondered for a moment and added, whatever they are up to, if they don't pay me, I absolutely won't do it. Time passed. In the following week, Jiang Lijin lived quite comfortably. Although this was an open military base, the various security checks were harsh to the point of being outrageous. Yet Tania remained unconvinced of the supernatural, although she herself did not come. The items sent over had piled up into a mountain. Fresh berries airlifted from Valorant soft haute couture silk quilts, and even 2 whole boxes of high-end custom dresses, each packaging box containing a handwritten note with bold handwriting. This piece is suitable for home, where the fabric is skin-friendly. This one is for attending banquets. I had the designer modify the neckline 3 times. This one will definitely look great on you, sister. Show me a picture. The officers at the base's security check had never seen such a scene, with box after box passing through the quantum scanner, eventually clogging the entire security passage. They exchanged glances, and in the end they still sought approval from their superiors. After listening to the report, Ball fell silent for 3 seconds. Make sure there are no hazardous materials and let them all through. His voice was steady, but his brows remained furrowed. A major general from the logistics department possessing keen insight personally led people to carry the boxes into Jiang Lijin's spacious room. Jiang Lijin leaned against the soft sofa, enjoying the berries airlifted by Tania, casually flipping through those little cards, a slight smile curving at the corners of her lips. She had fully accepted her positioning in this world. Since the mainframe had assigned her these top-tier mails, why not enjoy it openly? However, over the past few days, Ball had been unusually well-behaved. Perhaps he was extremely busy. Subsequent military deployments, defense line reconstruction, casualty statistics. Each one weighed heavily on his shoulders as the overall commander. He went to sleep at 3 in the morning and appeared punctually at the command center at 6 in the morning. Only when his rage levels soared and became uncontrollable would he knock on her door. During the purification process, he reined in his previous impatience, sitting upright on the sofa with his hands neatly placed on his knees. Jiang Lijin's purification energy through his spiritual body, the little black snake penetrated into the sea of consciousness, calming the turbulent rage levels. This process was not complicated, but Bao's reactions were hard to ignore. His golden vertical pupils remained fixed on her, the desire in his gaze nearly overflowing. Jiang Lijin had no doubt that if she nodded now, or even if she didn't need to nod, if her gaze softened just a bit, this seemingly composed federal commander would pounce on her without hesitation. However, he held back. The veins on his forehead throbbed, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, his breathing heavy, yet he did not move a step closer. After the purification ended, he would always linger in his original position for a few more seconds, as if waiting for the aftershocks of the sea of consciousness to subside. Then he would stand up, give her a slight nod, and leave with big strides. This restraint in turn made Jiang Lijin develop a sense of watching a show. She began to enjoy this composure of holding the reins of the situation. In contrast, Sharon appeared much more pragmatic. He spent most of his time in the base's medical department organizing data on frontline casualties, while also studying the residual energy fluctuations left by Jiang Lijin's group purification. The two met infrequently, but each time they did, he would gently inquire about her sleep quality, conveniently handing her a cup of prepared potion. After the rest period, the three of them boarded the starship to return to the main star, leaving Gary stationed at the front line. Main star spaceport. Before the hatch even opened, a deafening noise had already penetrated the thick alloy shell. Jiang Lijin stood by the porthole, looking down. The landing pad was divided into 2 distinct camps. On the left was the Imperial Royal Delegation. Although the leader was not a core member of the royal family, he was still a powerful cabinet secretary, followed by a group of nobles leaning on civilization sticks. They held themselves with an air of superiority, whispering among themselves, making quite a show. On the right was the camp of the Federal Military Council. A group of old-timers who had retreated from frontline duty had deliberately dug out their long-stored military uniforms, their chests adorned with dazzling medals, standing tall, their aura not losing in the slightest to the Imperial Royal side. On the outskirts were ordinary citizens and reporters from various major star newspapers, forcibly separated by the gendarmerie robots. Recently, the news of Jiang Lijin being urgently taken away by the military starship from Valorant had already stirred up a storm on the Star Network. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this 3-level female must have accomplished something earth-shattering on the front line. Countless mini-cameras hovered in the air, their flashes creating a blinding spectacle. The treads of the gendarmerie robots screeched against the ground, the alarm lights flickered incessantly, yet they still could not dampen the enthusiasm of the crowd pushing forward. The hatch opened. Jiang Lijin walked down the gangway with composure. Today she wore a black spaghetti-strap mermaid dress, a haute couture piece sent by Tania. The hem swayed gracefully with her movements, perfectly hugging her body curves, and most importantly, the fabric was extremely soft. Her long black hair was casually styled into a bun adorned with a smooth, deep-sea pearl hairpin. A few hours ago, when she first stepped into the cabin in this outfit, both Ball and Sharon had stopped their actions in unison, staring at her for a full half-minute. Now this stunning appearance was magnified countless times. The frequency of the flashes in the spaceport suddenly increased, and the crowd erupted with uncontrollable exclamations. Of course, the admiration was mostly directed towards a female who had just returned from the front line. Ms. Jiang, welcome back from your triumph. The Secretary General of the Imperial Royal Family was the first to approach, smiling warmly. His Majesty has heard of your heroism on the front line and has specifically instructed us to hold a banquet at the palace to welcome you. The royal hovercar is ready. Oh, please make your way there. Just as he finished speaking, an old general from the Federal Military Council squeezed in his voice, booming directly, interrupting the Secretary General. Ms. Jiang is our esteemed guest of the Federal Military Department. The military department has already prepared the highest standard celebration banquet. Commander Ball, why aren't you inviting Ms. Jiang to get in the car? Are you going to make the esteemed guest stand in the wind? The two sides, who usually appeared harmonious on the surface, unexpectedly began to compete for her in front of so many citizens and reporters. Jiang Lijin politely exchanged pleasantries, her attitude aloof, leaving no room for error. Ball stood behind her, his face dark with anger. He understood better than anyone what these old fellows were scheming, simply wanting to keep this strategic resource that could change the interstellar landscape in their own hands. In her mind, the voice of Xiao Yi emerged. Host, the Shura field has come. The royal family and the Federation are fighting for her in public. Now it's up to you to decide whose card to flip. Jiang Lijin ignored it. She frowned slightly, her gaze sweeping across the crowded people. In an instant, she spotted the swaying golden hair. Tania was surrounded by several burly bodyguards struggling to tiptoe to look inside. Today he had specially styled himself the tailored white suit, making him look like a precious little prince with a valuable sapphire brooch pinned at the collar. Unfortunately, no matter how rich the Yunlan group was, it did not belong to the core political and military circle and was firmly blocked outside by the gendarmerie robots. The young master was pushed back repeatedly, his expression sour, but he couldn't bear to look away, eagerly gazing in the direction of the gangway. Jiang Lijin bypassed the arguing politicians in front of her and walked straight towards the periphery of the crowd. As she moved, the people blocking her instinctively made way. The representatives of the Empire and the Federation were stunned, following her gaze to see the golden-haired, blue-eyed heir of the consortium. The faces of both sides changed in unison, turning their heads in unison, glaring at their representatives, Sharon and Ball, with looks of exasperation. Sharon still wore his gentle smile, remaining calm. Ball's fist at his side cracked ominously. Tania's eyes lit up as he saw Jiang Lijin approaching him. He pushed aside the bodyguard blocking him, dashed forward in a single leap, and wrapped his long arms around Jiang Lijin in a tight embrace. He was tall but bent down, pitifully resting his chin in the crook of Jiang Lijin's neck and rubbing against her. Sister, you finally came back. Tania's voice was loud and everyone around could hear. Was it so dangerous on the front line? Did you get hurt? Sister, you look so good in this outfit. Countless cameras pointed at the embracing pair, the flashes blinding. Jiang Lijin felt a bit ticklish from his rubbing, reaching out to pat his back. All right, let go, so many people are watching. Tania obediently straightened up, releasing his hands while not forgetting to raise an eyebrow provocatively at Ball and Sharon behind Jiang Lijin. That look clearly conveyed, see, she still cares for me the most. Jiang Lijin turned around, facing the Imperial and Federal representatives, still waiting for her response. Thank you all for your warm invitation. She paused, glancing over those politicians. However, I have just returned from the front line and am quite fatigued today. I would like to have dinner with my family first. Family. The people present exchanged glances. This three-level female was not an orphan from the edge of the Jiang star system. Where did she get family? The next moment, Jiang Lijin turned her head. Her gaze passed over Tania and landed on Sharon and Ball, standing not far away. Shall we go home? The simple three words fell into everyone's ears in the bustling spaceport. Sharon's smile widened, and a genuine smile rippled through his gray eyes. The gloom in Ball's eyes lifted, and even his face unusually bore a smile. Even Tania was stunned and placed a suspicious blush creeping up his ears. Sister said he is family. One sentence smoothed the feathers of the three men. The representatives of the Imperial royal family and the Federal Council opened their mouths, but couldn't squeeze out a word for a long time. She wanted to reunite with her matched beast husbands, and this reason was perfectly legitimate and reasonable. Moreover, the Imperial Code clearly stated that the will of the female takes precedence over all. Who dared to stop her? Who could stop her? Jiang Lijin took the lead and stepped out towards the spaceport's exit, with three prominent, powerful males obediently following behind her. Tania's elongated hovercar landed smoothly in front of a detached villa in the suburbs. With no obstacles in its path, it drove straight in the front yard's lawn, trimmed to resemble a vast green carpet. In the center of the lawn sat a streamlined white small aircraft, its body glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the night sky. This was the Imperial benefit that Su Han had mentioned earlier. The efficiency was quite commendable, delivering right to the doorstep. As she stepped up the stairs, the main door slid open to both sides. In the foyer stood two butlers in uniform, respectfully waiting. They were brought over by Tania from the Yunlan group, and Jiang Lijin had only met them briefly before heading to Valoran. Having just started their job a day ago, they were finally able to welcome back their employer, and there was not a single flaw to be found in their demeanor. Between the two, there was a round-head little white robot, its screen flashing a crescent-shaped smile while adorably turning on its tracks. This was the accompanying little white robot from Karong. As they passed through the corridor, the long rectangular dining table in the restaurant was already filled with a sumptuous array of dishes. A semi-transparent constant temperature cover was placed on top, perfectly sealing in the warmth of the food. Tinia had instructed the chef to prepare the dishes just in time. The food was served in less than 5 minutes, each dish maintaining its optimal flavor. The four of them took their seats. Jiang Lijin naturally occupied the main position. Tinia swiftly pulled out the chair beside her and sat down casually, serving her a bowl of hot soup. Ball and Karong sat across from them. The meal was filled with unspoken tensions. Tomorrow at 9 I will pick you up to accompany Chief Ball to the academy for an inspection. Karong leisurely cut the vegetables on his plate, his tone gentle. Ball swallowed a piece of steak, nodded, and did not respond. After all, it was a serious matter. Tinia's fork paused in midair, her blue eyes filled with anxiety as she turned to Jiang Lijin and asked, "Sister, are you feeling unwell? Is it an injury from the front line? Or is there a problem with the spiritual sea?" Jiang Lijin picked up a piece of shrimp, chewed it down, and then replied, "It's just a routine checkup, don't worry too much." Upon hearing this, Tinia cast a doubtful glance at Ball, then looked at Karong, pursing her lips and refraining from further questioning. After finishing the meal, Tinia set down her cutlery, her expression becoming serious. "The butler reports that about a week ago Tianyin and Tianke came by. Seeing that you weren't home, they left after a while." Upon hearing these two names, Jiang Lijin frowned. The pair of twins from the black market. These two had identities that were not to be revealed, and their methods exuded the dangerous aura of desperate outlaws. She had never had a good impression of them, and entangling with them could lead to endless troubles. Tianyin and Tianke, those two whom even the mainframe cannot track information on. Ball set down his knife and fork, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. Such individuals are usually of questionable identities. Otherwise, as a three-class male, why would there be no information available? But how could they be matched to you? Karong wiped his hands, a hint of deep thought flashing through his gray eyes. The mainframe's matching mechanism is based on genetic compatibility. Even without formal identities, their genetic data still falls within the mainframe's monitoring scope. Interestingly, these two actually dared to blatantly come to the main star to find someone. Who cares where those mad dogs come from? Tinia snorted lightly. I doubt they would dare to run amok here. All right. Jiang Lijin interrupted the three men's united front against a common enemy, saying, "My matters are under my control." The dinner concluded in this strange silence. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, Jiang Lijin threw herself onto the soft bed. She turned over, activated the light brain on her wrist, and pulled up the star signal for Su-Han, a staff member from the Female Protection Center. This dedicated customer service representative was always reliable, never asking unnecessary questions. Her fingertips tapped on the virtual keyboard, sending out a message. "What procedures are needed for divorce?" Su-Han replied, quickly beginning with his usual respectful greeting, "Good evening, Ms. Jiang. Welcome back safely." He then got straight to the point regarding the process for dissolving your marriage match. The procedure is not complicated. You only need to fill out an electronic form and perform a high-level biometric verification, then send it back to me. After a brief pause, Su-Han sent another long message. "However, there is one point I must clarify. As the only three-class female in the galaxy, your marital status is public information. Once the dissolution of the matching relationship is confirmed, the mainframe will issue a notice across the entire network. Are you sure you want to proceed?" Subsequently, a blank electronic form was sent over. Looking at the form on the screen, Jiang Lijin fell into thought. Previously, the incident with Philwin showed that those two brothers had genuinely helped her out, which counted as a favor. Moreover, having spent years in the underground world, their personalities were likely somewhat extreme. If they were to see a notice across the network and become furious, causing some sort of terror attack, it would be difficult to guard against. Her current situation, while seemingly glamorous, was actually under the watchful eyes of multiple forces. The imperial royal family, the federal military, and those lurking in the shadows were all assessing her value. At this time, if the affair about the divorce caused an uproar, it would be too ostentatious. Weighing the pros and cons, she decided to hold off for now. She would wait until the two brothers approached her again to clarify things in person. Parting on good terms is the best strategy if negotiations really fail. After all, they are black market residents. In her mind, Xiao Yi popped up, sounding gossipy. "Host, are you going to divorce Tianyin and Tianke?" Yes. Jiang Lijin turned off the light brain and found a comfortable position to lie down. Those two clearly are not law-abiding citizens. Should I keep them around? Xiaoyi agreed wholeheartedly. Exactly, the danger level is too high. Moreover, people from the black market have no bottom line. Keeping them around is like having two ticking time bombs. Jiang Lijin recalled another matter. Didn't you say before that unlocking the new map would upgrade my permissions? Since Valoran has been visited and Base Zero has exploded, what level are your permissions at now? Xiaoyi puffed out its non-existent chest, sounding extremely proud. I am no longer the ordinary me. I am the extraordinary me. It paused for a moment, adding mysteriously, tomorrow at the academy, ill practice with the mainframe. Jiang Lijin couldn't help but laugh. Sure, just don't end up crashing yourself. Just then there was a knock at the door. The clock on the wall struck 10 in the evening. Jiang Lijin rolled out of bed, crossed the room, and opened the door. Tania stood there. The young master had changed into a crisply tailored casual suit. His hair was carefully styled, and his whole bearing was conspicuously formal. Out so late? Are you headed to a fashion show? Jiang Lijin leaned against the doorframe and appraised him from head to toe. Tania stepped forward, lowered his voice, and could not hide his excitement. Have you forgotten, sister? I told you I prepared a big gift for you. Come on, I'll show you. Jiang Lijin happened to feel not especially sleepy. His words piqued her curiosity. All right, let me change. She shut the door and quickly slipped into a set of practical athletic clothes. 5 minutes later, she opened the door again. The corridor felt eerily strange. The motion sensor lights overhead were flickering irregularly. Two powerful streams of mental force collided silently in the narrow space. Even the metal decorative panels on the wall trembled and emitted a low hum. Tania and Bear stood 3 paces apart without speaking. Fortunately, the household servants and cooks had long since finished their shifts and left. Otherwise, ordinary people exposed to the oppressive aura of 2 3-class males would have fainted on the spot. Jiang Lijin folded her arms and watched the 2 males with cool eyes. Can we pass? If not, both of you can get out of my house now. Don't demolish my place. As her words fell, the sense of pressure in the corridor dissipated. The overhead tubes flickered twice and returned to steady light. Bear reined in his mental energy and let his gaze fall on Jiang Lijin's outfit. So late. Where are you two heading? Not telling you. Tania stepped forward to stand by Jiang Lijin's side, chin lifted arrogantly. This is a surprise I prepared for my sister. Idle onlookers, please mind your curiosity. Bear ignored Tania's provocation and only stared at Jiang Lijin. You're not allowed to go. It's unsafe to go out at this hour. At once Tania bristled. He had purposely waited until 10, pressing his ears to confirm. The neighboring rooms fell silent, then sneaked over to knock, longing for a private moment alone with her. Commander Bear, aren't you meddling a bit much? Tania ground his teeth. If anything happens to her, will you take responsibility? Bear retorted. Seeing them about to come to blows again, Jiang Lijin raised a hand and massaged her brow. Stop. She interrupted their quarrel and looked at Bear. This is the home planet, not the front line. Where could be safer than here? She paused for a moment, her tone turning cold. Besides, Commander Bear, in what capacity do you presume to restrict my freedom? The corridor fell so silent one could hear a pin drop. Bear froze. He was used to issuing commands in the military, used to controlling every threat with his own hands. In his subconscious, he had already slotted Jiang Lijin into his circle of protection, an instinctive sense of territory belonging to those in power. He had forgotten that in this household Jiang Lijin was the one who ran things. The tall man visibly wilted. He lowered his eyelids. A few strands of helplessness flickered across his golden vertical pupils, and the straightness of his spine sagged a little. Tania straightened further, his posture proud. His tail nearly curled to the skies as he naturally took Jiang Lijin's hand. Sister, let's go? Ignore him. Jiang Lijin did not pull away as she allowed Tania to lead her down the stairs. A small voice shouted,